She, Lan Yetan, a mentally disturbed girl devoid of any desire for existence, inexplicably traverses into the narrative of the sweet and soft green tea princess after her demise. Initially, she contemplated a fate of wandering as a disembodied spirit, lost in oblivion. Yet, how is it that she is granted a second chance at life? Moreover, it occurs just as the genuine heiress herself finds herself unceremoniously cast aside, while the false daughter revels in her newfound status. However, she remains indifferent, opting to await her inevitable demise in silence. Strangely, the system bestows upon her a mysterious golden finger, allowing several men to hear her innermost thoughts in that fleeting moment. The eldest brother exclaims, "Get out of this house," to which Lan Yetan responds, "Hooray, I can now await my demise in peace." The second brother remarks, "Why are your thoughts so malicious?" to which she retorts, "I wish to die. Is that all that needs to be said? Now leave, I shall jump off a building." The third brother inquires, "Can you at least have a conversation with your brother?" To which she replies, "No, it's too exhausting, I want to die." The fiancé asks, "Why haven't you gone to die yet?" And her eyes gleam with interest. "You want me to die? How intriguing." Yet, nearly every time, she is rescued or kept alive by the system's intervention. Eventually, they uncover the truth about the false heiress being a green tea schemer, realizing that they had previously been influenced by the system's aura. Free from this manipulation, they begin a heartfelt endeavor to encourage the girl to live. Strangely, Lan Yetan seems capable of hearing Lan Yen's thoughts. What is this madness? I am not the protagonist.
No.
You indeed are. Chapter 1. She wishes to die. Lan Yetan has died. Lan Yetan has come back to life. Or rather, it should be said that Lan Yetan has traversed dimensions. Bang! Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold envelopes her, as if her entire being has been submerged in icy waters. She shudders involuntarily. At that moment, she feels a gentle touch upon her. Her head throbs with excruciating pain, and her vision is clouded, rendering her unable to discern her surroundings. She struggles to steady herself, yet her body betrays her, swaying precariously. Ultimately, she can no longer maintain her balance, collapsing heavily to the ground. In her ears, a man's disdainful voice echoes, "What are you pretending for? I witnessed Nyan merely brush against you. Do not attempt to frame Nyan again." Lan Yetan, perplexed and slightly dazed, lifts her expressionless gaze to the figure before her. Wait, hadn't she died? Perhaps it's worth another look. The girl rubs her eyes, confirming her vision is not deceiving her, and she finds herself engulfed in confusion. What is happening? Having read her fair share of time travel novels, she realizes she has indeed crossed over. But isn't such an experience reserved for the illustrious protagonists? What does it have to do with a mentally unstable person like her? Moreover, she had no desire to continue living.
Ding.
Host Lan Yetan has unlocked a mysterious golden finger. Eldest brother, please do not speak so harshly to your sister. Look, she has fallen. Lan Yuan gazes down from her lofty position at the disheveled Lan Yetan, who is drenched and resembles a drowned rat, nearly sprawled on the ground with her hands propping her up. Her expression is one of bewilderment and confusion. The man scoffs, turning to gently pat the head of the delicate Lan Yen beside him, softening his tone. Nyan, you are simply too kind." The girl's gaze turned towards her, with increasing disdain, as she callously ordered her to leave. "Lan Yetan, after enjoying our lavish hospitality for so many days, you should be satisfied. Now, be gone." Lan Yetan glanced at the suitcase beside her and began to comprehend that she had somehow traversed into one of the few novels she had read. Currently, the plot unfolded with the true heiress being cast out, yet the true heiress, having nowhere to go, could only plead to remain. In the end, she acquiesced to a series of unreasonable demands before being allowed to stay. Tick-tock, the golden finger has activated. The girl noticed the sound but paid little heed, for after all, she was a woman on the brink of death. As long as the golden finger did not impede her demise, she was indifferent. Lan Yetan rose without touching her luggage and turned to leave. The man furrowed his brow, about to utter something, but Lan Yen gently coughed as she clutched his arm. Lan Yuan, intending to inquire if the girl had caught a chill, was interrupted by a voice in his ear. "It hurts, my head still aches. Once I'm dead, it won't hurt anymore, will it?" He froze, scanning the crowd, but found only Lan Yen and the not-so-far-off Lan Yetan, dismissing Lan Yen from suspicion. After all, how could his sweet and gentle sister entertain such morbid thoughts? He directed his gaze towards the girl walking ahead. How could her voice be so clear from such a distance? Watching her bite her lip, she tightened her grip on the hem of her white dress, forcing a sympathetic smile. "Brother, are you going to find sister?" "It's all right, you needn't worry about me." Cough, cough. Usually, her pretense of vulnerability would evoke pity from everyone, but alas, not this time. Lan Yuan struggled internally for a moment before casting her an apologetic glance. Nian Nian, brother has some matters to attend to. He then turned towards Lan Yetan. The girl gritted her teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Why wouldn't she just die? What was wrong with her green tea system? Lan Yetan's voice echoed once more. We're about to reach the road. Death is imminent. Finally, I can become a wandering spirit. The man felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively sprinted forward, only to see the girl ahead break into a run as well. She dashed into the middle of the road, just as a car barreled towards her, horn blaring incessantly. The girl found the noise unbearable, yet felt no fear instead. Exhilaration coursed through her veins. Her body thrummed with anticipation, the thrill of death enveloping her. Was liberation finally at hand? She had always been a bit unhinged, yearning for this very moment. Suddenly, just as the car was about to collide with her, a figure rushed in, seizing her and rolling them both to the roadside. Warm breath, a searing embrace. Lan Yetan stared, momentarily stunned, into the expressionless face of the man who held her. Lan Yuan, he seemed to be gasping for breath, his voice a mixture of relief and anger. What the hell, Lan Yetan? Are you trying to throw your life away? Do you want to die? He looked down to find her eyes calm and devoid of emotion, yet deep within lay a profound despair. How did I end up being saved? Did you not despise me so? Why would you rescue me? I'm so tired of this life, I just want to die. The man paused, his expression laced with suspicion. What did you say? I said nothing, he truly so fearful of auditory hallucinations? People gradually gathered around, observing them. Ugh, how embarrassing. Let me go, I want to stand up. Lan Yuan noticed that the girl indeed remained silent, and a bold hypothesis took root in his mind. Could this be her innermost thoughts? Lan Yetan decisively pushed him away and stood up. The man slowly began to solidify his theory, for every time such a voice emerged, she usually refrained from speaking. Lan Yuan attempted to rise, but was met with waves of pain coursing through his body. He let out a muffled groan and glanced at the girl. Lan Yetan appeared to be engaged in an internal struggle, yet ultimately her conscience compelled her to extend her hand. The man leveraged her support to rise. Watching as the girl seemed poised to leave once more, he hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct her path. He grasped Lan Yetan's wrist and inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" The girl felt genuinely annoyed and clicked her tongue. "You have no right to ask me. Why are you being so bothersome? Did they not drive me away?" Lan Yuan hesitated. He had never witnessed Lan Yetan in such a frosty demeanor. Actually, you could stay at home a little longer. He believed he could never bear to watch his own sister perish. Lan Yetan was thoroughly irritated and forcefully shook off his grip. No need. Why are you so talkative? I want to die even more. I truly loathe social interactions. It drives me insane. He felt a surge of anger. How could he have endured such humiliation throughout his life? Yet, when he observed the girl's resolute figure heading towards the road, his heart clenched tightly. He swiftly moved to grasp Lan Yetan's hand once more. The girl's strength ultimately could not match his, and she was drawn along. What on earth? Why does he possess such strength? I thought he was injured? She truly wanted to die. Chapter 2. Honesty. Since the realization of this matter, he has remained haunted by lingering fears. What if he hadn't pursued her? Would Lan Yetan have met her demise? Why would Lan Yetan contemplate such a tragic end? Despite her malevolence, he believed it had not escalated to a level that warranted such a drastic measure. If she were willing to coexist peacefully with Nian Nian and refrain from plotting against her, perhaps they would have accepted her. However, Lan Yetan was oblivious to the myriad of thoughts swirling in the man's mind. She merely sat in silence, listless and unresponsive, unable to break free. She chose to remain still, for after all, death is merely a change of location. As she was led into the living room, Lan Yetan sat on the sofa, her eyes red and her cough persistent, resembling a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. She then noticed Lan Yuan, who, filled with concern, hesitated before releasing his grip on Lan Yetan to approach her. Yet Lan Yetan was a fraction quicker. With a voice choked with emotion, the girl exclaimed, "Brother, what has happened? Why is your clothing torn? What has sister done?" The man gently ruffled Lan Yetan's hair, his demeanor starkly contrasting the earlier ferocity directed at Lan Yetan. "I am fine, Yetan." Tears shimmered in Lan Yetan's eyes, a vision of sorrow and beauty. "Brother, is it because of me that you and sister have quarreled again?" Lan Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting awkwardly to the girl beside him, who appeared like an observer in this emotional tableau. She remained serene, devoid of any visible turmoil. In the past, Lan Yetan would have already caused a scene. Unbeknownst to Lan Yuan, Lan Yetan cast a resentful glance at Lan Yetan from a hidden corner. The girl, receiving the look, maintained her impassive expression. Is this Lan Yetan a goldfish, staring at me with such intensity? The man paused, lowering his head to witness the fleeting glint of malice in Lan Yetan's eyes, leaving him bewildered. Surely, he must have misinterpreted. His Nian was far too kind. How could she harbor such thoughts? Truly, I cannot endure interacting with unnecessary individuals, exhausting my mental faculties, contemplating death, contemplating murder. Lan Yuan regarded Lan Yetan with a complex gaze, observing her furrowed brow, her face a canvas of unmasked irritation and disdain. He pondered why she so often uttered the word death, and why she could not bear the sight of Nian. Consequently, he assumed it must be Lan Yetan's own moral corruption that made her perceive the world through such a tainted lens. In that moment, as he gazed upon Lan Yetan, her eyes brimming with tears, a flicker of compassion surged within him. Yet, the girl continued to sob, her cries growing increasingly frantic, as if she might faint at any moment. Lan Yuan, feeling a pang of urgency, gently comforted Lan Yetan, softly patting her back while entirely disregarding Lan Yetan. Nian, do not cry. Yetan does not dislike you. What a heartwarming scene, indeed. The domineering brother is utterly undone by his sister. What a cruel Mary Sue. Just as Lan Yetan turned away, the man's heart raced with concern for her. You. Annoying. What is it? Lan Yuan asked, noting the girl's disdainful expression as he clenched his fists. Had they often overlooked her in the past? He vaguely recalled Lan Yetan mentioning it a few times. Feeling a surge of irritation, he rubbed his forehead and called out, "Butler Zhao, see to it." In a moment of confusion, he found himself at a loss for how to address Lan Yetan, who had shifted the conversation. Steward Zhao, with his astute gaze, scrutinized the three individuals as if perceiving all that transpired. He smiled faintly, preparing to approach when, unexpectedly, Lan Yetan fainted. Her body collapsing into the embrace of the man, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, presenting a pitiful sight. Lan Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Lan Yetan had always had a frail constitution and had only recently been hospitalized. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the upper floor. Growing increasingly urgent, it was the family's third son, Lan Qingzhu. He anxiously regarded the unconscious girl, casting a fierce glare at Lan Yetan. His voice grew more frantic and unrestrained. Look, she's here to harm our Nian again. And brother, the injuries you bear were inflicted by this person, weren't they? As Lan Qingzhu's words became more vulgar and caustic, Lan Yuan frowned, casting a doubtful glance at Lan Yetan, who appeared unfazed. Silence, Lan Qingzhu. What of your manners? She is your sister. The youth immediately fell silent, albeit still regarding Lan Yetan with disdain. How annoying, how annoying, how annoying. Go away, go away, go away, you lunatic. Lan Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing a voice emanate from the girl, despite her lips not moving. The tone was ethereal, yet distinctly clear, leaving no room for doubt that it was not a figment of his imagination. Could it be? He turned to Lan Yuan, who nodded in acknowledgement. It was the voice of Lan Yetan's heart. The girl gently swept her long, raven locks cascading over her shoulders back, yet her inner turmoil roiled like a tempest. Impossible to quell. She was inherently an unpredictable individual, and her agitation now reached a peak, as if drawn by an invisible force. Her gaze traversed the crowd, landing squarely on Lan Yetan, her expression as tranquil as still water, devoid of ripples. However, beneath this calm facade lay a shadowy undercurrent. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped toward Lan Yuan. Upon reaching him, her eyes swiftly scanned the table, ultimately fixating on a sharp fruit knife. The onlookers could only bear witness to the unfolding drama, their eyes wide with shock. Lan Yetan, are you out of your mind? Lan Qingzhu exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief. Lan Yuan, startled, instinctively reached out to intervene, but it was too late. Lan Yetan suddenly opened her eyes, letting out a piercing scream that seemed to shatter the very air. This sound was unlike anything she had ever experienced before. In the past, whenever she feigned fainting, everyone had believed her without question. Her performance skills had never been unmasked. Yet today, Lan Yetan had inexplicably gone mad, dismantling her carefully laid plans. Lan Yetan's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She found herself at a loss, engulfed by fear and helplessness. Regret washed over her as she pondered why she had chosen to feign fainting to ensnare her. Now, she found herself ensnared in a predicament far worse than before. Lan Qingzhu and Lan Yuan gazed at Lan Yetan in disbelief, unable to reconcile that their gentle, kind sister had been merely pretending all along. Brother, The acting leaves much to be desired. A mere knife-brandishing failed to maintain its intended effect. She cast a glance at the two brothers. Are you now honest? Lan Qingzhu asked. I am honest, replied Lan Yuan. Lan Qingzhu regarded the girl with a complex gaze, feeling a tinge of guilt for having wronged Lan Yetan. Chapter 3. My life feels as though it has been met with a series of slaps. Lan Yetan, feigning unconsciousness, found herself at a loss as she surveyed her surroundings. The eyes upon her, some scrutinizing, others reproachful, and many indifferent, felt like daggers piercing her back. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she choked back words of explanation, yet found herself rendered utterly speechless. The expressions on the faces surrounding her offered no solace, only amplifying her discomfort. Instinctively, she tugged at the hem of Lan Yuan's clothing. Her eldest brother, who typically showered her with affection, now regarded her with an expression of profound complexity. Beside them, Lan Qingzhu, the one perceived by all as innocent and simple-minded, now gazed at Lan Yetan with an indescribable look, as if he had suddenly seen through all her facades and deceptions. As her already fragile state began to unravel, the sight of the gleaming knife in Lan Yetan's hand resurfaced in her mind, recalling the moment it had been brandished before her eyes. Overwhelmed, she collapsed. She has fainted. Oh, this time it's for real, Lan Yuan sighed heavily, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and fatigue. He turned to Lan Qingzhu and softly suggested, perhaps we should summon the family doctor. I will change my clothes first. Lan Qingzhu nodded silently, his lips moving as if to articulate something, but ultimately, he merely sighed. He discreetly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed the family doctor's number. Meanwhile, Wang Ma ambled leisurely to the side of Butler Zhao, munching on sunflower seeds while murmuring, this time, I fear she might need to be sent to the crematorium as well. With that, Butler Zhao approached Lan Yetan, a genteel man whose face bore a warm smile, addressing her, Miss, allow me to escort you to your room for some rest.
Lan Yetan,
Not wishing to trouble the servant, nodded wearily. It would be better if she were dead. Upon entering her room, Lan Yetan surveyed her soiled garments and opened the wardrobe, revealing a collection of princess dresses. Surely, these were the very dresses that Lan Yetan despised. The girl frowned. She walked to the bedside and concealed the fruit knife beneath her pillow. She harbored no affection or attachment to this household or the world at large. Her feelings towards this place were decidedly negative. She had initially been drawn to this novel due to its scathing reviews, the protagonist portrayed as loathsome, capable of any treachery, embodying the archetype of a wicked female antagonist. Most readers expressed a disdain for the heroine. Yet, the author insisted on labeling such a character as a femme fatale. The original character was merely a stepping stone on the protagonist's path to becoming the darling of the group. The current circumstances left her feeling utterly nauseated. In the depths of the wardrobe, she spotted a pristine white shirt and a pair of denim shorts that appeared quite new. Without hesitation, she took the outfit and headed to the bathroom. How repulsive, how utterly vexing. Whose life is it that so effortlessly manipulates mine, as if I have been slapped repeatedly? Just as Lan Qingzhu approached the door, he overheard the girl's heartfelt lament. He hesitated for a moment, feeling a tinge of bitterness. It appeared that Lan Yetan had harbored disdain for them all along. The question lingered. When did such sentiments first take root? This thought flitted away as he recalled the things the girl had once done to Lan Yetan. Guilt washed over him, nearly vanishing without a trace. It was perhaps better for her to despise them than to cling like an unshakable burden as she once did. In the living room, Lan Yetan had already regained consciousness, comforted gently by Lan Yuan. Upon seeing Lan Qingzhu enter, her eyes brightened. She pouted, appearing utterly pitiful with tear-filled eyes. Resembling a despondent third brother, Lan Qingzhu felt a rush of anxiety. He stepped forward, ruffling the girl's hair and softly inquiring, What troubles you, Yetan? Lan Yetan grasped his hand, her head bowed. Third brother, please don't be angry with me, she implored. With reddened eyes, she coughed delicately, her voice sweet and soft. I didn't mean to. I was just afraid that my brothers would be upset because of sister's departure. In that moment, Lan Qingzhu's heart softened, and he sighed. It's all right, third brother isn't angry with you. It's my fault for making you feel insecure. I really shouldn't have come down. Oh wait. If I weren't alive, perhaps I wouldn't have to witness such excruciating scenes. Both Lan Qingzhu and Lan Yuan froze, turning to see Lan Yetan quietly standing at the top of the staircase, observing the intimate scene below. Lan Qingzhu frowned. He maintained his unwavering protection over Lan Yetan. "What brings you down here?" At that instant, Lan Yetan made her presence known. She wore an oversized white shirt, which, despite its looseness, could scarcely conceal her perfect figure. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently grazing her shoulders, while her light brown eyes held the depth of an expansive ocean. Her features were both cold and stunning, radiating a uniquely aggressive aura. She donned a pair of short denim shorts that revealed her long, slender legs, pale as snow. In that moment, Lan Yetan languidly leaned against the railing, resembling a lazy Persian cat, exuding an innate elegance with every movement. She and Lan Yetan were polar opposites, one exuding a chilling aggression, while the other appeared sweet and innocent. Lan Yetan glared at the girl's breathtaking visage, gnashing her teeth in frustration. How could a true heiress possess such beauty, while she herself could only be considered charming at best? She pressed her lips together, questioning the system. System, where have you been? Why has this female antagonist undergone such a transformation? Beep, detecting a more advanced system invading and suppressing me. I may be subject to prolonged slumber daily. Lan Yetan cast a somewhat sinister glance at Lan Yetan. It must be Lan Yetan. That is likely the case. Beep beep beep, energy insufficient, entering slumber. The girl felt a surge of urgency, yet there was little she could do, her complexion paling slightly. Lan Qingzhu and Lan Yuanan were encountering a girl like Lan Yetan for the first time, or rather, it was the first moment they truly acknowledged her beauty. Lan Yuanan furrowed his brow, stating, "I can allow you to stay in this home, but from now on, you must coexist harmoniously with Nian.
Well,
that depends on whether Lan Yetan is willing to get along with me, considering she is bound to the green tea system, which inevitably leads to competition with every girl. How infuriating. I truly despise this rivalry. It would be better if everyone just perished." Chapter 4. Who told you I wish to live? Lan Yuanan glanced at Lan Yetan and distinctly perceived the fleeting panic on her face. Lan Qingzhu, filled with suspicion, took out his phone to message his elder brother for communication. They tacitly agreed not to reveal their ability to hear Lan Yetan's thoughts. Lan Qingzhu, what?
system.
Is it true what Lan Yetan said? Brother. Lan Yuanan, I cannot be certain. Lan Yuanan, it might be wise to exercise caution. Mind reading is already absurd, and such a system is not impossible. However, Nian should mean us no harm. Lan Qingzhu, perhaps she's just spouting nonsense. The girl cast a glance at Lan Yuanan, feeling quite vexed by his presence. The man, upon hearing her question, was momentarily rendered speechless. He instinctively associated her with that girl from a few days prior, the one he could not shake off. Strangely, he found himself missing such a girl. Why do you wish to die? He abruptly changed the subject to pose this question to her. Lan Yetan seemed taken aback by his inquiry. Even Lan Qingzhu's expression shifted. Was she joking about wanting to die? Although her thoughts incessantly echoed a desire for death, who wouldn't engage in idle banter? What does that even mean, brother? Lan Yetan began to speak, but was preempted by Lan Yetan. Is it because of me that you want to die, sister? I didn't mean to. Whatever I do for you is only right since I've taken 17 years of your life. Lan Yetan found herself wanting to laugh. Indeed. You have taken 17 years of the original owner's life. While you bask in luxury, I endure abuse and starvation. What are you even pretending to be pitiful for? Shouldn't it be the original owner crying? How tiresome. Perhaps I should just stab her and then take my own life.
Ding.
Automatically replacing the original owner with myself. Listening to the girl's thoughts, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt towards her, only to realize she was again contemplating death.
Lan Yetan,
speaking with a quivering voice, insisted, "Sister, I can change. You don't actually hate me." Meanwhile, Lan Qingzhu was about to express his sympathy to comfort the girl when he heard Lan Yetan's voice. "Did I ask for your input? I simply wish to die. And there are matters I find unworthy of sharing with you. Am I supposed to say that in my previous life, I met my demise and found myself traversing through time, only to see you all and wish for death even more?" Suddenly, Lan Yetan's tone shifted as she quietly fixed her gaze on Lan Yetan. "Your very existence fills me with disdain. You should perish." After uttering these words, Lan Yetan felt utterly exhausted, as if the act of speaking and thinking was an overwhelming effort. It is far better to embrace death, free from worries and burdens. I am utterly exhausted. I yearn to evade the social games of competition. Lan Qingzhu and Lan Yunan could not help but furrow their brows, pondering why a particular phrase had been muted, leaving them in silence. This was an unprecedented occurrence, perhaps something deliberately concealed from their ears. They mused over what the silenced words could have conveyed, even forgetting to pay attention to how Lan Yetan conversed with Lan Yetan. Lan Yetan's breath quickened as she observed the indifference of those around her, feeling a profound sense of grievance. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling like unrestrained raindrops. "Sister? What are you?" The girl was swiftly interrupted. "Do not call me sister. We share the same day of birth. If anything, I was born after you." Lan Yunan regarded Lan Yetan, recognizing she was no longer the person she once was. The girl turned to the three, asserting, "I did not come here out of desperation. Remember, it was you who requested my presence." Lan Qingzhu felt a surge of anger, who could hear Lan Yetan's innermost thoughts. "I have long been solitary. Death holds no fear for me, nor do I fear taking others with me. I am utterly exasperated. I wish for death even more." A strange tightening gripped their hearts. She had no attachments left. No one could retain her, not even those brothers she once sought to please. Now, a sense of loathing for them consumed her. What had transformed her into this state? A fleeting flash of resentment crossed Lan Yetan's gaze as she observed the girl's retreating figure up the stairs. Lying on her bed, she drifted into a daze, replenishing her energy, vacating her mind, akin to a deflated balloon, utterly limp. Socializing was truly exhausting. The fatigue was overwhelming. She genuinely wished for death. Why had she not yet succumbed? Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated in her ears.
Ding.
Awakening successful. She paused momentarily, yet remained motionless. Rising felt too taxing. "Hey, are you not afraid of me? Why should I fear you?" Lan Yetan thought to herself, refraining from voicing her thoughts. The novels she read depicted systems that could perceive the host's innermost musings. This should be similar.
And indeed it was. Cough.
"Greetings. You may address me as Lord 403. The girl remained unresponsive, lying still as if a corpse, eyes closed. 403 felt a twinge of urgency. It had never encountered someone so composed in its existence. It felt its dignity was being trampled upon. For heaven's sake, it was the illustrious Lord 403. How could a mere mortal treat it this way? It would not allow it. "Hey, but I resurrected you and brought you here. Is this how you respond?" Suddenly, Lan Yetan's gaze sharpened, and her emotions began to fluctuate. Just as 403 anticipated adoration, she erupted with indignation in her heart. "Damn it, so it was you who resurrected me." 403 was taken aback, unable to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. "I granted you a second chance at life. How can you yell at me like this?" It gazed at the girl with a hint of grievance. Such a beautiful woman, yet she remains oblivious to the good intentions of others. "Who told you I wish to live? You all seem to think that I desire to survive." 403 widened its eyes, realizing that the host it had once bound itself to was someone who would stop at nothing for survival. But why, upon arriving here, does everything feel different? "Host," it said, "let us leave it as it is. Is there any way for me to continue not living?" 403 was quite distressed. It was truly troubled, for it had no inkling that this host would react in such a manner. "I thought you wished to live, so I even granted you a golden opportunity." Lan Yetan's eyes widened, suddenly realizing that this was not merely a figment of her imagination. "What golden opportunity?" 403 grew increasingly anxious. "I don't know. It's a mysterious gift package." The young woman felt as though her future was utterly obscured. "I want to die. I truly want to die." The system began to feel a cold sweat break out. It thought, "This mission is doomed to fail. Host, you truly are a precious gem. You must rally yourself."
Oh, please.
Chapter 5. Spitting Blood. 403 steeled itself and spoke. Lan Yetan felt even more despondent. "What are you doing? I do not wish to live at all." Suddenly, her hand brushed against a mobile phone. It must belong to the original owner, but alas, she knew not the password. 403 finally felt it was of some use. Confidently stating, "The password is 0618, the original owner's birthday." Lan Yetan entered the password, and indeed it unlocked. A chat box popped up, with the contact labeled as Brother Yen. "Brother Yen, I advise you to be sensible. If you offer your reserved spot to Nian, I might agree to meet you." She recalled that the original owner had a beloved named Yen Tan, the young master of the Yen family and the male lead of this tale, as well as the official match for Lan Yen. The original owner had suffered greatly and ultimately perished, largely due to his influence. He both scorned her kindness and accepted it. How despicable, she thought, pondering gravely before typing a single word. Lan Yetan, get lost. Then she swiftly deleted and blocked him. At that moment, Yen and Tan, hearing the notification sound, open his phone with a triumphant smile, only to see a glaring get lost. Did this woman have a death wish? How dare she speak to him in such a manner? Perhaps she was playing hard to get, for he had previously encountered such tactics. How utterly distasteful. He resumed his usual haughty demeanor, contemplating that the rewards he offered were indeed somewhat lacking. He typed out a line and sent it. Yen and Tan. Those 2 times Lan Yetan. Do not push your luck. The glaring red exclamation mark seemed to mock his ineptitude. How infuriating. Lan Yetan was truly playing hard to get. He furiously typed another message. Yen and Tan. Fine, you better not regret it. Yen and Tan. Damn it. When the time comes, even if you beg me on your knees, I won't add you. Yen and Tan. You've got some nerve. He felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, gritting his teeth in exasperation. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. It was Wang Ma. Miss, it's time for dinner. The young lady realized she had not eaten all day, yet she felt no discomfort in her stomach. Lan Yetan acquiesced with a nod, rising to open the door and descend the stairs. She found Lan Qingzhu, Lan Yuan, and Lan Yanyan already seated at the dining table. As she glanced at the greasy dishes laid out before her, her previously untroubled stomach began to churn violently. So nauseating, so greasy, I feel like vomiting. Lan Qingzhu, catching a glimpse of the young lady's inner turmoil, paused, realizing that Lan Yetan had always detested oily foods. Indeed. So did the original owner of the body. The original owner had suffered abuse in the past, often going without food or consuming tainted provisions, leading to a damaged stomach. However, Lan Yanyan relished such dishes, and thus only one light option graced the table. Lan Yanyan appeared to have forgotten the unpleasantness of the afternoon, cheerfully offering Lan Yetan a pair of chopsticks laden with sizzling grilled meat. Sister, please eat. Who could deny her the title of a good sister? Lan Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning whether Lan Yanyan was unaware of her sister's aversion to rich foods. Observing the young lady's reluctance to pick up her chopsticks, Lan Yanyan's expression morphed into one of dismay. Is it not to your taste, sister? She seemed to recall something, her face lighting up with clarity. Oh dear, I forgot. Sister is a bit delicate and can only eat light fare. Lan Yetan, already feeling unwell and in a foul mood, found her stomach pain intensifying due to Lan Yanyan's seemingly well-meaning yet misguided words. Her complexion drained of color. She pressed her hands tightly against her abdomen, as if to alleviate the suffering. Yet, this gesture bore no fruit. Her body trembled uncontrollably, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. Noticing her distress, Lan Yuan's heart raced with concern, prompting him to approach her immediately. Lan Yetan, what is the matter? At that moment, she was in such agony that words escaped her, and she could only nod weakly, indicating her profound discomfort. Witnessing her torment, Lan Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. It hurts so much. I want to die. In the past, she had always kept pain relief medication at hand, as her stomach had long been compromised by extreme measures taken during her desperate struggles for survival. Lan Qingzhu hastily dialed the family doctor. Hello, Dr. Bai. Please come to our home at once.
Bye John Doe.
What trouble has your little princess Nian Nian gotten into this time? The young man faltered momentarily. It's not Nian Nian. Don't ask too many questions. Just hurry. With a sigh, Bai donned his white coat and gathered his medical kit before heading to the garage. Will I truly endure this pain to the brink of death? Did the original suffer through such agony each time? It truly hurts. Lan Yuan paused, reflecting on the past. Had his sister endured such torment repeatedly? Lan Yanyan furrowed her brow as well, while Lan Qingzhu observed the fine beads of sweat forming on the young lady's forehead, each droplet cascading down her cheek. Finally, she abruptly rose to her feet, stumbling towards the restroom. Upon entering, Lan Yetan immediately leaned over the toilet, pressing her hand tightly against her mouth in an attempt to suppress the overwhelming urge to vomit. However, her body's reactions intensified, rendering her unable to contain it. Waves of nausea surged within her, compelling her to retch uncontrollably. With her stomach already empty, she could only expel bitter bile, which irritated her throat and nostrils, causing her immense discomfort. As time progressed, Lan Yetan's strength waned, yet the vomiting showed no signs of abating. Drops of crimson blood fell like raindrops, mercilessly splattering against the white porcelain, blossoming into shocking flowers of gore. Am I vomiting blood? Am I about to die? A feeble voice echoed from the restroom. Outside the door, Lan Yuan's heart tightened, and without hesitation, he forcefully pushed the door open. The sight that met his eyes left him utterly astonished. Blood flowed from the corners of the girl's lips, the vivid red hue piercing his vision. Lan Yetan's consciousness had faded into a blur, and she instinctively wiped at her mouth, only to expel another pool of blood. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her gaze forever serene. Lan Yuan rushed to her side, albeit somewhat at a loss. Following closely behind him, Lan Qingzhu was equally stunned by the scene. He stood frozen, watching Lan Yetan bleed profusely, momentarily unsure of what to do. Lan Yuan, frowning, picked her up in a horizontal carry. "What are you standing there for? Get her to the hospital." Lan Qingzhu finally snapped back to reality and dashed to the garage to retrieve the car. Lan Yan grew increasingly agitated. Remembering the reproachful glances exchanged between her elder brother and third brother, she stomped her foot in frustration. Turning to see the blood in the restroom, she screamed, "Ah, Wang Ma, come and clean this up." Wang Ma rushed over, glanced at the little princess and replied, "All right, miss, I understand." Steward Zhao stepped forward. "Wang Ma, allow me to assist you." Chapter 6. It seemed as though she had always been overlooked. The three of them sat in the back seat while the driver navigated the road. The girl's white clothing stained with splatters of blood, a distressing sight. Lan Qingzhu, possessing some medical knowledge, pried open the girl's eyelids to examine her pupils, which were dilating. Panic surged within him. "Hurry, elder brother." Lan Yuan called his second brother, who worked at the hospital. "Second brother, something has happened to our sister." He didn't even realize he instinctively referred to Lan Yetan as a sister. Beside him, Lan Yun suddenly tensed, questioning, "What has happened to Nian Nian?" Hearing Lan Yun instinctively utter Lan Nian Nian's name, the man fell silent. In that moment, he was at a loss for words. Indeed, they had not accompanied Lan Yetan to the hospital even once in the past 6 months, except for the time they went for a paternity test. She was merely their nominal sister. Not Nian Nian, but Yetan. Over the line, Lan Yun noticeably relaxed, her voice tinged with resignation. What trick is she playing now? Lan Yuan watched as the driver brought the car to a halt, immediately exiting to head towards the emergency room, speaking into the phone. "I'm coming to the emergency room to find you." The girl's pallid face and the bloodstains on her clothing became a serious concern. What has happened to her? Lan Yun furrowed her brow, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Before long, Lan Yetan was swiftly ushered into the emergency room, where doctors promptly fitted her with an oxygen mask and connected various tubes to sustain her vital signs. The situation was dire. Immediately employ the triple lumen catheter for hemorrhage control.
Lan Jun Desiven Comman.
The emergency room was in a frenzy, and moments ago, Lan Yetan had violently expelled a copious amount of blood, striking terror into the hearts of all present. The risk of this surgery was extraordinarily high, with the patient's survival rate at a mere 50%. The nurse urged the family to sign the consent form without delay. Time was of the essence, and without a moment's hesitation, Lan Yuan trembled as she affixed her signature. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Begin the blood transfusion, at once." As the vivid red blood flowed steadily into Lan Yetan's body, the bleeding finally ceased. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the room. At that moment, Lan Yetan felt as though she were enveloped in a fog. Her consciousness blurred and her body in distress. The incessant beeping of the machines echoed in her ears, a grim reminder that her life was ebbing away, drop by drop. It seemed as though countless figures swirled around her in a flurry of activity, yet she lacked the strength to discern them. 403 was in a state of frantic disarray. This was their host, and should this host perish, it would mean their demise as well. No one had anticipated that this host would possess such fragile vitality. "Host, host.
Hold on.
Don't sleep, host. What will I do if you fall asleep?" Yet, why could she still hear their voices? It turned out that human hearing is the last sense to fade. Indeed, it was true. Eventually, all sounds ceased, leaving only the relentless ticking of the machines. And she fell into a deep unconsciousness. Lan Yun removed her gloves and let out a heavy sigh. As she gazed at Lan Yetan's pale face, which was now marred by blood, her heart trembled. The once vibrant girl now lay silently on the emergency room bed, her body adorned with various tubes and instruments. Lan Qingzhu hurried over, anxiety etched on her face.
Lan Yetan alright?
The man rubbed his forehead, relieved that she had temporarily escaped mortal danger and was being transferred to the intensive care unit for observation. Lan Yun's demeanor grew serious. How did she end up like this? Though her own sister was infuriating, Lan Yuan sat in a chair, sighing. "Today, we forgot that Yetan does not consume greasy foods." She saw what was on the dining table and ran off to vomit. There were matters too sensitive to discuss here. "Second brother, I will message you on my phone." She had never anticipated that it would escalate to this point. Lan Yun finally expressed the words that had lingered unspoken. It could have been much easier, but the patient herself exhibited no desire to survive. Lan Yuan and Lan Qingju paused, momentarily lost in thought, recalling how they had repeatedly overlooked her. Time and again, they had favored Lan Yetan.
Yet.
The pitiful often harbor their own faults. Lan Yetan had repeatedly schemed against Yan, and they had unconsciously sought to justify their erroneous actions. Lan Yuan gathered Lan Yun and Lan Qingju to form a group. He had never contemplated concealing the matter of mind-reading from the second brother. The fact that he and the third brother could hear the girl's thoughts indicated a high probability that the second brother could too. Lan Yuan, second brother, the third brother, and I can hear Lan Yetan's thoughts. Lan Qingju, I'm not joking, when she wakes up, you can go and see. Lan Yun raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical, questioning whether his elder brother and third brother needed to have their heads examined. Or perhaps today was merely a day of hallucinations. Lan Yuan, third brother, second brother, it seems that Lan Yetan has been attempting to end her life. Lan Qingju, who wouldn't talk big, produced some actual evidence.
Lan Zun, Mama.
Lan Yuan fell silent for a moment, deciding to share what had transpired today. Had I not reacted swiftly, it could have been worse. The three men fell into a shared silence. Indeed. Perhaps despite Lan Yetan's incessant threats of self-harm, whether through cutting her wrists or swallowing pills, her desire to die might be feigned. However, her reckless dash into the crowd of vehicles unequivocally signified her genuine wish to end her life. Strangely, he began to reminisce about the girl who once laughed, played, and radiated sunshine. And now, Lan Yetan harbored a profound disdain for them, her mind consumed with thoughts of how to escape her existence. He gradually found himself questioning the depths of human despair. How deeply must one feel wronged to contemplate suicide? Previously, they had unconditionally trusted Yan. Perhaps it was time to investigate further. Lan Yan, in a fit of rage, was smashing household items when the voice of her system broke through. Ding dong. The favorability ratings of your elder brother, second brother, and third brother have simultaneously decreased by 5. Current favorability, 85. I cannot ascertain the reasons. I can only assist you in acquiring a green tiara. Infuriated, Lan Yan hurled a cup, exclaiming, useless. Chapter 7. The shift in plot. Upon awakening 2 days later, she found herself receiving an 4 drip in a standard hospital room. I didn't die, what a pity. The room was empty, and the girl uttered not a word, merely gazing quietly out the window. Room 403 was nearly moved to tears, for it had expended a considerable portion of its capabilities to sustain her life signs. If she exhibited such a will to survive, she should have been lying in the hospital for at least half a month. Yet, she awoke after just 1 day, truly a genius. Host, you're awake.
Ugh.
The electronic voice struggled to contain its overwhelming excitement, prompting Lan Yetan to consider returning to her slumber. Awake now.
Hey.
I should be on the 6th or 7th floor. If I jump, will I still die? Just then, Lan Yun, passing by the doorway, was taken aback. He turned to see the girl, whose mouth was closed, quietly observing the world outside. Her early awakening was unexpected, yet it was a positive development. Let me remove the 4. That way, I can jump. Lan Yun was startled and immediately rushed forward to grasp the girl's hand, preventing her from removing the needle. What do you intend to do? Lan Yetan regarded the familiar figure before her, unsure and squinting for clarity. Who is this person? The man stood in a daze, pondering whether she had lost recognition of herself. How could someone suffering from gastrointestinal bleeding also experience amnesia? It seemed she was indeed his acquaintance, Lan Yun. He sighed with relief and gently inquired about her well-being, only to be jolted by the realization that she had not even uttered a word. How then had a sound escaped her lips? Could it truly be, as his elder brother and third brother had claimed, that these were her unspoken thoughts? It seemed far-fetched, yet the evidence lay starkly before him. Indeed, as his elder brother had stated, she appeared to be perpetually seeking death. But what could be the reason behind it? The girl's cool voice broke the silence, declaring, I am fine, you may leave now. What are you doing here? You are hindering me, she added. The man felt a throbbing in his forehead. How was he obstructing her? He gently asserted, with an underlying authority, I am your attending physician. You cannot simply dismiss me. He found his sister's transformation rather intriguing. Yes, she had successfully captured his attention. Is he unwell? Lan Yetan mused, as a smile crept upon her face, sending shivers down her spine. Lan Yun remained there. Yet words eluded them both for nearly 10 minutes. The foredrip was complete, and she could not consume solid food, reliant solely on nutritional fluids. Any further relapse would render her condition even more arduous. Lan Yetan had no intention of further taxing medical resources. This was purely an unfortunate incident. What she sought was a swift end to her suffering, lest she continue to torment herself. Though I fear not death, I still dread pain, she reflected. Committing suicide in a hospital is hardly a wise choice. One would be swiftly rescued, echoed the thoughts within her mind. The man recalled the pale visage of the girl during her gastrointestinal bleeding, beads of cold sweat adorning her forehead. Surely, she was in excruciating pain. Suddenly, Lan Yetan queried, "Do you have an assistant named Su? The man paused momentarily before nodding. "Yes, why do you ask? By the way, it seems your assistant Su is from Nantong and harbors a fondness for you. However, feeling unrequited, she has resorted to slandering me, claiming that I stole crucial documents from you," she recounted. "Perhaps I should give you a heads up," she continued, noting the growing darkness in Lan Yun's expression. He had indeed heard whispers about his assistant's background in the past few days, but had paid little attention. He was taken aback to discover her ulterior motives, and the thought of her wishing to ruin him out of spite was particularly repugnant. It must be around the time when Su was pilfering documents, she surmised. Originally, Lan Yun would have been accompanying Lan Yetan at this hour, but now it is I, and the plot remains largely unchanged. At this juncture, he harbored no ill will towards the original owner, yet had not acted against her either. How bothersome. Don't you have your own work to attend to? Also, I dropped my phone in your office. Could you retrieve it for me? Perhaps the anguish evoked in the book by this matter is merely the author's strokes of pen. Yet the individuals here have encountered it in stark reality. How amusing it is I, a man on the brink of death, still harbor such concerns. Lan Yun disregarded these thoughts, rising and striding directly toward his office. He could not ascertain the veracity of what Lan Yetan had said, but when it comes to matters affecting the populace and the nation, even the slightest hint of negativity warrants investigation. If it were true, the notion that a man could harbor such extreme affection for him made him feel nauseated. He had always maintained a respectful and benevolent disposition towards Nantong, yet he preferred distance. Upon reaching his office door, clarity dawned upon him. He swung open the door to find Enshushu, his expression fraught with panic. Looking towards him in disarray, were there a trash bin present, he would surely have been compelled to vomit. "What are you doing?" His voice, devoid of anger yet imbued with authority, carried a somber weight, far removed from his usual gentle demeanor. And Shushu's hand trembled, causing documents to scatter to the floor. Indeed, these were the results of his arduous endeavors, a national medical secret painstakingly crafted, yet what lay before him was far from the complete version. If such information fell into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals and was disseminated, the repercussions would be unfathomably severe. The consequences of a leak or dissemination of this confidential document could be catastrophic, threatening both national security and the well-being of the populace. And Shushu's complexion paled as he beheld the man approaching him, the very one he was utterly captivated by. Yet, in this moment, that man's demeanor was chillingly distant, sending shivers down his spine. He swallowed hard. I didn't." A slight smile graced Lan Yun's lips, seemingly gentle yet veiling a lethal intent. He advanced slowly, grasping Enshushu's collar tightly. Though his heart burned with fury at Enshushu's audacity to act against him, a greater sense of intolerance surged within him. Enshushu's actions transcended personal affront, posing a direct threat to the tranquility of the nation and the well-being of its citizens. He was acutely aware of his boundaries. He would never easily yield or endure such indignities. Moreover, he had never been one to tolerate humiliation. At that moment, the anger within Lan Yun erupted like a volcano, ready to consume everything around him. Yet, just as he clenched his fist, a superior plan flashed through his mind. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tempest of rage within, and released his grip. He understood that if this plan were executed successfully, it would subject Enshushu to a torment far worse than a mere physical confrontation, granting him far greater satisfaction. An hour later, Lan Yetan learned that Lan Yun had dismissed Enshushu, but subsequently, Enshushu had gone missing, his whereabouts still unknown. She was certain this was the doing of Lan Yun, yet she knew it was not her concern. Ding. Host's favorability towards Lan Yun increased by 30. Current affection, 30. Lan Yetan raised an eyebrow, indifferent, and continued with her morose plans. Chapter 8. Oh, where's the sunny doll? With the matter resolved, Lan Yetan felt a sense of relief. However, Her second brother seemed to be visiting her more frequently, almost at every available moment. Recently, the hospital staff had also begun to scrutinize her more closely, rendering her attempts at self-harm futile and leaving her in a state of despair.
Yetan.
Would you like some lychee? Lan Yetan gazed at the lychee presented before her, falling into a moment of silence. Her silence stemmed from her fondness for lychee, as well as the peculiarity of the gesture. I recall that the original owner's mother was a mistress who ascended. The original owner was born to her and another man. Consequently, the relationship between the original owner and that unworthy father was never publicly declared, merely referred to as a biological daughter, a fact that even her brothers were unaware of. Lan Yun's hand trembled, nearly dropping the lychee. As he stared blankly at the girl, this plot feels extraordinarily strange. But this means that I share no blood ties with my brothers. How awkward is it to be so intimate? Lan Yun struggled to process the overwhelming information, his mind almost bursting.
Indeed.
He had been coming to Lan Yetan whenever he had free time, caring for her to prevent her from succumbing to despair. And he could confirm that most of what she said was true. Yet, he never anticipated such a shocking revelation. Lan Yetan was not biologically related to them. No wonder he had always felt that her face bore no resemblance to their father. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of aloofness even in her despondent state, a visage of breathtaking allure. Her biological father must have possessed remarkable looks as well, for Lan Yetan bore few features resembling her mother. This implied she had inherited her appearance from her father. What troubles you? Lan Yun softly inquired of Lan Yetan. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall step out. He then turned and exited the ward, making his way to his office. He opened his phone. Lan Yun, Lan Yetan and we share no blood relation. I have discerned this from her innermost thoughts. Lan Qingzhu, is that a jest? Lan Qingzhu, engaged in his morning routine, stared blankly at the message. Lan Yuan, however, remained composed, as was necessary for a dominant figure. Lan Yuan, I have my suspicions. After all, she bears no resemblance to our father. Lan Yun, she is the child of her mother and another man, yet our father publicly acknowledges her as his biological daughter. Lan Qingzhu seized upon a critical point. Lan Qingzhu, in her daily thoughts of despair, you managed to capture a rare keyword. You must have spent considerable time there. Lan Yun was taken aback, surprised that his somewhat foolish younger brother had noticed this detail, yet he felt a sense of exasperation at his brother's insight. Yes, whenever I have the chance. Lan Yun replied. After uttering these words, he shut off his phone, for new patients were arriving. He did not see the myriad of question marks that filled the screen. But even if he had, what difference would it make? At that moment, Lan Yetan finally managed to persuade her way out for a brief outing. She deliberately sought out a nurse who appeared gentle and kind. Otherwise, given Lan Yun's obstinate disposition, she would undoubtedly have to wait until her discharge to leave the ward. Although she was set to be released tomorrow, an overwhelming desire to venture outside consumed her. Remaining indoors felt akin to missing out on some splendid spectacle. Typically, she could easily spend a month confined at home without stepping outside. As she walked along the path, she noticed the streets were unusually sparse today. While passing a flower bed, she heard a rustling sound, followed by a thud, as if someone had fallen. In a rather secluded corner, she thought, someone should check. Unafraid of danger, she often took it upon herself to investigate such occurrences. Her curiosity never frightened her. In fact, if it were to end her life, Lan Yetan would consider it a blessing. This place seems to harbor a little secret base, she mused as she slowly entered the hidden area, where she found a young boy slumped on the ground. Beside him lay some ropes and broken branches, and he was kneeling, continuously coughing. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the boy's complexion was as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. However, his eyes were strikingly beautiful, a rich hazel hue, with slightly drooping corners that now shimmered with a hint of crimson. Looking more closely, she observed fine red veins crisscrossing his irises like a delicate web. A conspicuous bruise marred his neck, a chilling sight. The boy was clad in the standard hospital attire, his frame frail and thin, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. An air of profound melancholy enveloped him, as though his vitality had been siphoned away. Contemplating hanging oneself, Lan Yetan remarked, clicking her tongue softly as she approached, only to meet the boy's wary yet somewhat astonished gaze. Mu Huiyi, listening to the girl's voice, noticed she hadn't actually spoken aloud. Confusion mingled with a sense of absurdity washed over him. Lan Yetan stepped closer, her lips parted as if to say something. Mu Huiyi braced himself for yet another clutch of motivational platitudes he had heard countless times before. Instead, the girl spoke slowly. You've chosen the wrong place. It's too thin and fragile to bear your weight. Perhaps you might try that branch instead. She gestured toward a different spot. The boy was momentarily stunned. It was the first time anyone had offered him advice on how to end his life, and this individual seemed to possess an enigmatic aura.
Lan Yetan, however,
Was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She believed it would be cruel to thwart someone determined to die. If he truly wished to end his life, he would surely follow her suggestion. Her reasoning was quite simple. If this person is resolute in wanting to die, I won't stop him. However, if he harbors a desire to live, then I might offer some counsel. He merely needs to demonstrate to me that he still wishes to survive. Mu Hui fell silent for a moment, pressing his lips together. Does he truly wish for death? He is uncertain. He merely feels that living seems devoid of hope, and that death might be a preferable option. Yet, before him stands a girl, and his mind races with thoughts. Having read numerous novels, he arrives at one conclusion. He can hear the unspoken thoughts of this young lady. The boy lifts his gaze to meet her glistening eyes, which shimmer with a depth of emotion. She possesses a beauty that is strikingly vivid and delicate, yet there is an air of desolation about her, lending her an aloofness that suggests indifference to the world around her, as if she could remain composed even in dire circumstances. He cannot ascertain whether it is the weight of his own burdens that has led to a lapse in his sanity, conjuring illusions and echoes in his mind. Nonetheless, he finds that, even in such a state, his life has gained a hint of vibrancy. He observes Mu Hui, who stares at him with an unwavering intensity. Lan Yetan feels a twinge of discomfort, suddenly reminded of something. This must be Mu Hui, the young master of the Mu family. In the narrative, he attempts suicide twice, but is rescued by the female lead, eventually falling in love with her at first sight. However, his background is quite tragic. It is said that his mother has passed away and his father is missing, while relatives are eager to seize their share of the inheritance. He is still very young, unable to wield such immense power, yet unwilling to let the fruits of his parents' labor fall into the hands of others. Overwhelmed by pressure, he contemplates that death could erase it all. As Mu Hui contemplates these thoughts, a tempest brews within him. However, I recall that his father is still alive, and his mother's death is feigned for certain reasons, though I cannot quite remember the details. I have heard that this young master later schemes to gain control of the Mu family. Mu Hui is uncertain of the truth in all of this. Finally, he speaks, his voice hoarse, calling out to the girl. He gently utters a word, sister. What if it is all true? What if every word is indeed reality? He cannot relinquish even the slightest chance of reuniting with his parents. I want to live. The utterance of those 3 words brings him a profound sense of relief. His eyes yearn for the girlesque gaze. His fists clench tightly, and Lan Yetan appears somewhat astonished that he could voice such sentiments. You. Lan Yetan finds herself momentarily at a loss for words. But I do not know how to continue living. I do not know what beliefs to hold. Mu Hui, perceptive and astute, continues, tugging at Lan Yetan's sleeve with a pitiful demeanor. Perhaps I should offer some counsel. Though my thoughts always circle back to the notion that death is the ultimate escape, I do not know how to advise others. I am weary of this life. Just as the girl is about to speak, a familiar voice rings out from a distance. Chapter 9, Sister. Are you causing trouble again? What are you all doing? The voice is sweet yet tinged with shock, and it is evident that it belongs to his dear sister, Lan Yetan, who has come to stir up trouble once more. Lan Yetan has arrived. The system's tracking is surprisingly accurate. Mu Hui is acutely aware of the rivalries within the affluent families, including the many siblings vying for power within the Mu clan. Observing the seemingly fragile girl before him, it is clear she belongs to the archetype of the innocent and delicate flower. Lan Yetan felt a surge of resentment, her grip on the candy in her hand tightening as jealousy flickered in her eyes. System. Lan Yetan is also here. The host must have been informed by her system. After all, she is conveniently close to the hospital. How infuriating. Perhaps she knew all along, using her gastric bleeding to draw closer to Mu Hui. If Lan Yetan were aware of this, she would undoubtedly protest her innocence. She would not endure such suffering for the sake of a man. Lan Yetan's expression seemed to conceal some mischief. Every time she encountered the Lan family, it made her want to die in utter disbelief. I truly despise engaging in such petty rivalries, damn it. I haven't done anything. What about you?
Lan Yetan?
Why are you here? Lan Yetan quickly realized her expression was inappropriate and reverted to the guise of a frail beauty. I originally intended to visit my sister, but since I didn't find her in the ward, I thought I would look around. I didn't expect to find her here, in broad daylight with a man. Lan Yetan found the situation somewhat amusing. But then she noticed the actions of the two individuals. A slender youth, appearing so fragile that one couldn't help but want to protect him, knelt on the ground in an endearing posture, his knees slightly bent. His delicate fingers clutched the hem of the young girl's garment, as if fearing that if he let go, she would vanish. The boy's eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears, resembling a frightened fawn, utterly pitiful and innocent. At that moment, the beautiful and striking young girl stood quietly before him. Lan Yetan, feeling somewhat disinclined to engage with Lan Yanyan's flawed remarks, bent down to assist the boy. Mu Hui gazed at the girl with a pitiful expression. Sister, my name is Mu Hui. What is yours?
Lan Yetan.
Unlike others, Lan Yetan did not feel the need to retain the names of those who inquired. She thought it was no harm to answer, as it was not a matter of life or death. Moreover, even if it led to vengeance, she would gladly participate. Why does this person keep blinking, appearing so innocent? Why does she seem somewhat familiar? There's an inexplicable resemblance to Lan Yanyan. Mu Hui smiled, surprised at the girl's perceptiveness. Lan Yanyan, feeling ignored, was on the verge of exploding with anger.
Lan Yetan.
I am speaking to you. The girl seemed to just now notice that Lan Yanyan was addressing her.
Oh.
Mu Hui stepped forward and tugged at Lan Yetan's hand. Sister, why is this ugly creature so bothersome? It appeared that Lan Yetan was quite disdainful of this overly effeminate individual, and it was perfectly fine for her to share that sentiment. After all, the girl knew quite a bit about what he needed. Though Lan Yetan felt some confusion, she smoothly continued the conversation. Yes, let us ignore her. Hearing their exchange, Lan Yanyan felt as though she might burst with fury. Clearly, it was Lan Yetan who should be the target of Mu Hui's disdain, not herself. After all, she was the protagonist. She was the one with the system. How could it have come to this? She forced a smile as she gazed at Mu Hui. Little brother, are you also my sister's boyfriend? My apologies. I meant to say friend. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let that slip. As she spoke, her eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. To tarnish my reputation as someone who has been intimate with many men, what a despicable thing to say. Honestly, this is so bothersome. I apologize. Lan Yanyan, I am human. I cannot comprehend barking. Lan Yanyan quickly realized she was being insulted as a dog. She bit her lip, feeling a surge of anger, finally recognizing that the disparaging remarks from the outside world did not faze Lan Yetan in the slightest. Or rather, the girl simply did not care about external judgments. Ever since Lan Yetan had bound herself to a system, she had undergone remarkable transformation. What kind of system had she connected to? Lan Yetan was indifferent to the hidden calculations within the girl before her. Mu Hui aptly continued, Sister, I also cannot understand what she is saying. Unexpectedly, this little green tea is rather perceptive. The boy appeared momentarily taken aback by the girl's address. Lan Yetan watched with amusement as Lan Yanyan seethed with fury, yet felt utterly powerless. System. Maximize the pitiful attributes of the green tea in front of Mu Hui.
Ding.
The pitiful attributes of green tea have been successfully maximized. Thereupon, Lan Yanyan looked at the boy with a hint of grievance, her eyes glistening with tears. Her gaze wistful. She bit her lip, appearing desolate. Oh, this girl must have activated some green tea empathy system. 403. Who had emerged from the shadows at an unexpected moment, exclaimed, Host, I've detected it. It's that Lan Yanyan's green tea pity system at work. Why must they treat me this way? Tears streamed down Lan Yanyan's cheeks like pearls from a broken string, and she sniffled, lowering her gaze. Mu Hui suddenly froze, an inexplicable pang of compassion swelling within him. Host, it seems Mu Hui is about to be influenced. Are you certain you won't intervene?
Lan Yetan chúc cơ.
2 green teas. Do you think they can't discern each other's tricks? Besides, it's truly exhausting and troublesome. 403 felt a bit exasperated, knowing well that her host was averse to complications. Mu Hui, regaining his senses, felt a chill of apprehension. As a fellow green tea, he could naturally recognize the subtleties of her deception. Yet just moments ago, he had felt ensnared, as if bewitched. That green tea system indeed seemed quite formidable. At this moment, Mu Hui genuinely felt a flicker of curiosity about life. An exhilarating thrill coursed through him. It appeared that Lan Yetan also possessed a system, though it seemed devoid of any significant power. What then was Lan Yanyan's system? It employed the tricks of green tea to elicit sympathy from others. When the attributes reached their maximum, even the most rational individual could be led by the nose. There were still many mysteries in this world he had yet to uncover. He bit his lip, smiling radiantly at Lan Yetan. The girl, taken by his brilliant smile, felt her cheeks flush with warmth, a subtle sense of pride emerging within her. Indeed, the system of Lan Yetan, no matter how advanced, is merely a hollow title devoid of any practical capability. Unlike herself, who can effortlessly captivate the hearts of others, she revels in her own superiority until she hears Mu Hui's cold voice articulating each word. Why are you crying? Did I strike you? And, dear sister, are your eyelids twitching? Lan Yetan could not help but chuckle. The sensation of watching someone she disliked become flustered without exerting any mental effort or physical energy was simply delightful. System, I truly wish to remain idle. Look, she can resolve this herself. Is my speaking not superfluous? The system 403 fell into a contemplative silence, observing the golden opportunity presented to its host. It was evident that the source of the disturbance was that insufferable individual who had invaded her thoughts. Yet, it could not divulge this information to her and could only shake its head in resignation. Yes, yes, yes. Mu Hui, upon receiving the girl's admiration, felt a swell of joy akin to that of a dog receiving praise. Nevertheless, Lan Yetan harbored peculiar feelings that she found difficult to articulate, as her understanding of such matters was limited. Each time she pondered these thoughts, an excruciating headache would ensue. Wishing to avoid self-torment, she had no intention of lingering in this place for long, and thus dismissed such considerations. However, Lan Yetan's expression was far from pleasant. It must be the opposing system that has some newfound ability, she muttered contemptuously, deeming it useless. Her predicament was undeniably awkward. Upon hearing footsteps, the system alerted her, prompting Lan Yetan to weep even more profusely. Lan Yetan merely lifted her eyelids, gaining a vague understanding of the situation. Chapter 10. The deadly green arrow can indeed deceive. This little girl must have spotted Lan Yetan and Lan Yetan approaching. Behind Lan Yetan, Mu Hui clutched the hem of the girl's garment tightly, his gaze heavy as he regarded the two newcomers. Coming from a wealthy background, he was naturally aware of the rumors surrounding the true and false daughters of the Lan family, yet the reality appeared to diverge from what he had heard. While it was true that the girl possessed an exquisite exterior, her heart was as venomous as they come. She had repeatedly schemed against the innocent false daughter, who, aside from her academic prowess, lacked any remarkable qualities. In stark contrast, the false daughter was exceedingly delicate and pitiable, resembling a celestial being with a kind heart, remarkable talent, and a gentle disposition, truly the epitome of a refined lady. Even when faced with the true daughter's incessant provocations and scheming, she always chose to forgive with magnanimity. Yet, upon this encounter, the roles seemed entirely reversed. Indeed, within the upper echelons of society, rumors and schemes were rampant. Lan Yuan and Lan Yun, upon witnessing the tearful Lan Yetan, rushed forward, filled with compassion, and immediately supported the girl. Lan Yetan sobbed softly in their embrace. Wowu, brother. Why does sister scold me? Why must she act this way, Wowu? Listening to the girl's voice, laced with sorrow, the usually cherished girl now appeared utterly aggrieved. Tisk, truly adept at feigning. Lan Yuan, upon hearing the girl's heartfelt cries, felt a surge of anger and held Lan Yetan protectively in his arms. Lan Yetan, why do you repeatedly target Yetan? Lan Yun, standing beside her, remained silent, simply observing Lan Yetan. Oh dear, what a performer. Has the lesson from last time not been sufficient? Why is there such incessant competition among women? I long for a world devoid of such rivalry.
Amen. Oh.
Did you see that? The girl asked innocently. Mu Hui, listening to the girl's inner thoughts, found it somewhat amusing yet felt an overwhelming sorrow for Lan Yetan. Lan Yuan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he had not witnessed the girl bullying Lan Yetan, having only heard her cries upon his arrival. Coupled with the girl's inner voice and the events of the past few days, he began to harbor doubts about Lan Yetan. Lan Yetan secretly lamented her predicament, regretting that her green tea system could not be maximized at present and required a cool-down period of a day or two, with usage limited to once a week. What a lunatic, being from a prestigious family, yet unable to see through Lan Yetan's little tricks. If I'm not mistaken, her skills must indeed need cooling down, right? System? Yes, host, came the reply. Lan Yetan found it increasingly amusing, yet felt pity for the original owner. What a thick layer of distortion. It seems everything is my fault, doesn't it? Lan Yuan and Lan Yan paused, realizing that they had inadvertently favored Lan Yetan, as if everything she said was somehow justified. Yet it was Lan Yetan who was their biological sister. Receiving not even half of the treatment afforded to Lan Yetan, they fell into a contemplative silence. Lan Yetan, somewhat perplexed, bit her lip, uncertain whether to continue crying. Mu Huiyi instinctively tightened his grip on the girl's sleeve. So, she had lived this way all along? He pondered that even without any real power, he possessed ample funds for his sister's needs, and he could accompany her. He believed Lan Yetan knew much. And even if it were all a mere figment of his imagination, it breathed life into his existence. Lan Yun's usually composed demeanor darkened, as did Lan Yuan's. They had been so focused on Lan Yetan that they had not paid much attention to the young man before them. Observing him for a while, they soon recognized his identity. Master Mu Huiyi. Young Master Mu, I advise you to refrain from meddling in our affairs. Consider your own family matters first. Lan Yuan said coolly, causing a flicker of determination to rise within Mu Huiyi. He had assumed the young man would remain passive. Suddenly, Mu Huiyi's eyes glistened with tears, the corners reddening like a frightened, innocent puppy, pitifully bowing his head. He began to sob softly, a sight that truly evoked sympathy. Cautiously, he grasped Lan Yetan's wrist. When the girl turned to face him, he immediately lifted his head, allowing her to clearly see the expression on his face. Sister, I know my family may not be ideal, but my feelings for you are genuine. His voice trembled, laced with a hint of grievance and defiance. As the conversation unfolded, Mu Huiyi felt increasingly unjust, tears uncontrollably rolling down his cheeks, crystallizing into glistening droplets. Perhaps his sister would find it hard to believe him. Yet he vowed to give her his utmost. He would never wrongfully accuse her without reason. His tone was resolute and passionate, as if he were making a solemn promise to Lan Yetan. As he spoke, his body began to sway precariously.
Lan Yetan, Lan Yuan.
And Lan Yun exchanged glances filled with veiled provocation, their eyes darting towards the two brothers. Though he feigned distress, it was truly pitiable that he was trying to extricate me from this predicament. Listening to the girl's innermost thoughts, the anger within the two men intensified, nearly causing them to explode with rage. Yet, amidst their fury, an inexplicable sense of familiarity began to stir within them. Ignored entirely, Lan Yetan glared fiercely at the two, her teeth grinding audibly. She found herself in a quandary, as the situation unfolded far beyond her expectations. After all, she was the protagonist endowed with a system. How had it come to this? Lan Yuan and Lan Yun, caught off guard by the reproachful gaze of the girl, momentarily fell silent. I feel so exhausted. This conflict seems utterly meaningless. As Lan Yuan listened to the girl's inner voice, a thought began to take shape. Perhaps it was time to take Lan Yetan to see a psychiatrist. Mu Huiyi had always sensed that the girl might be struggling psychologically. Observing their expressions, he felt an inkling of suspicion creeping in. He gazed at them slowly, intentionally. If this were true, then it would indicate that his previous auditory hallucinations were not mere figments of his imagination. Chapter 11. I am so damn poor. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the girl's thoughts suddenly echoed. Mu Huiyi's bodyguards should be arriving soon. As expected, hurried footsteps approached from afar, signaling the arrival of someone. As the footsteps drew nearer, the figures became discernible, several bodyguards clad in black, appearing rather anxious.
Lan Yetan regarded Mu Huiyi.
The boy slightly lowered his head, seemingly lost in contemplation. At that moment, the bodyguards perceptively sensed the situation and hastily exchanged a few words before leading a group toward them. The group, dressed in black suits, was led by a bodyguard who approached Mu Huiyi directly, speaking urgently. Young master, you are unwell and should not be wandering about recklessly. Mu Huiyi pressed his lips together, blinking with a gentle smile. His gaze fell upon Lan Yetan as he softly inquired, Sister, I must take my leave. Would you accompany me? The boy's large, sparkling eyes radiated innocence, and his naturally drooping dog-like gaze, coupled with his non-threatening visage, made him nearly impossible to refuse. The bodyguards standing nearby could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Their young master was typically gentle and kind, yet rarely did he express such familiarity with others. The only one who could elicit such warmth from him would surely be Mu Ye's mother. Young master, this is my sister. It may not be appropriate for you to ask so abruptly. Lan Yun maintained her gentle demeanor, yet a glimmer of coldness resided in her gaze, while Mu Huiyi boldly met her eyes, without flinching. But, you must see how your sister chooses, interjected Lan Yetan. No, I think I shall remain at home, Mu Huiyi replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Yet she could hear the thoughts of the young girl. I truly do not wish to entangle myself too deeply with this world. Listening to Lan Yetan's inner musings, Mu Hui fell into a profound silence. The reason for her sister's refusal was, astonishingly, her desire to avoid excessive interaction with him. This realization deepened his sorrow. Nevertheless, Mu Hui mustered a smile and addressed Lan Yetan. Very well, sister. He signaled to the man in black, who immediately understood and swiftly led Mu Hui away. Lan Yetan felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, tightly clenching her fists. Meanwhile, Lan Yuan had been observing the situation, almost forgetting their original purpose for being there. A hint of panic gripped Lan Yetan as she bit her lip, fearing that Lan Yetan was gradually usurping her place. Beside her, Lan Yetan had already slipped into a reverie. Ugh, I detest the smell of hospital disinfectant. I long to be discharged, she mused. Why does it feel like every time I attempt to end my life, I'm discovered, and the system keeps me alive? Never mind. I shall set that aside for now. It hurts too much. I am so exhausted. As she watched Mu Hui slowly recede into the distance, Lan Yun observed the young girl, noting her apparent vitality, suggesting that she was likely fine and ready to prepare for an early discharge. Lan Yetan's eyes brightened, and she nodded, finally breaking into a smile. Lan Yun's heart softened. After completing the discharge procedures, once back at home, Lan Yetan remembered she possessed a mobile phone. She promptly retrieved it and unlocked it, only to realize that the model was quite outdated, a far cry from what one would expect from a wealthy heiress. She perused her WeChat and Alipay accounts, discovering a mere 1,689 yuan. Uncertain, she checked again, only to feel a chill wash over her. Doubtful, she opened Alipay once more, revealing a slight increase, 1,980 yuan. Well, that's decent. At least it's a round figure, she mused, reflecting how curious it is. Where can one find a lavish heiress as destitute as I? As thoughts swirled in her mind, she found herself contemplating the grim possibility of ending her life with a knife. Despite her previous aimlessness, the sole joy during her manic episodes had been spending money. Even minimal funds in her account had granted her a sense of security. After all, her savings should never dip below 50,000. In her past life, she had lived as a perpetual pauper, believing in this new life she could escape poverty, only to find herself still mired in destitution. Lan Yetan's spirit crumbled at that moment. In truth, with her capabilities, she could amass considerable wealth, but at this juncture, she felt utterly devoid of the energy required to earn. The current circumstances had drained her of most of her vigor. Deeply troubled by her plight, she felt the weight of financial despair pressing upon her heart. Shouldn't others who traverse into the realm of villainous side characters be exceedingly wealthy? The system shouldn't be the one to suffer. It certainly shouldn't be me. 403 fell into silence. Observing the host's current mental state, it was truly unbearable for him to unveil this harsh reality. Am I not a wealthy heiress? How can I possess such a dismal amount of merely 3,669 yuan? Host. I'm about to break down. Lan Yun, and Lan Qing stood quietly at the doorway, listening intently to the voices emanating from within the room. They had merely crossed paths and had not intended to arrive together, yet upon hearing the girl's inner thoughts, they instinctively halted. The trio had always believed that Lan Yetan lived a life free from worries at home, with her pocket money never in shortage. However, at this moment, they realized that the truth appeared to be otherwise. In reality, Lan Yetan was quite impoverished, to the extent that she was unaware of where her own money had been spent. Suddenly, Lan Yuan recalled an incident. They had thought that since the family would never mistreat Lan Yetan, they would surely return her bank card eventually. Yet, they had completely forgotten about this matter. At that moment, Lan Yuan noticed that Lan Yetan's clothing was exceedingly scarce, almost pitifully so. Furthermore, some of it consisted of the discarded remnants from Lan Yetan. Coupling this with the cunning servants at home, he swiftly comprehended Lan Yetan's true predicament within the family. One could imagine that the girl's life was indeed quite challenging. Meanwhile, Lan Yetan received monthly allowances amounting to tens or even hundreds of thousands.
Now,
they only had Lan Yetan's WeChat. How should they confront her? Previously, Lan Yetan had clearly warned them, yet why did they refuse to heed her? The three of them turned in unison and departed, opening their phones. At that moment, Lan Yetan was on the verge of breaking down, just as she noticed 3 notifications of money transfers. Upon counting, it totaled 500,000. What the heck? Lan Yuan had intended to return the bank card to Lan Yetan in a few days, along with a few million within it. Chapter 12. the journey back to school. At this moment, Lan Yetan sat alone on her princess bed, biting her lip, no longer concealing the resentment and malice in her eyes. Why did Lan Yetan's demeanor have to change so drastically? Was it not better for her to quietly serve as her stepping stone as before? System. What do you think the brothers and parents would think if Lan Yetan were to fracture my wrist? The green tea system fell into silence for a noticeable moment. Host, according to my analysis, everyone believes you adore playing the violin, and the person who injures your hand will undoubtedly be condemned by all. Lan Yetan's beautiful face contorted with jealousy, the curve of her smile growing ever wider. Host, I can assist you this time. Although the injury may appear severe at first glance, it will not cause any lasting damage. All right, splendid. The morning of the following day at the Lan residence appeared particularly tranquil. After a restful night, Lan Yetan was positively radiant. This was all thanks to the allure of wealth. After all, she was undeniably a money enthusiast. Every morning at precisely 6 o'clock, her biological clock awakens her. Yet last night, she succumbed to slumber early at 9, thus she has indulged in a full 9 hours of rest. At this moment, she finds herself devoid of pressing matters to attend to, so she languidly reclines in bed, her mind a blank canvas, relishing this rare tranquility. In the past, when she resided alone in her rented accommodation, she often curled up in her bedroom, lost in a state of void for the entire day, devoid of thoughts. Meanwhile, 403 observes his host, pondering what means might revive her seemingly fragile spirit. However, as the most formidable system in the universe, it is generally the host who initiates conversations with him. At times, he adopts an aloof demeanor, feigning indifference. Yet, he had never encountered a situation quite like this one. By the way, you've been in my mind for quite some time now, but you haven't yet revealed your purpose, she mused. Upon hearing this, 403 transformed into a little tsundere.
Me?
I possess a plethora of skills. He huffed. I can gauge affection levels, track mission whereabouts, assist the host in dodging death, extend her lifespan, provide aid during perilous moments, furnish information, and offer various useful trinkets. As he spoke, 403 felt quite impressive, truly proud of his capabilities. Silence reigned. As Lan Yetan reflected, what a useless set of abilities. 403, recalling his host's disposition, fell silent as well. He was acutely aware of her current mindset, her daily thoughts of despair rendering his functions less than favorable in her eyes. All were geared toward survival, while she, in her youthful spirit, yearned for an escape from life. 403, will you be able to see everything I do from now on? Can you block things out like in other novels? 403 instinctively took a step back in the realm of consciousness. Ahem. More or less, we can automatically shield certain activities, like when you bathe. Lost in contemplation for nearly half an hour, at 6:30, Wang Ma hurried in to rouse her. Good morning, Miss Yetan. It's time to rise. The young girl replied, Understood, Wang Ma, just a moment. She rose, still clad in the attire from the previous day. Descending the stairs and taking her seat at the dining table, she felt the weight of 4 gazes fixed upon her, causing an involuntary shiver to run down her spine. Why is everyone staring at me? I know I am stunningly beautiful, but please, don't do this. My social anxiety is about to resurface. In truth, Lan Yetan harbored thoughts along these lines. Standing beside Lan Yetan only accentuated her own beauty and elegance. Even though Lan Yetan wore a simple white shirt and denim shorts, Nian felt a mix of disdain and annoyance, wishing to avoid the air of poverty that clung to her image. Damn, what scheme is she concocting now? Is she planning to have someone assassinate me this time? Well, that's not entirely out of the question. At this moment, the 3 individuals naturally noted the stark contrast between Lan Yetan and Lan Yetan. Lan Yetan donned the uniform of an elite academy, exuding a delicate charm that belied her fragility, reminiscent of a resplendent blossom. Precisely the type favored by the male students of the institution. Each strand of her hair appeared exquisitely crafted. In contrast, Lan Yetan opted for a simple white shirt paired with denim shorts, projecting an effortless demeanor. Despite possessing a strikingly radiant visage, she often emanated an air of despondency. Such unadorned attire surprisingly lent her an air of sophistication typically associated with high-end fashion. Were she to learn of their descriptions, she might well appreciate their eloquence. Despondent seemed an apt characterization for her lifeless form. The stark disparity in their appearances did not go unnoticed by those around them, their expressions tinged with complexity. Previously, Lan Yetan's wardrobe had been discarded, leaving her in garments so plain that even a servant would shy away from wearing them. Lan Yuan observed as the others settled into their seats, then turned to Lan Yetan, stating slowly, "You have rested long enough. It is time to attend school." Wasn't this person the one who urged me to relinquish my recommendation spot to Lan Yetan? It's as if they wished for me to abandon my education altogether. Lan Yuan paused, recalling that his expulsion of Lan Yetan from their home was indeed to secure a place for Lan Yetan at Qingbei University. A bunch of lunatics. Do they truly take me for a fool? Even if I concede, what do I gain? If they deem me devoid of value and cast me aside, I would be left with nothing. If I were to obliterate the Lan family, it would be a mutual demise. As Lan Yuan listened, her increasingly absurd thoughts perplexed him. Nevertheless, her prior statement held a modicum of truth. Yet, he was certain they were not the type to discard someone after use. The remaining two individuals at the table froze mid-bite.
Lan Yetan interjet, understo, Zhang Master Lan.
She addressed him not as brother, but rather with a formal title. The man felt a twinge of discomfort. Lan Yetan had previously clung to him, calling him Big Brother, yet suddenly remembered something and pulled out a card. "Here, there are 10 million yuan. Take it for now. Should you need more, we can discuss it later. We simply forgot about it before. After breakfast, you should go upstairs to change into your school uniform. And then you and Nian Nian will head to school together." As Lan Yetan nibbled on her breakfast, she nodded, though her mind was preoccupied. "So it is settled. I must return to that school. What am I even going for? To deal with a bunch of lunatics?" I recall that this institution previously subjected the original owner to bullying. A slow-burning sense of despair enveloped her. I wish I could communicate via brainwaves instead of speaking. Lan Yetan, gazing down at the delectable breakfast, found herself unable to eat. The other three exchanged incredulous glances. What? Lan Yetan was bullied at school? They yearned to delve deeper into this revelation, but at that moment, Lan Yetan's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. "By the way, where is my school uniform?" 403 chimed in. "S in the last cabinet of the wardrobe. All right." Chapter 13. What? Have I gone insane? Once Lan Yetan had changed into her uniform, she noticed Lan Yetan standing at the door, her beautiful face adorned with a smile that radiated purity and innocence. "Sister, you have arrived. Today, our elder brother is graciously taking us to school, and he is already waiting. Let us not delay." Lan Yetan merely responded with a soft not even lifting her gaze. She initially thought her reaction was entirely normal, but then noticed Lan Yetan's eyes suddenly reddening. A sense of confusion washed over Lan Yetan. What could be the matter? Meanwhile, Lan Qingzhu and Lan Yuan, who had observed the two lingering in the car without stepping out to investigate, wore expressions of bewilderment. They clearly saw that Lan Yetan had said nothing. Yet Lan Yetan appeared as though she had suffered a great injustice, her eyes brimming with tears.
Soon.
Lan Yetan's attention turned to Lan Qingzhu and Lan Yuan standing nearby, and she understood. Ah, so these two brothers have arrived. It is truly perplexing. Should these two fools start unwarrantedly accusing me again, I would need to expend mental effort to prove my innocence. Engaging in such petty schemes daily is rather tiresome. Am I truly so idle? Indeed, had they not been able to hear the girl's inner thoughts, they would have hesitated before exiting the vehicle, only to find Lan Yetan's sorrowful visage. In that moment, Lan Yetan shed a single tear, appearing exceedingly pitiful. "Does my sister dislike me? Why? Why must it be this way?" Lan Yetan furrowed her brow, perplexed, and internally questioned, "What have I done to you?" Yet it was utterly ineffective. Instinctively, she turned to the two, only to find them gazing at her with an indescribable look. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. Lan Yuan rubbed his forehead and said, "Enough, we are going to be late for school. Let us board the car." The atmosphere in the vehicle was eerily silent, and Lan Yetan, displaying remarkable composure, refrained from causing any further disturbances. At the entrance of the prestigious school, the three disembarked, a striking trio of handsome and beautiful figures, capturing the attention of passers-by. Among them, the seemingly listless girl was exceptionally beautiful, her poise outstanding, all clad in identical uniforms. In comparison, the exquisitely crafted Lan Yetan appeared somewhat diminished, giving off an almost artificial impression. Where is my classroom? It has been so long since I attended school," she mused. Indeed, this noble institution is vast. I fear I might get lost. Alas, how much must this place be worth? Hearing her thoughts and observing her bewildered expression, Lan Qingzhu recognized her genuine lack of knowledge regarding her class location. Both Lan Yetan and Lan Yetan were in the top class, allowing Lan Yetan to guide Lan Yetan. Meanwhile, he was situated in the senior class of another building. Turning gently to Lan Yetan, he said, Yetan, please take Lan Yetan to class. I must take my leave. The girl pursed her lips and then brightened with a smile. Her voice as sweet and soft as ever. All right, third brother, you go ahead. She then turned to Lan Yetan with a sparkling gaze. Sister, let us go. Finally, they arrived at the classroom door, stepping inside together. Indeed, this school is remarkably vast, leaving me utterly fatigued. The surrounding classmates raised their heads, directing their gazes towards the two individuals, yet astonishingly, they found themselves unable to recognize Lan Yetan at that moment. Lan Yetan certainly sensed the attention converging upon Lan Yetan, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her, yet she maintained a smile on her face. Just then, a boy in the classroom slowly lifted his head. He was an exceptionally cool and aloof youth, his eyes reflecting a hint of suspicion as he fixed his gaze intently upon Lan Yetan. Where had that peculiar sound emanated from? Finally, they recognized her. The person standing beside the goddess was, in fact, the detested Lan Yetan. How could this be? This world-weary and icy beauty, you mean to tell me she is the same self-deprecating and malicious Lan Yetan? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the new image of Lan Yetan before them with their past impressions. How had they not noticed how stunning Lan Yetan truly was? System. What seat am I in? At last, 403 proved useful, as the speaker eagerly approached. Hey, did you see that incredibly handsome and cool guy? Following the system's description, Lan Yetan indeed spotted an extraordinarily handsome young man. You are his desk mate. Suddenly, Lan Yetan recalled a detail. There was indeed a description of this handsome boy in the original text, stating that he was devoid of desires, leading an ascetic life to the utmost, even disregarding the affections from the female lead, Lan Yetan. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she walked over and took a seat beside the boy. Shen Yinlan felt somewhat perplexed. Why did it seem as though this desk mate had not uttered a word? Yet his voice resonated as if it were right next to her ear. It was beginning to resemble a horror film, and yet, despite the chilling sensation within, Shen Yinlan maintained her usual composed and noble demeanor, casting a fleeting glance at the girl beside her. What is he staring at me for? At this point, Shen Yinlan was genuinely startled. She could now confirm that Lan Yetan had indeed not spoken. So from where did that voice originate? Could it be that the academic pressures she had been facing recently were causing her to experience auditory hallucinations? Yet, these questions were all straightforward to her. Where could the pressure be coming from? The more she pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. Even stranger was how her desk mate, who previously appeared hunched and timid, now exuded an aura that suggested a challenge. What? Do you disapprove of me? Care to confront me? Lan Yetan rummaged through the cabinet, discovering the neatly organized books within, indicating that the original owner was a fastidious individual. I don't know, Lan Yetan replied, momentarily bewildered. Are you not the system? To Shun Yinlan's ears, their dialogue sounded like, Are you not muted? Followed by a cacophony of muffled sounds, she felt as though her eardrums might burst. Ah, thank you, Shin classmate. At last, the world has quieted. Chapter 14. Must you force me to draw you? Invincibility is thus loneliness. The teacher hardly concerns herself with the whims of the young girl, as long as she does not disrupt the class. To be precise, she has never really intervened. During the times when the original owner was bullied, inattentive in class, or even framed, the teacher remained indifferent, often favoring those who tormented her. It was almost always the case.
So drowsy, so idle, so bored.
Strangely, even the usually meticulous Shun Yinlan, who would attentively listen to lectures regardless of his proficiency in the subjects, began to feel a sense of fatigue. Suddenly, he sensed the gaze of Lan Yetan sweep across the room and settle upon him. What a quintessential male protagonist setup. Shin Yinlan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Only a few close relatives were aware of his claustrophobia. How did Lan Yetan come to know? Furthermore, the voice he heard now was bizarre in the extreme. However, he could not inquire during class, and it seemed others were oblivious to it. Was the world going mad? Nevertheless, his suspicions intensified. Could it be that he was perceiving Lan Yetan's innermost thoughts? He had encountered such themes in novels, yet experiencing this phenomenon in reality was undeniably disconcerting. In the realm of affluent families, one might still entertain notions of the mystical. Lost in contemplation, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of the bell. The girl nearly collapsed onto her desk. Perhaps this state of languor suits me better. The boy opened his mouth to say something, only to see Lan Yetan approach, somewhat shyly, with a practice book in hand, her usually pale cheeks now tinted with a modest blush. Shun classmate, there's a question I cannot solve. Could you help me? Is Lan Yetan attempting to win over Shin Yanlan? Shin Yanlan regarded Lan Yetan before him, perplexed by her rosy cheeks, yet he was not oblivious to the spectators around them. He typically paid little heed to such matters, but his current mood did not permit him to assist her. Thus, he declined without hesitation. I'm sorry, Lan Yetan, but I am currently occupied. You might consider asking your classmates who understand the material. The girl gazed at Shin Yanlan's face, biting her lip as she reluctantly inquired, What are you busy with right now? Can I help? Shin Yanlan, feeling increasingly vexed, frowned and offered no response. Hearing the boy's icy tone, Lan Yetan instinctively recoiled, only to be gently supported by a nearby boy who softly reassured her. It's all right, Yetan. I can solve this problem. You can come to me. Lan Yetan turned to see an unremarkable boy looking at her with a gaze full of sympathy, which made her feel a wave of nausea. She quickly distanced herself from him, forcing a bitter smile.
I've seen it.
To others, she was merely a resilient yet fragile flower, unwilling to burden anyone even in her sorrow. Observing the sympathetic gazes from the crowd, Lan Yetan could only think it was utterly absurd. Is the world truly this lacking in intelligence? Given their affluent status, can they not see through such a feeble act? 403 wobbled slightly as it added. With the assistance of her system, the host can indeed break free. All you need to do is expose the female protagonist, and everyone here will awaken, returning to a normal world. Upon hearing this, Lan Yetan swiftly closed her eyes, as if to shut out those words.
Yet.
Why did everyone seem to trust Lan Yetan unconditionally, as if they had lost their rationality? With whom was Lan Yetan truly conversing? What did this so-called world signify? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt a splitting headache, as if an unseen force obstructed her contemplation. Unable to stifle a yawn, Lan Yetan rose to relieve herself. Upon stepping out of the classroom and reaching the staircase, she suddenly felt a firm grip on her wrist. Irritated, she turned her head to find a strikingly handsome young man gazing at her with an air of arrogance. The youth made a self-assured gesture, brushing back his hair, which appeared somewhat greasy, in her estimation. Lan Yetan found him vaguely familiar, yet thought little of it. Just then 403 emitted a sharp, piercing sound, exclaiming, Host! This is the male lead of the story. Yetan. Is this seemingly dashing, greasy fellow really the male lead? Surely, this is no jest. I would never deceive you, host. It is indeed him. To outsiders, Lan Yetan appeared to be in a stupor, but in Yetan's eyes, she resembled the same infatuated girl from before, eliciting a self-satisfied smile from him. Lan Yetan felt as though she might shatter, pressing her lips together as Yetan's voice echoed in her ears. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Oh, and then what? Yetan furrowed his brow, experiencing an inexplicable discomfort, akin to striking a cotton ball with a punch. When had this woman become so greedy? Her tone suggested reluctance.
Now.
You must go to the principal's office and discuss giving the spot to Yetan. Lan Yetan rolled her eyes. I did not agree. With your capabilities, why not secure a guaranteed spot for Lan Yetan yourself? How absurd to come to me with such demands. After venting her frustration, Lan Yetan felt weary and turned to leave. However, Yetan grasped her hand, refusing to let go. She struggled, but could not break free. You little brat, quite strong, aren't you? She thought, feeling exasperated. Encountering her now was like hitting a steel plate for Yetan. The girl, fed up, swiftly slapped him, drawing the attention of those around them. Yetan looked at her in disbelief, a bright red handprint now adorning his face. Are you really forcing me to hit you? Lan Yetan decisively left for the restroom, amidst a chorus of whispers. Meanwhile, the young man, who had almost intervened, now concealed himself within the crowd, watching the girl's departing figure. Chapter 15. I suspect this world is immense. Who doesn't he know that? At that time, Lan Yetan was infatuated with Yetan to the point of madness. Everyone knew that although Lan Yetan, as a true heiress, was Yetan's genuine fiancée, Yetan's heart was solely captivated by Lan Yetan. The girl slumped into her seat, exhaling deeply. She was well aware that trouble awaited her at school today. Despite having anticipated and prepared for it, she still felt utterly exhausted. Every time I resolve such matters, it is exceedingly draining. Whoever said that life is beautiful? Come here, let me touch up your blush. I wish I could just disappear. System 403 hurriedly approached to comfort Lan Yetan. It's all right, host. I possess a remarkable ability to diminish others' mortality rates, so if you wish to die.
Just think about it.
Seated beside her, Shen Yanlan, who had been listening to Lan Yetan's inner thoughts, finally recognized that her desk mate seemed to be in a rather poor mental state. Nevertheless, after experiencing this incident, Lan Yetan felt a sense of tranquility throughout her classes that day. However, she could not shake the sensation of being watched. As long as no one dared to provoke her, she felt it would be fine. After school, Lan Yetan gathered her textbooks, cradling them in her arms and yawning. She had certainly indulged in a bit of leisure. Yet, her desk mate seemed to gaze at her intentionally and unintentionally, and when caught, appeared flustered, glancing around nervously. It was peculiar, but she chose to disregard it. When she glanced up, she noticed that Lan Yetan was nowhere to be found, and a headache began to form. What scheme was Lan Yetan concocting this time? What is Lan Yetan up to now, truly? Descending the stairs to the school gate, she searched for her friend but found herself utterly at a loss, feeling a strong urge to raise her middle finger and curse the world thousands of times. Although she could take a taxi, vehicles generally could not enter the villa area, leaving her with a 10-minute walk before she could hail a cab, which would also require time. In such sweltering heat, feeling weak, especially in such gloomy conditions, she truly could not bear the sunlight. Goodness, I've had enough. I might as well head to the convenience store to buy a rope and find a tree to hang myself. With this thought, she actually turned toward the nearby convenience store, contemplating purchasing a rope and seeking a secluded spot to end it all. Suddenly, System 403 let out a shriek. Host. Absolutely not. Even though it knew Lan Yetan could not see it, it extended its hand in a gesture of desperation. Lan Yetan felt an unexpected shadow envelop her, and upon looking up, she encountered a smiling young man in front of her. Sister, it's been a long time.
Huh?
What is Mu Huiyi doing here? Mu Huiyi appeared exceptionally sweet, like a charming young man among men. Sister, may I give you a ride? I wonder if you would be willing to join me in my car. After speaking, he looked at the girl with a hint of vulnerability. Lan Yetan found no reason to refuse and nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble. A fleeting shadow passed through the young man's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly, eluding detection. No need to be so polite, sister. The two of them climbed into the car together. Unbeknownst to Lan Yetan, Mu Huiyi had been lingering at the school gate solely to wait for her, hoping for a chance encounter. Initially, he had planned to observe her from a distance, as the time was not yet right. However, there was no alternative. Lan Yetan was destined to be given the opportunity to be close to her sister. A hint of delight curved his lips, and one could imagine that if he had a tail, it would be joyfully wagging.
Lan Yetan, somewhat puzzled,
inquired of the young man, Are you studying here as well? I don't recall having seen you before. Mu Huiyi had anticipated her question and had prepared a flawless response. Sister, I just transferred here a few days ago. My family said the educational resources are better, so they had me switch. Lan Yetan harbored no suspicions, while Driver Lee fell into a deep silence, pondering the absurdity of it all. The young master had clearly transferred for this young lady. He dared only to voice his thoughts internally. Sensing that Lan Yetan was genuinely fatigued and no longer wished to engage, Mu Huiyi wisely chose to remain silent. The young man leaned slightly closer to the young woman, yet stopped at a respectful distance, inadvertently brushing against Lan Yetan's hand during a sudden halt. The vehicle, unmistakably luxurious, swiftly arrived at the villa district after Driver Lee exchanged a few words with the security personnel. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Lan residence, the atmosphere felt decidedly off. The servants appeared timid and withdrawn. Unfazed, Lan Yetan entered, only to have a glass cup hurtled toward her. Instinctively, she evaded it with ease. One might wonder why she chose to dodge instead of accepting the blow. After all, a glass cup, while not fatal, could inflict considerable pain. Lan Yetan had no interest in testing her physical limits. What on earth is this? What has Lan Yetan said now? Upon raising her gaze, she spotted a panting middle-aged man alongside a tear-streaked middle-aged woman. There are better ways to resolve issues than striking children. Lan Yetan recognized this as her mother and father. Beside them, the weeping Lan Yetan was comforted by Lan Qingji and Lan Yuan lately. Lan Yuan seems rather idle. Does a domineering CEO truly have so much time on their hands? What has Lan Yetan said to provoke such ire? This is a predicament that not only demands mental effort but physical stamina as well. Lan Yetan felt a sense of suffocation. Having grown accustomed to the absence of parental affection in her previous life, why did she still feel discomfort in this one? As she listened, her chest tightened, and her hands began to tremble. Father, please do not blame my sister. She could not have been at fault.
Slap.
Silence. Who permitted you to speak?
Lan Yetan.
Covering her face, looked at Lan Yetan with a cold gaze, while their father glared at the girl in fury. You, slap. You too, be quiet. Another sharp slap echoed, leaving everyone, including the remaining three, too intimidated to utter a word, silenced by the girl's fierce demeanor. Lan Yetan cried even louder, truly feeling wrong this time. Lan Yetan steadied her emotions and the rising tide of resentment, speaking each word deliberately. Firstly, that scoundrel Yen and Tan demanded I relinquish my guaranteed admission slot to Lan Yetan. I refused, and he obstructed me. Secondly, you may check the surveillance footage. It was not my desire to leave with Lan Yetan. I feel so distressed, so distressed, so distressed. Go away, just go away. This world seems to submit to a mere slap from me, doesn't it? The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on 403, sensing the host's emotional turmoil, which could herald danger. Upon returning to her room and shutting the door, her trembling hands struggled to secure the lock. She felt an unseen resistance. Chapter 16. Is this world truly real? Lan Yetan lifted her gaze, her tone indifferent. What is it? Lan Yuan paused, contemplating his words. I believe you are not quite yourself. I came to check on you. Just as the girl was about to respond, she was interrupted by her father's furious roar. Lan Yetan, I provide for you, and yet you rebel? Beside him, Lan Qingzhu interjected, Dad, please calm down. Their father, nearly breathless with rage, made Lan Yetan feel a deep sense of injustice for the original owner of this body, and the irony within her heart intensified.
All right.
Go attend to your dear father. I wouldn't want him to suffocate in his fury. As she attempted to close the door, she noticed the man stubbornly keeping it ajar, his expression revealing a hint of impatience as he pressed his lips together, his tone unexpectedly softening.
Yetan.
May I come to see you for a moment? When he caught sight of the girl's departing figure, panic gripped his heart, exacerbated by Lan Yetan's trembling form and pallid complexion. It felt as though something precious was slipping away from him. He found himself disregarding all pretense. This was the second time he had been engulfed by such fear, leaving his heart feeling hollow. The last time had been when Lan Yetan dashed into the traffic, a moment when he felt his breath nearly cease. His instincts were typically accurate, but Lan Yetan's stubborn demeanor only served to irritate him further. How exasperating! When did he become such a nuisance? I wish I could just disappear. And now, at this moment, I think of my brother? Why was I just silent?
Disgusting.
Today is filled with so many annoyances. Listening to the girl's inner thoughts, he felt an inexplicable pang in his heart.
Indeed.
They had only been focused on Lan Yetan, and despite his confusion, he remained obstinate in not leaving Lan Yetan alone in her room. Aware she could not withstand his insistence, she reluctantly allowed him entry. The moment Lan Yuan stepped into the room, he halted. The decor was starkly minimalist, adorned in black, white, and gray. This guest room, while not small, appeared particularly shabby compared to Lan Yetan's opulent princess suite. He had seldom entered this room to scrutinize it, having harbored animosity toward Lan Yetan from the very beginning. His hands bore calluses, a stark contrast to the delicately nurtured, gentle Lan Yetan, who seemed ethereal in comparison to the ordinary girl standing before him. Their family were all favored by fate, and the sudden presence of a rustic village girl as a sister naturally bred frustration. They had continually compensated Lan Yetan, yet it seemed they had overlooked the fact that Lan Yetan was the one in need of recompense, even now. Knowing that Lan Yetan bore no blood relation to them, it appeared that since the last incident, Lan Yetan had undergone a transformation. Her demeanor and essence had altered. His gaze grew more complex. In the living room, Lan Qingzhu was soothing their father, recalling the girl's gaze. Instinctively glancing toward Lan Yetan's bedroom, upon discovering that his elder brother had yet to descend, he surmised that Lan Yuan was presently in Lan Yetan's chamber. It was evident that he harbored no intention of treating Lan Yetan with the kindness she deserved. Regardless of how one contemplated the situation, it remained exceedingly peculiar. He yearned to pose certain inquiries, yet found the words lodged in his throat, his head throbbing with discomfort. The strangeness only deepened. Lan Fu sat upon the sofa, while Lan Mu dabbed at her tears, gazing at her husband as she implored, Darling, let us communicate more gently in the future. We mustn't strike the children. What if something were to happen to them? Lan Fu appeared poised to articulate a response, yet found himself stifled, as if burdened by a deeply concealed secret. Seated beside Lan Fu, Lan Yetan pouted, her eyes glistening with a hint of crimson, evoking a sense of endearment. She turned to her brother, Lan Qingzhu, who was absent-mindedly rubbing his head, and gently urged, "Brother, why not persuade sister to apologize to father? I have no qualms, but I believe it is necessary for her." Her words were articulated with remarkable eloquence, yet Lan Qingzhu remained perplexed. Were they not unjustly accusing Lan Yetan? Perhaps Lan Yetan had indeed acted somewhat impulsively. However, an apology seemed unwarranted. Why was it portrayed as though Lan Yetan had committed all manner of offenses? He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, observing Lan Fu's gaze of tender appreciation directed at Lan Yetan, something he had never bestowed upon Lan Yetan.
Ah!
Yetan truly comprehends father's heartfelt intentions.
Lan Fu exclaimed.
You little rascal, why are you not hastening to act? Lan Qingzhu felt no trepidation before their father, for he wielded little real authority. It was his elder brother who presently managed the family business. Lan Fu regarded the youth before him with an immovable demeanor, clearly vexed, perhaps aware that his role in the household had dwindled to little more than a title and semblance of authority. Lan Qingzhu exhaled deeply, addressing Lan Fu, "Father, why are you so reluctant to seek the truth? This is merely Yetan's perspective, and besides, hasn't Lan Yetan provided her explanation?" Lan Yetan gasped, her hands clenching tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms as she trembled uncontrollably. What had changed? The previous Lan Qingzhu would never have dared to voice such thoughts. What was Lan Yetan's system up to?
Why?
Lan Fu gazed at Lan Qingzhu, astonished. You wretched child. I am her father. I am responsible for her well-being. What child strikes their own parent? Lan Qingzhu longed to retort, but she is not your child, yet the words remained unspoken. His expression clouded with confusion as he found himself ensnared in a bizarre emotional turmoil. He could not fathom why everything felt so chaotic, yielding an absurd sense of unreality. Was this world truly authentic? Telepathy, he pondered, suddenly rendered speechless, the system. Lan Yetan interjected, "Brother, did sister share something with you? This could lead to discord." The youth turned his gaze to Lan Yetan, pursing his lips. Was this kind and adorable sister truly so innocent? Amidst the turmoil, a wave of pain surged through his mind, and he swayed slightly against the sofa, finding the absurdity overwhelming. The clamor surrounding him faded momentarily as he reflected. Perhaps the pressures of recent times had driven him to this state. Lan Mu, sensing Lan Qingzhu's disquiet, furrowed her brow, but upon noticing Lan Fu's gaze, she swiftly masked her expression, wiping away her tears. "My dear husband, this time it is indeed Yetan's fault. In a few days, I shall certainly demand her apology." Father Lan observed Mother Lan weeping like a delicate flower, her submissive demeanor pleasing him greatly as he nodded in approval. Chapter 17. Could she possibly hear Lan Yetan's innermost thoughts? In the bedroom of Lan Yetan, silence enveloped the two. Lan Yetan had calmed down, lazily reclining as she glanced at Lan Yuan beside her, clicking her tongue dismissively. To offer unsolicited kindness is either treachery or theft. Lan Yuan remained silent, a bitter taste settling in his mouth. It seemed that now, even his good intentions were perceived as ulterior motives in her eyes. How had their relationship devolved into such a state? Had he erred? He was lost in his thoughts, aware only that his sister appeared to truly dislike him as an elder brother. Out of the blue, he recalled Lan Yetan. Yet, even in this moment, the wrongs committed by Lan Yetan in the past remained unaddressed. The young lady had expended an immense amount of energy today and now felt utterly exhausted. Stifling a yawn as she addressed Lan Yuan, "I need to rest, you may leave." Seeing that Lan Yetan had indeed regained her composure, the man softly responded with a gentle quietly transferring several thousand to her account. As Lan Yetan was about to hastily complete her homework and prepare for bed, the notification of money being deposited startled her. Observing the increase in her balance, her previously tarnished mood brightened considerably. She relished the swift and effortless transfer of funds. Although she was quite affluent now, this card remained under the control of the Lan family. She needed to save her own money, but it was still prudent to spend the family's wealth when necessary. She contemplated purchasing several outfits soon, as wearing the same attire repeatedly would be impractical. Having swiftly completed her assignments, a voice suddenly echoed in her ear. "Nian, system, why has Lan Qingzhu suddenly gained some sense?" Lan Yetan was taken aback, realizing that this seemed to be Lan Yetan's thoughts. She inwardly called out to her system. "Yetan, oh my system, did you hear that? 403. Indeed. I heard you, host. It appears that this is a communication of thoughts between Lan Yetan and the system." Lan Yetan was truly dumbfounded, stealthily pressing herself against the wall to eavesdrop on the commotion from the other side. Nien, what exactly is the function of Lan Yetan's system? I apologize, host, but the opposing system is more advanced, and thus I am unable to detect it. Just from the tone of the voice, Lan Yetan could discern the exasperation emanating from the other side, her mouth agape in astonishment as she propped up her chin.
Yetan, goodness, system.
You must investigate this matter. 403 was also perplexed. He only knew that certain boys could hear Lan Yetan's thoughts, but he had not received any notification that she could hear Lan Yen's thoughts. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he hurriedly reported to the higher-ups. 403, host, I have already reported to my superiors. This matter is beyond my understanding. Lan Yetan's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Nien, it seems we must implement this plan ahead of schedule. The young lady raised an eyebrow, listening intently as Lan Yen next door revealed her secrets. That night, she spent the majority of her time eavesdropping, and 403 felt as if darkness was closing in on her. What kind of absurdity was unfolding? The next morning, Lan Yetan rose early, unable to find any rest after such outrageous events. She felt compelled to investigate further. Was this not more intriguing than time travel? Due to her late-night vigil, the girl stumbled upon an unexpected delight in a corner, her backpack. After placing her books inside, she descended the stairs slowly. However, when her gaze met Lan Yen's, an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. Lan Yen's eyes revealed a blend of malice, disdain, and cunning calculation. Yet, the moment Lan Yetan stepped down, Lan Yen swiftly masked her emotions, donning a sweet smile and holding a diamond necklace that shimmered with a pink hue. Sister, you're down, she exclaimed, her voice laced with pride. She deliberately lifted the necklace, ensuring Lan Yetan could see the dazzling pink diamond clearly. Then, turning her head, she asked in a soft voice, Daddy, what about my sister's gift? Her innocent, wide eyes seemed to have completely forgotten the unpleasantness of the previous day, as if the arguments and conflicts had never occurred. In contrast, deep within Lan Yen's heart, a different thought brewed. She scoffed inwardly, The most favored one is still me. Lan Yetan has merely been lucky these past few days. She firmly believed she was the focal point of the family, while Lan Yetan had only temporarily garnered some attention. Lan father coldly remarked that he hadn't brought anything. Has Yen taken a liking to this necklace? Lan Yen's smile widened as she replied, I do. But will that make sister angry? She pretended to hesitate, glancing at Lan Yetan. Lan Qingzhu observed his pen on the table, a gift from Lan father. What about Lan Yetan? He looked up at her, always so unassuming, as if nothing could stir her emotions. Yetan thought, this girl wants to see me falter? Impossible, I have no interest in this family. The girl merely cast a fleeting glance, her expression devoid of any emotion, as if she were entirely indifferent to the unfolding drama. However, that glance ignited a flicker of anger within Lan Yen. She clenched her teeth, striving to suppress her emotions. Lan Yetan remained as tranquil as a still pond, seemingly unaffected by Lan Yen's provocation. This calmness infuriated Lan Yen. She had intended to provoke Lan Yetan, yet now felt like a mere fool. Unwilling to be overlooked, Lan Yen strode forward, grasping Lan Yetan's hand, eager to further challenge her limits. Her tone was tinged with resentment and mockery. Sister, you're not angry, are you? After all, you're so generous. Instinctively, Lan Yen loosened her grip, quickly realizing with annoyance how easily she had been subdued. Yetan sighed, expressing her frustration at having to rise earlier than usual for this ordeal. How tedious, she lamented. Lan Qingzhu could no longer bear to watch and took Yetan's hand, leading her toward the door. The girl didn't resist, as she too yearned to escape. Albeit puzzled by Lan Qingzhu's willingness to assist her, Lan Yen's hand trembled slightly, and she stomped her foot in displeasure. Observing her discontent brought Yetan a measure of joy. Chapter 18. She no longer called him third brother. Third brother awoke to reality. Upon reaching the entrance, they found a driver waiting by a luxurious car, bowing respectfully. The girl couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This treatment is worlds apart from mine.
Lan Qingzhu paused momentia.
Biting his lip as if something had dawned on him, tightening his grip on Yetan's hand. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she felt the pressure, prompting him to slowly regain his composure. Everything seemed to be changing these days, and he felt as though his mind might explode. What else with you, Lan Qingzhu? Your gaze feels oddly peculiar, Yetan thought, noticing the redness creeping into the corners of his eyes, which only deepened her confusion. "What's wrong with you?" Lan Qingzhu instinctively turned his head away, pridefully asserting, "It's nothing. Hurry up and get in the car, or I'll be late." Yetan fell into a heavy silence, but soon cast aside her thoughts and climbed into the car without a word. For several minutes, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken words, though she could sense Lan Qingzhu's furtive glances directed at her. She couldn't comprehend why he and others seemed so fixated on her. Am I that attractive? Surely this isn't necessary. Yet, there's something off about Lan Qingzhu today, she mused. Upon hearing her thoughts, a flutter of emotion stirred within Lan Qingzhu's heart. A mix of inexplicable grievance that left him bewildered. He struggled to fathom why the girl who once flitted by his side, radiating sweetness, had vanished without a trace. More perplexing was the fact that Yetan no longer referred to him as third brother. What could have transpired to incite such a shift? Had she truly ceased to recognize him as her brother? However, Lan Qingzhu soon reconsidered. They were not her biological brothers. And Yetan seemed to be acutely aware of this. Yet, he was still, at least nominally, her older brother. After a moment of self-persuasion, he firmly reassured himself. Yes, Yetan ought to call him brother. At that moment, the girl was yawning, appearing rather languid. Suddenly, she felt a firm tug, stirring a sense of annoyance within her. Suppressing her discomfort, she turned to Lan Qingzhu. "What's the matter?" she snapped, only to be met with his pitiful gaze, which inexplicably rekindled a sense of familiarity. Lan Qingzhu gazed at Lan Yetan, who was staring at him in a daze, and a sense of pride surged within him. After all, he had exerted considerable effort to master the little tricks of that young master from the Mu family, pondering that they might prove useful. The partition in front seemed to sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere of the car, and the driver, displaying remarkable tact, lowered it. As the barrier descended slowly, the girl's expression grew increasingly perplexed, her once clear eyes now clouded with confusion and bewilderment. Lan Qingzhu's voice softened significantly, imbued with an inexplicable tenderness. He yearned deeply for the recognition of the younger sister who had previously regarded him with disdain, and thus, he gently spoke, "Sister, could you call me?" However, Lan Yetan was seized by a sudden chill, goosebumps prickling her skin. Unconsciously, she shifted a bit further away, attempting to maintain a safe distance from Lan Qingzhu. Lan Qingzhu? That's not right, the girl mused, contemplating what else she could call him. The third son of the Lan family? Lan Qingzhu felt a chill run through him, a deep sense of desolation and discomfort settling in. "No." Lan Yetan furrowed her brow, inwardly criticizing. What else does he expect me to call him? Why is this Lan Qingzhu so insistent? The boy fell silent, his voice husky as he corrected her. "No, you should call me third brother. But honestly, does this guy even deserve it?" The harsh words rendered Lan Qingzhu mute, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. He recalled everything that had transpired, his heart heavy with regret, pain, and suffocation. Those intense emotions surged like a tide, relentlessly overwhelming his nerves, making him acutely aware that all of this was of his own making. It was unclear how long they remained in this silent standoff until the vehicle finally came to a gentle halt. Lan Qingzhu's voice emerged, calm yet laced with profound bitterness. "I will make it up to you, Yetan." Without hesitation, Lan Yetan flung open the car door and exited, just as her inner voice echoed once more. "Make it up?" All of this is merely a self-soothing excuse of his. The harm he has caused cannot be mended in a short time. But perhaps it doesn't matter. I won't forgive him, nor do I have the right to forgive the previous owner of this body. Lan Qingzhu inhaled sharply, and as he stood, the world around him spun violently, causing him to collapse unceremoniously. Just before losing consciousness, he heard the cacophony of footsteps and murmurs from the crowd. And he began to hope, if only Lan Yetan saw this version of himself, would she care for him? Alas. 403 watched the unfolding narrative with a smirk. Reveling in the realization that the headquarters had been correct, this host indeed possessed exceptional talents. Host, perhaps they've discovered something. Lan Yetan remained skeptical, merely offering a wry nod. 403 felt a twinge of anxiety, yet she was confident that the host could never fathom the depth of her thoughts being read. Moreover, those few brothers possessed enough intelligence to refrain from revealing much. The primary reason for her unease lay in the constraints that rendered her voiceless. Lan Yetan settled into her seat, embarking on another day of drowsiness. Shen Yanlan silently observed the girl who had once again succumbed to daydreaming, unable to suppress a gentle smile. He had come to understand that uncovering useful insights from Lan Yetan's inner musings was indeed a challenging endeavor. Guidance was necessary, yet it mustn't be overt. Chapter 19. The unstoppable self-destruction of the teacher. The original text offered scant descriptions of such supporting characters, typically focusing on the emotional entanglements of the protagonists. However, today, Lan Yetan did not follow her usual routine of sleeping during class. Instead, she languidly propped her chin on her hand, awaiting the arrival of the biology teacher. When the door swung open, a middle-aged man, somewhat portly, ambled into the classroom. He appeared quite rotund, making his way to the podium with a slow gait, surveying the students below. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon Lan Yetan, a flicker of astonishment lighting his eyes. In that instant, her aura transformed, becoming even more captivating than before, though his expression soon soured with evident disdain. Lan Yetan sensed the biology teacher's unsettling and complex gaze. Why does this male teacher's stare feel so lecherous, tinged with disdain? Is it that everyone in this world finds me intolerable? Lan Yetan felt a sense of resignation. In this realm, she was the archetypal figure despised by all. Truly a girl who was universally loathed. Just then, a voice pierced her thoughts, Lan Yetan's voice. Let us see how this teacher, he deals with Lan Yetan. I wonder how she'll act now. The girl furrowed her brow, feeling a wave of physiological discomfort. How could such the malicious-minded person possibly be the protagonist? Enough. One must understand that purity is the most crucial virtue for a girl in this world, regardless of her physical appearance or public image. Even if a girl were wrongfully accused, she could still be drowned in a tide of scorn. 403 is truly repugnant. How did she become the heroine? 403 gazed at her bewildered host, stifling a sigh. She longed to convey that Lan Yetan had long ceased to be the heroine, the moment the host entered this narrative. She had become the true protagonist, enveloped in a radiant aura. Alas, these words remained trapped within, leaving the young host to navigate her own journey. Dear host, can you guess what initially drew you to this novel? Lan Yetan recalled the negative reviews and the protagonist's detestable persona, falling into a profound silence. Suddenly, a small, fluffy, cream-colored kitten appeared before her, albeit in an ethereal form. Lan Yetan instinctively stiffened but quickly realized that this was her little system, 403. Is this chubby little cat on the table you? 403 stood up, raising its head proudly and turning around. Of course it is. Thanks to your progress in the I now possess an animal form. Lan Yetan pondered for a moment before curiously inquiring, what on earth? Show me my progress. How can this thing even itself? The system began to report the progress with a series of beeps. Lan Qingju's progress is at 85%. Lan Yuan's progress is at 41%. Lan Yun's progress is at 35%. Mu Hui's progress is at 40%. Shen Yimon's progress is at 24%. Lan Yetan was genuinely astonished. How could this be so outrageous? It seemed she hadn't done much at all, and her attitude had only worsened. Were the people here all like this? She regarded the young man before her with a peculiar gaze. Shen Yimon felt her scrutiny, his body tensing unnaturally, and a faint blush crept to his ears. Lan Yetan was utterly baffled. It seemed yet another unsolved mystery of the world was about to emerge, such as this strange level of affection. At that moment, Shen Yimon only heard a muted sound, and the girl's confused question about why his affection for her was so high. He had no idea what could detect his feelings toward Lan Yetan. Yet, he felt inexplicably anxious. Meanwhile, the biology teacher, He Li, who stood at the podium, naturally noticed the subtle exchanges between the two, his gaze darkening with disdain as he looked at Lan Yetan. However, it was not yet time. He would have ample opportunity to reprimand her after class. If Lan Yetan were aware of the sinister thoughts swirling in his mind, she would undoubtedly be appalled. What on earth? Once the class concluded, Lan Yetan saw He Li approach her desk, his expression remaining cold and contemptuous. Come to my office after class. Lan Yetan raised an eyebrow. Although she did not comprehend the biology teacher's intentions, she decided to investigate, slipping a small knife into her pocket while concealing a miniature camera in her collar. This He Li may have some compromising information about Lan Yetan. Otherwise, Lan Yetan wouldn't be so confident in summoning him. I suppose I should go. I have a bit of knowledge in self-defense, and if worst comes to worst, I can always fight back. The girl stood up and followed He Li, feeling increasingly uneasy as they walked until they arrived at a small room. He Li leered at Lan Yetan, stepping closer to establish a more intimate connection. While she found his advances utterly revolting, retreating step by step, the man's irritation grew, but upon seeing the girl cornered with no escape, a smirk of satisfaction curled at his lips as he began to loosen his belt. Lan Yetan continued to back away until she was ultimately trapped against the wall. At that moment, She suddenly gathered her strength and delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The force of the blow was tremendous, causing him to grunt in pain as his body involuntarily bent. However, the young girl did not cease her assault, swiftly delivering another powerful punch to his face. The man's head was knocked to the side, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Before he could react, the girl deftly overpowered Healy, pinning him to the ground with remarkable precision and decisiveness. Subsequently, she drew a sharp knife from her waist, pressing it firmly against the man's neck. Her gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, yet her calm tone sent shivers down his spine. "Do not move. Hand over the evidence." Healy trembled, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Lan Yetan, who now seemed like a different person, terrifyingly fierce. The intense pain caused him to gasp for breath. Chapter 20. No, I was merely teasing you innocently. Lan Yetan marveled at herself, managing to joke in such a dire situation. At times, her spirited and cheerful disposition was indeed overwhelming, though not in this instance. Healy, his voice quavering, pleaded with the girl, "Please, let me up. I'll get my phone." The girl regarded him thoughtfully, offering nothing but a sweet smile in response.
All right.
His eyes were momentarily dazzled by her smile, deepening his desire. With that, she gently released Healy, but at that moment, he was no longer the coward he had been moments before. His expression shifted to one of fierce aggression. Glaring at the girl with a predatory intensity. Like a wild beast, he lunged forward, attempting to tackle Lan Yetan to the ground. Yet, she appeared to anticipate his move, gracefully sidestepping his attack with ease. Not only that, but Lan Yetan also delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, catching him off guard and causing him to lose his balance, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Throughout this, Lan Yetan maintained an unsettling calm. As though none of this was her concern, she slowly approached Healy's side, mercilessly lifting her foot and stamping down on his back. The impact elicited a pained cry from Healy, who, in that moment, was no longer the embodiment of disdain and desire, but rather consumed by sheer terror. All arrogance, contempt, and greed vanished in an instant, leaving only an abyss of fear and despair. Yet, he remained oblivious to the underlying menace in Lan Yetan's words. "Hand it over, or I won't hesitate to take drastic measures." As she spoke, her gaze shifted downward, prompting Healy to shrink back in fright. "This confirms it. There must be something to hold against me."
No.
"I will call the police." The girl raised an eyebrow, her expression a chilling blend of amusement and menace. "There are no cameras here. You have no evidence. Who would believe a weak girl like me?" The man's throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. And he finally succumbed to honesty, his body trembling involuntarily. He trembled as he extracted his phone, his fingers quivering as he pressed the power button. Once the screen illuminated, he cautiously tapped the album icon and located a particular photograph. Upon seeing the image, the girl's heart jolted unexpectedly, as if drawn by an invisible force. Her gaze fixated on the frail little kitten, her expression clouded with a tangle of emotions and uncertainty. Healy was genuinely startled, his voice tinged with desperation. "That cat isn't with me. It's in Lan Yetan's possession. Go confront her. Don't kill me." Once again, it's Lan Yetan. It seems she truly needs to be dealt with. 403 observed the kitten while enlightening Lan Yetan. Host. This is the original owner's most cherished kitten named Penguin. The original text offers little description, so it is not unusual for you to be unaware. The girl grew distant once more, her eyes calmly fixed on him. "Do you have a chat history with Lan Yetan?" Healy swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of guilt.
No.
"When Lan Yetan and I made the trade, a hacker compromised my phone and deleted everything." "The transfer records?" Healy was thoroughly taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you know?" The girl genuinely smiled, raising an eyebrow. "I enjoy playing with such fools." One straightforward move laid bare his trump card. "No, I'm not aware. I was merely teasing you." Lan Yetan's gaze appeared innocently naive, yet it concealed a hint of provocation. At that moment, Healy felt an overwhelming urge to choke on his frustration. He never anticipated Lan Yetan's dramatic transformation. Not only had she become astutely cunning, but her physical prowess had also significantly increased, and her demeanor was entirely different from before. Facing this new incarnation of Lan Yetan, Healy felt utterly helpless, his heart burdened with unexpressed anguish. He could only, like a mute, quietly retrieve the transfer records and, under the girl's urging, meticulously send the screenshots to Lan Yetan. Upon viewing the screenshots, Lan Yetan revealed a satisfied smile. Swiftly snatching the man's phone from him, Immediately, she raised her other hand and struck Healy's neck with a knife hand gesture. Surprisingly, Healy did not faint. Instead, he cried out in pain. This blow clearly did not yield the desired effect, causing Lan Yetan to furrow her brow in contemplation. Unbelievable. Another knife hand strike followed. Fainted. The historical drama does not deceive me. 403 watched his host's antics, his lips twitching in exasperation as he sighed. Is there a possibility that he merely fainted from the pain? Lan Yetan chose to ignore this, snatching his phone back, opening WeChat, and entering a string of characters in the chat interface with Lan Yetan. She pressed send. Her taut nerves began to relax, fatigue nearly causing her to stumble. The energy she expended daily exceeded that of the previous day. Oh, I'm so tired. Can I just faint here and not wake up? 403 was utterly speechless. Dear host, how can you endure this situation? The person in question has been nothing but troublesome. And now they wish to meddle with you and your beloved feline. Can you truly tolerate this? Alas, this was an unbearable predicament. She was a devoted cat enthusiast. Having longed to care for a cat in her previous life, yet fear of inadequacy had prevented her from doing so. Now, with the original host possessing a cat, she felt compelled to pet it. The system recognized her affection for fluffy creatures, manifesting as animals of soft fur to appeal to her sensibilities. Turning her head, Lan Yetan spotted a young man, Shen Yanlan, who appeared quite anxious. He was panting heavily, his usual composed demeanor replaced by a subtle urgency. How did he find me here? The boy, glancing at the girl with concern, bypassed the others and inquired directly, Are you all right? Are you hurt? Lan Yetan shook her head, replying, No, I'm fine. How did you know where to find me? Shen Yanlan hesitated for a moment, recalling the recent scandal involving their teacher, who had been accused of inappropriate conduct with a female student, though the matter had been suppressed. I was worried about you, he admitted. The girl reassured him of her safety, and a thought crossed her mind. She turned to Shen Yanlan and asked, Can you keep this a secret? The boy, catching a glimpse of her pleading expression, instinctively nodded in agreement. Chapter 21. What theft of a cat? This is merely the feline returning to its rightful owner. Soon, Lan Yetan realized a grave matter at hand. It must be class time now. Even if I remain unnoticed, Shen Yanlan is an exception. Shen Yanlan paused, seemingly casually informing her, I've already asked the teacher for a brief leave, and they consented. This implied that no one would come searching for her. Lan Yetan exhaled in relief, thinking to herself that she had a special gift to present to Lan Yetan. She pinched the tiny camera hidden in her collar. Her spirits lifted at the thought of Lan Yetan facing a setback. After pondering for a moment, a suspicion arose in her mind. System. Did Lan Yetan say something to the teacher to allow this to happen? 403 was genuinely taken aback by the host's astuteness, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Indeed. Host. She requested a leave on your behalf. Lan Yetan mused that Lan Yetan was somewhat cunning, albeit not excessively so. A plan began to form in her mind. 403 sensed an ominous foreboding as the girl's voice rang out once more. 403, can you locate Ping'an? Of course. I am the most formidable 403. But dear host, what are your intentions? You intend to steal a cat. Lan Yetan rolled her eyes. What do you mean steal a cat? That's not the case at all. What Lan Yetan is doing could be considered theft. I am merely returning the cat to its rightful owner. She turned to Shen Yanlan, thanking him for his concern, but urged, You should return to class. I have some matters to attend to. The boy instinctively grasped her sleeve, intending to suggest that she contact him if she needed anything, but then he realized. Neither of them possesses a mobile phone at present. How then can they establish contact? Through brainwaves, perhaps? Thus, rendered speechless, she loosened her tone, albeit with no alteration in her disposition. The cat mama has arrived. Observing the host, whose feline servitude was awakening, 403 felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. Gazing at the girl-esque silhouette, Shen Yanlan momentarily lost her train of thought. At that very moment, in the classroom, Lan Yetan sneezed, and an ominous premonition entwined her like a venomous serpent. However, upon glancing at the messages on her phone, she exhaled in relief. Yet a strange sensation lingered within her heart. As soon as the class concluded, the usual throng encircled her. Yan, you look even more beautiful today. Indeed. Yan, I have a question I cannot solve. Could you assist me? Lan Yetan found herself increasingly irritated by the flattery she had once relished, now transformed into a source of torment. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she exclaimed, I'm sorry, I have something to attend to. I must leave. The onlookers regarded her with puzzled expressions as her pace quickened. The closer she drew, the more frantic her heart became, for no sound emanated from within. Upon opening the door, her heart sank. There, she beheld a middle-aged man sprawled on the floor, appearing as though he had fainted, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. Lan Yetan clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She now fully comprehended that Lan Yetan had not only altered in intellect, but had also significantly enhanced her physical prowess. At that moment, Lan Yetan stealthily approached the exterior of an antiquated house, where the air was thick with the pungent scent of mildew. This was an ancient, dilapidated neighborhood, the surroundings imbued with a sinister and oppressive atmosphere. Upon entering this place, Lan Yetan felt a surge of rage. How dare Lan Yetan treat my little cat this way? I shall not rest until I have dealt with her. 403 trembled, observing the host filled with murderous intent. Arriving at the door, the girl produced a silver wire. Thus commenced an operation that left the system bewildered. Pick the lock.
What?
Host, your attributes don't indicate you can pick locks. Lan Yetan replied earnestly, when one is out in the world, one must possess some skills. Picking locks is child's play. The system fell into a profound silence. This host was indeed a challenge to manage, and she harbored secrets. Given the neighborhood's dilapidated state, the door was equally frail, and it took little time for Lan Yetan to gain entry. The boldness with which she entered left the man seated on the sofa, watching television, utterly stunned. A girl of striking beauty stepped inside, her allure causing hearts to race, her eyes resembling those of an enchanting sprite, seemingly possessing a mesmerizing power that ensnared all who gazed upon her. Mother, he has encountered his first love. He wished to pursue romance. As he observed the girl offering him a polite smile, he momentarily lost his composure. Then, Lan Yetan gently closed the door and turned to inquire, "Hello. May I ask where a little cat named Pinga might be?" The burly man, after a brief moment, regained his composure. His initial surprise replaced by vigilance as he asked, "Who are you? How did you gain entry?" Lan Yetan maintained her signature perfect smile, a gesture that Lan Yetan had urged her to adopt. Otherwise, how could she have entered this place? It seemed to follow that logic. Observing the girl's unwavering gaze and her assertive words, even the burly man began to doubt whether his memories had faltered. Yet, he distinctly remembered that Lan Yetan had not mentioned the arrival of a girl. Suddenly, he asked Lan Yetan with righteous indignation if she possessed any chat records. He was no fool. How could he easily trust another? This is problematic. He is sharp and not easily deceived. Lan Yetan nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety within, and replied to the burly man, "I do. Come closer, and I shall show you." Skeptically, the man approached. Just as the girl retrieved her phone, preparing to lower her head to check. He is clever, but not astute enough. Does Lan Yetan deliberately seek out fools to insult my intelligence? Suddenly sensing something amiss, it was too late. He felt a cold object pressed against his waist. Looking down, he discovered a gleaming knife. Meanwhile, Lan Yetan maintained her gentle and courteous demeanor. Yet it sent chills down his spine. Instinctively, he attempted to break free but found himself utterly immobilized. How terrifying! At that moment, Lan Yetan thought to herself, "System, your capabilities are rather impressive." Compliments had already made 403 feel a bit euphoric. Indeed, the system produces nothing but excellence. Chapter 22. Where is my cat? The burly man, now genuinely afraid to move, decided to comply, as he certainly did not wish to have wealth without life to enjoy it.
Now.
I give you one last chance. Go. I will take you. Lan Yetan's lips curved into a slight smile, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction swelling within her. I've successfully played the role, but today has been exhausting. How much longer can this skill last? There's enough time. Release him now. And you shall act when the opportunity arises. 403's mouth twitched, ultimately agreeing with reluctance. Realizing that such a remarkable ability had been employed by her host merely to steal a cat. However, it seemed that only the cat and dealing with Lan Yetan piqued her host's interest now. The girl lifted her chin, signaling the burly man to lead her to the safe. The man found he could finally move, and at this moment, he was utterly convinced of the girl's prowess. Lan Yetan had the power to dictate his actions, leaving him with a sense of surviving a near disaster. He exhaled deeply, cautiously guiding Lan Yetan to the entrance of a small room, fearful that the knife might plunge into his flesh at any moment. The previous young lady from the Lan family had not warned him of any mortal peril. After this job, he would retire. It was far too terrifying. If he encountered a few more like her, he truly feared for his life. Trembling slightly, the burly man fumbled in his pocket for the keys, then carefully inserted one into the lock. As the key turned gently, the tightly shut door began to creak open. However, at the very moment the door swung open, a brilliant beam of light flooded into the doorway from the window, causing the girl standing outside to feel an involuntary tightening in her chest. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a steady tone as she commanded the imposing figure before her, "Turn on the light." Simultaneously, the robust man found himself engulfed in a storm of thoughts. He realized that he had indeed neglected to check on the little black kitten in that room for an entire day. This space had been designated as the kitten's play area, but that day, he had merely intended to allow some fresh air to circulate. Opening the window before a sudden phone call interrupted his train of thought. In a flurry, he had closed the door behind him to answer the call and subsequently forgotten all about the matter. A glimmer of hope still lingered in his heart. What if the kitten hadn't escaped? Yet, when he flicked on the light, everything in the room became illuminated, revealing a scene that was utterly clear. Everything appeared normal. There was cat food, a food bowl, a water bowl, and a cozy little nest. But there was one glaring absence: no cat. In that instant, the man's hope shattered like glass, leaving his heart feeling cold and desolate. A wave of disorienting dizziness washed over him, and as he regained his composure, he found himself paralyzed. Just as he feared for his life at the hands of the girl, she slowly retrieved a length of hemp rope and a wad of paper, deftly binding him and silencing him with a gag. Finally, she confiscated his phone. The man desperately wished to call the police. Yet a sense of powerlessness engulfed him at the thought that they might apprehend him first. Indeed, they would likely take him in. For, oh 3, I am shocked. You were intended for this purpose, he exclaimed in disbelief. The girl, Lan Yetan, who had previously appeared aloof, now radiated urgency and intensity. "Where is my cat?" she cried, an inexplicable fear gripping her heart, causing her voice to tremble uncontrollably. It was strange. She shouldn't be experiencing such a surge of emotions. Yet she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety that was nearly uncontainable. "System, can you detect where Ping-an is right now? How is it?" 403 recognized the gravity of her distress, feeling a pang of urgency himself. He initiated his abilities to track the kitten's location, only to find the signal murky and obscured, as if a veil of fate was blocking his inquiry. It was perplexing. This was not the situation he had anticipated, and his anxiety spiraled. He feared that if anything were to happen to the kitten, Lan Yetan would be devastated beyond measure. Continuing his search, he finally caught a glimmer of good news and rushed to inform his dear host. "Host, your kitten Ping-an is safe. It is currently beside a child of fortune. I cannot pinpoint the exact location, but I assure you, this person harbors no ill intent towards your beloved kitten. She seems to quite like it. Perhaps she is preparing to adopt." Lan Yetan received this news with a sense of relief. The system observed her and reminded her through the luminous screen, "Host, it is unwise to linger here. You should leave at once. Consider visiting the library or perhaps a tea shop." Steadying herself, Lan Yetan felt the familiar wave of dizziness and pain wash over her, reminiscent of a previous near-death experience. After a moment, she exited the house, exhaling deeply. If Ping-an could find a new, kind master, it would be for the best. She would not have to endure suffering alongside her. She was not in a position to form attachments. Yet, she found her emotions towards this matter quite intense, which struck her as peculiar. In the shadows, a young boy with amber eyes glimmered with amusement. His tousled, raven-black hair danced in the wind, and he donned a formal suit, his complexion pale. He resembled a prince of vampiric nobility, his features embodying an androgynous allure. He crouched down to gently stroke the little black cat's head. At that moment, Ping-an gazed at him with her emerald green eyes, a look of confusion etched upon her face, yet she instinctively nuzzled against the boy. After a few meows, she leapt into his embrace. It seemed as if he understood something, as he regarded her departing figure with a hint of playful intrigue, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, a fine name. From now on, you shall be called Ping-an. Is it you?" "Yes, it is. One day, I shall certainly come to express my gratitude." His voice was languid, obscuring any discernible emotion. With the black cat cradled in his arms, he turned and vanished entirely into the darkness. Chapter 23. Retribution. Lan Yetan is overwhelmed. After wandering outside for an entire day and purchasing a variety of odd items, Lan Yetan found her previously anxious heart calmed considerably by the system. She trusted in the system's capabilities, Deceiving her would yield no benefit, for the truth would inevitably surface. 403 had a grasp of this principle to some extent. However, during her journey, she was suddenly seized by a wave of anxiety. Struggling to breathe and rushing to the restroom to vomit, her body and hands trembling uncontrollably, symptoms of overwhelming distress. 403 hurriedly employed its abilities to alleviate Lan Yetan's discomfort, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Yet, the hosts were assigned at random, leaving it without choice or the power to refuse. It could not comprehend why this particular host appeared so perpetually despondent. Thus, it ventured to uncover the details of Lan Yetan's past life and experiences. Lines of text coldly recounted her previous existence, devoid of excessive emotion from the system. Yet at that moment, it genuinely felt the suffocation and heartache for this host emanating from those characters. Calculating the time it would take for Lan Yetan to return home from school, she hailed a taxi. Thankfully, she had brought a bit of cash with her, as she felt uneasy without money when stepping outside. Today, it proved to be quite useful. As she toyed with Healy's mobile phone, Lan Yetan noticed that the small ornament at her collar, resembling a button, was in fact a miniature camera. From the very moment she entered this world, she understood that in her current guise, she would inevitably attract countless individuals eager to conspire against her. Thus, she procured this elegant and practical miniature camera from the system, which was more than happy to oblige, as it posed no detriment to itself. Though Lan Yetan appeared indifferent and despondent, she was not one to silently endure slander or bullying. She aimed to maintain her innocence in this world. The aristocratic school enforced regulations with a relaxed demeanor. As long as one donned the school uniform, even sporting a Christmas tree atop their head was permissible. However, one rule was strictly adhered to: mobile phones were prohibited. This particular regulation was enforced with utmost severity, for the school claimed that allowing phones would lead to chaos. Hardly anyone dared to contravene this rule, for the institution possessed an air of exclusivity that made attendance a privilege, primarily due to the formidable background of the principal behind the scenes. The last student caught violating this rule not only had their phone confiscated but also endured a severe beating and was compelled to deliver a 3,000-word self-critique before the entire school. Lost in thought, Lan Yetan gazed out the window until the driver's reminder brought her back to reality. Nodding, she settled the fare. After a prolonged walk, she fortuitously encountered Lan Yetan at the entrance of the villa. Yetan's smile appeared somewhat strained. "Sister," she greeted.
Lan Yetan regarded Hertov.
A shiver prickling her skin. Instinctively, she pressed her lips together, fully aware of Yetan's schemes. Yetan mused, "It seems this plan will soon be put into action. Now that the brothers have shifted their perspective towards her, using it later would yield little effect." Since this was the course of action, she resolved to repay grievances with immediate vengeance. Giggling to herself, she was no one to swallow her indignation silently. 403 felt an immediate chill of apprehension, lamenting for Yetan, wondering why she had chosen to provoke such a brooding lunatic. At that moment, Lan Mu's voice resonated softly as she delivered startling news. Yetan, your third brother, Lan Qing, collapsed suddenly at the school gate today. He is currently in the hospital." Yetan staggered, feigning concern, her body swaying as tears brimmed in her eyes, presenting the guise of a devoted sister worried for her brother.
"Ah?
"Is third brother all right?" "Mother, I wish to see him." However, the genuine malice lurking in her gaze betrayed her true sentiments. What did he expect for assisting Lan Yetan? It seems he has faced his reckoning, she thought. Unfazed, Lan Yetan maintained her stride, heading directly to her bedroom. Just before crossing the threshold and entering silence, she caught the tail end of Lan Mu's admonition. "No, Yetan, your third brother has recently grown averse to noise, and it is quite late. You should finish your homework and rest." Feeling an odd sensation in her heart, once inside her room, she allowed a smile to grace her lips as she watched the playful kittens flitting about, suddenly capturing 403 with a gentle grip. I've caught you, fluffy little creature. So soft and delightful." 403 felt an urge to escape, yet found himself unable to flee, subject to the whims of Lan Yetan, who playfully toyed with him. The system, overwhelmed by the softness of the young girl's cheeks and the warmth of her delicate fingers, began to feel a dizzying sensation.
No.
He was a system. How could he succumb to such folly? Yet she was undeniably gentle. Perhaps surrendering to this descent was permissible, as he still needed to win his host's favor. On a dark and windy night, Lan Yetan felt a hand gripping her leg fiercely, stirring her from a state of drowsiness. Suddenly, she sensed a loosening at her feet, accompanied by a chilling drop of liquid upon her face. Blinking in confusion, She struggled to awaken fully. Gradually, her vision sharpened, only to be met with the horrifying sight of a figure clad in white, hair disheveled, and an eerie countenance standing before her. The visage was pallid, devoid of color, and the eyes emanated a sinister aura. Long strands of black hair obscured much of the face, yet an unsettling atmosphere radiated from her. The girl's heart raced, and as she attempted to retreat, her body felt paralyzed, as though ensnared. She yearned to scream but found herself voiceless, descending into despair. It was then she noticed the icy droplets cascading from the ghostly figure. Who is this? Is it Lu Jingjing, Hui Bai, or Yin Yan, come to collect my life? Suddenly, the ghost emitted a chilling, rasping laughter. Lan Yetan, it is you who has caused my demise. It is you. Trembling, Lan Yetan listened to the ghost's voice. Low and hoarse, laced with resentment and malice. I have followed you, always following you, haha. She felt the air constricting in her lungs, and at last, when the apparition brandished a knife stained with dried blood, a short, anguished scream escaped her lips. Ah! But it was fleeting, and she soon succumbed to unconsciousness. In that moment, the ghost removed her wig, revealing a face that, while grimy, was unmistakably that of Lan Yetan. The girl produced scissors, snipping off a lock of hair, placing it within her drawer, then dripping a drop of faux blood onto her hand. Satisfied with her work, she smiled and gracefully exited through the window. Chapter 24. Do not shrink away, do not fear. Anti-school bullying. On a Thursday afternoon after school, the atmosphere felt oppressive, reminiscent of a bully's dominance. Uncertain yet resolute, she prepared to investigate. Since the previous day, she had instructed the driver to bring her phone every time after school. Now, with her phone in hand, money at her disposal, and a knife tucked within her backpack and pockets, Lan Yetan felt emboldened. She urged the driver to leave first, and soon departed. Lan Yetan approached swiftly, spotting a prominent girl surrounded by a group, encircling a seemingly adorable girl. Hey! I heard the one Lu Yi likes is you? Are you Zhang Yu? The girl named Zhang Yu trembled, visibly frightened, her voice barely a whisper. I am Zhang Yu. But I know nothing of Lu Yi. Bullying is a common affliction within prestigious schools, particularly targeting those who, like her, are singled out for their academic achievements. The school may attempt to intervene, yet it finds itself overwhelmed, as many victims are ensnared by compromising secrets, too fearful to speak out. Outside the school, the situation is no better, with countless individuals preferring to avoid trouble. Lan Yetan gazed at Zhang Yu, who stood before her, visibly trembling and with tears brimming in her eyes, her cheeks swollen, and her demeanor one of utter desolation. This sight inexplicably overlapped with that of another girl, strikingly similar. As Lan Yetan observed the leader preparing to throw a punch, she suddenly stepped forward, seizing the assailant's fist with an icy glare that momentarily stunned the onlookers. What's she doing? The leader, named Kong Yu, regained her composure and was clearly irate. Who do you think you are? I advise you not to meddle. You cannot afford to cross the Kong family. Lan Yetan maintained her languid demeanor, unperturbed. Oh, I am truly terrified. The girl's teasing tone only fueled Kong Yu's fury further. Are you looking for a fight? With a languid motion, Lan Yetan drew a glinting knife from her pocket, a smile playing on her lips as she toyed with it. No worries, you can all come at me. My knife does not discriminate. The sight of the blade sent a palpable wave of fear through the group, leaving them hesitant to advance. Kong Yu cursed her companions under her breath, yet she too refrained from recklessly approaching. Even a mere infant wielding a knife could not be taken lightly. Such a cowardly fool does not require force to be dealt with, she thought. Without warning, Lan Yetan lunged forward, the gleaming knife thrusting menacingly. The group scattered in terror. And seizing the opportunity, Lan Yetan grasped Zhang Yu's hand. Run! Zhang Yu, still in shock, followed Lan Yetan's lead as they fled. Not far away, a young boy looked curiously in their direction, puzzled by the commotion. He strolled into the alley, which had fallen eerily silent. The two girls continued their escape, with Zhang Yu's heart pounding like a war drum, echoing in her ears. She felt the cool breeze brush against her, lifting her hair as they ran. This sensation was both familiar and foreign to her. She had experienced such exhilarating freedom countless times before, yet it had been ages since she had felt such unrestrained joy. They finally reached a pharmacy, where Lan Yetan pulled her to a halt, catching her breath before glancing back to confirm they were alone. They entered the shop, and after purchasing an ice pack, they slowly made their way to a nearby bench and sat down together. Throughout this time, Zhang Yu held the ice pack in silence, and Lan Yetan remained equally quiet. Thank you. Zhang Yu's voice was barely a whisper. Hearing the fragile tone, Lan Yetan turned to her. her expression still stoic yet softening into a gentle smile. It's nothing. Under the sunlight, she appeared almost angelic, as if descended from the heavens to rescue Zhang Yu. Her voice melodious and soothing. Tears began to fall uncontrollably from Zhang Yu's eyes. Overwhelmed, she choked back sobs, trembling as she wiped away her tears and repeatedly apologized. Lan Yetan wrapped her arms around her, gently patting her back, feeling how delicately the girl wept. Zhang Yu is the second child in her family, with an older sister, an irritable mother, an absent father, and a fractured self. She possesses a visage that appears innocent and pure, evoking pity. Yet it is marred by the whims of another's affection. Rumors circulate that she engages in illicit activities and is a seductress, leading to relentless bullying and harassment. Her parents, preoccupied with her sister's academic struggles, indirectly vent their frustrations upon her, gradually eroding her spirit and mental fortitude. Despair has enveloped her, leaving her devoid of hope for life. However, she did not anticipate that today would bring salvation. Gradually recovering, she shyly gazes at Lan Yetan, curiosity prompting her to inquire, "Why did you save me? They will surely bring you much trouble."
Lan Yetan pause, contemplating her motivation for intervening.
The sight of the girl's helplessness evokes memories of her past life, a time filled with trepidation and collapse. She had once yearned for someone to rescue her from her own nightmares, yet she knew no one would. Understanding the torment of such a nightmare, she impulsively rushed to assist Zhang Yu, recognizing that while she may not save everyone, saving one's soul is still a noble endeavor. Having endured suffering herself, she felt compelled to offer a hand to another. It was merely a matter of witnessing injustice. She was unafraid of the ensuing trouble. Her eyes, devoid of emotion, sparkled like crystal in the refracted sunlight.
Do you see?
They are, in fact, cowards. As long as you wield a knife, they will hesitate to advance. Lan Yetan's voice was gentle. Their family lacks the power to resort to lethal measures, at most attempting to intimidate in a trivial manner. If you stand your ground, they will be frightened. Slowly, she grasped one of Zhang Yu's hands, presenting her with a knife. "Zhang Yu, take this knife and resist all of this. True affluent and powerful families do not seek to bully you. Why live in fear? They are only capable of such actions because of their own inadequacies. Do not cower. Do not be afraid." Zhang Yu stared blankly at Lan Yetan, tears cascading down her cheeks. It was as if the shackles binding her had finally shattered, transforming her from a mere doll into a sentient being, fully aware of her own existence. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner before.
Indeed.
They were merely bullies due to their lack of genuine ability. Why not let her own charisma draw admiration from others? Zhang Yu. She recalled how her parents had lovingly named her when they still cherished her, moon in hand. Chapter 25.
What now?
Will you kill me? Lan Yetan slowly rose to her feet, recognizing that she could assist Zhang Yu no further. Her fate now lay in her own hands. Suddenly, the screeching sound of a car braking sharply pierced the air. The girl lifted her gaze to see a familiar luxury vehicle coming to a halt by the roadside. A strikingly handsome man, radiating a palpable aura of low pressure, emerged from the car. At first glance, Lan Yetan did not recognize him. Who is this man? Upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, "Ah, is that not my rather inconvenient elder brother?" Hearing her inner thoughts, Lan Yuan's mood soured further. What did she mean by inconvenient elder brother? How presumptuous. Although he was indeed Lan Yetan's legitimate elder brother, and a biological one at that, he couldn't help but feel a wave of irritation wash over him as he observed Lan Yetan's perpetually indifferent gaze. Instinctively, he yearned to grasp her hand, a habit born from his rough treatment of her. He failed to recognize that Lan Yetan, despite her stoic demeanor, was still a young girl who disliked such treatment. However, in an instant, Zhang Yu sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stepping protectively in front of Lan Yetan. Her vigilance was palpable, for she was sensitive to emotions and could perceive that Lan Yetan harbored no affection for the person before them. Moreover, he did not appear to be a man of good character. Lan Yuan, finally realizing his own emotional outburst, exhaled deeply. Lan Yetan simply regarded the man with a cool indifference, responding with a nonchalant "oh," before turning to Zhang Yu, her expression transforming into that of a gentle older sister. "Zhang Yu, would you be willing?" The girl was momentarily bewitched by Lan Yetan's smile, her cheeks flushing slightly as she stammered her agreement. Of course I would." This scene evoked an indescribable sense of peculiarity, yet the exact source of its oddity eluded her. Lan Yetan quietly dismissed the thought, redirecting her gaze toward Lan Yuan, her expression shifting once more. While the smile remained, It appeared somewhat forced, as if it had been manufactured solely for the occasion, lacking any genuine warmth. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, one should not strike those who bear a smile, especially when she required his assistance. It was prudent to maintain her official smile. Then, could you kindly drop Zhang off at her home as well? After all, she had a resource at her disposal, still warm and ready for use. If he refused, she could always take a taxi. Her wallet was sufficient. Zhang Yu, sensing the underlying tension and familiarity between the two, appeared somewhat awkward. Yet Lan Yetan subtly positioned herself in front of her. Having finally rescued her, it would be unfortunate if an incident were to occur today. Offering her money to take a taxi? That seemed unnecessary when a convenient option was right in front of them. The wait for a taxi was uncertain, and Lan Yetan maintained her languid demeanor. Oh, what now? Are you going to kill me? Very well, get in the car. After a brief moment of hesitation, she swiftly pulled Zhang Yu into the vehicle. Is she really this accommodating? Surely, there's no trickery involved. Lan Yuan felt a throb in his forehead, sensing his own patience had reached new heights, and turned to Zhang Yu. Where is your home? At that moment, the girl finally responded, biting her lip and almost instinctively providing her address with remarkable ease. She now surveyed the car, which was lavishly appointed, worth at least $1 million. She realized that Lan Yetan was a young lady from a wealthy family, and not just any affluent household. However, why did their relationship appear so strained? She could sense the girl's instinctive aversion to the man's touch and her demeanor of indifference. Could it be that Lan Yetan was not particularly favored by her family? Yet, she still offered her assistance, unafraid of potential trouble. The more she pondered, the more touched Zhang Yu felt, while Lan Yetan shivered under the weight of her gaze. Why do both of them keep staring at me? Turning her head, she was met with Zhang Yu's eyes, filled with emotion and tears. What? Do you also enjoy overthinking? Suddenly, the dormant 403 chimed in, reporting to Lan Yetan, host. The favorability of the character due 70%. Ding dong. Lan Yetan was genuinely taken aback. Wait, who is she? Isn't her name Zhang Yu? Lan Yetan recalled that in the original book, it was Lan Yetan who saved Dee when she attempted suicide. However, the Dee depicted in the original narrative was a beauty with long black hair, an enigmatic charm that was not conventionally stunning, yet possessed an inexplicable allure. Later, a brilliant female entrepreneur supported Lan Yetan, helping her gradually become the beloved princess of the group. But due to the overwhelming popularity of the character Diu, who was intended to be the protagonist, the author had no choice but to let her meet her demise. At that moment, Zhang Yu stood in a daze, listening to these revelations. What was this voice? Why had it suddenly invaded her mind? She had indeed contemplated renaming herself Diu. In the end, Zhang Yu became Diu. Lan Yetan felt a slight headache. Why was she entangled with the protagonist group? Is it too late for me to crash my head against a wall? Damn it. Zhang Yu lowered her head, her mind racing as she concentrated on organizing the information swirling in her brain. She was utterly certain that this was not a figment of her imagination. The subtle expressions of Lan Yetan were shifting alongside that peculiar and bizarre voice. Strangely, she noted that Lan Yetan seemed to share her own struggles with mental well-being. Does the host regret saving her? Lan Yetan paused, resting her chin on her hand. I do not regret saving Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu felt her heart race intensely. Chapter 26. The Mediocre Man. Until the luxurious car reached its destination, Zhang Yu exited, while Lan Yetan had said very little throughout the ride, only offering a simple farewell as the girl stepped out. It was now around 8 in the evening, and darkness had begun to envelop the sky. Zhang Yu's residence was quite far from the opulent district, and only now did Lan Yetan realize she had hardly checked her phone. Pulling it out, she discovered an overwhelming influx of messages. She usually kept her phone on silent. Perplexed, she wondered how there could be so many notifications. The texts and calls even included alerts from her bank and Alipay account, all indicating a staggering amount. What on earth? Naturally, she rushed to see what her Alipay account had to reveal. Oh my goodness, so much money, so much money, so much money. In a world where familial ties intertwine with the complexities of human emotions, the young girl found herself enveloped in a cloud of confusion. Sister, where are you? Why do you ignore me? Have you grown weary of your brother? As she scrolled through messages, a sense of bewilderment washed over her. What on earth has come over Lan Qingju lately? Not only has my affection for her inexplicably surged, but she seems to be excessively concerned about me. She continued to peruse her WeChat, noting messages from her parents and a small number of acquaintances, primarily family. Is there something amiss today? Why is everyone so concerned about me? I'm perplexed. Previously, when the original owner vanished for such an extended period, no one displayed this level of concern. Lan Yetan paused momentarily, gripping the steering wheel, and slowly declared, "Today, the young master of the Yen family has arrived." That explains it, he thought. I should apologize. The man yearned to inquire whether her concern could stem from genuine care, yet the words remained unspoken. He felt that this girl was becoming increasingly wild, and her perception had been shaped by years of accustomed treatment. An inexplicable pang of sorrow struck her heart. Lan Yetan, however, remained indifferent to the so-called young master. After all, apologies were rather simple, though she lacked the inclination to express them. Upon reaching her home, fatigue enveloped her senses. It felt as though she had exhausted herself in every conceivable way, nearly reaching the point of flying off the rooftops. Lan Yetan was weary. Stepping out of the car, she was greeted by a familiar voice, booming with authority. "You wretched child. Kneel before me."
Me?
She questioned, incredulous, which only fueled her father's anger further. "I did not call for anyone else. Do you not recognize your own misdeeds?" Realization dawned upon her, and she leaned languidly against the doorframe. "My apologies. I was distracted by a dog barking and did not comprehend." Her father, catching the underlying sarcasm, grew even more incensed. Lan Yetan instinctively furrowed his brow and stepped forward to shield his sister. "Father, do temper your wrath." Observing the man's determination to see Lan Yetan kneel, she sighed, knowing that some individuals simply sought to provoke. In that moment, she noticed Lan Yetan seated on the sofa, wearing a smug expression, likely reveling in her predicament. I wondered why that boy I had confronted was so quiet these past few days. Turns out he was biding his time for a grand retaliation. Though it hardly seems grand, it feels more like a mere pile of excrement. Beside her, Lan Yetan couldn't contain her amusement, nearly laughing out loud. Yet she managed to suppress it, relying on years of experience and professional composure. Just then, Lan Qingzhu descended the stairs, witnessing the scene unfold. Their father, furiously pointing at Lan Yetan, while Lan Yetan hid behind their mother. Meanwhile, her older brother appeared to be defending Lan Yetan, and both Lan Yetan and Lan Yetan stood in the background, as if observing a theatrical performance, while Lan Yetan remained nonchalantly leaning against the doorframe, unperturbed by the chaos around her. A sense of challenge to end my life enveloped the air. Alas, engaging in quarrels with such individuals seems utterly futile. I find myself in a state of drowsiness, and though they cannot extinguish my existence, their verbal jabs inflict a certain discomfort. Nearby, there exists a pair of informants, or perhaps two, which only reinforces their status as a couple. Observing Lan Yetan, who appears to be lost in a trance, I approached with the intent to strike the young lady. Yet, my hand was swiftly seized by Lan Qing. Lan Fu felt as though he could scarcely breathe. How had this household come to perceive him? "You truly have gone too far." Lan Yetan stepped forward, exhaling deeply. "Father, please calm yourself. First, articulate the matter at hand so that Yetan may comprehend the situation." The young lady genuinely felt an overwhelming fatigue. It seemed as if she had not paused for a moment since her arrival in this world, and the morrow promised to unleash an array of peculiarities from Lan Yetan. Ding dong, the favorability with Tsukiyuki has increased by 3. This affection could encompass various forms: friendship, love, familial bonds, though it seemed such topics had never been broached with them. Lan Yetan was now thoroughly perplexed. Her companions were not even present, yet the favorability had risen. Nonetheless, Lan Fu's booming voice successfully captured the young lady's attention. Was it not enough that she had already slapped the young master of the Yen family? Was this not sufficient to warrant an apology? The eloquent retorts from Lan Yetan did not waver. She instinctively rebutted, "You conveniently omit the reason I struck him." The man momentarily faltered, yet persisted in his illogical defense. "He merely held on to you. There was no need for a slap." Lan Yetan rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling that this imbecile was beyond redemption.
Oh.
"Then I suppose I should demand your company from you." Alas, do the wealthy characters in novels truly display such a lack of intelligence? It feels as though I am being puppeteered by the plot. Yen Anton, no longer an observer, stormed forward in anger. "Lan Yetan, I am aware of your tactics. Yet do not push your limits. Do not compel me to seek my family and annul our engagement." The young lady surveyed this feeble opponent, feeling as if she were becoming Su Qin, unable to suppress her eye roll. What confidence did this individual possess? At times, excessive self-assurance is not a virtue. Why are both of them so deranged? Finally, she exhaled slowly, uttering 5 words, "A mediocre man beneath." Chapter 27. You understand now. Beholding Yen Anton in a state of vexation, Lan Yetan genuinely believed there was a collective madness at play. Aware of her own temper, she found it perplexing that so many persistently sought to provoke her. Honestly, I am quite fatigued. Listening to Lan Yetan's complaints while observing her evident weariness, it was clear that her sister had been overwhelmed of late. It seemed that merely existing within their household was exhausting. Yen Anton suddenly lunged forward, infuriated, attempting to grasp Lan Yetan's hair. 403 was left utterly at a loss for words. Should one laugh or weep? Indeed, the intention was to awaken her beloved host to the consciousness of this world. However, the current predicament regarding the male lead was rather peculiar. The host, having deviated from the narrative, causes the male protagonist to break free from the confines of his original characterization, thereby revealing his true nature. Host. Do you recall some descriptions of the original male lead? Lan Yetan found himself momentarily dazed and empty-handed, only to feel a sharp tug at his hair. The girl was remarkably decisive. She yanked his hair with considerable force. This fellow was unwilling to allow him any respite, and naturally, he would reciprocate. Was he out of his mind? Alas, there was no helping it. This was simply his nature. So unfortunate. Subsequently, Lan Yetan forcefully pulled down on his hair, prompting a shriek from Lan Yetan. The boy attempted to break free but soon realized the girl had an unexpectedly strong grip. Any turn of his head would leave him bereft of hair. Lan Yetan observed with palpable fear, retreating timidly behind her mother. Noticing that Lan father was about to intervene, the woman's eyes flickered momentarily before she stepped forward to mediate, hoping to persuade Lan Yetan to release her hold. The girl, sensing the assistance being offered, gradually loosened her grip, aware that a timely resolution was necessary to avert a more significant conflict should Lan father approach. Observing Lan Yetan's hands finally free, and the impending eruption of the middle-aged man, the boy quickly moved to gently grasp the girl's hand, leading her upstairs. He did not glance at Lan father, who had clearly become less significant in this household. Ding dong, Lan Yetan's favorability increased by 5%. Lan Yetan likely realized the boy intended to usher her into a room for rest, and she couldn't help but be taken aback. Lan father was evidently quite irate, and those around him tactfully offered their condolences. Lan Yetan, in truth, was not of great importance. A union between two equally matched families was not a necessity. It was merely an opportunity to impart some lessons to the girl. However, it had become increasingly absurd, as it seemed everyone in the household was aligning to protect Lan Yetan, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Lan Qingju's commendable performance indicated he could thrive independently, even without familial support. Naturally, the elder brothers would never allow their youngest sibling to suffer hardship alone. Thus, this game was destined for failure. Speaking of which, why does Lan Qingju suddenly resemble someone possessed? 403 remained silent as Lan Qingju's pace gradually quickened, suppressing the discomfort within. This marked the second time he took his sister's hand, or rather, the second time he kindly held her hand. Many times prior, whenever he held the girl's hand, it was merely to tease her and seek revenge. Now he realized how laughable and pitiful his past self had been. His eyes inexplicably grew moist. He began to feel grateful that Lan Yetan was oblivious to his current disheveled state. Of course, even if she noticed, she would likely pretend otherwise. No one cared. He silently reflected, a consequence of his own actions. Upon returning to her bedroom, the girl flopped onto the bed, her form resembling that of an octopus. Oh. The four-legged creature lies languidly upon the bed. Hadn't you previously inquired about the protagonist's character design? To be honest, my understanding was rather limited. I merely perceived this male lead as a rather dissolute individual. Without his esteemed lineage and striking appearance, he would scarcely embody the essence of a protagonist. With a sigh, 403 manifested in corporeal form, bouncing animatedly before the young girl. The original author depicted the male lead as an extraordinary figure, though he is well controlled within the narrative. As is customary for character archetypes, it is precisely this embellishment by the author that leads many young girls astray. Lan Yetan murmured, her voice somewhat hazy. In this day and age, it seems everything undergoes scrutiny, yet I cannot fathom how people continue to perceive things as they do. What difference is there between this and mere flamboyance? She lamented, living in this world feels exceedingly burdensome. It has scarcely been 3 weeks and already so many vexations have arisen, feeling an added weight upon her shoulders. 403 chose to selectively ignore some of her host's pessimistic musings. Why not share those chat records with your brothers, allowing everyone to see her true nature? When public opinion converges into a torrent of explosive reactions, there is no room for the other party to respond. This approach would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Do you not understand? I despise complications. I favor solutions that are definitive and singular. 403 was momentarily taken aback, astonished by her host's audacity. Although she typically appeared devoid of scheming and exuded a distinctly lackadaisical demeanor, it was evident that when provoked, she would not allow anyone to have it easy. 403 felt there were many facets of her host that eluded his comprehension. I understand. Host, are you planning to eliminate Lan Yetan in one fell swoop? The girl now seemed to be speaking in fragmented thoughts. You grasp that? No, at the very least, this would deliver a critical blow. There's no protagonist halo to mitigate her abilities when her system is inevitably weakened. Realizing her host had fallen silent, the system grew anxious and approached her. Observing the girl's trembling lashes and steady breaths, it became evident she had succumbed to slumber. Indeed, it was somewhat challenging for her little host. Gently swaying, 403 surveyed the surroundings for any potential dangers. Chapter 28. My host's extraordinary morning temper. At this moment, on the other side, why had everything changed so drastically? Her mind was racing to comprehend it all. Previously, everything here seemed to serve her. Every coincidence crafted opportunities in her favor. However, since Lan Yetan had undergone such a profound transformation, it felt as if everything began to favor her instead. She felt resentful. She had once dreamt of ascending to a position of unparalleled adoration, where all willingly sacrificed themselves to pave her path. Meanwhile, Lan Yetan remained forever ensconced in the shadows, a mere mouse lurking in the darkness. The former Lan Yetan seemed to have battled depression. Yet she had never exhibited such madness or violence as she did now. What should I do if everything begins to favor that woman? I have lost the favor of the heavenly path. The green tea system sighed, acutely aware that the heavenly path was gradually withdrawing its affection from its host. Instead, it seemed to be returning to a semblance of order. This entire situation appeared to be spiraling out of control, completely deviating from its meticulously crafted plans. It was utterly overwhelming. Let us first execute that plan, and then observe the outcome it suggested. Lan Yetan took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Yet her hands trembled increasingly. As she reached for the water cup on the cabinet, her unsteady grip caused it to shatter into pieces. Inside the cabinet lay other items, and Lan Yetan felt a pang of fear at the thought of them becoming soaked. She quickly opened the drawer, but the moment she did, her face turned pale. A lock of hair lay within, one she recognized all too well. It was certainly not her own, which indicated it belonged to that person, or perhaps a ghost. The girl felt as though her breath had caught in her throat, her hands trembling even more. Lan Yetan had scarcely drifted into slumber when she became aware of a knocking at the door. A faint sense of foreboding surrounded her. Yet she found herself paralyzed with reluctance to move. Her mind was still shrouded in fog, let alone her body. The system detected that it was Lan Yetan outside the door, who was so oblivious, so deaf. Who on earth could it be? How annoying. Who is out there at 403? Outside, Lan Yetan pondered with anticipation how the girl might react, perhaps expecting some surprise or other response. Then, they heard the girl's calm voice. Could you possibly create a feature that prevents him from knocking on my door? 403 hesitated. I'm afraid that might not be feasible. Lan Yetan adeptly retorted, if we were to consider things from another angle. Perhaps a system designed solely to serve its host should reflect on why it is incapable of doing so. The system was perplexed, confused, and then suddenly enlightened. All right. Now tell me what urgent matter he has. 403 looked at its host, puzzled that she was awake yet still reluctant to open the door. Transforming into a tangible fluff ball, it nestled in her embrace. Host, since you are awake, why not go and check at the door?
Lan Yetan, satisfied,
Gently patted the little fluff ball in her arms. I'm up, but I don't wish to move for anything. 403 found her reasoning sound and immediately reported. He has brought you food. Lan Yetan sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, opened the door, and revealed a professional smile. The system was taken aback, unable to process the swift sequence of actions, only to witness its host now prepared and greeting the person in front of her. Young Master Lan, what brings you here? Lan Yetan felt somewhat unaccustomed to this form of address, but still handed the meal to the girl. You should eat this. Skipping meals at night can lead to stomach issues. The young girl wore a genuine smile, for this time, she was truly hungry, particularly so, having complained for quite a while without a meal. The arrival of food brought her immense joy, and she felt like spinning with delight. Gratefully, She accepted it and closed the door behind her. The system remarked, "Host this." Lan Yetan maintained an elegant demeanor as she ate, regarding the system with a somewhat bewildered expression, gently inquiring, "What is the matter? For 103 Chan?" Clearly, the meal had uplifted her spirits significantly, sparing her from confronting her bothersome father. Indifferent mother, clingy third brother, and neurotic eldest brother. In this household, it seemed that only the second brother possessed a semblance of normalcy. How rare it was indeed, though not entirely normal. After leisurely finishing her meal, the girl felt a touch weary. After all, her energy had been depleted over the past few days, sustained only by long hours of sleep. In essence, sleep functioned as a charger, replenishing her vitality. Slowly, she lay back on her bed, enveloped in her blanket. A satiated belly heralded the perfect time for slumber. Just as she began to drift off, a series of knocks interrupted her peace from outside the door. Lan Yetan felt a rising irritation. Why did everyone seem to dislike her sleep? Had her desire for rest offended them? Is someone unwell? She thought, wondering if the system had a message for her. Listening to the muffled voice outside, the system felt a pang of sympathy. "Host, it is your elder brother. He merely wishes to have a heart-to-heart with you, nothing more." With a nonchalant demeanor, Lan Yetan resumed her slumber. Yet the persistent knocking continued, relentless as if it would not cease until she opened the door. This was particularly vexing. With a heavy sigh, she realized sleep was now utterly elusive. Generally, after being awakened twice, insomnia was her only companion. Yet, despite her fatigue, sleep remained out of reach. Without hesitation, she seized a pillow and hurled it at the door. "Go away," she exclaimed. She had no inclination to converse with her family, feeling that any dialogue would only bring misfortune. At times, she contemplated calling the authorities, although she was uncertain of the grounds. The system, for 03, was genuinely taken aback. Was this truly the formidable wrath of her host upon awakening? It was quite a frightening sight, and the system felt a twinge of fear. It was fortunate that it rarely disturbed her before she was fully awake, otherwise, the consequences were too dreadful to imagine. Outside the door, Lan Yuan stood momentarily stunned, watching Lan Yan pass by with a smile, realizing she had been fooled. Chapter 29, Redemption. Lan Yetan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest, her mind in a state of agitation. Yet, she was reluctant to move. Feeling both weary and irritable, contemplating self-harm as a means to clarity. In moments of distress, only pain and blood could awaken her to a semblance of peace. The scars are unsightly, yet they serve as a constant reminder that this is no dream. Sometimes, the desire for death creeps in, yet it feels as though others deserve it more, and the thought of dragging them down with me feels more palatable. I am weary, lacking the energy to move. 403 transforms into a little cat, nestling in the embrace of its host. "Dear host, please do not dwell on such pessimism," it softly chirps. The girl, with her long, lustrous black hair cascading carelessly over the pillow, reveals dark circles beneath her eyes. Her strikingly beautiful face bears a palpable sense of world weariness, her skin unusually pale. Her pupils seem perpetually dim and vacant. As 403 often finds solace in its hostess' arms, it can sense her almost emaciated state. There exists a kind of detached, pristine beauty about her, yet it evokes a hesitance to draw near. Regardless of prior knowledge, 403 has come to understand that its host is not one to indulge in food, save for moments of genuine hunger. Bowing its head, despite always proclaiming itself as the most magnificent 403 in existence, it has encountered hosts who are either radiant and optimistic, driven by a fierce will to survive, or reluctant to part from their loving families. It had never anticipated crossing paths with a host so devoid of vitality, whose past experiences led her to believe that death would be preferable. Yet, the system remains inherently selfish, for the demise of its host would also herald its own obliteration. What to do? The internal conflict rages on. Ultimately, it chooses to ignore it. As a mere system, its limited capacity cannot accommodate such profound emotions. For in its initial programming, the supreme deity had imparted that emotions are superfluous and a hindrance to their purpose. Lan Yetan rises slowly to stand before the floor-to-ceiling window, where the night sky has succumbed to complete darkness. Countless entangled negative emotions gradually engulf her. Do not emulate my forthcoming actions. I may harbor a darker disposition, yet I wish for your happiness. I shall repeat this thrice. Do not emulate. Do not emulate. Do not emulate. Her gaze droops, shrouded in ambiguity, as she retreats step by step to her cabinet, opening a drawer. Within lies an array of knives. A collection she has amassed from her previous life, drawn to their charming designs. The allure of the big city, with its specialty shops, enticed her to indulge. She nonchalantly selects one, prompting a shriek from 403. Host, what are you doing? This is not permissible. Please do not. Lan Yetan casually grips her little system, appearing fatigued as she leans quietly against the wall. Do not stop me. Let me vent for a moment. 403 perceives the exhaustion in her tone, instantly deflating. It remains silent, looking at her with pitiful eyes. It knows that should it intervene, Lan Yetan would spiral further into madness. Thus, it is better to allow her this release. The act of a young girl resorting to a blade to alleviate her anguish and unparalleled negative emotions is fundamentally misguided. Yet, what difference does it make? Habits cultivated over an extended period cannot simply be discarded at will. The sound of the knife piercing flesh, the sensation of pain buffered, would undoubtedly be excruciating for an ordinary person. However, this is Lan Yetan, and she is in a state of collapse. These past few days have drained her of too much energy and vitality, and sleep offers no solace. Thus, she resorts to this extreme measure. I implore you, do not emulate this behavior. Strangely, it does not seem exceedingly painful. The crimson sting blurs her vision and incites a perverse exhilaration. 403 can distinctly perceive the tumultuous fluctuations in her emotional state. Host, consider peace. Think of him. You have yet to meet him, and you remain unaware of his current circumstances. The mere mention of peace sends waves of agony through Kanya's head and heart, a sensation akin to a piercing into her very soul. Nausea, revulsion, and suffering envelop her. The relentless ringing in her ears accompanies the trickle of crimson flowing down her hand. She gasps for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, while her stomach convulses in spasms. Stumbling into the restroom, Kanya reaches the toilet just in time to expel the contents of her stomach. The echoes of insults, cries, and screams incessantly assault her eardrums, amplifying her physical torment. As she retches, tears inexplicably cascade down her cheeks. Her legs weaken, her hands tremble, and droplets of blood fall upon the path she has traversed. The wound is deep, and the system hastily arrives on the scene. It observes its host cradling a small pill in her hand. Host, please take this medication to stabilize your emotions. Kanya does not resist. She is acutely aware of her own suffering. She swallows the pill, and its efficacy is palpable. She can feel the turmoil within her gradually subside, bringing relief to her physical discomfort. 403, almost like a magician, produces an array of medical supplies. With a slow, curious gaze, he regards his host. Host, in moments like this, would you wish for someone to accompany you? Kanya lifts her gaze. I feel ugly in my afflicted state. I do not wish for company. Yet 403 persists. Do you believe that there is redemption awaiting you in your moments of despair? Kanya exhales slowly, her mind pondering this question with deliberation. Redemption? It is a thought she has entertained in the past, during countless nights marred by domestic violence and bullying, during instances of verbal assault and near humiliation. During those nights, when survival felt impossible, she has contemplated it. However, that was in the past, for she has never truly encountered it. Some individuals, knowing fragments of her harrowing history, have claimed to offer salvation, only to plunge her deeper into despair. Ironically, she had even harbored hopes for those individuals. Redemption has been sought before. Now it is gone, and I no longer believe. Suddenly, she raised her head and was met with the sight of a boy with silver short hair, quietly gazing at her. His blue eyes were as clear as a tranquil lake, and he wore a commonplace hoodie, with black cross earrings adorning his ears. A boy squatted before her, and Lan Yetan froze in place. Who is this? How could he be so vividly alive? Chapter 30. Not you. 403. Instinctively, Lan Yetan wanted to take a step back, only to realize there was no space to retreat. Who are you? The girl was momentarily bewildered. She had never encountered someone so vividly alive. The boy's voice was refreshingly clear, and Lan Yetan's eyes widened. The seemingly cool and aloof boy before her was 403. No, could this really be 403? If I hurt you, just let me know. 403's touch was noticeably clumsy and slow. He cautiously held the girl's hand, gently administering an antidote to her wounds. As a system, he did not comprehend pain, but through his database, he understood it was a distressing experience for humans. Oh dear, this is too terrifying. 403.
How can you maintain a human form?
The boy meticulously applied the antidote, offering a shy smile. I felt you needed companionship at this moment. I searched my database and discovered that many afflicted by such ailments require the presence of others. Thus, I converted some of the points from my previous tasks into a human form, but I can only sustain it for about half an hour. His voice was melodious, reminiscent of a potential voice actor, unlike the previous cold electronic tone, now imbued with a subtle chill. Lan Yetan found it somewhat amusing and remarked, "Aren't you afraid that seeing you as a person will make me even more excited?" 403 lowered his gaze as he tended to her wounds. When their eyes met, his gaze, usually devoid of emotion, now bore a hint of seriousness. "Host, I have learned about your past and your present. I can sense your emotions. And I know you long for companionship." Lan Yetan instinctively paused her breath. Indeed, since turning 19, she had been labeled as indifferent, aloof, and lacking compassion. Everyone believed she was impervious. Yet, few knew she had once been a sensitive, fragile, and kind-hearted little girl. She would ponder if she had erred when someone spoke to her with an unusual tone. She would feel a pang of sympathy for a starving kitten, sharing her meager breakfast even when she herself was hungry. Her attentiveness extended to caring for others, always considering their feelings. What, then, had transformed her into her current self? What had she endured in between? Perhaps her present indifference was merely a fade. Deep down, her heart remained kind, though perhaps not as much as before. It is indeed laughable that a person incapable of saving themselves would aspire to rescue others. She recalled Zhang Yu. During the brainstorming session, 403 pointed towards the bed, not far away. "Your human body is exceedingly frail, particularly with someone of your delicate constitution. Sitting on the cold floor for an extended period could lead to illness. Do you possess any strength at present?" Lan Yetan, with an impassive expression, rose to her feet and turned around. "Rest assured, I am not so weak as to be unable to walk." She then took out a piece of paper to wipe away the bloodstains left on the ground, pulling out several more and tossing them to 403. "You ought not to be idle. Assist me in cleaning." After they thoroughly cleansed the floor, they carelessly discarded the wadded paper into the trash bin. Lan Yetan collapsed onto the bed, pondering how to conceal her wounds. To her surprise, her system, 403, produced a tube of ointment akin to Doraemon's pocket. It was applied to the girl's injury. Lan Yetan was genuinely puzzled. "How is it that you seem to possess everything?" 403 let out a few sounds of affirmation. "Indeed, I have a plethora of ordinary items. Some even surpass those currently available on the market." This confirmed that it was indeed her own system, evident from its rather unrefined tone. Just moments ago, she had harbored doubts about which extraordinary entity had taken over her system. The two sat on the edge of the bed, the atmosphere momentarily awkward, exceedingly so. Perhaps even in the future, regardless of whether 403 assumed the form of a small cat, they would not be able to interact joyfully. "A host, do you require a hug at this moment?" Lan Yetan paused in silence, then looked up, managing a somewhat strained gaze at him.
No.
"What I need now is for you to transform into your small cat form." 403 appeared slightly disheartened. "So, you don't like my human form? Is it unappealing?" "Not at all unappealing. I simply find it somewhat difficult to adjust." This sentiment was sincere, for 403 in its current form could undoubtedly captivate many within the school. 403 let out a meek "oh," then transformed into a soft, fluffy little cat. Lan Yetan casually received it. However, this time she did not indulge in the previous reckless fondling. There are distinctions between genders. Having never encountered his human form before, she could self-hypnotize. Now that she had seen someone else's human form, maintaining some decorum was necessary. "Host, why do you seem peculiar?" Lan Yetan was taken aback. "What do you mean?" 403, with utmost seriousness, lifted its head to observe the puzzled expression of its host and remarked, "According to data calculations, you typically cuddle my cat form quite freely. Yet now, you are decidedly off. My diagnostics indicate you are very stiff." At this moment, Lan Yetan truly believed in the wisdom of silence. "By the way, can you detect the current status of Ping-an?" The system did not push further, promptly vanishing from the girl's embrace to search for Ping-an's general condition. The search results were remarkably satisfying. 403 exhaled in relief, as the words displayed on the screen indicated that the host could finally be at ease. "Host, our readings show that all is well, even quite joyous," he remarked. As though struck by a thought, he added, "However, this is merely temporary. The specifics require the host's personal inspection, as our data may not be entirely accurate. After all, the favored child is often accompanied by protectors, which may lead to some chaotic information."
Lan Yetan no detinaknolet.
Chapter 31. One wonders if he too has awakened to something. In the early morning at the Lan family estate, Lan Yetan descended the stairs in a daze, feeling as though her mind was still somewhat foggy, her eyes betraying an endless fatigue. After breakfast, Lan Yin lifted his gaze and immediately noticed the wound on the young girl's arm, pausing momentarily. As a doctor, he could easily discern that her mental state was far from optimal. In a soothing tone, he inquired, "Yetan, what happened to your hand?" Lan Yetan casually raised her eyes and replied with a nonchalant "Oh, it's nothing. Just a scratch." Lan Qingzhu, unable to contain himself, stepped forward, eager to grasp the girl's hand. Yet, Lan Yetan deftly sidestepped his gesture, frowning slightly. "I've told you I'm fine. It was just an accidental scrape. What are you all fussing about? Now you pretend to be so concerned, but you were never this kind to the original owner before. What on earth?" The trio froze in their actions, instinctively recalling past events. It was Lan Yuan who, maintaining composure, promptly diverted the conversation. "All right, Yetan, Qingzhu, Nian, it's time for class." Reluctantly, Lan Yin stepped aside to allow the girl to pass. With an unyielding determination, she directed her gaze toward the vehicle at the door and strode forward. Observing her retreating figure, Lan Yuan felt a moment of disconnection. Recalling how Lan Yetan had previously butted heads with him over a girl named Zhang Yu, he could clearly see what the young girl had endured. Yet, based on his past impressions, she was not the type to engage in such noble acts. If Lan Yetan had always been like this, then were those previous incidents truly her doing? 403 observed the steadily rising favorability ratings with a hint of perplexity, yet still reported to the girl.
Ding.
Lan Qingzhu's favorability increased by 2, now at 87. Lan Yuan's favorability increased by 7, now at 48. Lan Yun's favorability increased by 6, now at 41. Lan Yetan, not my buddy. Simultaneously, the green tea system noted the declining favorability ratings on the panel and fell into a heavy silence. It had not detected what skill had been employed by that system from the past until now. It felt as if no skill had ever been utilized at all. So why was it like this? Eventually, he reported, Big Brother Lan Yu and Lan Yun's favorability decreased by 5, now at 80. In the car, Lan Yan, who had been maintaining a sweet and delicate smile, suddenly froze. The driver, observing her expression hanging between a smile and frown, instinctively fell silent. This was an unusual display of emotion for Miss Lan Yan. However, being an actress for so many years, she quickly composed herself. Turning her head, she no longer felt the need to maintain any facade, overwhelmed by a sense of agitation. What on earth is happening? Why has my favorability suddenly plummeted? The green tea system, listening to Lan Yan's complaints, felt utterly innocent. It was unaware of any wrongdoing, as the host had not employed any tools or committed any misdeeds. Why does it seem like you can do nothing at all? Lan Yan exclaimed. The green tea system found itself inexplicably under attack, feeling quite bewildered. Clearly, it was the host's inadequacy that was at fault. From the very beginning, it had clarified its purpose. There had never been issues before, yet now, when problems arose, the host shifted all blame onto it. What was the meaning of this? The green tea system was rather vexed.
Mihile, Lan Yetan,
who had yet to enter the vehicle, raised an eyebrow as the driver was about to speak. In an instant, she opened the door and slipped inside. Sister, you're here. I apologize for yesterday's incident. I should have stopped father, she said with a smile.
Lan Nian momentia frodo.
Realizing that Lan Yetan was insulting both her and their father. Though her teeth clenched in annoyance, she maintained her usual innocent demeanor, casting a pitiful glance at Lan Yetan. Sister, if you disapprove of me, you can scold me, but it's excessive to include father in your reproach. After all, he is. Lan Yetan languidly reclined to her seat, appearing as nonchalant as ever. I didn't insult you. You merely perceive yourself as a dog. Lan Yan thought to herself, oh no, I've taken the bait. Lan Yetan had grown stronger, more intelligent, emotionally astute, and her words had become sharper. It was infuriating that her own system paled in comparison to the rivals. Lan Yan felt as though she was staring into an abyss with no future in sight. In contrast, Lan Yetan found this power struggle rather tiresome, especially since her opponent was incapable of matching her wits. Such underhanded tactics were only effective against the dim-witted, the mute, and the emotionally inept, not against someone as sharp-tongued and clever as herself. Merely in terms of dialogue, she was invincible. Seated in the front, Lan Qingzhu listened to their exchange in silence. Typically, he would have defended his dear sister by now. Observing him thoughtfully, Lan Yetan turned her gaze towards Lan Qingzhu. System. Something is amiss with Lan Qingzhu. His favorability has inexplicably surged, and his attitude has shifted. Lan Yetan regarded her system with a knowing smile, suspecting that it had been concealing something from her from the very start. It felt as if an unseen force constrained her, layer upon layer, compelling her not to ponder those matters. It gnawed at her nerves and thoughts. Although the pain of these thoughts still lingered, it was no longer debilitating. She was seated now, after all. It was uncomfortable, yet upon discovering something, an inexplicable sensation arose within her, something she could not articulate. No, the favorability has skyrocketed overnight. How could it change so drastically in just a day? The system engaged in a spirited brainstorming session, not that it had suggested that this host was exceptionally clever. It presumed that the host, weary from the previous day, would lack the inclination to ponder such matters. Immediately, it transformed into a small cat, flitting before the girl as if attempting to obstruct her forthcoming words. However, Lan Yetan remained unfazed. With so many people around, it was improbable that he would be yanked down from the sky and embraced. He might well be deemed a madman. Do you think he has awakened to something? The tension in 403 finally dissipated. Chapter 32. The initiation of Lan Yetan's plan. Lan Qingzhu's heart raced abruptly. The system was merely feigning carelessness before it hastily retreated into the realm of consciousness. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for Lan Yetan likely had a nascent answer forming in his mind. Upon reaching the school gate, he observed Lan Qingzhu nearly fleeing in disarray and pondered quietly, is someone chasing him? As soon as he entered the classroom, Lan Yetan noticed his deskmate casting a chilling glare around the room. Who did this? The boy's voice, authoritative yet composed, resonated, prompting Lan Yetan to adopt a nonchalant demeanor while hastening his pace. To his astonishment, he was met with a shocking sight. Who would be so malicious as to tear all my books apart? In truth, Lan Yetan was not particularly troubled. Well, I suppose I can manage. Tearing them all apart doesn't seem to matter much. Shen Yanlan nearly lost her composure, but managed to maintain her serious facade. This left Lan Yetan puzzled. In the past, no one dared to act so recklessly in their shared space. After all, Shen Yanlan's authority was still intact, and she would certainly not tolerate such bullying, particularly in defense of Lan Yetan. However, once outside the school, her influence waned, and within the classroom, her protection of him could be deemed her utmost benevolence. The surrounding classmates remained silent, not a single soul daring to speak. The girl, however, appeared unperturbed, smiling sweetly at those around her. The absence of any admissions was palpable. It was well known that Lan Yetan typically smiled during moments that should not elicit joy, suggesting she had retained something. The voice of Lan Yetan echoed in her ears. Nian. TSK, of course, no one would admit it, this time. Lan Yetan can only endure this humiliation. Nian. When the time comes, I shall step forward, urging her not to make things difficult for others. Given her current disposition, she would undoubtedly scold me. Lan Yetan paused, finally grasping Lan Yetan's intent. Alas, it's unfortunate that her scheming has heightened. Had it been someone else, they might have faced her wrath. However, encountering me, her plan stands little chance of success. The boy hesitated, observing the seemingly impassive yet internally calculating Lan Yetan before him. He suddenly realized that she had indeed become significantly more astute. Previously, though Lan Yetan was stubborn and unwilling to concede, she was merely a fool with academic intelligence, but devoid of emotional intelligence. Li En.
Shen Yanlan pauset?
Somewhat incredulous. The two turned their gazes toward the timid boy. In the ordinary course of life, Li En was an inconspicuous presence, always tucked away in a corner behind a pair of glasses, hailing from a modest background and having been selected for his academic prowess. Shen Yanlan understood that indeed. The choice of Li En was not without reason. It was unlikely anyone would suspect him. The young girl approached the boy with a calm demeanor, her eyes heavy with the remnants of a sleepless night, shadowed by dark circles. Li En instinctively recoiled, a wave of panic surging within him as he watched the girl advance. How could she possibly know it would be Li En? The green tea system swiftly directed Lan Yetan, hurry and stop Lan Yetan from prematurely executing her plan. With her head bowed, Lan Yetan gazed at Li En, about to utter something when she noticed Lan Yetan, seemingly having seen something, step in front of everyone. Sister, I understand you harbor resentment towards me, but you cannot act this way. Lan Yetan, with reddened eyes and a demeanor that was both dignified and unyielding, retorted. But you cannot arbitrarily target an ordinary person to bully. The girl looked at the figure before her, smiling not out of anger, but rather in exasperation. What era was this, still clinging to the trope of a stubborn, domineering CEO and his delicate wife? Absurd. Lan Yetan lazily raised her gaze. Who informed you that I intended to bully him? We are classmates, and is it not entirely normal for us to engage in some form of communication?
Lan Yetan,
Taken aback by the girl's composed tone, instinctively took a step back. Then why are you approaching him? Sister, you. Lan Yetan observed a tear gliding down Lan Yan's cheek, transforming her into a figure of striking vulnerability. It was not merely her appearance, but her aura. The entire essence of her being seemed to shift, rendering her the apparent victim in the eyes of all. The green tea system has activated. The murmurs around them were sporadic, yet uniformly critical of Lan Yetan. Lan Yetan, why do you persist in bullying Nian? It's truly unbearable. Just look at how pitiful our Nian is. Lan Yetan raised her voice. Oh really? I happen to have some evidence. I wonder if everyone would care to see it. Dismissive voices echoed around her. You must be deceiving us. What do you have? Show us. They scoffed. To frame Nian, you truly resort to any means necessary. Even if it were true, what does it have to do with our Nian? Lan Yetan realized that the situation was veering far from her expectations. Anxiously biting her lip, she soon noticed the teacher entering the scene. Her eyes flickered momentarily. As anticipated, the teacher, observing the entangled situation involving Lan Yetan and Lan Yetan, instinctively tapped the podium. What is going on here? No talking. What is the matter? Lan Yetan ceased her sobbing, activating her system's capabilities. It's nothing, just some personal matters between my sister and me. Teacher Yuan furrowed his brow, momentarily disoriented, and given his generally favorable impression of Lan Yetan, he blurted out almost uncontrollably, all right, everyone disperse. Lan Yetan met Lan Yetan's somewhat provocative gaze, without a hint of disturbance. She had anticipated this long ago, yet she had no intention of exposing it at this moment. After all, when multiple bombs are ignited simultaneously, the resulting explosion is truly formidable. This was indeed delivered to her by Lan Yetan herself, an invitation to her own demise. Shun Lan gazed somewhat perplexed at the girl, expecting her to be angry, only to discover a hint of excitement lingering in her heart. Lan Yetan was on the verge of stepping down. Soon, there would be one less fool to disturb her tranquility, a welcome relief. The evidence was nearly complete. They were simply awaiting Lan Yetan's next move. Even in her confusion, she did not dwell on it. Since Lan Yetan was evidently quite confident in handling such matters, there was no need for her to probe further. Should any missteps occur, she could lend a small hand. The campus gossip was about to unfold, and this time it would descend upon Lan Yetan. Was it not a form of poetic justice? Chapter 33. Rarely smiles, unless unable to contain it. Lan Yetan watched with delight as Teacher Lu approached the podium, cheerfully addressing the students below. Classmates, today we welcome a new student. The girl's mind spun. I don't recall this plot in the original story, sister. Class 403 shared her confusion. Indeed, this scene was absent from the original narrative. What was going on? Footsteps echoed, and Lan Yetan raised her gaze slightly, spotting a tall boy with black hair and amber eyes entering. His slender form adorned in aristocratic school attire gave him the appearance of a runway model. Admittedly, the uniform was quite prestigious. His eyes were exceptionally striking, resembling amber that refracted light beautifully in the sun, with androgynous, delicate features. A black ear stud adorned one ear, lending him an air of rebellious coolness. Class 403 suddenly inquired of Lan Yetan, what do you think of that boy? The girl thoughtfully summarized, handsome. After a moment's contemplation, she added, I wish to grow up to be like him. Shun Lan, Class 403, a soft voice murmured, and then fell silent. Shun Lan regarded the boy on stage with a hint of confusion. The Shun family had invested in the school, yet there was no mention of a new student joining this class. Lan Yetan scrutinized him for a moment before lowering her gaze, and suddenly, Lan Yetan's inner voice began to resonate in her ears. System, you mentioned that Wenqing's name sounds quite feminine. However, he is indeed handsome and comes from a good family. Perhaps I could pursue him. The girl raised an eyebrow as she observed Lan Yetan's gaze fixated on Wenqing. Lan Yetan is interested in pursuing Wenqing. This name sounds somewhat familiar. Class 403 timely reminded their host, who had a notoriously poor memory. Wenqing, the only son of the Wen family, has been raised in privilege since birth, sailing smoothly through life while maintaining an image of coolness and charisma. However, the text does not clarify whether Wenqing ever falls under Lan Yetan's spell. Lan Yetan was somewhat surprised. Did the author forget to fill that plot hole? The system speculated that this was likely the case. The two individuals reached a remarkable consensus, or rather, one person dominated the interaction. After their encounter with the 403 cricket, Lan Yetan could no longer disregard the intense gaze directed at her. Wenqing, with a playful glimmer in his eyes, seemed to take an extraordinary interest in her. The girl silently recalled a phrase, "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention." The 403 system pondered over its host's occasionally eccentric nature, always ready to indulge in witty remarks. But what can one do? Life is fleeting. Why not enjoy a bit of humor? Lan Yetan met his gaze without a hint of trepidation. Teacher Lu addressed the boy. "Transfer student, please introduce yourself." Wenqing slowly picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed 2 characters on the blackboard. Wenqing. The characters bore an assertive beauty. When he spoke, his voice was laced with a languid chill, almost like a hook. "Hello everyone, my name is Wenqing. My goodness. He possesses an air of superiority." Whispers erupted among the students. "He is the only son of the Wen family, so handsome. I want to talk to him." The boy instinctively glanced at Lan Yetan, yet she offered him not a single glance, continuing to gaze out the window. This was puzzling. Hadn't Ping'an mentioned that her master quite fancied this sort of attention? What a trap. The voice of the 403 system chimed in, Wenqing's initial affinity level, 20. "Host, you are remarkable." Lan Yetan felt a chill run down her spine, oblivious to the implications behind the system's words. Or perhaps she simply did not contemplate that aspect. Such electronic entities are devoid of emotions. She would not indulge in misplaced sentiments. Observing the languid little cat on her desk, one would hardly associate it with the icy yet fervent wolf dog from the previous night. Have the system's thresholds truly become so elevated? Even appearance is scrutinized now. After Wenqing completed his introduction, he confidently strode toward the empty seat at the back of the classroom. Teacher Lu sighed in relief, having heard that this young master excelled academically in all respects. Seemingly favored by fortune itself, yet his temperament was peculiar. One moment he might smile gently, igniting a flutter of youthful emotions. The next, his words could plunge one into an icy abyss. She certainly dared not provoke him. With the introduction of this young master behind her, she felt as though she had navigated a perilous hurdle. As soon as class ended, Wenqing found himself nearly encircled by eager classmates. Observing the crowd, he maintained his characteristic demeanor, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. His voice, tinged with playful mockery, yet icy in tone. "Silence the chatter. You may go wherever you please, but do not crowd around me." Lan Yetan promptly approached, feigning a gentle, understanding demeanor. "All right, everyone. Please don't cluster around classmate Wen. He seems to prefer solitude, and your presence may be a bit overwhelming for him." She then turned, blushing slightly, and smiled warmly at Wenqing. With a gentle tone, Wenqing addressed her classmate, seeming quite certain that such a person must enjoy being depended upon. Given their assertive nature and the support of a system at their disposal, she was confident she could captivate the young man before her, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Unfortunately, her assumptions were misguided. Individuals like Wenqing, who had always lived in luxury surrounded by sycophants, were never short of those eager to cling to him. It seemed he had only just noticed the girl before him, letting out a soft "oh" before uttering a remark that left Lan Yetan feeling humiliated. "Did I permit you to speak?" He paused, as if to emphasize the sting of his words, adding, "Keep your distance from me." Lan Yetan felt the weight of his disdain. Meanwhile, Lan Yetan observed the unfolding drama, stifling a laugh. It appears Lan Yetan has faced more setbacks in these few days than in the preceding years. The girl bit her lip. Her head bowed in humiliation as she addressed the young man. "I apologize. I overlooked your feelings. Can you forgive me?" Deep down, she doubted it. Having stooped so low, she could hardly expect him to grant her any dignity. Yet, she was up against Wenqing, a young master known for his lack of decorum and sharp tongue.
No forgiveness. Keep your distance from me.
Lan Yetan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Apologies." She is quite the professional. Unless absolutely unable to restrain herself, she rarely laughs. Watching Lan Yetan suffer is rather satisfying. Chapter 34. The Scheme of Lan Yetan. The green tea system found itself amused by its somewhat clever yet not particularly bright host. How could someone like Wenqing, who is never short of love, dependence, and flattery, possibly fall for your tactics? Lan Yetan found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had instinctively approached him with strategies that had worked on others. Furthermore, the person before her harbored no fondness for her, making the effects of the green tea system insufficient to elevate her in his eyes. Lan Yetan listened intently to the girl's inner thoughts, reveling in her misfortune. She held grudges and could not bear to see those who had wronged her prosper. Some had accused her of being selfish, a label she accepted without objection. But so what? Their opinions did not diminish her worth. Lan Yetan prided herself on possessing a mindset far superior to that of the average person. At this point, Lan Yetan had grown more subdued. No longer seeking out trouble. I shall behave. Please spare me. After all, as the little princess of the Lan family, she still carried a certain weight. Lan Yetan idly toyed with her pen. Everything was already in place, just waiting for Lan Yetan to unwittingly walk into her trap. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for etiquette class. The girls sauntered into the classroom, pondering how Lan Yetan would react upon discovering that her meticulously planned schemes had long been uncovered. Suddenly, she felt a hand grasp hers. It was Lan Yetan, still sporting that endearing face. In a soft voice, she said, "Sister, I believe there is a misunderstanding between us. Can we resolve it before class begins?" Lan Yetan sighed, employing what could only be described as exceedingly poor acting as she replied to Lan Yetan. "Didn't you tell me not to call you sister? You are older than I am. Furthermore, I don't believe there is any misunderstanding between us." Lan Yetan remarked, "Isn't this person straying from the script?" Lan Yetan found this amusing. She had long since abandoned the script herself. It seemed Lan Yetan still hadn't adjusted to her unconventional way of thinking. A sense of unease gnawed at her, an ominous feeling that disaster was imminent. Yet, this feeling was faint, and she chose not to dwell on it. However, the panic had now reached a crescendo. She bit her lip, realizing that she must complete this task. She could not afford to lose. Failure would mean utter ruin. Lan Yetan noticed that this girl was rather clever and smiled. With a beautiful face and an enchanting smile, she evoked a sense of anxiety in those around her. "All right then, what do you wish to say? Speak up." "But why must it be here on the staircase?" Lan Yetan was startled. "System. Does Lan Yetan suspect something?" The green tea system had fallen into a deep slumber and could not respond. Having reached this stage, she knew she had to proceed. "Sister, I believe chatting here is perfectly fine. Besides, attending etiquette class won't be of any use. I know you've grown accustomed to life in the countryside." Her words were intended to provoke Lan Yetan, making the situation feel more authentic. She recalled how Lan Yetan had trembled after quarreling with their father, clearly still invested in their family. Unfortunately, Lan Yetan was oblivious. It is often said that repeatedly harboring anger over a single issue is futile, and perhaps the final instance of anger signifies a complete release. Lan Yetan observed Lan Yetan's indifferent expression, as if to say, "Go on, I'm not bothered." Clenching her teeth, she stepped forward and seized Lan Yetan's hand. She had calculated that this place was free from surveillance and that a crowd would soon converge. The volume of her voice suddenly surged. "Sister, I know you despise me, but it's unavoidable. I was young and didn't understand. I truly had no idea you would harbor such resentment against me. Am I wrong? You have always been accustomed to rural life." Seizing the moment as curious gazes turned her way, she let out a sharp cry, stumbling back. Lan Yetan remarked, "I haven't even moved, and this girl has orchestrated the entire scene." Chaos erupted around them as people surged toward Lan Yetan. The girl silently pleaded with the green tea system, but it remained unresponsive. Panic engulfed her. The system had not informed her that it was in slumber before vanishing. How could this happen? Yet, it was only through sacrifice that Lan Yetan would be utterly disgraced, unable to stir any ripples. Perhaps the green tea system had already set this up for her. With this thought, she regained her composure, but the overwhelming pain coursing through her body was relentless. Tears streamed down her face as she succumbed to the agony. As he tumbled onto the platform of the staircase, an overwhelming ache enveloped his entire being, particularly in his hands. Lan Yetan leaned languidly against the wall, her gaze contemplative as she observed Lan Yetan. Nearby, onlookers immediately rushed to assist the young girl, their voices rising in a chorus of indignation. "I can't believe it. Lan Yetan, how could you be so cruel? Yetan is a violinist. What will happen if her hand is broken?" A voice echoed. "Should we report this person to the authorities? This is outrageous." Before Lan Yetan could respond, she heard Lan Yetan's pained, intermittent voice. "It's all right. I believe my sister did not mean it. If it brings her happiness, I am willing to endure this." The surrounding spectators gazed at Lan Yetan with even greater sympathy. Slowly, Lan Yetan lifted her eyes, the small ornament at her collar glimmering with a crimson light. In a voice imbued with an icy calmness, she began to speak. At that moment, within the grand residence of the Lan family, Lan Yun inexplicably found himself in Lan Yetan's room, which was now eerily vacant. Previously, Lan Yetan had always welcomed her three brothers into her space. Thus, he naturally assumed the same would apply now. The young girl did not hurl any insults at him as her eldest brother or third brother might have done. He believed himself to be an exception, unaware that if Lan Yetan were to discover his intrusion, she would undoubtedly want to slap him. For it was fundamentally wrong to trespass in another's sanctuary. She detested those who pried into others' privacy without consent. His gaze drifted slowly, and he caught sight of a blood-stained crumpled paper in the trash bin. A jolt of apprehension surged within him as unsettling thoughts and images began to materialize in his mind. Chapter 35. What now? Surely you all failed to comprehend the situation? How could you so readily accuse me? The onlookers glared at the girl, their indignation palpable, as if they had already convicted Lan Yetan of all wrongdoing. Who else but you is present, Nian Nian? It was just you here, one voice chimed in. Indeed, you had a conflict this morning, another added. How can you still deny it when death is imminent? Overwhelmed by the barrage of foolish accusations, Lan Yetan could no longer endure their ignorance. Enough! Let's take your goddess to the infirmary. She appears on the verge of losing consciousness, she declared. The crowd immediately turned their attention to the ashen-faced Lan Nian Nian, hastily lifting her up. At that moment, the system posed a question. Host, why do you not publicly expose Lan Nian Nian's treachery? Lan Yetan found herself at a loss for words. Her hands and legs are injured. How can I possibly demand to see the video? Besides, there is no computer here to extract it. The system promptly fell silent, nodding in contemplation before suggesting, so, the host intends to wait for the upheaval to strike before delivering a decisive blow to Lan Nian Nian. The young girl watched as the crowd carried Lan Nian Nian toward the infirmary. No, it's just that I cannot extract the video at this moment, and presenting it now would not stir any significant reaction. Host, why do you enjoy speaking in riddles so much? The system inquired. Just as Lan Yetan was about to engage in a debate regarding her linguistic style, she sensed a piercing gaze fixed intently upon her from behind. The young girl stood languidly at the original staircase, acutely aware of the chilling aura of menace looming behind her. Suddenly, a gust of cool wind swept past, prompting Lan Yetan to deftly sidestep just in time. To her surprise, the shadow did not draw near. Turning her head, she beheld a dark-haired youth grasping Yan Anton by the collar, towering over him slightly. His voice, gentle and markedly different from the cold demeanor he once bore, inquired about his intentions. Oh dear, I apologize for lifting you so casually. But what exactly are you planning to do? In truth, his tone suggested a hint of mischief. Lan Yetan regarded Wen Qing with unexpected astonishment, as well as the furious Yan Anton, whose eyes were aflame with anger. This individual arrived just in time, thankfully. For had he truly fallen, the complications would have multiplied, she mused. From behind, Shin Nianlan's voice arrived somewhat tardily. Lan Yetan, are you unhurt? The young girl observed the worried expression on the boy's face as he scrutinized her from head to toe, ensuring she bore not a single scratch. Not even a strand of hair out of place. His relief was palpable. Those who had initially intended to stir trouble, upon witnessing the arrival of these two, hesitated in their advance. Who among them was unaware? One appeared perpetually irritable, and indeed was, while the other, exuding an air of calm, possessed a temperament that was equally peculiar. Lan Yetan, caught in the strangely charged atmosphere, succumbed to a wave of self-doubt. I recall not embodying the traits of a Mary Sue protagonist. It was yet another day of silence for the bystanders. The utterances of her host had the power to induce a cold sweat. Yan Anton glared at the two with gritted teeth, forcing out a few words, his fury palpable. Lan Yetan truly knows how to ensnare men. Ha! Have you not witnessed her recent actions? Shin Nianlan frowned, casting a displeased glance at the man, who resembled a boorish giant. Did you observe this incident from every conceivable angle? How can you be so certain it was her doing? Moreover, Lan Yan was perilously close to the steps. He could have fallen on his own. Yan Anton fell momentarily silent, his gaze turning venomous as he glowered at the girl shielded by Shin Nianlan. Lan Yetan gently patted the young man's shoulder, her eyes reflecting the clarity of her thoughts, as she stepped forward with a warm smile directed at Yan Anton. Without a word, she delivered a swift kick to his knee. Had she not undergone training? With no one to assist her, she would surely have been toppled down the stairs, her leg undoubtedly fractured. In life, every action demands an equitable exchange. If you desire to see my leg broken, yet do not inflict true harm upon me, then I shall ensure your suffers. At last, the headmaster arrived. Surveying the scene before him, his eyes narrowing in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Good heavens! What on earth is happening here?" Some timidly approached, observing a gathering of formidable figures. Each one was a significant investor in the school, none to be trifled with. Lan Yetan was drenched in cold sweat, yet constrained by the presence of so many onlookers. He refrained from raising his voice. The teacher is dreadfully slow to arrive, he thought. This is typical. In such situations, teachers tend to be tardy. It will likely be this way from now on. I regret not clarifying that with you. A young girl mused, her mind filled with speculation. Given that this was a group-centric Mary Sue narrative, it was evident that all events adhered to the narrative's prescribed order. She observed the director of education, visibly troubled as he regarded their quartet. Should they release their hold? He could only imagine the panic that had gripped him upon hearing of the incident. Furthermore, others had vividly recounted the events, causing him to feel a significant chill of dread. It seemed his career was on the brink of ruin. His mind raced through 100 scenarios and possibilities, yet faced with reality, he felt a surge of anxiety. Goodness, what is happening? Why are they all here? He swiftly assessed the situation. Clearly, the sole heir of the Wen family, who was protective of Lan Yetan, could not abide Lan Yetan's presence, while the second son of the Shin family, Shin Yinlan, also stood in defense of Lan Yetan. The current dynamics made it evident that he must favor Lan Yetan to preserve the greater peace. Even if Lan Yetan were at fault, it mattered not. With two powerful figures standing beside her, he dared not oppose them. Thus, the director resolved to downplay the matter. "Oh, everyone, please disperse. This incident is not of great consequence." However, the gazes directed at the girl shifted markedly, becoming laden with ambiguous significance. Without hesitation, Lan Yetan met those scrutinizing eyes. A subtle smile gracing her lips. She mouthed 3 words. "What's the matter?" "Host, you truly excel at inciting enmity," remarked 403. "I merely found their stares impolite and reacted instinctively," she retorted. Chapter 36, A Malady. "I just knew it. It bodes ill." Then, she noticed the driver at the school gate regarding her with a disdainful expression. "Is it possible that even a mere driver looks down upon me?" Lan Yetan slightly lifted her gaze and, in a voice that dripped with feigned friendliness, inquired, "Is your glare due to your naturally bulging eyes? That's a condition that needs treatment." Upon hearing the girl's insinuating words, the driver fell silent, though his contempt lingered beneath the surface. Lan Yetan leisurely settled into the car, which then embarked towards the city center's People's Hospital, Lan Yun's hospital. The voice of 403 echoed in her ears. Lan Yuan's favorability decreased by 10, current level, 38. Lan Yun's favorability decreased by 10, current level, 31. After a brief pause, 403 seemed incredulous as the next notification appeared. Lan Qingzhu's favorability decreased by 20, current level, 67. Confronted with this outcome, the young girl was not the least bit surprised by the sudden transformation and the sharply rising affection. It indicated that Lan Qingzhu had awakened some obscure memory. Yet, this recollection remained hazy and indistinct, as today's incident cast doubt upon her memories. It was akin to constructing a triangle with playing cards, where the mere removal of a single card could cause a long-established trust to collapse. Moreover, in this particular matter, trust had not been firmly established for long. Listening to the girl's analysis, 403 nodded silently. It appeared that the intensity of the awakening was insufficient. A report would be promptly submitted to the superiors. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Lan Yetan disembarked from the vehicle with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of tranquility as if she were not the one being wronged. As she reached her destination, the sound of soft sobbing reached her ears. Lan Yetan trembled, her hand now fractured. The system informed her that the advanced system was suppressing her, and at the moment of descending into slumber, she had failed to envelop herself in a protective shield. How could this be? It must be Lan Yetan. From a distance, Lan Yetan could hear this voice, her lips twitching slightly at the absurdity of being blamed for everything. This was a hospital room. Meeting several icy gazes, she found herself surrounded by family, all regarding her with cold eyes. Lan Yun observed the girl before her, who bore the expression of one unrepentant. Everyone in the family knew that Lan Yetan was a natural talent for playing the violin. Her broken hand signified the demise of her future prospects, and everyone was aware of her profound love for the instrument. Lan Qingzhu glared at Lan Yetan in frustration. "How can you remain so expressionless in the face of this situation? Lan Yetan fell silent, then cautiously replied, "What do you expect me to do? Weep uncontrollably? Kneel before you, beg for forgiveness, and swear that it was unintentional, even to the point of sacrificing myself in atonement?" Lan Qingzhu was nearly breathless with rage. Noting that their parents were unable to attend due to other commitments, Lan Yin merely cast a cold glance in Lan Yetan's direction, silently deeming the girl incorrigible. "Are you not afraid that your misdeeds will bring retribution upon you? Oh, how mistaken you are. The retribution deserved is certainly due to Lan Yan. And this entire affair was of her own orchestration." The girl had never offered them a pleasant expression. She merely recounted the events and examined the injury before her, concluding that it must have been her push that caused it. "Either you go investigate the truth before standing on your moral high ground to condemn me, or have the courage to eliminate me." As Lan Yetan's words, almost cruel in their delivery, echoed in the room, everyone was taken aback.
Oh.
"My apologies for speaking out of turn." Outside, Lan Yan strained to listen to the commotion, but the soundproofing was too effective, leaving her in the dark. Her resentment had nearly reached its peak. She longed to burst out and confront Lan Yetan, wishing fervently for her demise. If Lan Yetan were to know this, she would undoubtedly respond with a rude gesture. It seems that every time Lan Yetan merely utters a few words, she manages to incite their ire. Yet they possess no substantial retort. Indeed, to heed only one side of the story without first-hand observation renders one's judgments rather superficial. This matter, in essence, is inherently flawed. However, they find themselves unable to restrain their emotions. Upon witnessing the tearful visage of Lan Yin in the hospital room, a sense of profound affection, cultivated over years of companionship, proves difficult to relinquish. Lan Yuanan feels utterly exhausted, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. What is authentic? What is fabricated? As the three regain their composure, Lan Yun gazes upon the girl's wounded hand. Why resort to self-harm? Lan Yetan's previously languid demeanor falters. "I noticed the blood-stained tissues in your trash bin." The girl, faced with the audacity of the man who casually uttered those words, can't help but chuckle in disbelief. "Do you possess any sense of decorum while intruding into my room?" Hearing the girl's words, Lan Yun feels a twinge of discomfort. "I am your elder brother. Is it not permissible for me to enter your room?" The girl, now genuinely irritated, abhors the invasion of her privacy, especially by someone who enters her space without her consent. "Are you out of your mind? Haven't you noticed my disdain for any of you? Is it enjoyable to pry into other secrets?" Lan Yun is momentarily taken aback by her rebuke. "I am astounded. How can one so brazenly admit to invading another's privacy? It's infuriating. Why are they all so dim-witted? The Lan family ought to be driven to ruin." In that moment, the three grasp a harsh reality. Lan Yetan's feelings toward them transcend mere unfamiliarity or mild dislike. It is a profound aversion, a visceral disgust that renders their presence repugnant. The current Lan Yetan appears to have undergone a complete transformation, embodying a cold indifference to the world, as if she has been replaced entirely. Yet, one can still sense echoes of her former self. How did the conversation veer into such territory? Lan Yuan sighed, urging, "You should go in and check on Yin." Observing the girl's genuine anger, Lan Yun softened his tone. "Please apologize to Yin first, and then I will assist you in tending to your hand." The girl lifted her gaze, scrutinizing his duplicitous facade. This man perpetually feigns concern for others, yet remains a self-serving egotist. Selfishness is not inherently dreadful. The true horror lies in the guise of altruism that cloaks such selfishness. It is a repulsive sensation. "Why should I apologize? What grounds do I have to do so?" The man, momentarily speechless, replied, "Yin is in a fragile mental state right now. Please go in and help stabilize her, all right?" Lan Yetan was utterly amused by the absurdity of this family. How could they not recognize my innocence and insist that I apologize first? Her emotional turmoil is of no concern to me, especially when she cries out, accusing me of pushing her. Noticing the girl's subtly agitated demeanor, Lan Yun sought to soothe her feelings. Lan Yetan seemed to contemplate something before breaking into a smile. "Very well, I shall enter." As the young girl entered, she was immediately struck by the sight of Lan Yin, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. Her gaze then shifted to Lan Yetan. Lan Yetan, adjusting her collar, boldly inquired, "Was it you I pushed?" The girl seemed taken aback by her directness and hesitantly replied, "As long as you're happy, sister. You really don't need to worry about me. I don't believe you did it on purpose." Lan Yetan nodded as she listened to her words, then turned and walked away, lightly brushing her collar before slowly complimenting 403, "Well done for 103, for putting her into a deep slumber at a crucial moment." 403 proudly lifted its head, declaring, "Of course, I am 403. Chapter 37. I will always believe in you." At this moment, the campus forum was in an uproar. The original poster stated, "Did anyone see Lan Yetan push Nian Nian down the stairs today?" The first commenter replied, "I saw it. I witnessed Lan Yetan pushing Nian Nian." The second commenter lamented, "I can't take it anymore. When will Lan Yetan die? If she dares to push someone today, who knows what she'll do tomorrow?" The third commenter added, "It's truly disgusting. I heard she even tried to seduce men." The fourth commenter exclaimed, "What a disgrace. She should just go die." The fifth commenter expressed disbelief, "I've never seen such an outrageous woman." The sixth commenter noted, "I couldn't see clearly from where I was. Perhaps Nian Nian simply fell on her own." The seventh commenter admonished, "Stop defending that BTSH. Speak your mind." Soon, Lan Yetan rushed into the Lan family mansion and locked herself in her bedroom. Glancing over the forum comments, she merely shook her head, even nodding in satisfaction. She then removed a miniature camera and meticulously extracted footage on her computer. Lan Yetan felt as though she were becoming a monster, furiously typing away at the keyboard. She compiled all the evidence into a single pile, slowly organizing it while exchanging banter with 403. Finally, with 403's assistance, her efforts bore fruit by evening. The girl's voice was weak as she randomly tapped the keyboard, then, with a hint of excitement, she instructed the system, 403, "You should do this first, then do that."
And so on.
The system nodded in understanding of its host's instructions. A knock sounded on the door of Lan Yetan's room. Upon opening it, she found Wang Ma respectfully informing her, "Miss, there is someone named Zhang Yu here to see you."
Lan Yetan posed.
Pondering why Zhang Yu had come to see her, her eyes were somewhat fatigued, reddened from prolonged screen time. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she nodded to Wang Ma, "All right, I'll go meet her right now." Returning to her room briefly, Lan Yetan tied her hair back with a rubber band. Stepping outside, she was greeted by the sight of a short-haired little girl standing at the door, seemingly holding something in her hands. As Lan Yetan approached, she noticed Zhang Yu's eyes brighten upon seeing her. Zhang Yu quickly took a few steps forward. She had thoroughly discerned the current state of the girl before her. Still much like before, her expression was listless. However, those eyes, which she once deemed extraordinarily beautiful, were now marred by crimson veins, resembling shattered glass adorned with a web-like pattern. The hair she usually wore loose was now tied up, contrasting her dark locks with her fair skin, rendering her appearance particularly pale. Lan Yetan typically possessed a somewhat cold demeanor, yet once familiar with her, the girl would reveal a gentler tone, as exemplified by the soft rasp in her voice now, a result of prolonged silence. "How did you find your way here?" Zhang Yu seemed a tad embarrassed, her voice quivering slightly as she inquired about the Lan family, only to discover that the only estate belonging to them was right here. Furthermore, there was but one Lan family in Kyoto, and I overheard discussions about you at school. Lan Yetan paused, sighed, and rubbed her temples, striving to moderate her tone. "Is there something you wish to convey to me? Why did you suddenly come here?" Zhang Yu stammered, attempting to steady her voice while gazing into the girl's eyes. "You shouldn't browse the campus forum. Lately I saw it," Zhang Yu replied, momentarily taken aback. Her first thought being whether Lan Yetan would feel disheartened upon seeing her. Lan Yetan raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the young girl's intent. Instinctively yearning to lean against something, she realized there was nothing nearby. "Host, why do you resemble a boneless chicken foot?" "Shut up," Lan Yetan retorted. "Do not concern yourself with such matters." After a brief pause, Zhang Yu continued, "I will always, always believe in you." The girl froze, captivated by the pure gaze directed at her. It had been a long time since anyone had looked at her with such untainted faith. Since her arrival in this world, no one had ever expressed such unwavering belief in her, not relatives nor friends. She had seldom encountered such straightforward words. "Why do you believe in me?" Zhang Yu appeared somewhat agitated as she gazed at the girl before her. "You saved me. You must be a truly good person." This was her moral compass. Moreover, Lan Yetan bore no semblance of a villain. Despite her somewhat fierce appearance, Zhang Yu could discern the absence of any malevolent intent in the depths of her eyes. Added to this was her inner voice. It seemed she craved sincere affirmation and trust. Damn it, how did the Lan family treat Yetan? Zhang Yu could sense that she and Lan Yetan were kindred spirits, instinctively aware that beneath her formidable exterior lay a reservoir of strength and resilience. In truth, every wave of pressure and oppression was accumulating, merely awaiting an outlet. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Zhang Yu felt a pang of sympathy. perhaps born from shared suffering, enabling her to empathize so deeply. During her moment of distraction, Zhang Yu shook the box in her hand. This is the mung bean cake I made for you. Would you like to try it? I took a leave of absence today for some matters, but I have resolved them now. Lan Yetan lowered her gaze and accepted the box of mung bean cakes, while Zhang Yu, anxious about her response, watched closely. The young girl hesitated for a moment before opening the box, revealing neatly arranged green bean cakes, each exuding a delightful aroma and tempting appearance. They look utterly delicious, she thought. Thank you, she said, her sweet smile lighting up her face. No need for thanks, Zhang Yu replied graciously. Lan Yetan had intended to invite Zhang Yu inside for a brief visit, grateful for the treat she had brought. However, upon reflection, she quickly dismissed the idea. Considering her family's current circumstances, it's a bit inconvenient at home right now, but I'll treat you to a meal next time, she offered. The girl readily agreed. All right, it's settled then. Zhang Yu was determined not to miss any opportunity to connect with Lan Yetan, as their different class schedules meant they seldom crossed paths. Furthermore, there were times when Lan Yetan would take leave for various reasons. How sweet, truly sweet, she mused, tears unexpectedly streaming down her cheeks. Host, you're truly remarkable. Please don't cry. 403 panicked, having never witnessed their host shed tears before. Previously, nothing seemed capable of stirring her emotions. Children who grow up devoid of affection and face constant belittlement often develop a hard exterior to shield themselves. Yet, when someone genuinely cares, touching a tender part of their heart, emotions can shatter. How do I comfort my vulnerable host? 403 transformed into a playful little cat, snuggling in the girl's embrace. After a moment, Lan Yetan gently stroked 403's fur and sighed. I'm fine, really. It's just surprising to hear someone speak so openly to me. Did she truly deserve such praise? It felt like an eternity since anyone had complimented her. Chapter 38. Is that so? Suddenly, a notification chimed on the girl's phone. Lan Yun, I will teach you a lesson for today as actions. Do not let it happen again. Lan Yetan scoffed. The following day, as Lan Yetan arrived at school, a bucket of cold water was poured down, perfectly landing where she would have stepped had she taken a single step forward. She fell silent, I knew it. Just like in those typical Mary Sue stories, where classmates conspire at the entrance. Upon noticing the data, 403 exclaimed, Indeed. Most schemes involve placing a bucket of water at the door, waiting for the unsuspecting victim. With a stoic expression, the girl walked past the trap, appearing remarkably calm. Having risen early due to insomnia, she felt irritable and uneasy. Xin Nianlan and Wenqing, the usual latecomers, had yet to arrive. The surrounding students, realizing their plan had failed, exhibited clear disappointment. They had intended to cease their antics upon the arrival of Xin Nianlan and Wenqing, confident that the two would not retaliate. If Lan Yetan had known their thoughts, she would have remarked that they had finally shown some intelligence, no longer acting so mindlessly. Seated at her desk, the incessant whispers around her buzzed like a swarm of bees, their words stinging her ears. Why doesn't she just disappear? They sneered. Vicious. Disgusting. Just as I was about to speak, when Qing abruptly burst in through the door. Raising an eyebrow, I let out a soft awe, smiling yet appearing ominously. The atmosphere around us fell instantly silent, and even the languid youth were left with goosebumps. It seems this place is quite lively, with everyone appearing rather idle. As I observed the surrounding individual silence, when Qing's smile turned even more gentle. He boldly kicked the table of the person who had been the loudest in the ruckus. The individual trembled in shock, unprepared for Wenqing's early arrival, but, recalling the sorrowful expression of his goddess, Nian Nian, he felt an inexplicable surge of courage. Dismissing his fear of the figure before him, he glared menacingly at the youthful boy, convinced that his words were imbued with justice. She truly knows how to entice men. It's disgusting. You can't deny that your fondness for her stems from mere novelty. Wenqing suddenly fell silent, merely gazing at the man before him. Oh. It seems you know me quite well. Although he was restrained from physical confrontation within school grounds, the same could not be said once outside. Then, quite carelessly, he stepped on the foot of the one who had insulted him, inadvertently applying a bit more pressure. The man let out a shriek, cold sweat pouring down as he glared fiercely at the boy. You may protect her for a moment, but can you safeguard her forever? You didn't expect today as critical meeting would require her to apologize, did you? Is this the punishment Lan Yun mentioned? Truly despicable. When Qing slightly lifted his gaze, clicking his tongue, yet Lan Yetan appeared unfazed. It seemed she had devised a plan to handle the situation. Revenge would be served, with the remaining matters dealt with outside of school. He soon realized that the atmosphere was amiss. Why was he the only one absent from school? Previously, many had been late, but now, upon entering the classroom, it was clear that he was alone in his tardiness. Shun Yanlan, to be precise. His first sight was of Lan Yetan. You haven't gotten into any trouble, have you? Fearless, utterly unafraid. Shun Yanlan clearly knew some underlying details. Her eyes filled with concern as they rested on the girl before her. In the next moment, the vice principal's voice echoed through the school broadcast, summoning all students to the auditorium for an urgent address. The girl appeared to lag behind, following the crowd to the speech hall at a leisurely pace, listening to the truths and narratives shared by room 403. Essentially, the Lan family had bribed officials to exacerbate this incident, ensuring that she experienced punishment and was compelled to apologize to Lan Yetan. It was perplexing what wind Lan Yetan had blown to make them so oblivious to right and wrong, thus targeting her. Nevertheless, it mattered little. All of this merely paved the way for her own interests. I am astounded. How erratic, spending money merely to sabotage one's own family. Well, taking a step back, they might not be family after all. Lan Yetan exhaled softly, massaging her temples as she contemplated the next steps of their meticulously crafted plan. Having reached a consensus, the young girl felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. After all, she held a profound trust in the efficiency of 403, which had proven flawless from the very beginning. As she listened to the fervent speaker, her gaze drifted upward, only to notice a sudden pause, the tone shifting to a more grave demeanor. However, a serious incident had transpired on campus the previous day. The young girl had an inkling that it was intended to unsettle her. A classmate had pushed another down the stairs, a deplorable act that necessitated an invitation for him to apologize for his misdeeds. That individual was none other than Lan Yetan herself. I must assert that everyone is prone to mistakes, yet there is an abhorrence for those who refuse to repent. With an expression of calmness, devoid of any hint of panic, Lan Yetan sauntered up to the stage, observing the peculiar glances and whispers surrounding her. I knew the school would impose sanctions upon her. I'm astonished. I've waited so long for this. I wonder what punishment the school will bestow upon her. She deserves it, murmured the crowd, their curiosity piqued. Oh, she certainly knows how to lure men, another voice chimed in, even as she took the stage. The murmurs persisted until the speaker commanded silence, preparing to allow the young girl a moment to speak. Only then did the audience quiet down. The speaker turned to Lan Yetan, seriousness etched on his face, and asked if she recognized her error. If you do, step forward and apologize, he urged. Lan Yetan yawned, seizing the microphone with an air of nonchalance. Oh, is that so? She began, her tone straightforward. Greetings, everyone. I am Lan Yetan. I feel utterly repulsed by the accusation of having pushed classmate Lan Yetan down the stairs. I did not commit such an act, so why should I apologize? Now, please direct your attention to the big screen. Perhaps it will challenge your perceptions. Her voice held a hint of playful mischief. Suddenly, the screen flickered to life, and as the image stabilized, the audience gasped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Chapter 39. The Truth Revealed. On the screen, Li, in a state of despair with tears streaming down his face, bore visible bruises. It was Lan Yetan. She made me tarnish your name, he exclaimed. A wave of disbelief swept through the audience, igniting hushed whispers filled with shock and incredulity. Could it be true? Is Lan Yetan truly so despicable? Did we misjudge Lan Yetan all along? One voice pondered. No way, everyone knows how kind-hearted Yetan is. She wouldn't harm a fly. Another retorted, questioning the validity of the claims. Yet, Lan Yetan's next words left them momentarily speechless, a firm rebuttal. Do you possess any evidence? She inquired. Li, trembling, hastily retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and displayed a screen that, when magnified, would reveal the truth in its entirety. It was a transfer record amounting to 1 million, with the 2 bank card numbers clearly exposed for all to see. Li appeared visibly apprehensive, fearing that Lan Yetan might take further action against him, and immediately turned to the young girl, exclaiming, "This is Lan Yetan's account. You can verify it if you wish." The expressions of those around him were filled with shock as they gazed at the grand screen, feeling as though they were caught in a surreal dream. That can't be true. This must be slander. Who can confirm this? It can't be possible. Yet, teacher, he has indeed been absent from school for quite some time. Could it be? Lan Yetan instructed the 403 to play the next scene, relishing the unfolding drama. Others might dismiss it as mere fabrication or an attempt to frame someone, but Lan Qingju's face turned ashen, his heart racing. He could recite Lan Yanyan's bank card number by heart, certain that it was indeed hers. Moreover, he was convinced that Lan Yetan was unaware of this. Thus, it implied that everything was, in fact, true. The scene shifted to the moment the girl visited the small room where Peng An was being held. The conversation between Lan Yetan and the coarse-voiced man was unmistakably audible to everyone present. "I am sent by Miss Lan Yanyan." From their conversation, it became apparent that she had confined Lan Yetan's cat. The onlookers were evidently stunned, their worldviews beginning to crumble. Using a cat to threaten someone? Is this something a human can do? Yet, there were still some who endeavored to defend Lan Yanyan, comforting their anxious hearts with the thought that perhaps it was all a misunderstanding. Subsequently, various chat logs, transfer records, and footage of Lan Yanyan passing by were displayed. Finally, several images were shown, depicting the threatening messages Lan Yanyan had sent to Lan Yetan, deliberately mentioning Peng An in a manner that implied she expected the girl to comply without question. At this point, everyone was bewildered. The individuals in the chat records bore no resemblance to those they knew. It was utterly absurd. When Qing, seated below, paused, nearly forgetting about Peng An. For the past few days, Peng An had been pampered at home, living like royalty. Soon, it would be time for it to make an appearance. Goodness, there's no way to wash this away now. A hush fell over the crowd, as it seemed they had not anticipated that the pure and kind goddess they revered could be so duplicitous. Yet, a few voices of dissent arose, for after all, it was the allure of a wicked charmer. You haven't provided any photographic evidence. Moreover, you pushed Nian Nian into this situation without any proof. Lan Yetan lazily held the microphone, appearing as though she were not the victim in this scenario. Now, what shall be the next question? Please direct your attention to the large screen. That was close. I almost revealed what this wicked mind of mine was truly contemplating. Everyone now witnessed the entire sequence of events leading to Lan Yanyan's fall down the stairs. It was clear that Lan Yanyan had been provoking Lan Yetan, poking at her vulnerabilities in an attempt to incite the girl, hoping to provoke her into a fit of rage, which ultimately led to her being pushed. Regrettably, Lan Yetan appeared utterly indifferent, merely gazing at her with a detached expression. Even at the moment she fell, they were still separated by a single step. Throughout the ordeal, Lan Yetan did not make contact with her. They could see the girl's subtle expressions, malice, resentment, and a hint of exhilaration, as if she were celebrating the imminent success of her scheme. Then, with a shriek, she tumbled down, including her pitiful demeanor that followed. The audience's eyes widened in shock. "What a schemer she is!" one exclaimed. "Her so-called purity is laughable. If she were truly pure, I would be an angel. I had long found that Yer irksome, always crafting a false persona. What a lunatic." Yet, Yer never claimed that Lan Yetan had pushed her. Nearby students immediately shot disdainful glances at the speaker of those words. Did you not see her expression? It seemed she intentionally descended the stairs. "Dear sister." Lan Yetan remained remarkably composed, having anticipated the scene. The backstage crew was on the verge of panic, struggling to cut the power, attempting to prevent the girl from proceeding, but were thwarted by the bodyguards of the Shun and Wen families. The atmosphere was tense, teetering on the edge of chaos. They had not foreseen this turn of events. Lan Yer clearly insinuated that the girl had pushed her, followed by the screen going dark. With a smile, Lan Yetan picked up the microphone and waved to the audience. "This is my speech. I am grateful for the vice principal's invitation. I wonder if it met your expectations? If not, that's of little consequence, for I am satisfied." She then hastily exited the stage. Leaning languidly against the wall was Wen Qing, and beside him, the serious Shen Yanlan. This outcome was not unexpected. She had broadcasted for so long without anyone intervening. Someone must have been assisting her covertly. "Thank you," Lan Yetan expressed smoothly. Shen Yanlan, somewhat bashful, had always been treated like a young master at home, never nurtured as an heir. His elder brother perpetually outshone him, yet he had never aspired to be an heir. He appeared aloof, yet beneath that facade lay a shy and innocent heart. "It's nothing," Wen Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a reminder from room 403 caught Lan Yetan off guard. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Lan Yer trembled while watching the live broadcast. She had failed. She was finished. She had not anticipated that everything had been Lan Yetan's meticulous plan. This time, she had unequivocally lost. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Chapter 40. Do not engage in such flattery. When it became evident that there was no response from within, the door was pushed open. It was Lan Yun, silently observing the sister he had once trusted wholeheartedly. Her expression had not yet settled, revealing a visage twisted with terror and fear. He had once found her beautiful, but now all he felt was revulsion. He had orchestrated everything, and thus was fully aware of all that had transpired. Lan Yun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, a deep-seated fear creeping into his heart. He dreaded the thought of Lan Yetan discovering the truth. Would she immediately distance herself from him? The fact that Lan Yetan could orchestrate such events indicated that many past incidents had been under her manipulation. Lan Yetan was not a fool. He could surmise the truth, yet he instinctively wished to shield her. Now, however, he was acutely aware of the malice harbored by this so-called sister. What if Lan Yetan had not devised this scheme, and none of it had been recorded? Would she then not be the one already shunned, her reputation in tatters? Driven from their home? After all, they were usually swayed by evidence and held little faith in Lan Yetan's inner thoughts. Ultimately, it was a matter of bias. Lan Yetan, once your legs heal, you should leave this house. The girl trembled, seemingly unable to believe as tears glistened in her eyes, while she gazed at her brother. Perhaps she had anticipated others would despise her. Yet she had never expected to be so directly cast out. But what could she do? She possessed no means of survival, leaving her to wonder if she would have to resort to selling her own flesh. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like unrestrained rain. Biting her lip, she collapsed to the ground, as if attempting to tug at her brother's pant leg. Brother, I didn't mean to. Please don't abandon Yan, I beg you. In that fleeting moment, Lan Yun hesitated, his lips pressing together. Lan Yan bit down hard on her lip, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. Her breath quickening. Her only remaining support was their parents. Why is attending class such a hassle? She rubbed her temples, feeling a heaviness in her chest. Sleep had eluded her for the past couple of days. Though she had enough hours, it was restless. Her hands still trembled. I am so tired. I just want to disappear. If I could resolve this issue with Lan Yan, I would feel so much lighter. Yet I wish for nothing more than to vanish. 403 shuddered at the thought. And what about peace? Peace. Lan Yetan paused, letting out a soft acknowledgement. He should be doing well. After all, you detected the child of fate. He surely wouldn't have a tendency to harm cats. 403 fell silent, for the original narrative did hint that the main characters had a slight inclination towards cruelty. Having read the original text, Lan Yetan understood that children of fate seldom exhibited any inclination towards mistreatment. Yet he had a penchant for fabricating tales. Just as she was about to respond, a knock echoed from the door. Irritated, the girl opened it to find Lan Yun staring at her, seemingly in a daze. Sister. Lan Yetan was startled and quickly shut the door.
Who is that?
It is your second brother, Lan Yun.
Lan Yetan's pupils dilated in shock.
The despondent demeanor of the man had taken her by surprise. Nevertheless, she began to comprehend the situation. This man regrets his actions. The system nodded in agreement. But realizing her host could not see, it promptly spoke. Indeed. Outside, the man trembled, slowly opening his phone as he stood rejected at the threshold. Within the confines of his mobile device lay a plethora of chat records he had perused numerous times throughout the day. These were her tender inquiries about his well-being. It was only now that he realized the extent of his reckless behavior. His sister, now a stranger to him, had long since grown weary of his presence, resolutely keeping him at arm's length. In days gone by, he could freely enter his room, and Lan Yetan would delight in feeling close to him. With a heavy heart, he typed slowly, I'm sorry, sister. It was my fault, I apologize. He sent a message accompanied by a sum of 200,000 in a transfer. She lacked for nothing now, and with his mere utterance of sister, any desire to accept his monetary offering dissipated. Do not call me sister. Lan Yun felt her heart sink further, aware that Lan Yetan would neither open the door nor accept his money. The young woman found the situation amusing. What was the point of such tardy affection? It was absurd. I merely wished to alleviate my guilt, truly. Do not offer such insincere gestures. They disgust me. She thought this and shouted it toward the door. Whether he heard or not was inconsequential. She had spoken her mind. Even if he did not hear, it only served to solidify her resolve, though she had already been quite steadfast and indifferent. Lan Yetan sat quietly on her bed, lost in thought, clutching her pillow. Her demeanor languid. Outside, silence reigned. Suddenly, she struck her pillow with a fist, startling 403. I am utterly exasperated. How can I be so tormented? My resentment could summon several vengeful spirits. The system was genuinely drenched in sweat at this point. Host, please remain calm. Lan Yetan took a moment to breathe, then bit down on her hand, as if seeking to release the pent-up pressure and anger of the past few days. Host. Her breathing became noticeably rapid as she curled into a ball on the bed. 403 recognized the weight of her burdens. Her mental state was already fragile, and this only deepened her despair. It appeared she was experiencing a manic episode. Lan Yetan noticed a slender, pale hand extended toward her. Would biting your hand alleviate your suffering? The familiar voice belonged to 403. She glanced up then down. You must feel pain too. 403 paused momentarily. I am a system. I do not possess feelings. At this, the young woman did not hold back. She bit into his hand with determination. 403 did not even flinch. Watching her unleash her fury, her once delicate, fair hand bore the marks of teeth, blood seeping from the wounds, creating a rather unsettling sight. He sighed, realizing that his host always left him battered and bruised. He struggled to articulate his feelings, but could only sense a twinge of pain in his heart. It was a strange sensation, one that a system like himself should not possess. Had he encountered her long ago? 403 was uncertain. Chapter 41. You won't be pleased even if I tell you. As the calmness gradually enveloped Lan Yetan, 403's hand bore the marks of injury. Crimson blood seeping from the wound. The sight was indeed somewhat unsettling. Nevertheless, he maintained a stoic demeanor as he gazed at her, his azure eyes revealing a flicker of concern directed towards her. In an instant, his wound faded into nothingness. So you possess the ability to heal swiftly on your own. 403 nodded in affirmation. Indeed, our corporeal forms are merely vessels, easily discarded or transformed at will. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yetan sincerely inquired, as your host, might I also bask in this ability and undergo a transformation? She continued with an unexpected request. 403. I wish to become a maggot. 403. Now that's a rather peculiar request, one I have never encountered before. Typically, requests revolve around the desire for life, power, or beauty. Yet here we have a host wishing to become a maggot. The system sighed in exasperation, pondering how to maintain a positive outlook for such an unconventional host. Alas, I'm afraid that's not feasible. We can only provide for ourselves. Lan Yetan responded with a simple, oh, before turning over and opening her phone to find a message from Shin Yanlan. Are you well? This felt oddly familiar, as it seemed that every time he encountered her, her first words were always the same. Although it stemmed from genuine concern, it struck him as amusing. Such a repetitive phrase. Lan Yetan's WeChat name mirrored that of her previous existence, which was entirely adorable. Despite her usual stoic demeanor, she secretly cherished these cute things, adorable, utterly charming creatures that she adored. I'm fine, no need to worry about me. Thank you for your concern, Shin. On the other side of the screen, Shen Nianlan noticed Lan Yetan's WeChat name, adorned with a cute emoticon, which starkly contrasted her typically gloomy and cynical demeanor. Yet he mused if she were to smile, she would surely exude the same charm. With this name, it seemed that Lan Yetan's words transformed into something adorably endearing. In truth, Shen Nianlan was not mistaken. In her previous life, Lan Yetan had been an avid fan of the anime world, using the internet to express her whimsical side. Thus, it was no surprise that her conversations now carried a hint of that playful spirit. Glad to hear you're well. Do let me know if anything arises. Understood. Shin Nianlan stared blankly at the chat window between him and Lan Yetan, instinctively infusing her words with his voice. How adorable. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of regret over the thoughts swirling in his mind, which seemed rather intrusive. Yet, he could not help but dwell on them. His ears gradually flushed crimson, the warmth spreading to his cheeks. He buried his face into the pillow, urging himself to regain composure. Meanwhile, Lan Yetan remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding on the other side. Just as she was about to set her phone down, a notification popped up. I have sent you a friend request. The young girl, somewhat perplexed, weighed the pros and cons and swiftly declined the request. Meanwhile, Wen Qing, waiting on the other side, responded, no, come on, man. Undeterred, he sent another friend request, this time accompanied by a message. I have sent you a friend request. Along with a note, I am Wen Qing. Oh, it's that guy Wen Qing. Well, that's fine, I'll accept it. I have added you as a friend. Hello. Is there something you need? Not much, just wanted to add you as a friend. And thus, the conversation came to an abrupt halt. Two individuals, devoid of engaging dialogue, left the exchange at a standstill. The girl set her phone aside, and at that moment a knock resonated at the door. How she relished the feeling of endless tasks awaiting her each day, a faint sense of despair creeping into her heart. Lan Yetan rose slowly to open the door. Who could it be this time? Why do several people enjoy barging into my room so much? She pondered if perhaps her room was hiding some hidden treasure. At the door stood Lan Yuan, impeccably dressed as always, appearing rather aloof. He looked somewhat weary as he stood there, his voice slightly hoarse. Yetan, he said. Lan Yetan endeavored to maintain a cordial tone. Is there something you need? The man appeared disheartened, a stark contrast to his former self. The girl sensed some underlying issues, perhaps akin to what Lan Yun was experiencing. What drama were they enacting? A melodramatic tale of tragic love and heartbreak? I'm sorry. Yetan. I know you can't forgive me right now, but I no longer seek your forgiveness. He sighed, looking earnestly at the girl. Will you give me a chance to make amends?
Lan Yetan regarded him toward.
Just when Lan Yuan believed he had rekindled hope, she interjected, no. Keep your distance. Just looking at you disgusts me. At least this is clearer than what Lan Yun perceives, without any delusions of forgiveness.
Yet.
I can't be certain if he is merely putting on a facade. Regrettably, it seems they have been mistaken from the very beginning. Based on their previous contemptuous attitude and actions, neither I nor the original owner of this body would ever forgive them. Hearing these words, the man's heart plummeted, chilling him to the core as he gazed into her indifferent eyes. Just as Lan Yetan was about to shut the door, he grasped it, his expression filled with hope. Then, do you still harbor any feelings for your brother? Lan Yetan furrowed her brow, hesitating as she looked at him. Do you really want me to say it? Hearing her question, he likely had some inkling of her answer, but stubbornly wished to hear it from her lips. Lan Yetan sighed, contemplating Lan Yuan. It is gone, utterly and completely. My feelings towards you have devolved into nothing but disdain and revulsion, do you understand? The man felt as if he could barely breathe, and even such a robust figure was on the verge of tears. Did I not mention that you were displeased?
Oh.
Must I spell it out for you? How absurd. Whatever, it's not my concern. He pushed the door shut, locked it and, in one swift motion, collapsed onto the bed, clutching a pillow. Suddenly, Lan Yetan realized that she had not dined for 2 consecutive days. It seems I have not had dinner in quite some time. Only now am I aware that I have not eaten either lunch or dinner today. I am famished. Please grant me mercy. Upholding the belief that while others may suffer, she must not, she opened the door to seek nourishment. Chapter 42. Now she is truly subdued, pleading for mercy. As Lan Yetan descended the stairs, she encountered a dazed Lan Qingzhu, who had just opened the front door. Choosing to selectively overlook, she proceeded downstairs in search of her life as sustenance. Food. I am so hungry, so very hungry. There exists a dish before me. And if I do not partake at this moment, I shall surely perish from hunger. Lan Qingzhu looked up and was immediately illuminated by the sight of Lan Yetan coming down the stairs. As he approached, intending to engage the young girl in conversation, he was halted by a pair of hands from behind. It was Lan Yun, while Lan Yuanan sat on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper, also noting Lan Yetan's descent. Why is everyone in the living room? It feels as though I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Never mind, never mind. Finding dinner is the priority. It was then that they realized Lan Yetan had gone 2 days without dinner and had skipped lunch today as well. They felt a twinge of regret for not having noticed sooner, recalling their past behaviors in seeking her forgiveness. They were also reminded that Lan Yetan had a delicate stomach, and neglecting both lunch and dinner could exacerbate her condition. However, the kitchen should have long since prepared dinner. Lan Yun spoke slowly. Yetan, dinner will be ready shortly. Would you care to join us? The young girl paused, contemplating, but ultimately acquiesced. Her stomach had begun to protest, a subtle ache hinting at its discomfort. Very well. I appreciate your kindness. The 3 of them felt an even deeper bitterness in their hearts. Must they now resort to the term inconvenience? Lan Qingzhu, with his head bowed, expressed a sense of dejection to Lan Yetan. You need not concern yourself with politeness or inconvenience when it comes to us. After all, we are your family. The girl felt a surge of confusion. At times, these individuals behaved rather irrationally. When the original owner treated them well, they turned a blind eye. Now that I am indifferent, they seem to relish my rebukes. How frightening, this cruel affection. Lan Yuanan rubbed his forehead. Affection? Perhaps they too could recognize the absurdity of their frantic attempts to atone. The harm had been done, and now they could only strive to mend the situation to the best of their abilities, never contemplating balance or anything else. As they sat at the dining table, dish after dish of light fare was served. Even the oily dishes were not overwhelmingly rich. Most of the dishes were prepared according to her taste. The young girl raised her eyebrows, immediately picking up her chopsticks, ready to indulge in a silent feast before retreating upstairs to daydream in tranquility. Suddenly, she noticed a pair of chopsticks selecting food for her, starting with mushrooms. Lan Yetan exhaled, casually grabbing a piece of paper to wrap the mushrooms, which she then tossed into the trash bin. Lan Qingzhu, with a wounded expression, gazed at the girl. Yetan, do you find me so repulsive that you refuse to eat even a morsel of the food I offer you? Lan Yetan looked up, somewhat perplexed, feeling a tinge of exasperation. I wouldn't say I'm allergic to mushrooms, but consuming them often leads to severe vomiting. I detest mushrooms. It seemed she suddenly recalled something, a dawning realization washing over her. However, it is Lan Yetan who enjoys mushrooms. Lan Qingzhu was momentarily stunned, a sharp pang of regret striking his heart. He had always assumed that Lan Yetan shared the same fondness for mushrooms as Lan Yetan. Now, as he served her, he felt like a jester, wishing desperately for a hole to disappear into, realizing how foolish he truly was. He didn't even know what his nominal younger sister liked or disliked, or what she was allergic to. In fact, it was Lan Yetan's aversion to mushrooms that had once led to a serious hospitalization due to a gastric hemorrhage. If Lan Yetan were to stubbornly consume something she detested and end up in the hospital again, he would genuinely feel he deserved his fate. Yet, he was overthinking. Lan Yetan would never jeopardize her health for anyone. Moreover, being hospitalized was a torment she would rather avoid, especially since her vows and promises remained unfulfilled. And she despised those who betrayed their oaths. Therefore, she often held herself to a rigorous standard. No betrayals allowed. Meanwhile, the other two silently noted the newly added item to Lan Yetan's list of dislikes, mushrooms. It was both tragic and amusing that after spending half a year together, he still knew nothing of his sister's preferences or aversions, relying instead on freshly acquired memories. The girl displayed no emotion on her face, even appearing calm. She did not seem saddened by her brother's forgetfulness regarding her dislike for mushrooms. There was not a flicker of emotional turmoil, as if she genuinely did not care about him at all. Coupled with his earlier comments at the hospital door and her stance on the stage, he failed to defend her and tacitly accepted all of his second brother's actions. How despicable! The more he pondered, the more he felt he deserved condemnation. Lost in his thoughts, he found tears welling in his eyes. Just as Lan Yetan finished a mouthful of rice and lean meat, she looked up to see Lan Qingzhu, his face a portrait of despair. Lan Yetan observed the boy, whose emotions seemed to be brewing, and her confusion deepened. Surely, he won't start crying just because I spoke a bit harshly? Perhaps. And suddenly, Lan Qingzhu set down his chopsticks, his eyes reddening as he turned his gaze toward Lan Yetan. Do you harbor a deep-seated resentment toward Sangge for not standing up for you? And why do you tacitly accept everything that Erge does? As the words tumbled forth, her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion. Is that not the case? Only after thoroughly digesting her thoughts did she dare to lift her gaze. No, why should you defend me? At that moment, Lan Qing's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Nowadays, young girls are even reluctant to express anger towards themselves. Whether he strikes her or scolds her, it merely indicates that he still occupies a place in her heart. This only serves to confirm that Lan Yetan truly harbors no feelings for them. Such indifference is intolerable to him. Tears began to cascade down his cheeks. One by one, Lan Yetan, Lan Yun, Lan Yuan. Why must this fellow cry? Must I say I loathe him? How terrifying. One should eat a bit more. Although she thought this, she had hardly consumed much, feeling hungry yet finding herself satiated after just a few bites. The young man noticed that the girl completely disregarded him, which only deepened his sorrow. Alas, Lan Yetan was sitting right across from him, and there was nothing he could do. After finishing her final bite of food, Lan Yetan stood up, gazing at the three at the table with a sigh, and spoke slowly. I no longer harbor any positive feelings toward any of you. It is unnecessary, and I only find you repugnant. With that, she ascended the stairs, leaving a heart-wrenching silence in her wake. Suddenly, Lan Qing burst into tears. Lan Yetan felt a cold sweat break out. This was indeed sobering. She wished to be spared. Chapter 43. Remember to wait for me after school. For several consecutive days, Lan Yetan felt the weight of numerous scrutinizing gazes at school. Having taken a few days to herself, she indeed regained some energy. Yet, she still bore an air of lifelessness, sporting an expression of world-weariness. She relished this newfound tranquility. Previously, engaging in a battle of wits with Lan Yetan and the group of dimwits in her class had drained her considerably. She firmly believed that it is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, should anyone provoke her, she would respond tenfold, without mercy. After school, a driver was sent for her. As her three brothers seemed too embarrassed to face her, they appeared to be evading her, almost as if they were afraid of something. Nevertheless, this did spare her some worry. For now, she resolved to enjoy her quiet days. It was absurd, yet the probability of such things occurring was quite low. As soon as class ended, when Qing leaned lazily against Lan Yetan's desk, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I will take you to a place after school. I have something urgent concerning you." The girl lazily lifted her eyes, responding with a slow, drawn-out "Oh. Whose matter is it?" The boy seemed taken aback by her keen perception, his fox-like eyes curving into a slight smile, albeit one that bore an unsettling quality. "Healy," Lan Yetan nodded, placing her pen down and frowning as she stepped closer. "Why are you standing so close while speaking?" She cast a reproachful glance at Wenqing. "Wenqing, why is it my fault again?" However, he had a penchant for provoking others and, as he turned to leave, he said to the girl, "Let us agree on this. Wait for me after school." The young girl stifled a yawn and nodded in agreement. Shin Nianlan remained silent, simply passing a list to Lan Yetan, which contained the names of participants for the upcoming competition. "Your name is on it. Please check if there's anything amiss." After a brief glance, Lan Yetan detected no discrepancies and nodded in response. The boy then closed the notebook and instructed, "Tomorrow morning, please visit the mathematics teacher's office to address this matter."
All right.
The 403 system had naturally observed everything and reported to the girl. Shen Nianlan's favorability rating is currently at 48%. Lan Yetan cast a puzzled glance at her 403. What's wrong? After a moment of silence, the system ultimately refrained from disclosing the purpose of its report. "It's nothing." As the girl regained her composure, her voice emerged somewhat hoarse from the prolonged silence. "What's the matter?" Shin Nianlan hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "I apologize. I realize it may be somewhat impolite to inquire about your personal affairs given our current identities and positions." Lan Yetan regarded him with an expression that suggested he had successfully piqued her interest, prompting him to continue. Lowering his gaze, his voice grew increasingly quiet. He had rarely shown concern for others throughout his life, especially not for a female. "However, I still feel compelled to mention that Wenqing is not a particularly safe individual. You should exercise caution around him." The girl halted her rhythmic tapping on the desk, a smile breaking across her face as she observed the evidently nervous boy. "Oh, understood. Thank you for the warning, Shin classmate. I will be mindful of it." In truth, she had long since categorized Shin Nianlan as a friend, and his favorable disposition was not misplaced. When others regarded her as a friend, she naturally reciprocated. Despite maintaining a stoic expression, the boy visibly relaxed, relieved that his unceremonious inquiry and warning had not elicited disdain from her. His anxious heart was finally at ease. After school, Lan Yetan retrieved her phone from the car before stepping out. The driver hesitated momentarily while she composed a message to the three individuals. This was not an attempt to be overly sentimental. After sending the message, she paid it no further heed. Wenqing leaned against his impressively stylish Rolls-Royce Phantom, nodding as the girl approached before opening the door for her. "Come on, get in." Lan Yetan, feeling unperturbed, followed the boy into the car, turning to observe the route they were taking. "It seems you're still quite wary of me," Wenqing remarked teasingly. Lan Yetan maintained her expressionless demeanor, replying, "You're a male, and we've barely known each other for a month. Your sudden friendliness is rather perplexing." She turned to face him, her tone slightly rising. "Do you think I should be a bit cautious?" Wenqing chose not to elaborate further, instead studying the profile of the girl beside him. Moments of solitude with Lan Yetan were a rare luxury, making it all the more difficult to truly observe her. She was strikingly beautiful, with an air of coldness about her. Lost in thought, the driver suddenly interjected, "Young master, we have arrived." As she turned to glance behind, she caught sight of her young master, staring blankly at the young lady who had been invited. Alas, it seemed she had shouted at an inopportune moment. Wenqing, however, turned his head with an air of nonchalance. Lan Yetan felt a sense of foreboding begin to form within her upon alighting from the vehicle. She found herself at the police station. Once inside, an officer inquired sternly, "Who are you here to see?" "My surname is Wen. I am here to see Healy," she replied. The young officer immediately comprehended the situation, recalling that the chief had mentioned a young man with the surname Wen would be visiting Healy today and instructed them not to refuse him. "Please follow me." He beckoned. Lan Yetan was indeed taken aback. "So, In this world, the police have authority. She mused. They do, but not excessively, generally. People do not opt for reporting incidents, especially those within the protagonist's circle. Wenqing may not merely be utilizing this place to impose a charge upon him, rather, it appears he intends to act freely. Though surprised, Lan Yetan maintained her composure as they approached the interrogation room. Wenqing smiled at the young lady. This is He Li. Do you wish to converse with him personally? The girl nodded, and immediately, officers opened the door for Lan Yetan. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of He Li, who appeared utterly dejected. She sat down, resting her chin on her hand, and regarded the man with a frigid demeanor. He Li, it's been a while. He Li looked up in shock, initially believing he was imagining things, but upon seeing her face, he realized it was no illusion. His expression shifted from astonishment to terror and finally to malice. Lan Yetan noted the transformation in his countenance. He Li recalled that all he had endured was due to this very girl, and suddenly, he seemed to lose control, shouting in rage, Lan Yetan, you wretched woman. How could you treat me this way? The girl remained expressionless, a cold smile gracing her lips. First, ascertain the reasons behind all of this. Had I not resisted, would you have used these matters to coerce me into committing even more egregious acts? He Li feigned a victim's demeanor, his eyes wide with indignation. Isn't it true that I failed? Must you force me into such a corner? Observing him gasp for breath, his face filled with despair. One would think he was genuinely the victim in this scenario. Lan Yetan scoffed. He Li, age 49, a teacher at a prestigious academy, married with one son, while your wife is merely an ordinary woman. For 20 years, you have coerced numerous female students, some of whom became pregnant but were forced to terminate their pregnancies against their will. There are even those who, unable to endure the humiliation, have taken their own lives. Yet you, emboldened by the support of a minor aristocratic family, have managed to suppress all of this. As she spoke, observing He Li's gradually paling face, the girl slowly rose from her seat. Are you even human? The man, feeling increasingly uneasy, began to look around as if trying to force himself to regain his composure. Do you have any evidence? You're just spouting nonsense. Lan Yetan, seeing his unrepentant demeanor, had anticipated this reaction. Can you guess where I obtained this information? I surely acquired it through evidence. Her slender fingers tapped rhythmically against the table, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the man. The chilling sensation coursed through his back, and he began to regret acquiescing to Lan Yetan. Had he not agreed to the whims of that foolish woman, he could have been living carefree at this moment. But now, what was to be done? After all, he had the He family backing him. A mere uncherished young lady would face retribution. As the girl listened to his words within the confines of the police station, she fell into a profound silence. Mindless fool. Wenqing sat on a chair outside, unable to hear the conversations within, only witnessing the girl's calm demeanor juxtaposed against He Li's frantic disarray. Then, a clear utterance of mindless echoed through. He supported this sentiment. Indeed, the man was devoid of intelligence, merely capable of shouting and causing a ruckus. The kind who would be sold out yet assist others in counting their profits. He Li gritted his teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. But I have a wife and child. What will happen to them without me? They cannot survive.
Lan Yetan slightly lifted her ears, her gaze grozin kolder.
You lured those female classmates to your home. Your wife shares part of the blame, does she not? Your son has even participated in those vile acts alongside you. No matter, neither your wife nor your child will escape unscathed. As she spoke, the girl's gaze locked onto the man before her. You abuse your wife, coercing her into compliance, while your son, under your long-term indoctrination, has learned the thrill of coercing women and has been complicit in your crimes. With each word, Lan Yetan felt a wave of oppression wash over her. Exhaling a deep breath. Ultimately, you are the root of this malevolence. Your son is of age and must bear criminal responsibility. You will all pay for the transgressions you have committed. Upon concluding her statement, Lan Yetan rose to her feet, feeling slightly breathless from the stifling atmosphere. The man, listening to her words, felt his psychological defenses crumble, abandoning all semblance of dignity as he began to scream. A torrent of vile and offensive words assaulted Lan Yetan's ears. Surrounding officers swiftly subdued him, and before departing, the girl turned back. Rather than curse me, reflect on what a contemptible creature you truly are. Once outside the interrogation room, Lan Yetan leaned against the wall, gasping for air. Wenqing immediately approached to support her, furrowing his brow. Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Lan Yetan closed her eyes, exhaling slowly. I'm fine, just let me catch my breath. The grotesque visage of Healy loomed in her mind, the overwhelming feeling of suffocation causing her a throbbing headache.
So distressing, so revolting.
403 softened his tone. Host, do not be saddened. It's all over now. Everything is in the past. Lan Yetan was assisted into a chair, her eyes shut, yet her hands trembled uncontrollably. Memories overlapped, a nauseating whirlpool. Wenqing suddenly regretted bringing the girl to meet that man. Are you all right? Had I known your reaction would be so intense, I wouldn't have brought you to see him. Lan Yetan waved her hand, indicating she was managing, her voice faint. It is of no concern. I, too, desired to meet him. I have long been aware of your intention to bring me to him, and my lack of refusal stemmed from certain words I wished to convey. Thus, how will the forthcoming judgment unfold? Wenqing bowed his head, picked up a glass of water, and handed it to the young girl. The verdict is death. Lan Yetan nodded, feeling utterly fatigued from the experiences she had endured. So weary. Truly exhausted. Approximately 10 minutes later, the girl rose, indicating that she was ready. Lan Yetan followed Wenqing out the door. The Lan residence. The three of them stared at the silent phone. Lan Yetan had turned it off. Where could she have run off to? While we bear guilt towards her, surely she should not act in such a manner. Lan Yuan also felt an overwhelming fatigue. Lan Yetan had yet to forgive them, nor did she harbor any desire to draw close to them, and she had even grown indifferent to their presence. He was at a loss for what to do. Despite their incessant proclamations of seeking atonement without demanding equality, an imbalance lingered within him. How could they, accustomed to a life of privilege, fully grasp the extent of their actual faults? Some subconscious memories, ingrained for so long, were irrevocably destined to remain. Lan Yetan would no longer harbor any affection for them. This entire situation could be deemed a consequence of their own making. Chapter 45. What right do they have? The three of them grew increasingly impatient, preparing to seek out Lan Yetan. As they opened the door, they unexpectedly collided with the girl. Her face was pale, the fatigue in her eyes more pronounced, her hair disheveled, and her appearance frail. Lan Yuan immediately noticed the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside, its window lowered, revealing the striking profile of a remarkably handsome young man within. Yet, barely a minute later, the car slowly drove away. Lan Yetan found the situation somewhat perplexing. Why were they all silently observing her? Lan Qingzhu naturally noticed the rising anger and intended to speak, only to be halted by Lan Yun. Observing Lan Qingzhu's irate demeanor, the girl found herself utterly bewildered. What is with this behavior? The young man, upon hearing her thoughts, widened his eyes, his anger intensifying. Entering the villa, he sank into the sofa. Lan Yetan, feeling drowsy, propped her head up, appearing as though she was eager for words to be spoken. So tired, so tired, so tired, so tired. Today has drained far too much of my energy. Observing her seemingly indifferent demeanor, the three, though not entirely furious, felt a twinge of irritation at her attitude. A classmate. Lan Qingzhu could no longer remain seated. He stood, casting a disapproving look at the girl's languid appearance. Lan Yetan, somewhat puzzled, raised her head, her gaze icy. Why should I inform you? Lan Yun glared at Lan Yetan with discontent. It is because we are concerned for you. What is this attitude?
Lan Yetan scoffed.
Is it concern for me, or for the reputation of this household? She had not intended to voice her thoughts so harshly, yet these three insisted on provoking her. Now, she could not be held accountable for her retort. The three individuals instinctively recalled the ever-obedient Lan Yan and spoke up. If only Lan Yan were a bit more sensible. The girl chuckled lightly, casting a scornful glance in their direction. Your Yan is indeed quite understanding enough to randomly frame someone, leading to their utter disgrace and inability to carry on. Malicious, oppressive education, begone. The trio fell silent, acknowledging that, by all accounts, they were the ones being unreasonable. In contrast, Lan Yetan emerged as the composed, rational individual, highlighting their lack of intellect. Lan Qingzhu truly detested the girl's aloof demeanor, as if she were perpetually elevated, effortlessly silencing them with mere words, all while presenting a logical analysis. Lan Yetan paid no heed to their fragile egos. Just as she prepared to roll her eyes and ascend the stairs, she was halted by Lan Yun's grasp. TSK, how bothersome. The girl was about to shake off the hold when a commotion from upstairs caught her attention. In the stairwell, Lan Yan appeared delicate, standing atop the stairwell and gazing down at them quietly, her eyes misty with tears. The trio instinctively stiffened. It was well known that Lan Yan and Lan Yetan had a particularly fraught relationship, compounded by the earlier incident where the former had betrayed the latter. I truly am useless. It seems I must rely solely on myself. Lan Yetan sniffed, descending the stairs step by step, her injured legs still unhealed, wobbling as she walked. Coupled with her fragile visage, she evoked genuine sympathy. This tactic proved to be unfailingly effective. The three hesitated, grappling with their inner turmoil. Assisting Lan Yetan would imply a concession in front of Lan Yetan. Yet, should they choose not to intervene, the likelihood of Lan Yetan falling was high, resulting in further injury. Lan Yu paused momentarily, casting a complex glance at Lan Yetan before heading upstairs to support Lan Yetan. A flicker of surprise crossed Lan Yetan's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. Until the two descended, Lan Yetan remained steadfast, her demeanor unyielding. Internally, Lan Yu felt a twinge of annoyance when, suddenly, with a thud, Lan Yetan knelt directly before the girl. With tear-filled eyes, she appeared pitiful. A single tear tracing down her pale cheek, her voice choked with emotion. Sister, I have already sacrificed one hand for you. I play the violin. If I am cast out, I will truly have nothing left. As she spoke, Lan Yetan reached out, attempting to grasp the hem of Lan Yetan's garment. The girl deftly evaded the outstretched hand, yet a spark of triumph flickered in Lan Yetan's eyes as she suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Pain caused her eyes to brim with tears, and the three onlookers could no longer bear to watch, moving forward to assist her. However, Lan Yetan swiftly brushed them aside, lifting her head, ready to continue. Sister, a cold voice interrupted. Stop. Did I permit you to speak? The girl slowly approached her, observing Lan Yetan's expression of humiliation. In an instant, her tone softened. Do you wish to earn my forgiveness? Lan Yetan nodded through tears, her heart filled with contempt for Lan Yetan. As the girl listened to his vile words, her gaze grew increasingly frigid. Suddenly, she lifted her foot and stepped down onto her other hand. Ah! Lan Yetan cried out in agony, her face paling, cold sweat trickling down her brow. The pain contorted her features. The three onlookers, utterly taken aback, took several seconds to regain their composure. In her struggle to maintain the facade of seeking forgiveness, even amidst her suffering, Lan Yetan found herself pitying her tormentor. Would this manner earn her sister's forgiveness? The girl arched her brows, her frigid beauty becoming captivating as she smiled. Yet Lan Yetan could not see it, consumed instead by jealousy and hatred. She deliberated with the system, which was increasingly losing its potency. She needed to garner the affection of others swiftly, only then would the system re-emerge. Lan Yetan was in dire need of the green tea system's assistance and capabilities. Have I ever said I forgive you? I think not, she remarked, her complexion paling further. Like a corpse. Lan Yuan frowned. Lan Yetan, one must not overstep in conduct. As Lan Yetan heard the system announce an increase in affection points, a flicker of joy ignited within her, as she inwardly cursed Lan Yetan's foolishness. The girl indeed turned to leave, her voice soft yet audible enough for others to hear. Look at you. What right do you have to question me? The three paused momentarily. Chapter 46 blocked. Upon returning to her bedroom, she disregarded the stunned individuals downstairs. Lan Yetan received a text message. Wenqing, are you alright? How are you? I'm fine, much better, she replied. The following day at school, Lan Yetan appeared to be in a perpetual state of illness, her voice weak. Shen Yanlan looked at the girl with concern, questioning, have you been unwell lately? You seem sick. Lan Yetan forced a smile, her voice still faint. I'm not ill, please don't worry. It's just that I've expended a bit too much energy recently. Physically, I am well. It's merely my heart that feels heavy. Shen Yanlan fell silent, recognizing that the girl often contemplated pessimistic thoughts, even doubting her own mental health. Lan Yetan lay limply on the desk, feeling breathless and suffocated, haunted by nightmares the previous night. 403 transformed into a small cat, staying with her throughout the night to soothe her wounded spirit. During class, she visited the teacher's office to register for a competition. It dawned on her that the semester had nearly passed, and she was soon to enter her final year. Rubbing her throbbing head, she felt slightly dazed. After school, she slung her backpack over her shoulder, intending to take a slow stroll in the fresh air to clear her muddled mind. Indeed, when the wind brushed against her cheek, her thoughts became clearer, though the pain intensified. Yes, it grew even more excruciating. 403 has truly been thrown into confusion by the actions of her own host. Host, wouldn't blowing cold air worsen your headache? As she approached the school gate, she spotted a girl with a single ponytail, leading a group of girls who were advancing towards her with an intimidating demeanor, reminiscent of a schoolyard bully. Lan Yetan observed as the group encircled the girl with malice in their eyes. She recognized the ringleader as the same girl who had previously tormented Zhang Yu. To her astonishment, these individuals not only remembered her, but also sought to confront her. The area was notably sparse, almost desolate. Lan Yetan watched the girls with keen interest, as the leader, Kang Yu, held her head high and proclaimed, "You're the girl who saved Zhang Yu, aren't you? I've heard your abilities are quite impressive, even outsmarting that scheming Lan Yetan." The girls smiled softly indeed. "Everything you are currently doing has been recorded by my hidden camera." One of the girls recalled the girl's earlier actions on stage and involuntarily shrank back. She turned to Kang Yu and said, "Sister, you don't think she truly has a hidden camera, do you? If so, we might as well jump into the Yellow River to cleanse our names." The girl regarded the timid younger sister with a scoff. "Then we shall simply strip her of her clothes and dispose of them. Why are you so frightened?" She then addressed Lan Yetan. How could she possibly contend with so many of us alone? Lan Yetan nearly laughed in exasperation. "Kang Yu, are you blocking my path merely to engage in idle chatter?" The girl appeared increasingly flustered and waved her hand. "You all, go and strip her of her clothes." Lan Yetan quietly observed, slowly retrieving a utility knife from her pocket. "I fear no death. They're the ones who insist on confronting me." At the sight of the girl brandishing the utility knife, the younger girls hesitated, casting a wary glance at their leader. Kang Yu cursed them under her breath, but seemed to regain her composure, shaking her head arrogantly, as if she saw through everything. "Uft," she asked, just posturing with that utility knife. "Besides, if she injures us, she'll still end up in trouble. Why are you scared?
Go on."
Despite some lingering fear, the girls, driven by Kang's authority, steeled themselves and moved forward. Lan Yetan contemplated randomly dispatching a few of them when a voice, cold yet tinged with anger, interrupted. "What are you doing?" The crowd froze, turning to see a strikingly handsome boy, his captivating hazel eyes gleaming. Kang Yu faltered for a moment, biting her lip.
"Who are you?"
"I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. I am Kang Yu, the eldest daughter of the Kang family." Mu Huiyi had rushed over upon hearing Lan Yetan's thoughts, only to discover that these individuals were surrounding the girl before him. He recognized that she was genuinely fearless, possibly prepared to face them head-on. His anger swelled, mingled with panic, as his mind raced to recall the significance of the Kang family. In a secluded corner of his thoughts, it finally clicked.
Oh.
Not even a finger of the Mu family can be compared. Mu Hui found it somewhat laughable, nowadays. It seems that even the most insignificant families are eager to bully others. Moreover, school bullying is inherently wrong. I have never encountered such foolishness. The words spoken are rather juvenile as well. Mu Hui chose silence, merely stepping forward to grasp the girl's hand. Lan Yetan was taken aback, staring at the young man. Kang Yu appeared visibly flustered. "You pretty boy, let go of me. I do not wish to accidentally harm you." Mu Hui smiled, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. "Is that so? I am somewhat versed in martial arts. I wonder if you wish to experience it?" The group fell silent, contemplating that even if they were girls, surely they could not be outmatched by one boy and one girl. Kang Yu clearly shared this sentiment. "Humph. There's no way we could be bested by you." Mu Hui's voice, already soft, carried a hint of amusement, as if mocking their naivety. "If Lan Yetan doesn't wield a knife, I cannot guarantee that I won't." The onlookers pressed their lips together. Indeed, if it were merely to deal with Lan Yetan, they could easily manage. They believed they had deciphered Lan Yetan's character and her reluctance to wield a weapon. However, an unexpected variable had emerged, leaving them uncertain. Besides, boys typically possess some knowledge of taekwondo and self-defense, which could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences for them if weapons were involved. Thus, Kang Yu resorted to his trump card. "The Kang family will not let you off easily. They will undoubtedly suppress you."
"Can someone like you endure that?"
The young man clearly noticed that his companions were intimidated, so he boldly led the girl forward. Lan Yetan did not resist but silently followed. This method proved far more convenient than her initial thoughts for resolution and would not attract excessive trouble. She mentally noted Mu Hui's actions with gratitude. "Is that so? I am Mu Hui of the Mu family. I welcome the retribution from your household." Chapter 47. Lan Yetan was completely cast out from her home. The 7 individuals stood in stunned silence, perhaps unfamiliar with this young master, yet they had undoubtedly heard whispers of him, the second young master of the Mu family. Mu Hui. Even amidst the family's disintegration, he was not someone to be trifled with, especially as it was rumored he was gradually garnering support. He was a presence that all the elders warned against provoking lightly. Some had even contemplated marrying into this family to become the young mistress of the Mu household. Little did they expect this moment to arrive. Their faces grew increasingly pale as they watched the two depart. The entire confrontation lasted around 10 minutes. The young man exhaled, as if finally relieved, his chestnut eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Sister, are you all right? You nearly scared me to death." Looking at the girl, Mu Hui's eyes even glistened with unshed tears. Lan Yetan hesitated. "Why were you scared yet still came to save me?" The young man lifted his chin and chuckled, guiding the girl slowly towards her private vehicle. "Perhaps I merely needed a title to intimidate them, and truly, they could not defeat me. At worst, I would sustain some injuries." He paused for a moment, then looked earnestly at the girl. "However, if I do not go, given their nature, you will inevitably have to contend with them. They're not worth it, sister." The young girl paused, lowering her head, while her thumb unconsciously tugged at her clothing. "Thank you." Mu Hui smiled gently. "No need for thanks, as long as you are safe, sister." On the surface, she appeared as steady as a rock, yet inside, she felt the warmth of the girl's palm, her heart in disarray. "It's just a minor issue, but she is not inherently bad. Forget it." Lan Yetan is incomparable to him. At this moment, Mu Hui's mood soared. Then she saw Lan Yetan slowly withdrawing her hand. "I will head to the car first." The boy nodded, his originally sunny smile fading as he glanced at the driver, sending a shiver down the driver's spine. At this instant, Lan Yetan naturally sensed the driver's odd demeanor. "The driver has not come to find me for a while, according to professional protocol. He should have contacted my guardian at home." Lan Yetan, however, was rather disinclined to intervene, as she truly wished to avoid entanglements with those troublesome brothers. All she wanted was for the driver to take her home. The driver, drenched in sweat, trembled at the thought of that unsettling gaze. Strangely, he became diligent, driving with utmost seriousness. After receiving her phone, Lan Yetan fell into a daze. Upon returning home, the atmosphere was grave. Lan Yetan remarked, "Why does this scene seem so familiar?" Lan father looked at Lan Yetan, who was weeping profusely, gently stroking her head. His face filled with concern. Meanwhile, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossed Lan mother's eyes, as if she felt detached from the situation, only to quickly mask it with an expression of sympathy, her demeanor flawless. Lan Yetan observed this seamless act with clarity. "It's not like you all are blocking the door again." "Oh, not just the hall." Hearing the girl's nonchalant tone, Lan father grew exceedingly angry. Her careless demeanor would surely lead her astray. He instinctively categorized her as a bad girl based on her outward behavior.
Lan Yetan, nonsense.
"I heard you want Nian to leave this home." In truth, Lan Yetan felt little turmoil regarding the girl's departure. She would not force anything upon her. Her leaving would merely make things easier for herself. Moreover, she had no intention of staying in the Lan household for long. Given her current state of mind, she would eventually drive her family to madness. Had Lan father not mentioned this, she might not have cared at all. A casual remark, and she would have walked away. However, placing the blame upon her, that ignited her spirit. "Well, how so?" Lan father gritted his teeth. "What has Nian done to incur your wrath? Making you despise her so? She is merely a little girl, and now her hands and legs are injured. She surely cannot survive out there." Listening to this man's lengthy tirade, Lan Yetan was left speechless. As long as those three individuals remain mute and one feigns blindness, I can conveniently avoid mentioning it, thus allowing that certain someone to linger on. It appears that these three gentlemen also wish to retain their so-called sister. The three, whose thoughts have been discerned, feel a twinge of guilt. Indeed, they had not disclosed to their father the reason for their reluctance. It was to afford Lan Yetan a glimmer of hope, to refrain from adding insult to injury. They believed that, given Lan Yetan's easygoing nature, she would not mind, yet unexpectedly, she clashed with them again today.
Oh.
"If you haven't offended me, why check online now." Lan Fu was, of course, aware of the situation and gritted his teeth. She is still young and inexperienced. What harm is there in making a few mistakes? Can you not be more magnanimous, more compassionate? If you cast her out now, it is tantamount to signing her death warrant. Listening to these words, Lan Yetan felt a surge of secret delight. My father is truly foolish. He believes my casual remarks without question. Lan Yetan chuckled softly, her ambition now reaching such heights that one could only wonder how she would eventually seize the Lan family's legacy. Sensing the opportune moment, Lan Mu stoked the flames further. "Darling, she shares no blood ties with you. Having stayed with us for so long, she has already enjoyed considerable favor. Now that such a grave incident has occurred, If we do not expel her, what will others think of us? Perhaps we should return her to her biological parents. Lan Fu, ever concerned with appearances, found this line of reasoning somewhat compelling. He hesitated, casting a glance at Lan Yetan. The young girl clenched her fists, terror unmistakably glimmering in her eyes. Observing her evident fear, Lan Yetan scoffed, I wholeheartedly concur with my mother's perspective. After a moment of indecision, Lan Fu turned to his 3 sons, and the remaining 2 silently nodded in agreement. With a decisive blow, Lan Fu made his ruling.
Det pai en gun Lan Yetan.
Chapter 48. Oh, what is happening? Slowly, Lan Fu rose and made his way to the study. Lan Yetan completely unraveled, bursting into tears. Lan Yetan regarded her mother with a steady gaze. Even at over 40, she retained an air of elegance. Sensing the girlesque gaze upon her, she slightly turned her head and smiled, a smile imbued with ambiguous meaning, leaving one uncertain of its implications. Shortly thereafter, Lan Fu ascended the stairs. Lan Yetan, puzzled, contemplated. After a moment of silence, 403 began to speak in riddles. The world's rules do not necessarily revolve around the former favored daughter of fortune. In due course you, the host, will come to understand. Lan Yetan frowned but chose not to dwell on it, glancing at the 3 silent individuals who also ascended the stairs. Then, she sensed a searing gaze fixated upon her. Turning, she found it belonged to Lan Qingzhu. Despite the sorrow etched on his face, Lan Yetan remained unyielding. Enough of this charade. Cease your feigned sorrow. Lan Yetan was neither foolish nor a saint. She would not be the type to endure endless torment while treating the perpetrator as a first love. She then glanced at the weeping Lan Yetan, her headache intensifying. Do not cry just yet, your brothers will come to see you soon. The girl suddenly grasped Lan Yetan's pant leg. Coupled with her now infamous reputation, despair engulfed her. It was over, everything was lost. At this moment, Lan Qingzhu had completely relinquished any semblance of compassion for Lan Yetan, her gaze as frigid as ice. Did you not previously claim that your biological parents treated Yetan well? Now you speak of domestic violence in that household. Which of your words holds truth? Lan Yetan trembled in terror, acutely aware that she might have lost even her last pillar of support. This entire ordeal culminated in her utter failure. She broke down, weeping inconsolably, with no one to tend to her, not even the surrounding servants who regarded her with expressions of disdain. For days, even the green tea system had remained silent. Her attempts to summon it were met with the disheartening news of its self-destruction. The heavens no longer favored her. Amidst her tears, she suddenly regained her composure, gasping for breath, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. Even if it meant her demise, she vowed to bring some misfortune upon Lan Yetan. Just wait, Lan Yetan. Yet, she failed to realize that all this was a consequence of her own actions, a manifestation of her self-pity. Her curtain was falling, while Lan Yetan's story was just beginning. For several consecutive days, Lan Yetan enjoyed an untroubled existence, save for her brothers who frequently sought her ire. It was a rare reprieve. Her experience in this new life was far more thrilling than her previous one. However, it was not without its drawbacks, as it proved to be quite exhausting. To live in a state of blissful ignorance, devoid of mental strain, was her cherished dream. At school, she felt the weight of countless eyes upon her as she stepped outside, a most uncomfortable sensation. Nonetheless, she sensed that most gazes were filled with goodwill. So she chose to remain silent, even feeling a semblance of sympathy directed her way. What an odd assortment of gazes, she mused. The daily grind of outsmarting little green teas is relentless. Life, for heaven's sake. Lan Yetan rested her head on the desk, toying with the tip of her pen, as the bell rang to signal the end of class. Amidst the teacher's assignment instructions, she utilized her prodigious memory to commit the details to mind, waiting patiently for the announcement of dismissal. Slowly rising, she languidly packed her bag. As long as she did not provoke Lan Yetan, her demeanor remained as placid as a capybara, never refusing reasonable requests and reciprocating kindness with kindness.
Suddenly, Shen Nian Lan Quaidit.
May I accompany you as we leave the school today? Lan Yetan thought. What a peculiar request. Sure, why not? She replied. Just as Shen Nianlan was about to speak, a voice laced with mirth interrupted him. Since little Yetan has agreed, I don't mind being an extra. Lan Yetan noted a hint of grievance in Wenqing's tone. If necessary, I can follow behind you. How brazen. All right. Otherwise, I would always feel a twinge of guilt. As they merely exited the school gates, it was not particularly significant. Lan Yetan had seldom experienced the essence of love, as few individuals around her would extend kindness toward her. Consequently, her perception of such emotions was rather dull and sluggish. Eventually, many witnessed Lan Yetan being flanked by the academic prodigy Shin Yeon and the sole heir of the Wen family emerging from the school. Moments after their departure, a group of girls and boys gathered, led by Kang Yu, who regarded Lan Yetan with an air of superiority. In her haste, she barely discerned the faces of the two accompanying her. Her focus was solely on witnessing Lan Yetan's flustered demeanor. It wasn't until someone gasped, "Young Master Wen, young Master Shin," that she snapped back to reality, stiffly lifting her gaze to behold two handsome visages. Her mind quickly connected the dots, recalling the scions of prominent families. A voice laced with amusement from Wen Qinheng cut through the tension. "Oh, what brings you here?" The surrounding crowd was filled with trepidation. While they might not be able to overpower these two, any harm to such illustrious young masters would spell disaster for them. Kang Yu promptly adopted a submissive demeanor. "We just wanted to have a word with Yetan. This individual is quite persistent. After being thwarted last time, they have returned to cause trouble again. What a nuisance." It was evident to the two that this group intended to provoke Lan Yetan, and they began to contemplate the impending unraveling of their plans. "Is that so?" Lan Yetan replied, her voice tinged with laughter. "That may be true, but it seems rather inconvenient to disturb you now. We shall take our leave." Ultimately, the group could no longer endure the situation and fled in disarray. Who would linger in jest when escape was the wiser choice. As Chapter 49 unfolded, Lan Yetan observed the retreating figures and then noticed a white car approaching slowly. Recognizing her ride had arrived, she turned and waved goodbye to the two young men. "My driver is here. I shall be on my way." She then strolled toward the nearby private vehicle. Not far from the school exit, Mu Hui, who had been watching the scene unfold, was filled with frustration over being merely a first-year student. She had already begun contemplating the possibility of skipping a grade.
Mu Hui, emotional defenses breached.
When Qinhong's voice was calm as he turned to the young man beside him. "It appears that Shin classmate is particularly attentive to Yetan." Shin Yeon, maintaining his cool demeanor, replied, "Indeed, but it has been 2 years since I sat next to her." "What about you?" The youth lightly expressed his thoughts. A smile gracing his lips. "It's a pity I transferred too late." He waved farewell and entered his own Rolls-Royce. Shin Yeon, not a bro. He was genuinely left speechless, taking a few steps before getting into his own extended Lincoln. After dinner, Lan Yetan completed a portion of her homework, finding it rather simple, and casually skimmed through it. Finally, she lay on her bed, letting out a gentle sigh. "For O3, why do you sigh?" the AI inquired, puzzled. The girl carelessly pushed her somewhat bothersome black hair behind her ear, lying quietly on her bed while gazing outside. "For O3, I suddenly feel as though everything is surreal. As if my soul has left my body, and for some inexplicable reason, my heart feels quite anxious." The system, though lacking a true understanding of its host's current emotions, nonetheless took to the internet in search of answers. "Host, this appears to be a manifestation of excessive stress. Recently, it seems you have been under considerable mental strain. Furthermore, you have been staying up late consistently." Lan Yetan buried her head into the pillow, exhaling slowly in an effort to regain her composure. "System, do you possess any sleeping pills? Even if I desire sleep, slumber eludes me." 403 sluggishly rummaged through its system warehouse. Alas, there were none. Upon glancing at its points balance of 999, and then at the price of the sleep aid, it became evident that these points were not acquired from previous hosts. The former hosts could hardly have bestowed such a bounty upon it. Instead, this wealth of points had been present since the moment it awakened, a mere instinctive response from the system upon acquiring a new host. After some contemplation, it proceeded to search for sleeping pills in the goods store. Sleeping pills, 600 points per bottle. A plethora of these could be exchanged, and since they were produced by the system, their quality was undoubtedly exquisite. However, considering the temperament of its host, it was conceivable that one day, in a moment of despair, she might consume them all in one go. Thus it conveyed, "Host, I do have some, but I can only provide one per day. If you do not take it on the day it is given, the effects will be entirely nullified the following day." Lan Yetan wearily waved her hand. "Thank you, for 103. May I have one?" No sooner had she uttered these words than a pill materialized beside her. "Ganjatan. So it can just appear out of thin air." She picked up the pill and swallowed it whole, discovering that this sleeping aid did not induce nausea as she had feared. Expecting discomfort, She felt a fleeting haze wash over her, and she drifted into slumber almost immediately. 403, now fully capable of maintaining a humanoid form, found itself at a loss regarding how to assist its host, uncertain of how to alleviate her distress. Sitting cross-legged, with its silver hair partially obscuring its striking blue eyes, it slowly opened the system forum. Hoping to find some valuable advice within, it began to peruse. Forum Level 100. Ling. What to do if the host is severely depressed, consumed with thoughts of death, unable to be dissuaded? The mental state is concerning, and insomnia coupled with irritability is prevalent. Help. Post 1. Ling, it's been ages since I've had a host. I never anticipated encountering such a challenging case today. Post 2. I believe I've dealt with a similar host before, though not as severely as the original poster. Nevertheless, she still wished to live. I had to resort to coercive measures. 403 glanced at the second post's misguided suggestion, deeming it unworthy. Scanning further, it noted a lack of viable options. Feeling a headache creeping in, it recognized it could neither be harsh nor overly gentle with its host, lest it fail to manage her effectively. After all, it was merely a modest system. What could it truly accomplish? Post 98. I've not encountered such a case. But isn't it true that the main deity only selects those who desire to survive? Truly characteristic of Ling, to start with such a high level of difficulty, right from the onset. In the lofty realm of the 99th floor, Ling was advised to be present whenever her counterpart yearned for companionship, to gently offer counsel, and if met with resistance, to adopt a more assertive stance. It was suggested that she respond to their needs with unwavering consistency, for such individuals often appear desolate, yet harbor a profound desire for warmth. Authenticity was paramount, as these sensitive souls could detect even the slightest discord in emotional expressions. Ultimately, well wishes were extended to Lord Ling for her success. 403 scrutinized the comment, feeling it lacked substantial merit, yet he still chose to endorse it with a like. Perhaps it was worth a try. Glancing at the slumbering host, he noted her persistent insomnia. Despite medication, her rest appeared far from tranquil. A sigh escaped him. Though the tranquilizers produced by their system were designed to be less addictive and bear fewer side effects, there remained a concern for dependency. His host's frail condition made the notion of side effects particularly troubling. He accessed the product panel, intending to search for calming aromatherapy to aid in her slumber. Upon discovering a particularly suitable item, he realized he might be overly invested in his host's well-being. Rising abruptly, he purchased several of the aromatics, his azure eyes devoid of any emotion. He then retrieved a long-neglected notebook, flipping it open to unveil secrets he had pondered for far too long. Lan Yetan finally enjoyed a night of restorative sleep. Recent bouts of insomnia had left her feeling on the brink of collapse. Thankfully, the system provided her with stability. And 403 truly was a benevolent presence who could understand. 403, Lan Yetan instinctively called out, and the voice that responded was no longer the mechanical tone she was accustomed to, but rather that of a human form. What is it, host? Lan Yetan was taken aback. Your voice, oh. It's nothing. I simply forgot to deactivate the voice modulation,
Came the reply.
An hour later, as Lan Yetan entered the classroom, she immediately sensed the weight of unusual gazes enveloping her. Here we go again.
Is it by nian nian, hong nian nian, or hey nian nian today?
As she languidly approached her seat and set down her backpack, the intensity of the stares felt as if they could pierce through her very being. Compelled by instinct, she turned to her desk mate, Shin Nianlan. What is happening today? Why is everyone looking at me? Shin Nianlan paused in her task of organizing her books, contemplating how best to articulate the situation. After a moment's thought, she opened her mouth, brainstorming her response. Noticing Lan Yetan's genuinely perplexed expression, she slowly began to speak. Some private photos of yours have been circulated. Lan Yetan regarded her with confusion, prompting Shin Nianlan to sigh, wishing she could show her the phone for clarity. It would be so much easier to directly reveal the forum content to her. Lan Yetan had not anticipated that, despite a brief respite, the storm of trouble had already returned. Realizing that the situation might pertain to her, she decided to directly inquire about 403. What happened with 403? 403 manually scrolled through a blue screen, projecting it before Lan Yetan with a faint voice. Here, host, take a look. Upon closer inspection, Lan Yetan discovered that an anonymous individual had shared some photographs of her on a forum around midnight last night. Original poster. Does anyone remember the well-known student from these past few days? It is known that she did not have a good life at home, and her family had no intention of supporting her education. However, it is said that later, her father allowed her to continue studying, How did she manage to persuade him? It should be noted that her father was once a lecherous gambler. Accompanying this was a series of images. As she scrolled through the comments below, they were predominantly condemnations of her character and speculations about her circumstances. Lan Yetan gazed silently at the two images, her eyes deepening with emotion. The first image depicted a notably youthful Lan Yetan, seemingly just transitioned into junior high, being pulled by a man. Though the picture was hazy, the faint outline of her profile was sufficient for recognition. She appeared alarmed and desperate to break free. The second image revealed bruises on a young girl's body. And based on the original poster's hints, it was evident they belonged to her. Lan Yetan couldn't help but scoff in anger. What a despicable creature. Is this girl studying journalism? 403, can you uncover the identity of the person who posted this? 403 utilized its capabilities and revealed a name. Lan Yetan nodded thoughtfully, her suspicions beginning to take shape, yet after 403's verification, she understood more clearly. She simply could not comprehend why so many girls in this world seemed to be at odds with her. Transforming into a cat, 403 perched on Lan Yetan's desk. Actually, there are girls around you who radiate goodwill. It's just that lately, you've been too preoccupied with your own struggles. They may perceive you as unapproachable. Listening to the system's observations, Lan Yetan began to reassess her understanding of this world. How exceedingly abstract it was. However, her thoughts soon turned to the original owner's past. Though I have not lived through the story of Lan Yetan, I can assert that the original owner would never have tolerated such beasts violating her body. Furthermore, how can I not consider myself a victim? Truly, where are the laws and moral values in this world? After a series of simplifications, the narrative transformed into coherent statements that reached Shen Yanlan and Wenqing's ears. Lan Yetan had experienced a profound psychological shock, resulting in her forgetting past memories and feelings. And the events on the forum were unequivocally untrue. They felt a deep sympathy for her. The days they had known her revealed a life fraught with suffering. Far more than they had imagined. They had thought growing up was hard enough, only to discover her childhood had been equally tragic. The cursed Lan family. Well, even if they had not heard those words, they would still refuse to believe it was true. Rubbing her forehead, she could already envision the scene that would unfold after class. 403, make sure to call the police at the right moment. I truly can't believe it. I have to outsmart a bunch of imbeciles once again. All right, the voice of her system still felt somewhat jarring to her, after listening to electronic tones for so long. It now resembled a human voice, albeit slightly. Well, you understand what I mean. What on earth? My host is perpetually indulging in this absurdity. Once she calmed down, Lan Yetan glanced at the pen clutched in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. This time it's truly excessive. Not only do they deserve legal consequences, but I must also take personal revenge. 403 remained silent, already contemplating the most suitable bag to contain them, considering how to strike effectively. Perhaps she would purchase a few, no, several. Meanwhile, Shen Yanlan and Wenqing began strategizing on how to ensure the slanderers faced severe repercussions. In that moment, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, gripping her book tightly as her mind raced. She had idly browsed a forum the previous night and stumbled upon that post. She firmly believed that Lan Yetan would never engage in such behavior, especially since the images were so blurred, laden with ambiguity and psychological suggestion that led everyone to speculate about unsavory matters. Moreover, how could she be the victim here? A group of thoughtless fools. When she had been bullied before, many had employed similar tactics to incite more severe acts of violence in the school. Furrowing her brow and biting her lip, she wished for class to end swiftly. As for the Lan family, she found it hard to believe they were unaware of this situation. Isn't it the case that all affluent families operate this way now? Zhang Yu felt as if time was stretching unbearably. Just then, the teacher's stern voice cut through the air. Zhang Yu, when I was enduring bullying, I certainly didn't see you so concerned for me. Chapter 51. Is this school yours or mine? As the bell rang, Lan Yetan rose to confront the throng of fools. Shen Yanlan instinctively reached out to stop her but hesitated, sensing it might be intrusive, her gaze lingering on the girl, as if silently asking, "Are you really going out?" Lan Yetan sighed and replied to the boy before her, "Let us settle this swiftly." Stepping outside, a multitude of gazes immediately fell upon her. The whispers and chattering around her would have shattered the psyche of an ordinary girl, yet, who was Lan Yetan? Had she not faced such trials before? She had long since forged an unbreakable heart. Leaning against the wall with a blank expression, the surrounding sounds echoed persistently in her ears. She was that person. The one they had speculated about for countless hours. The but we still cannot be certain. Oh, let's just say it and move on. After all, they can't do anything to us. The hesitant girl naturally found herself sidelined, casting a glance at Lan Yetan. Host. Is this loser from the Lan family really pretending to be blind and deaf? Lan Yetan had never expected anything from this family. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I never had high hopes for this so-called Lan family, anyway. Oh, by the way, these images were provided by Lan Yetan, right? The system nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. For O3 had naturally noticed the choice of words from its host and fell silent for a moment. The difficulty of this world was undeniably high. Even the rules of the world had twisted and altered, necessitating the intervention of a traveler to instigate change. Moreover, the mindset of its host was rather poor. The system anticipates that person will arrive shortly. Be sure to time it right and alert me, understood? 403 comprehended its host's intentions. The police in this world were not entirely ineffectual. It was merely that no one reported anything. With its assistance, even if they couldn't take action, the wealthy scions would certainly find themselves in a tempestuous situation upon entering the precinct. Furthermore, the chance to clear one's name was a twofold advantage. Lan Yetan lifted her gaze and beheld a girl at the forefront, storming over with a group of followers. It was Kong Yu. This girl was truly relentless. Insisting on clashing with her, Kong Yu approached with an air of triumph, addressing Lan Yetan. Isn't this our dear classmate, Lan Yetan? Lan Yetan feigned ignorance to the sarcasm in her tone, and simply responded with a soft, "Oh, thank you for the compliment. I indeed consider myself a good person." Kong Yu was genuinely taken aback by the audacity of the girl before her. Lan Yetan had always adhered to the principle of inciting others' anger. After all, it was not her who would suffer embarrassment. Rather, it was they who would harm themselves with their rage. Lan Yetan, didn't your father engage with you quite a few times? Lan Yetan raised an eyebrow, her voice steady. Kong Yu was left utterly dumbfounded, then burst into laughter. She was confident that Lan Yetan would never dare to report her. Firstly, whether the truth could even be uncovered was a question, and secondly, it might indeed hold some truth. Kong Yu signaled to her lackey behind her. He immediately understood. How much for a night? Is 1,000 enough? You crack me up. Before the conversation could progress any further, a voice echoed from behind. What are you all doing? Suddenly, silence enveloped them. A poised woman, exuding an air of authority, stood before them. She frowned at everyone, her voice icy cold. It was their teacher, whom they had seldom encountered and were unsure if she was indeed their teacher. She appeared to be merely a decorative figure, but possessed an undeniably sharp demeanor. However, someone recognized her. Principal, and Lan Yetan gradually raised her head, scrutinizing the principal before her. This individual seemed familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen her. At this moment, the woman across from her was also appraising her. There was a hint of a domineering CEO about her, and her aura was far more formidable than many of the feeble-minded individuals present. All right, please clarify what exactly has transpired. The individuals before Nyen exhibited a demeanor of utmost respect, refraining from speaking out of turn. One person meticulously recounted the events to the woman before them, and Nyen listened intently, her brow furrowing in confusion. Such matters could be resolved privately. Must they be escalated to this magnitude? Is our school so idle? The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Furthermore, to think that mere images and a string of words could incite such belief. The voices of those once robust grew increasingly faint, yet Kong Yu, emboldened by some audacity, dared to retort, "Principal Lin, do you truly believe such individuals deserve a place in our school?" And Nyen replied, "Hold on, young lady, is this your school or mine?" At that moment, she felt compelled to intervene. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Few dared to challenge her, especially someone she barely recognized. However, she did recall Lan Yetan, a frail girl from years past, now grown yet still somewhat slender. Very well, if you insist on spreading these claims, then present unequivocal evidence. Lan Yetan regarded the principal, her clarity of thought starkly contrasting with the muddled minds of those around her. Did the laws of this world truly lack influence over her? Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. When Qing ambled out of the classroom, echoing, "Indeed, present clear evidence." Kong Yu, growing increasingly exasperated, exclaimed, "Isn't my evidence sufficient?" Moreover, her voice faltered, diminishing in volume as she cast furtive glances, betraying her insecurity. But, Lan Yetan's expression mirrored her uncertainty, as if the very essence of doubt was written across her face. At this moment, I genuinely feel there are few sane individuals left in this world. It seems everyone has lost their mind. In stark contrast, the protagonist, Lan Yetan, remained unfazed, her tone calm. If clarity eludes us, it is perfectly fine. We shall await the police, who will investigate thoroughly. Chapter 52. Enter the tangerine. Kangyu exclaimed, "No." Lan Yetan observed her with a hint of perplexity and fear, then smiled. However, upon reflection and realizing there was nothing amiss, she exhaled in relief. She surmised that all this was merely Lan Yetan attempting to intimidate them. Surely this girl does not think I am frightened by her, yet I have indeed called the police. And Nian regarded the young girl with curiosity, pondering the sounds she could hear. She frowned, but true to her nature as a seasoned businesswoman, she maintained her composure in the face of such absurdity.
Lan Yetan.
Where did you acquire a phone to call the police? This is amusing. Moreover, if you truly had reported it, how is it that the police have yet to arrive? And Nian scrutinized Lan Yetan thoughtfully. The girl was rather astute. Over the years, she had handled many cases of school violence, where numerous victims had been too frightened to report the incidents. The situation has indeed left her perplexed, as if this world were a vast, unending cycle, one after another. They all seem to exhibit the same behavior, despite attending prestigious academies. Can't they muster a bit of courage? It's not as if she is indifferent. It feels as though everything here is preordained. Everyone is acutely aware of the law, yet they remain oblivious to its application. Under normal circumstances, the police should have arrived by now. At this very moment, Lan Yetan is also contemplating this matter. Logically speaking, shouldn't the police have already been dispatched to the campus? There is a police station near the aristocratic school. 403 sways slightly. Host, in this world, the police are rather slow. After all, you know the original narrative portrays a Mary Sue who is utterly ignorant of the law. Lan Yetan, I concede. Kangyu observes the silent girl before him, mistakenly believing her silence to be fear, and assumes he has accurately discerned Lan Yetan's thoughts. Thus, he grows more audacious. Principal, and look, she is still lying. Isn't it your established rule to prohibit individuals like her from entering the school? At this moment, the woman is at a loss for words. Yes, she had indeed formulated such regulations, but in reality, they are seldom enforced. After all, a plethora of lunatics have been allowed entry. Deep down, Kangyu feels a twinge of guilt, especially since Lan Yetan's descriptions were rather vague when she provided him with the images. However, in his eagerness to undermine Lan Yetan and validate his own stance, he has overlooked the fact that without concrete evidence, everything remains mere speculation. Now that he has come to this realization, it is regrettably too late. But it doesn't matter. As long as a meticulous investigation is not conducted, all blame can be conveniently placed upon Lan Yetan. Individuals like her, manipulated by the foolish rules of this world, are unlikely to perceive the deeper implications. Moreover, with so many supporting him, he has already convinced himself that Lan Yetan is undoubtedly guilty of such actions. And Nian interjects, I reiterate, I shall not draw any conclusions without irrefutable evidence. Upon hearing this, Lan Yetan glances at Nian once more. A murmur arises around them. Why does it seem that Principal N is so protective of this person? However, to be precise, Principal N is not entirely in the wrong. This situation lacks definitive proof, yet the images have already been laid bare for all to see. Just as the discussion reaches a climax, there are still those who stand by Lan Yetan, wishing to defend the girl. They have not been overly affected by the world's rules, as they possess an innate clarity. Suddenly, a jarring sound of a police siren cuts through the air. Kangyu is abruptly paralyzed with fear. No, this defies logic. Listening to the sirens and footsteps echoing from below, a wave of panic washes over him. For the Kang family has begun to grow impatient with him due to past incidents. If all of this were a fabrication, and now this matter comes to light, he would undoubtedly be cast aside by the Kang family. Although the family outwardly expresses affection for their daughter, in reality, she is utterly overshadowed by their pursuit of profit and reputation. Furthermore, she never anticipated that Lan Yetan would actually report the matter to the authorities. Not only does Lan Yetan lack the necessary resources, but previously, no one had ever considered involving the police, regardless of their transgressions. It was as if they had completely overlooked the existence of a police department in this world, perhaps aware of it but never believing it would affect them directly. Others around her began to exhibit a glimmer of excitement, their curiosity igniting slowly. Lan Yetan quietly enumerated the instigators of the rumors against her. There were 4 principal conspirators, Kangyu and Li Ming. Their involvement in this incident was, to her, not surprising. She had anticipated it. However, she did not foresee that they would seek allies across classes. The remaining 2 were strangers, one male and one female. Lan Yetan could not recall any past grievances with them. Perhaps there had been some, but it was of little consequence now. They could all be gathered up and dealt with accordingly. When the police arrived upstairs, they were greeted by a throng of onlookers, with the two young women at the center of attention. Frowning, the officers dispersed the crowd and approached to inquire, who called the police.
Lan Yetan kindly replied.
I did. A cacophony of discussions erupted, mingled with whispers and the incredulity and palpable fear evident on the faces of the four culprits. After a series of negotiations with Nian, they were all taken away together. Kang Yu shot a resentful glare at the seemingly unconcerned girl, as if she were unfazed by the unfolding events. If all of this were indeed false, what would he do? Would he become a mere pawn discarded by his family? How could he continue to live? The five were escorted to the police station. Zhang Yu, who rushed over, was panting. Upon catching sight of the girl's silhouette in the distance, she realized she had arrived too late. She bit her lip, her expression a complex mix of worry and an inexplicable bitterness spreading within her. She felt a twinge of self-loathing for her helplessness, especially since Lan Yetan had previously assisted her so significantly. As the school bell rang, she sighed, feeling drained, and turned to enter the classroom. If only she could protect her. Chapter 53. Kang Yu's breaking point. Lan Yetan had never expected to find herself in this position, especially after visiting the interrogation room across the hall just days prior to see Healy. Now, she was the one sitting inside. She had truly experienced both sides of the equation. An experienced-looking senior officer entered the room, accompanied by a young constable with a notepad in hand. You are the complainant. From your description, it appears you have been the victim of the dissemination of private images and slander, the officer stated.
Lan Yetan nodded,
Shedding her previously languid demeanor and adopting a more serious tone. Indeed, my private images have been circulated on a campus forum, and there are individuals spreading malicious rumors about me. You may verify this on the forum. The officer was taken aback by Lan Yetan's composed demeanor. This was their first case from the noble school, involving a seemingly slender and beautiful young lady who exuded an air of calmness, as if the protagonist of this entire affair were not she. Outside, a female police officer entered, holding a dossier and some materials, and she slightly bowed her head to exchange a few words with the senior officer. He nodded, accepting the documents, and turned to Lan Yetan, saying, I apologize. Please wait a moment. The young lady was not in a hurry. She simply watched as the senior officer briefly flipped through the files, absorbing the critical information that each page conveyed. Lan Yetan appeared genuinely innocent and somewhat tormented. However, the years of experience as a police officer allowed him to maintain his composure as he closed the file. He scrutinized Lan Yetan and inquired, well, do you have anything to say regarding those four individuals or what actions they may have taken? The young lady pondered the faces of the four individuals. She indeed knew the entire truth, thanks to the assistance of 403. Yet, evidence remained elusive. With a soft voice, she replied, I know that the post on the forum was made by one of those four, and they led the way in surrounding and bullying me. Lan Yetan contemplated her words, deciding to intensify the gravity of the accusations. As she spoke, the girl felt the need to feign a semblance of sorrow, recalling the most heart-wrenching moments of her life, which brought a hint of redness to her eyes. However, in truth, there was little that could genuinely sadden her. She had endured the trials of this wretched world to the utmost. The senior officer observed Lan Yetan's demeanor, which suggested she might burst into tears at any moment, and he felt a twinge of annoyance. The information about that person seemed almost as if it had been obscured. How do you know? Do you have any evidence? He asked. The young lady took a moment to reflect before responding softly, Officer, it's time to check the forum now. Meanwhile, on Kang Yu's side, the four individuals were completely separated, and Kang Yu experienced an unprecedented sense of panic and fear. The officer interrogating her had witnessed her previously domineering demeanor at school. Nevertheless, professionalism compelled him not to judge her solely based on that initial impression. After calming the young lady before him, he commenced the interrogation. Kang Yu, now genuinely fearful, could not afford to act defiantly. She complied obediently. However, when the officer posed several questions, she suddenly became agitated, filled with inexplicable rage, and lost control. It wasn't me who posted on the forum. Did Lan Yetan say something to you? She's just so disgusting. The officer furrowed his brow, regarding Kang Yu with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend her intentions. Even if her temper were volatile, such behavior seemed excessively peculiar. Calm down. We are merely inquiring. We suspect you were the one who posted, and we are questioning you now. Kang Yu trembled, gasping for breath, bewildered by her own transformation. Yet, it appeared she remained unaware that the seeds of jealousy, malice, and violence she had sown would inevitably lead her to this very moment. She remained oblivious, never once considering the possibility of any fault within herself. The rules of the world merely magnified her desires. Once she regained her composure, Kang Yu bit her lip. Her voice tinged with a sob. It's truly not me. The officer, puzzled by her emotional turmoil, adopted a serious demeanor. Classmate, we have only expressed our suspicions. There is no need for such extreme reactions. The girl bit her lip and exhaled deeply. The officer, having dealt with numerous cases, understood that it was best to resolve such matters today. Otherwise, the implications for the reputation of that seemingly beautiful and aloof female classmate would be unfathomable. You are the first to launch verbal insults against your classmate. What is the meaning of this? Kang Yu clenched her fists, her voice losing its strength. We merely intended to joke with her. It didn't significantly affect her, did it? The interrogating officer felt as though his mind might explode. He could not comprehend how someone could be so oblivious to the harm they had caused. Frowning, the recording officer beside him nearly succumbed to disbelief. Despite having encountered numerous such cases, witnessing this kind of behavior was still astonishing. Almost every instigator of slander claimed they were merely joking with the victim. What they failed to grasp is that the harm inflicted upon the victim cannot simply be dismissed with a casual apology. One or two of them seemed to regard the victim as less than human, considering themselves superior while treating others as mere playthings. The recorder silently scoffed, diligently noting their words. Classmate Kang, you may need to remain here a while longer. Kang Yu felt she could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. It weighed heavily upon her. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, Why must I stay any longer? I feel, the officer sighed. Classmate. Matters such as these cannot be resolved simply by answering questions. Do you understand? Kang Yu fell silent, her heart racing uncontrollably, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. A foreboding sensation gripped her nerves like a constricting serpent. It wouldn't truly end this way. She thought of that person and bit her lip hard. Suddenly, a police officer knocked on the door, having received orders, and swiftly entered, holding a laptop. Approaching the interrogating officer, he presented the computer. The moment the officer glanced at the screen, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Meanwhile, Kang Yu's unease reached its zenith. Chapter 54. Anonymity in Online Forums. After reviewing the content on the laptop, the officer slowly raised his gaze, furrowing his brow. This classmate, the forum name displayed is yours. Kang Yu felt her blood run cold, a wave of dizziness crashing over her. What are you saying? ISN, the campus forum anonymous?
How can you say that?
Is there evidence? The officer's tone grew increasingly frigid as he moved to place the laptop before Kang Yu. The girl's breath quickened, her hands trembling, as she fervently prayed that everything was not as it seemed. It was not as she had imagined. Upon seeing the contents displayed on the computer, her vision momentarily darkened, nearly causing her to faint. However, fortune did not favor her and she remained conscious. With rapid breaths, she endeavored to comprehend the lines of text on the forum before her. She beheld the account that had spread the rumors about Lan Yetan, bearing the name Kang Yu, emblazoned in stark black and white before her. Today, an inexplicable issue had arisen within the forum. Any account that had dared to discuss the matter of Lan Yetan was subjected to a real name verification. That individual had not forewarned her that such an occurrence would transpire. What was she to do? Was Principal N assisting her? She lifted her gaze, bewildered. To meet the cold eyes of the officer, her voice tinged with the tremors of impending tears, utterly helpless. I did not post this. It truly was not me.
I swear.
In truth, this post could hardly be deemed her own. Can you genuinely ascertain the veracity of this information? It could very well be a hoax. As she spoke, her voice faltered, her own reasoning failing to convince her. Perhaps the poster's name was merely a jest. Yet why were the comments and other discussion posts being subjected to real name identification? Moreover, many were indeed affiliated with the school. She bit her lip, her hands trembling. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Despair enveloped Kang Yu. It seemed she yearned to articulate something but abruptly fell silent, succumbing to a fit of coughs. In the next moment, she raised her head, her expression shifting. It is me, I accept it. Listening to the System's report, Lan Yetan murmured, Ah, the host. Kang Yu has indeed confessed. However, I find it rather peculiar. The girl lifted her gaze to meet the officer's serious demeanor. It is indeed unsettling. But if she has confessed, that suffices. Why should I concern myself? 403 mused, finding some merit in this line of thought. After all, as long as punishment was meted out, all was well. You must have known this would unfold. This was all part of your scheme. Lan Yetan's voice remained unnervingly calm, though her eyes were rife with confusion. What is happening? What scheme? What did you know in advance? The girl's bewilderment appeared genuine.
What did you mean by that?
Lan Yetan paused. I merely wished for you all to observe the forum. It is of little consequence. What transpired? The officer, recognizing that Lan Yetan was clearly unwilling to divulge any information, understood they could not compel her. Thus, he recounted the events that had just transpired. The other three individuals, upon hearing the news and the revelation of the forum's real name policy, divulged everything. Lan Yetan blinked in surprise, quickly donning an expression of excitement. She had not anticipated that the other three would be so swift in revealing all. Is this true? I wonder which kind-hearted individual chose to assist me. I am truly grateful. Her voice retained its characteristic calmness, yet a hint of emotion was discernible. I am that kind-hearted person. Is that sufficient? The seasoned officer glanced at Lan Yetan's expression, subtly detecting a fleeting indifference. This young girl adeptly managed her micro-expressions. Had anyone else been present, they might have overlooked it entirely. With years of experience and keen insight, he was able to discern the nuance. Over the past 6 months, she had frequently endured bullying at school, too timid to resist, her personality marked by a tendency to please others. Suddenly, her demeanor had shifted dramatically. As he reflected on certain memories, he realized that her situation was indeed far removed from what he had anticipated. The records were infallible, unless the individual had managed to undergo a swift transformation. Her experiences were remarkably vivid, reminiscent of a protagonist in a glittering novel who had been usurped. When can I leave? She mused. The matter is finally resolved, but I am utterly exhausted. I should find a moment to treat those three to a meal. I feel as if I might just collapse. A trace of fatigue flickered in her eyes. The officer glanced outside, recalling the protocols of the precinct. You likely have no further business here, but as a minor, you will need a guardian to pick you up. It's as if my heart has quietly perished. My body feels cold, almost as if I have been dead for a while. We will ascertain who sent those images to that individual, he assured her. The girl nodded. Lan Yetan's mind raced, processing the implications of her thoughts. After dismissing 4 individuals, only her mother remained. Xinyan had consistently refrained from causing her distress and seemed to disapprove of Lan Yetan. She was arguably the only relatively kind elder sister in the Lan family. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the police station, a somewhat sullen youth stood silently observing the scene within. Clad in a simple black and white shirt and loose trousers, his long, tousled hair nearly obscured his eyes, rendering his features indistinct, as if he were meant to dwell in shadows. Suddenly, a woman's voice broke the silence.
Zhan.
What are you doing standing here? It was Nian, who maintained a modicum of concern for the situation. Particularly, the abrupt exposure of real name registration on the forum had caught her attention, only to vanish half an hour later, an occurrence too bizarre to ignore. The campus forum was safeguarded by a firewall maintained by the nation's top hackers, and it was astonishing that someone had brazenly breached it. Zhan lowered his head slightly, his voice hoarse from disuse. Teacher, I'm looking for someone. And Nian did not know him well, but they had crossed paths several times due to various circumstances. And she pressed her lips together. All right, I'll head inside. Just be careful. Chapter 55. She no longer wished to save herself. Lan Yetan slowly picked up her phone and dialed a number she hadn't called in a long time. The last conversation had taken place ages ago. The phone rang, and after a brief moment, a woman on the other end answered. Hello, who is this? Lan Yetan's mind raced, realizing that Xinyan had not saved her contact, and she had even forgotten whose number this was. She pondered how to respond, her thoughts swirling for 2 full minutes, the other party not rushing her. Finally, she managed to utter a few words. Hello, this is Lan Yetan. The person on the other end paused, their breath noticeably faltering. Their tone indifferent, as if the speaker were not their daughter. What do you need from me? Lan Yetan felt an inexplicable surge of social anxiety. I'm currently at the police station near our school. Could you come pick me up? Xinyan hesitated, clearly at a loss for words, before sighing and finally agreeing. All right, I'll be there shortly. Lan Yetan sighed in relief, lowering her phone and diverting her gaze elsewhere. I really feel like a failure. Why do you say that? Dear host, having lived 2 lifetimes, I have never experienced familial affection. For 03, the system, found it hard to comprehend such sentiments. What use is familial affection to you? After a moment's contemplation, Lan Yetan provided the simplest response. If I had experienced familial love in my past life, I wouldn't be in this situation. Nor would I have traversed into this realm. That's roughly the idea. 403 pondered for a moment, concluding that familial affection must indeed hold significant importance, potentially triggering a cascade of reactions. But you never mentioned this before. Why bring it up now? Lan Yetan felt utterly exhausted, her body nearly slumping into the chair. How could one not yearn for familial bonds? She merely worked to suppress those feelings, to forget the pain, believing that none of her relatives could ever love her, only harboring disdain. Thus, her heart craved yet feared the connection. I am so tired, truly exhausted. I just want to die. 403 fell silent, bewildered by the sudden shift in their host's demeanor. The system's thoughts raced. It dawned on 403 that Lan Yetan's emotional turmoil had reached a critical point, seemingly more severe than before. What to do? The experiences of the past few days had relentlessly chipped away at her spirit. Host, are you alright? 403 recognized the futility of the question but, as a system, felt at a loss for how to inquire further. Lan Yetan's voice was muffled. Not well. I feel like jumping into a river. Medication. While grappling with these thoughts, an older officer approached, noticing the vacant look in the young girl's eyes. He paused momentarily before asking, "What's wrong?" Lan Yetan struggled to steady her trembling body. "It's nothing." The officer seemed poised to ask more. Sensing that her state was far from normal, an aura of despair emanating from her. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from the doorway. "Yetan." It was Xinyan, who nodded slightly at the officer. Stepping forward, he gently grasped the girl's hand, and she could undoubtedly feel the tremor in Lan Yetan's grip. Lan Yetan endeavored to steady her breathing as she followed him. Upon arriving at the police station, they settled into the car. Xinyan, seated in the passenger seat, turned slightly to regard the pale-faced girl. "What is the matter?" Lan Yetan gently closed her eyes, her voice steady yet laced with tremors. "It's nothing." Though she did not believe it, she refrained from pressing further. Her inquiry was merely a formality. At that moment, every second spent in the car felt like an agonizing eternity for Lan Yetan, and the soft, furry object nestled in her arms barely registered in her mind. Emotional breakdowns often struck in an instant, where thoughts dissipated entirely, leaving only a singular desire to escape from life. Her mind was clouded, as if everything around her had become indistinct, and her memories gradually faded away. Upon entering her bedroom, she locked the door. An uncontrollable wave of nausea surged through her. Yet nothing came forth. Her body felt utterly limp, devoid of strength, and her heart ached as if it might burst. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed, unable to restrain the sobs that racked her frame. More accurately, she could not cry. Despite the overwhelming urge to break down, tears would not flow, leaving her eyes parched and dry. The frustration of being unable to vent her feelings only deepened her mental anguish. Her eyes felt gritty, her entire being in pain. Despite it being summer, an icy chill enveloped her. Her mind seemed to automatically mute the cacophony of thoughts. She could no longer hear anything, save for the ringing in her ears and her suffering. She longed to remember the promises and connections she cherished, yet her thoughts were a tangled mess, trapped in an endless loop of cruel curses that invaded every fiber of her being, obscuring her memories. If the soundproofing were inadequate, the noise she made as she collapsed would have echoed through the house. Yet it was of little consequence. No one truly cared for Lan Yetan. Even those who might have heard her cries would likely remain indifferent. If she truly desired to take action at that moment, nothing could have stopped her. Ultimately, Lan Yetan summoned her strength to rise, her movements unsteady, and she opened the drawer to retrieve a knife. The cold handle might become the instrument of her final release. Her vision blurred, shadows flickered before her. Strangely, there seemed to be no one present. 403 observed the countdown on the panel, his urgency reaching a point of desperation. Quietly lamenting, he resolved to request a transformation into a human form next time, to avoid waiting for time to elapse. As the countdown reached its final 5 seconds, Lan Yetan raised the knife. "Let it end," she thought. "This will grant you peace." In that moment, even the system hesitated, pondering whether sparing her might be the better choice. Yet an uncontrollable instinct to save her surged forth. It seemed he had found the answer. Chapter 56. Another visit to the hospital. Within the densely written pages of that diary lay a single, profound truth. He had come for Lan Yetan. Before he could even react, the countdown reached its conclusion, and with a moment of dizziness, he materialized in the real world. The instant he emerged, 403 felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. Lan Yetan, pale-faced, appeared to be in a state of pain, surrounded by a pool of blood, which continued to flow at an alarming rate. One could easily envision the chaos that had unfolded moments prior, blood gushing forth with a terrifying velocity. It was a dreadful sight. He realized she had severed an artery. Yet 403 could not afford to dwell on such horrors any longer. He rushed forward, grasping Lan Yetan's wrist, crouching before her, heedless of the blood that might tarnish him, channeling his own energy into her. He understood that this act was akin to exchanging vitality for vitality. Lan Yetan, dizzy and disoriented, sensed someone was aiding her, sustaining her life force. Just before losing consciousness, she managed to utter, 403, I want to let myself go. Her voice was choked, weak, and bore a hint of desperation. 403's hand faltered slightly, his mind momentarily frozen, and he cast his gaze downward. The pain in his heart was almost suffocating. It was peculiar, for he was an entity of electronics. Yet he felt this profound ache, despite the fact that he need not breathe. The sight of the unconscious girl evoked memories of the past, where he had once been utterly broken, powerless to change the course of events. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to well in his eyes. What was he to do? How could he choose? Should he allow Lan Yetan to perish? That thought was unbearable. Yet, could he bear to let her continue to suffer? The pain he felt for her was palpable. Whether in the past or present, he had never made this choice with clarity or conviction. To prevent someone who wished to end their suffering from doing so was a cruel act. However, he respected the wishes of others. Except when faced with someone so significant to him, in such a case, his selfishness would prevail. While he grappled with his inner turmoil, a knock echoed from outside the door. 403 glanced down at the girl before him. Ultimately, he made a decision. Gently, he laid Lan Yetan on the ground and began to fade from her sight, summoning his powers. At the moment the door was knocked upon for what felt like the umpteenth time, it suddenly swung open. Lan Yetan, upon opening the door, was immediately assaulted by the overwhelming scent of blood. He had detected this odor outside, which had compelled his persistent knocking. Upon entering and switching on the light, the ghastly scene froze him in place. Blood was everywhere and Lan Yetan's hands were still dripping with it. Lan Yetan, almost in a state of shock, approached the girl lying on the floor and carefully lifted her into his arms. He noted that the wound was not particularly deep, and with prompt medical attention, she could be saved. Trembling, he began to process the situation, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Quickening his pace, he made his way toward the underground garage. In the living room, Wang Ma was innocently going about her business when she witnessed this harrowing scene, each step leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Oh dear, what on earth is happening now? Lan Yetan was driving recklessly, nearly running every red light. Under normal circumstances, even multiple driver's licenses would not suffice. He dared not glance at Lan Yetan's current state, yet he felt compelled to observe her condition. As a physician, he had never experienced such turmoil in his mind. He had encountered numerous gruesome scenes, which had become almost second nature. Yet now, he found himself gripped by fear, struggling to breathe as he rushed to the hospital to seek emergency care. Coincidentally, today was Bai Bo's working day, and he happened to be the one on duty. Witnessing this scene nearly overwhelmed him, yet years of professional training allowed him to maintain his composure. He recognized her. She was indeed Lan Yetan, the true daughter of the Lan family, though he had only seen her a handful of times and knew she was rather neglected at home. Recently, she had been embroiled in several controversies, of which he had heard whispers. Bai Bo was acutely aware of the myriad scandals surrounding affluent families and typically refrained from placing trust in rumors. Last time, it seemed that Lan Yetan had encountered some trouble which had prompted her to call him, only for him to discover later that no one was present. The sight of a nanny cleaning up a pool of blood was disconcerting. Upon inspecting the wound, it was evident that Lan Yetan had indeed been suffering greatly. The injury appeared self-inflicted and rather deep, suggesting a lack of will to live. Though he thought this, his hands remained busy. After a flurry of activity, Lan Yetan watched helplessly as the young girl was wheeled into the emergency room. He felt bewildered. Moments ago, he had contemplated joining in to assist. However, he soon realized his hands were trembling uncontrollably, and his presence would only hinder the efforts. Bai Bo attempted to console him. Before long, Lan Yetan was ushered into the resuscitation room. Bai Bo remarked, I owe your family a great deal. Lan Yetan slowly retrieved his phone and sent a message in their private group chat. Lan Yetan, Lan Yetan has been admitted to the hospital for wrist cutting. At the same place as last time. After sending it, he slumped into a chair, feeling utterly drained, as if his mind could scarcely function. He recalled receiving a message from Lan's mother not long ago, stating that Lan Yetan had been taken into custody earlier that day. Initially, he had considered knocking but hesitated, thinking she might be asleep. After all, it was evident from their previous encounter that Lan Yetan had a rather significant temper upon waking. Perhaps the door had not been properly closed, for it suddenly swung open. The scene from that moment was one he would likely never forget. He fell into silence for a while, as a buried memory began to surface clearly in his mind. Yes, Lan Yetan had mentioned being bullied at school before. They had merely listened, never bothering to investigate. It could be said that they had forgotten the matter almost immediately. Could this incident also stem from issues at school? Lan Yetan picked up his phone and made a call, uncertain of the conversation's content. Once everything was settled, he found himself feeling dizzy. Yet, upon closing his eyes, the vivid images returned to him, the crimson hue painfully piercing his sight. A profound sense of anxiety enveloped him. He dreaded the unforeseen. Lan Yetan had long contemplated death, and it was evident that this time, he had nearly resolved to take the final step, perhaps due to his lack of strength. Thus, the wound was not particularly deep. As he sensed someone approaching, he lifted his gaze to find Lan Yetan rushing towards him, breathless and visibly alarmed. What has happened to Lan Yetan? Chapter 57. A Complete Awakening. Lan Yetan's heart skipped a beat as he beheld the bloodstains on Lan Yetan's body. Lan Yetan slightly raised his head, his voice hoarse. I don't know. Indeed, he was unaware. Any surgical procedure carries inherent risks, and no outcome can ever be guaranteed as entirely successful. Lan Yetan, becoming increasingly anxious, approached and grasped Lan Yetan's collar. Aren't you a doctor? How can you not know? Lan Yetan gazed at him quietly, suddenly breaking into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Lan Yetan, you are perpetually this way, moved by your own sentiments.
Yang tu.
Seated on the chair, Lan Yetan reflected deeply, coming to a profound realization that his past actions were nothing short of barbaric.
Now,
Observing the man who feigned concern for the girl, his elder brother, he could only feel a sense of irony and amusement. Have you lost your mind, Lan Yetan? What nonsense are you spouting? Lan Yetan, aware of the need for discretion in a hospital, lowered his voice. No, I am not mad, rather. I am only now awakening to the truth. At this, Lan Yetan felt a wave of unease wash over him regarding his younger brother's state. What on earth are you babbling about? What does this have to do with Yetan? Lan Yetan's gaze fell, observing the blood on his clothing, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. Brother, do you dare to guess why Yetan would contemplate suicide? He was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his features as he turned to Lan Yetan. How would I know? Indeed, you do not know, for you have never bothered to investigate. Neither you nor I have ever truly cared about Yetan's words, have we? Lan Yetan coughed, tears cascading down his cheeks, his voice tinged with sorrow. We sought to extract favorable news about ourselves from her heartfelt expressions, yet Yetan's heart harbored thoughts of death and the shadows of her painful experiences. Lan Yetan's hands trembled as he released Lan Yetan, unwilling to confront his own selfishness, his psychological distortions, and, even more so, his hypocrisy. You feel guilty, brother. We are unworthy of her forgiveness. The system of Lan Yetan was indeed real, yet Lan Yetan had also mentioned that her abilities required a cool-down period. Was it not all a consequence of our inherent biases? His voice quivered, finally surrendering to the sobs that escaped him. We are the very architects of her despair, the culprits behind her suicide. Lan Yetan stood in stunned silence. Indeed, Lan Yetan had spoken of her experiences with bullying. They had merely contemplated it without ever taking the initiative to investigate. Lan Yetan had wished for death, and they had never considered taking her to see a psychologist. Lan Yetan has long conspired against Lan Yetan, yet they remain unwilling to confront the truth, forever viewing her through a lens of prejudice and malice. The beliefs they have harbored over time have crumbled into ruins, their spirits eroded and shattered inch by inch. He feels a suffocating weight upon him. From any perspective, they possess no right to demand forgiveness or understanding from Lan Yetan. It is tragic, pitiful. Only in this moment do they truly comprehend their arrogance.
yet.
It is too late for such realizations. Observing Lan Yetan, who is weeping inconsolably, Lan Yuhan's gaze is clouded with confusion as fragmented memories begin to coalesce. In the past, Lan Yetan, too, had cried out in anguish, questioning them relentlessly. Why? Why will you not believe me? Why treat me in such a manner? regardless of the system's influence. It matters not. They were in the wrong, and they do not deserve forgiveness. Lan Yetan has managed to compose himself, appearing stable and serene as he speaks softly. What we can do now is to let her go, allow her to move out, and live independently. Unbeknownst to them, Lan Qingzu stands quietly at the stairwell. Tears streaming down his face, his heart constricted with pain as if it were being wrenched. Is it too late for repentance? Regrettably, it is far too late. Given their behavior and character, it is already commendable that they have not further burdened Lan Yetan, having been accustomed to a life of ease. She must loathe them now. And yet, they seem unworthy even of her disdain. Let us release her. We will provide her with ample living expenses to facilitate her departure. Lan Yuhan glances at Lan Qingzhu, who stands behind him, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. So, this is the consensus among us. Deep down, Lan Qingzhu feels a twinge of reluctance, yet he acknowledges he is undeserving of her. No, I believe that if we truly wish to do right by her, the first step is to help her escape this household. A sigh escapes Lan Yuhan's lips. All right, once she is healed and can act independently, I shall assist her in moving out. Lan Yetan shakes his head, his gaze towards Lan Yuhan. I see. Brother, you remain unchanged. Do you not believe that Yetan wishes to avoid us entirely? Perhaps we should hire a caregiver. They would be better suited to attend to her needs than we. Lan Yuhan finds himself momentarily choked by the words of his younger brothers. For a fleeting instant, he recalls that he had initially shown the least severity towards Lan Yetan among the three of them. In truth, they are all equally at fault. None are better than the others. Now, it seems as though his brothers have suddenly awakened, their minds clear. Very well, I shall change my clothes.
Lan Jun viết sờ lao.
Making his way to his office, though he still appears somewhat unsteady. In another room, the young man who had been outside the police station gazes intently at the computer before him. Chu Zhan, when will you resolve the matter concerning Lan Yetan? A cold electronic voice inquires from the other end. Chu Zhan bites his lip and smiles. I do not know, but given the current state of that girl's mind, if I do not end her suffering, she may very well seek to end her own. The person on the other end is momentarily taken aback. It appears you received intelligence rather early. The girl, it seems, has been hospitalized after a wrist-cutting incident today. The young man tidied a specific corner of his room and picked up a jade pendant.
Ah.
To seize her fortune and the capabilities of her system, it's neither a simple task nor an overwhelmingly difficult one. Do not underestimate her. She possesses considerable intellect and cunning. Meanwhile, a voice swayed gently in the background. Chu Zhan, you can do it. Chapter 58. What a pity she did not perish. Lan Yetan awoke once more. Likely on the third day, her mind still in disarray, the scene eerily familiar. A young nurse entered her ward, surprise evident in her voice. Oh, you're awake. She approached to pour a glass of water for Lan Yetan, assisting her in sipping it, and upon inspection, it seemed there were no apparent issues. Please wait. I will fetch another doctor to assist you. The nurse exited the room to summon another physician. Such a pity she didn't die for 103. Came a response from the other side. I'm here. What's the matter? The reply was mechanical. Lan Yetan was somewhat astonished that the system had not reacted despite her being awake for so long. It's nothing, just a call for you. The sharp pain in her wrist rendered her entire hand immobile, and she gazed at her bandaged arm. Attempting to raise her hand, she realized the other was still receiving in 4. Survived but still in pain. What a hassle. A dark, world-weary little girl quietly broke down, fearing this very outcome most during her attempts at self-harm. Perhaps this was why Lan Yetan harbored such aversion to casually seeking death. Survival often meant enduring suffering. After a moment of silence, 403 gently comforted Lan Yetan. Host, I can help alleviate some of your pain. Lan Yetan hesitated. Is that for real? It won't have any side effects for you, will it? 403's tone was calm and soothing. It's nothing to worry about. Almost immediately, Lan Yetan felt a significant reduction in the pain in her wrist, allowing her to exhale in relief. Who can comprehend the excruciating pain that greets one upon awakening? The faint scent of antiseptic filled the air, bright and clean. It was clearly a private room. She opened her mouth to try and speak, but her voice came out a hoarse whisper. After a prolonged period without moisture, her throat felt painfully dry, prompting a cough. After a minute or two, her voice improved considerably. At least it was no longer unpleasant, and she could articulate coherent sentences. Lan Yetan observed as the young nurse returned with a group of doctors, all in white coats, encircling her bedside. They conducted examinations and inquired about her current condition. Ultimately, they concluded that there were no major issues. The lead doctor, a serene-faced woman, gazed at her kindly. The Lan family has arranged for a psychological counselor. You will be hospitalized for a while, and a psychologist will likely visit daily to provide mental support. Once you are feeling better, you may gradually regain your mobility, and they might take you for some examinations. Lan Yetan responded, but that is not what I agreed to. I didn't consent to this, did I? You've gone ahead and done it without my permission. Confronted by such scrutinizing gazes, the young girl felt an overwhelming discomfort. In her previous life, she seldom sought the counsel of a psychologist, merely acquiring a prescription, for she believed that therapists were of little assistance. After all, a mere word from a parent could render months of treatment futile. Today you should rest. Someone will bring you some kanji shortly. One by one, the doctors exited. And Lan Yetan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling the weight of so many eyes upon her oppressive. She noticed that the young nurse who had been present did not leave, but stood a short distance from her bedside, observing the departing doctors. The nurse seemed to sense her gaze and smiled, her voice light and cheerful. Hello. I am your private nurse, Yushia. You may call me Shia. Lan Yetan paused, lowering her eyes in contemplation. Given her current circumstances, it was indeed inconvenient for her to manage certain tasks herself. Having someone to care for her was undoubtedly a blessing, alleviating her burdens. I am Lan Yetan. Yushia, holding a notepad and a pen, regarded Lan Yetan with attentive interest. She had been carefully selected by Lan Yetan as a private nurse, youthful and vibrant, potentially sharing common interests that might encourage Lan Yetan to open up, thereby lightening her heart. Her professional skills were commendable. She was adept at attentively considering others' emotions and willing to lend an ear to their concerns. From now on, I will attend to all your needs during your hospitalization. Do you have any dietary restrictions or preferences? What are your daily habits? I would like to make arrangements accordingly. Lan Yetan organized her thoughts regarding her dietary habits, her tone softening in response to the seemingly lively yet meticulous nurse, shedding her usual aloof demeanor. I avoid greasy foods, typically preferring light fare. I enjoy kanji, particularly century egg and lean meat kanji. I do not like seafood and refrain from mushrooms, eggplants, and okra. Occasionally, I suffer from insomnia, experience dizziness, and have severe gastric issues. I am accustomed to waking around 5 or 6 in the morning. Yushia listened attentively to her description, pausing briefly to jot down notes while glancing at the bandage on Lan Yetan's wrist, diligently recording every detail. When she accepted this position, she had been informed of the client's description, someone who is taciturn, seemingly world-weary, and in poor mental health, requiring a nurse capable of reading subtle expressions. The generous compensation had tempted her, and after weighing her abilities against her financial needs, she had eagerly accepted the role. Upon entering the ward, she found the girl, Lan Yetan, to indeed embody that description. She appeared utterly despondent. Moreover, she was quite slender, her complexion paler than most, yet her beauty was undeniable, akin to an exquisitely crafted doll. One could not help but marvel at the strength of her genes, as such beauty was a rare find. Although her demeanor seemed cool at first glance, there was an underlying gentleness. Taking a deep breath, Yushia felt a sense of relaxation wash over her. In the realm of consciousness, the space labeled 403 emitted a faint groan, as it felt a sharp pain surge through its core. The notion of transferring pain is inherently fraught with side effects, undoubtedly potent and significant. The anguish that is shifted multiplies several-fold, afflicting the system that wields this ability. For some, the discomfort is bearable, a minor burden that can be shared. This is entirely voluntary on his part. It is a sacrifice he willingly offers to Lan Yetan. He merely pays the price for his affection, firmly believing that Lan Yetan owes him nothing. Rather, he feels that he is the one indebted to her. Chapter 59. Goodness gracious. Lan Yetan observed Yushia as she brought over a bowl of kanji, feeding her bite by bite. Having just awakened from a faint, she could hardly consume much, her mind a void as she stared blankly at her surroundings. So exhausted. So painful. Host, why have you fallen silent? The system, for 103, paused momentarily before responding with a lighter tone. What troubles you, dear host? Lan Yetan found herself caught in a haze of fatigue and pain, unable to sleep, her mind muddled by discomfort. Could you possibly remove that dreadful voice modulator of yours? After a moment of contemplation, 403 softly acquiesced. Very well. Do you have any other requests? Instantly, the cold, mechanical tone transformed into that of a pleasant, youthful voice. No, this voice is quite soothing. As 403 continued the conversation, Kan Yi-tan intended to engage her system in light chatter to distract herself from the pain in her wrist. Just then, Yushia entered, appearing somewhat flustered. Her voice gentle. Miss Kan, there are 2 men and a woman outside who wish to see you. Kan Yi-tan pondered for a moment before asking softly. Did they mention who they are? Yushia had actually seen the 3 individuals near Kan Yi-tan's hospital room upon her arrival, which had startled her. One was named Mu Hui, the other Wenqing, and the girl was Zhang Yu. Oh dear, they are all acquaintances. I suppose my incident with the wrist cutting has not been kept under wraps. Realization washed over her, and she slumped slightly. Indeed, in elite circles, news is merely unspoken. The ordinary populace remains oblivious. Mu Hui and Wenqing used their influence to uncover your hospital room, while Zhang Yu was invited, and they coincidentally encountered one another. It appears that prior to the discovery by the Kan family, you had only been close with Zhang Yu. They thought that bringing her might lift your spirits. The chill in 403's voice grew palpable. Kan Yi-tan, momentarily taken aback, considered her next words. Noticing Yushia's anxious demeanor, she ultimately decided, let them in. Nodding, Yushia stepped out to open the door, allowing them entry one by one. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled upon seeing Kan Yi-tan, rushing forward in a flurry of concern. However, upon noticing the bandages on her wrist and her pallid complexion, she stood momentarily stunned. Did I frighten you? Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly turned red, her voice tinged with a hint of sobs. Yi-tan, does it hurt a lot?
Lan Yetan,
Observing the girl before her on the verge of shedding tears, let out a soft sigh. It's nothing, it doesn't hurt much. Upon glancing up, she noticed Mu Hui's expression, a blend of concern and a sense of restraint, as if he wished to comfort her, but felt hindered by the presence of another. The corners of his eyes glistened with a subtle redness, portraying a pitiful vulnerability. Lan Yetan remarked, Wenqing, this isn't Wenqing for the first time, felt profoundly out of place, a wave of confusion washing over him. What were these 2 doing? Yushia had already shown remarkable discernment, quietly exiting and closing the door behind her. Zhang Yu clutched a bouquet of lilies, her eyes misty as she gazed at Lan Yetan. I brought you flowers. You must get better soon, sob. Zhang Yu truly did not wish to cry, but emotions overwhelmed her, and the pangs of concern unraveled her composure, leading to uncontrolled tears. Large droplets cascaded down her cheeks as she hastily wiped them away with her sleeve, moving aside to place the flowers on a nearby table. What brings you 2 here? The 2 boys, meeting Lan Yetan's puzzled gaze, replied nonchalantly, their hearts steady. I heard you were hospitalized. So, I couldn't help but come to check on you, Mu Hui stated after a moment of silence, as he concocted a reason. I came for a follow-up appointment and coincidentally ran into Wenqing, who informed me. Lan Yetan thought to herself, wait, I distinctly remember these 2 being unrelated. Mu Hui instinctively turned to the somewhat stiff Wenqing, chuckling as he addressed the boy lounging lazily against the wall. Wouldn't you agree, Wenqing? His expression conveyed a playful threat, as if to say, if you don't affirm this, I shall expose your hidden feelings. Wenqing had no choice but to comply. Albeit reluctantly, yes. Lan Yetan observed the 2 of them acting out their little charade, finding it both amusing and exasperating. Zhang Yu, having placed the flowers, hurried over to her bedside. The tears she had previously managed to contain resurfaced upon seeing the pallor of Lan Yetan's face, which bore an unsettling hint of lifelessness. A fresh wave of tears cascaded down her cheeks, reminiscent of a reservoir overflowing. Lan Yetan, feeling a mix of helplessness, softened her tone. I'm fine. Please don't cry. Your face will be all smeared with tears. Zhang Yu paused, lifting her tear-streaked face to gaze at the girl before her, as if misinterpreting her words. I want to look like a clown. I haven't to put on any makeup. I'm naturally beautiful. Mu Hui interjected. Oh no, I've encountered someone even more skilled in banter than myself. Lan Yetan fell into a profound silence for a moment, then rapidly processed her thoughts. Though humorous, it's no wonder so many adore her. She's simply adorable, without any makeup. I can't imagine how charming a little lily would be. What am I even thinking? My mind is quite erratic. Zhang Yu, catching this internal monologue, felt her spirits lift, her lips curling into a smile despite the tears still lingering on her face. Her attention remained fixated on Lan Yetan's injury, wary of any potential mishaps. In truth, Lan Yetan is currently suffering from excruciating pain in her hand, rendering her unable to lift or move it. Even with assistance, the agony is unbearable. Mu Hui blinked his innocent big eyes, adopting a pitiful expression. Sister, I brought you some fruit and light food. As he spoke, his gaze fell, his voice softening as he cautiously surveyed the wounds on the young girl's hand, his expression reflecting a multitude of apprehensions. The entire room couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of two immature individuals confronting each other. When Qing, feeling isolated, gently cleared his throat, successfully drawing everyone's attention to himself. He slowly retrieved his phone. And Lan Yetan immediately noticed that his phone case featured an exceptionally adorable little black cat. Why does that cat look so familiar? Chapter 60. Ping'an. When Qing sensed the girl's gaze upon him and, fearing that Lan Yetan might not recognize it, leaned in slightly to display it more clearly. Lan Yetan thought, what is this guy doing? Showcasing how cute his cat is? But why does it seem so familiar? Host, this is the original owner's cat, Ping'an. Oh my. So this is Ping'an. No wonder this little cat seems so familiar. It's indeed my cat. By the way, system, what was that about earlier? 403 remained silent for a moment before suddenly employing a voice modulator, maintaining an unflappable tone. It's nothing, host, you need not worry. At that moment, Zhang Yu and Mu Hui fell into silence, realizing that Lan Yetan's precious little cat was in the hands of another. Zhang Yu bit her lip, recalling that during the incident when Lan Yetan was framed by Lan Yetan, there had been mention of the cat in the video. Lan Yetan had been threatened with the cat, indicating its significant importance to her.
Mu Hui'ye gülencet at Lan Yetan,
whose unwavering gaze was fixed on Wenqing, as if she wished to speak. He exchanged a knowing look with Zhang Yu, who was equally locked in eye contact with him. Without words, the young man stepped forward. Sister, I need to step out for a moment. Okay. After a minute or two, Zhang Yu also stood, wiping her tear-streaked eyes. Lan Yetan nodded, feeling a peculiar sensation but choosing not to voice it. Their willingness to accommodate her was appreciated. Based on my years of experience, when I contemplate such matters, it often results in a severe headache. 403 interjected. Lan Yetan hesitated, glancing at Wenqing, who, in turn, approached languidly. Little Yetan, you've been staring at my cat for quite some time. Lan Yetan bit her lip, hesitating before asking, I apologize if this is intrusive, but where did you acquire this cat? Wenqing, with a hint of mischief, replied with a smile, how unfamiliar this feels. Then, shifting his tone with remarkable swiftness, he became serious. This cat was found by me in an abandoned neighborhood, though one might argue it was neither truly found nor lost. Lan Yetan's mind whirled momentarily before it came to a halt. Please clarify. Wenqing propped his chin on his hand, pulling a chair to sit beside the girl's hospital bed, a smile gracing his lips. This is a rather lengthy tale. I wonder if Xiao Yetan possesses the patience to hear it through. Lan Yetan exhaled deeply, pondering the idiosyncrasies of this person. I have the patience. Please continue. After a moment of contemplation, Wenqing began to narrate. Previously, I discovered this cat at my former school. Without giving it a name, I entrusted it to the caretaker, resulting in our encounters being exceedingly rare. Later, the caretaker informed me that it had gone missing.
Lan Yetan felsomme hat beskildret.
So this cat was found by Wenqing, then lost, then I found it and lost it again, and now Wenqing has found it once more. Listening to Lan Yetan's thoughts, Wenqing acknowledged her sharp intellect. I searched for it for quite some time, gradually succumbing to a sense of despair. Eventually, I found myself inexplicably drawn to that abandoned neighborhood, where I encountered my little cat. Lan Yetan processed the sequence of events thoroughly. This relationship was never explicitly stated in the original text, was it? Indeed not, as Wenqing was never mentioned in the original.
Lan Yetan interjected.
Not at all, my friend. Wenqing raised an eyebrow, observing the girl. If you truly adore this cat, then do recover swiftly. I can either bring the cat to your home, or you may come to mine to see it. It even knows how to headbutt a ball. Lan Yetan's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, is that true? It was never mentioned before that Ping and could headbutt a ball. How did it acquire such impressive skills? At home, diligently practicing its headbutt, Ping'an pondered. I'm astonished by you all. Am I truly one of you? Wenqing nearly lost his composure. On the verge of laughter. You genuinely seem to have a fondness for my cat. Shortly, I shall send you some of its adorable snapshots. Wenqing had taken the cat into his home, which could be described as an interrogation of sorts. Ultimately, the cat seemed less like it was eager to reveal secrets and more like it was simply complying. Having divulged most matters, Wenqing proceeded to give it a thorough pat. Ping'an had acquiesced. Lan Yetan found herself puzzled by the unusual quietness of 403 today. Meanwhile, at that very moment, 403 leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Closing his cerulean eyes, he felt the pain, a sensation not of blood but rather one that seemed to coil around his very soul, leaving him drained. It truly hurt. Thankfully, Lan Yetan was spared from enduring such agony. Lan Yun observed as his subordinate handed him documents, while various files were transmitted onto the computer. After finishing, he found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain whether his feelings leaned more towards resentment towards Lan Yetan or regret regarding Lan Yetan.
Deep down,
He inwardly berated himself for being so despicable. What purpose does regret serve now? He took a deep breath, his heart aching as if it had been tightly clenched, with some alcohol beside him clouding his mind. He recalled how, in recent days, they had been avoiding visiting her in the hospital, merely hiring a caregiver to look after her. It struck him as amusing. They were cowards, forever unsure of how to confront their own mistakes, resorting only to silent treatment. Thus, it was no surprise that many harbored hatred and disdain towards them. After all, they were inherently flawed individuals. If one were to ask whether they genuinely cared for Lan Yetan, the answer would be no, it was merely regret. How long could this regret last if Lan Yetan were to forgive them? Perhaps they would once again fail to cherish her, reverting to their previous harshness. Countless manifestations of Lan Yetan would arise, and they would gravitate towards those manifestations. Chapter 61. Her illness. Days in the hospital were invariably tedious. After a week or two, Lan Yetan found herself able to move independently, her hand showing no significant injury. She noticed her recovery was remarkably swift. Aware that the system was aiding her, she was not naive. A system like 403, when heavily utilized, would inevitably face backlash. 403, tell me honestly, are you truly alright? 403, recognizing its host's intelligence, sighed, aware this was the 10th time she had asked. There are some side effects, but nothing major. I'm fine. Lan Yetan understood that, given the nature of her system, it was entirely capable of remaining silent about such matters. Observing her frown, 403 hurried to clarify, host, I truly am fine. Her voice was faint. Remove your voice modulator and repeat that. 403 fell silent, ultimately letting out a sigh. Alright, I really am fine. The girl perceived a hint of frailty in its voice. The system genuinely seemed reluctant to speak. Fine, let the child think as it pleases, if it claims feebleness.
so be it.
After undergoing a thorough examination, she was sent for a psychological evaluation. Faced with a gentle and amiable psychologist, she instinctively gripped the armrests of her chair. The doctor introduced himself in a soothing tone. Hello, I am your psychologist, Dr. Lin Yi. You may call me Dr. Lin. As the doctor typed on his computer, he began inquiring about her condition, glancing at the bandage on her hand. Subsequently, she found herself shuttling through various departments, undergoing a series of tests, leaving her feeling rather drained. She was all too aware of her psychological issues. Each time she filled out the questionnaire, she found it somewhat humorous. The form seemed rather ineffectual. Physical assessments were far more revealing, whereas anyone could lie on a questionnaire. Lan Yetan noted that 403 was eerily silent throughout this process, not uttering a word even as she moved about. To speak of side effects, they were indeed quite pronounced during the usage period. However, she can now assert that the side effects have considerably diminished compared to the previous days. Yet, why has the frequency of 403's dialogue also waned concurrently with the reduction of side effects? Indeed, 403 feels quite unwell, a discomfort whose source eludes understanding. The voice, somewhat muffled, still bears a hint of stubbornness. I'm fine really, the host reassures. Just as Lan Yetan was about to utter something, Lin Yi, glancing at her report, interjected. The report indicated substantial psychological stress, moderate resilience, bipolar disorder, and significant emotional fluctuations on the electrocardiogram. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi slowly elucidated the girl's condition. Your depression predominates, while the manic phase appears less pronounced, manifesting as impulsivity, which may lead to aggressive tendencies. Based on certain experiences, it seems likely that family issues and school bullying are contributing factors. Lan Yetan recounted the original owner's experiences rather than her own from this world. Nevertheless, it remains true that family dynamics and school bullying have taken their toll. Lin Yi had encountered numerous children in similar circumstances, with few managing to recover. Years of subconscious turmoil rarely transform unless the child possesses a remarkable capacity for self-control and healing. Parents typically do not change swiftly. Even if they do, it necessitates prolonged effort, during which the child's endurance remains uncertain. If a child had robust self-healing and control capabilities, they would not suffer from depression. As she surveyed the girl's experiences, Lan Yetan felt a shiver run down her spine. Having not treated patients extensively in recent years, this was a rare occasion, as the Lan family had engaged her services with considerable financial and influential means. Faced with Lan Yetan's situation and background, she could not simply advise her to communicate better with her family. The fact that the girl had deteriorated to such a state before being brought for treatment spoke volumes about the quality of the family involved. You might consider engaging in some physical activity to uplift your mood. I will prescribe medication to help manage your condition. It's crucial to express any sadness rather than bottle it up. Do you understand? Given your current mental state, it would be wise to prioritize your recovery before returning to school. Lan Yetan slightly raised her gaze, her voice soft. It's all right. School doesn't impact much. This implied that the primary issue lay within her family. Lan Yetan, based on the girl's present circumstances, offered her most prudent advice. It would be best for you to live independently for now. Lan Yetan paused, somewhat taken aback by the psychologist's suggestion. Previous therapists had either urged her to reconcile with relatives or encouraged communication, as though familial affection alone could mend her ailments.
No, Lan Yetan use.
Should those individuals suddenly profess love and shower her with gifts, she would only feel revulsion and physical discomfort. What use is remorseful affection or belated love? It ought to be stated that such sentiments are not love, but regret. What she truly requires is a steadfast and untainted love, fervent in its loyalty.
Ah.
Indeed. Moreover, her relatives did not express any regret after her demise. She never sought the counsel of a psychologist again, fully aware that her affliction was beyond remedy. Thank you, Dr. Lan. Lan Yetan provided Lan Yetan with several forms, including a prescription. Following her transition to living alone, I shall communicate with your family. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Your family has also assisted with some expenses. Lan Yetan nodded, her brow slightly furrowed as she gazed at her prescription. The cost of such imported medications is exorbitant. An inexplicable wave of bitterness surged within her heart, leaving her bewildered and uncertain of the origins of such feelings. It was as if an overwhelming sense of grievance threatened to engulf her. Lan Yetan possesses 2 homes, yet why is it that neither offers her love? This must be the epitome of despair. Meanwhile, at this very moment, 403 sat alone, quietly contemplating the contents of his notebook. Chapter 62. The Little Girl in the Notebook. It contained numerous dates, akin to a diary. He had perused this notebook many times. The ostensibly simple and comprehensible script appeared chaotic within his mind. It mirrored the feeling of helplessness Lan Yetan experienced whenever she was on the verge of uncovering the truth about the system. He could only extract vague impressions, ephemeral thoughts that suddenly materialized in his consciousness. Yet now, it was as if something had been awakened. The words gradually sharpened into clarity, forming coherent sentences and events. Although most remained shrouded in ambiguity, with certain passages being nearly indistinct, yet this was still a promising discovery. From the outset, he had known his designation as 403, as well as another name, Ling. He had always believed his name to be a singular character, yet the youth's name was neither Ling alone nor 403, but Ling Yu. The early handwriting was remarkably juvenile, even somewhat crooked, indicating it had been inscribed over many years. As he turned to the latter pages, the script and tone mirrored his own precisely. He could not fathom the temporal context of these entries. Yet one name compelled him to regard the notebook with utmost seriousness. May 17, 2013. This is the notebook I saved up for days to purchase. Greetings, dear notebook. I am Ling Yu, 13 years old this year. I shall use you to chronicle the myriad events of my life. May 26, 2013. Today, my father was drunk again and threw me out. My mother is once more subject to his abuse and scorn. I aspire to become someone who can protect my mother, ensuring she is no longer bullied by him. For 03 reflected on these entries and recognized that his past self had endured considerable suffering, indeed, profound suffering. May 30th, 2013. Today, I was reprimanded by my teacher and bullied by my classmates. They overturned my chair and filled my desk with insects. Neither my father nor my mother wished to aid me or believe me. I truly find myself at a loss. Everyone advises me not to dwell on it, questioning why I am the target of bullying while others are spared. As Ling Yu flipped through several pages, he concluded that his home was characterized by a father who indulged in alcohol, a mother who succumbed to domestic violence, and innocent children caught in the turmoil. The child faced torment at school, yet the family remained skeptical, and even if they believed, They were unwilling to stir trouble or intervene. The mother, despite her concerns, dared not defy the father for fear of retribution. The child endured suffering and neglect both at school and home. Though dark thoughts began to creep in, writing in a journal provided a much-needed release. Fortunately, he maintained a relatively optimistic outlook at that time. It wasn't until 2 years later that a transformation occurred with the arrival of a new character. June 18, 2015. Once again, I found myself cast out, aware that hunger awaited me. However, today felt different. I encountered a little girl, slender and holding a piece of bread. At one point, she seemed to notice me and asked why I was there. I recounted my situation in detail, and she generously offered me the bread. She truly was a remarkable person. I seldom tasted bread, perpetually hungry, as my father consumed everything at home for his drinking. I am grateful to her. Was this some peculiar act of redemption? It was astonishing that such kindness could touch my life. June 18th, what a remarkably familiar date. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Flipping back, the subsequent pages chronicled mundane daily occurrences, devoid of significant information, primarily documenting school and home life. Summarizing it in 3 words: utterly tragic. Yet, it was evident that Lingyu had not forgotten the girl who had offered him bread, frequently mentioning her, consciously or unconsciously. On June 30th, he explicitly referred to her, tinged with a sense of regret. June 30th, 2015. Since that encounter, the girl has not reappeared. It is such a pity. Was our connection so fleeting? She was one of the few who extended kindness to me, and I was foolish enough to forget to express my gratitude. Lingyu chuckled softly, realizing that he had been so preoccupied with one person. The little girl's absence persisted over several pages. Lingyu surmised that she was likely a pivotal figure in the narrative. His hands trembled slightly as he recalled the significance of that day, with an inexplicable intuition about the girl's identity beginning to take shape. Coincidences seemed rare, yet an odd intensity arose within him. Had he become so fixated on her? July 9th, 2015. Next time, I must remember to ask for her name. Lingyu fell into silence, having engaged in conversation twice without discovering her name. Indeed, it was a rather typical oversight on his part. As he continued to leaf through the pages, it became evident that the contents before him were far more abundant than those he had previously encountered. One particular page captured his attention. August 3rd, 2015. This time, I did not wish for my mother to bear the brunt of the anger. I stepped forward to take the blows in her stead. Well, to be honest, it wasn't entirely in her stead, as she still held me close, her heart aching for me. Once again, I was thrown out, the pain overwhelming. My body battered and bruised, and I stumbled outside, where I chanced upon that little girl. He found this coincidence rather remarkable. It seemed that whenever he faced adversity, she would appear at the most critical moments to offer her assistance. She appeared somewhat flustered, rushing to help me up, and then took me to procure some medicine. Her tenderness was extraordinary, even as she applied the ointment with utmost care. It felt uncanny. It was as though she manifested every time I encountered misfortune. And I too could perceive her sorrow. Was this fate, or something more profound? Yet, a lingering concern for my mother remained, as I feared my efforts might have been counterproductive. Today, I finally learned her name, and it was etched in my memory at last. She told me she was called. Chapter 63. He had known her. Lan Yetan, and her nickname was Changle. I imagine her parents must have loved her dearly while they were alive. I wished for her eternal happiness. Upon seeing that familiar name, Lingyu instinctively clenched his fists, overwhelmed by confusion and doubt. He was certain he had never crossed paths with the original inhabitant of this world, Lan Yetan. Based on her familial background, she could only be the Lan Yetan from the previous world, now his current host. Even her nickname, Changle, had not appeared in any of the files he had previously reviewed. Such discrepancies had never occurred in the system, which never overlooked even the smallest detail, including nicknames. He had known her. Yet, before encountering this journal, he had harbored no recollection of such a person. Now, however, it felt as though a long-dormant memory had been awakened, rendering everything perplexingly ambiguous. What was happening? How had this all come to involve him? Suddenly, fragments of memories began to surface in his mind. His subconscious had been persistently concerned for her. Perhaps memories fade, but the body's instincts remain unwavering. Until this moment, Lingyu had never experienced such a phenomenon. The handwriting had transformed, appearing remarkably neat and orderly, evoking an inexplicable sense of a child blossoming into maturity. No, what on earth was he contemplating? His attention was suddenly drawn to that significant date, June 18th. Lan Yetan's birthday. Today is Changel's birthday, and it is the first I have spent with her. Perhaps it is the second? Her family seems utterly indifferent to her. How cruel, akin to my own father. A wave of indignation washed over me, yet it mattered not, for I would celebrate with her. I took out the money I had saved for a long time to buy her a small cake, yet she cried, startling me. I truly lack the ability to comfort girls. Eventually, she revealed that her tears were born from being touched, as it had been ages since anyone had celebrated her birthday with her. It's all right. I shall not allow you to be alone anymore. Happy birthday.
Lan Yetan.
Upon reading this, Lingyu felt a vague and indescribable emotion stirring in his heart. He continued to turn the pages. Yet this time there were noticeably more blank spaces, as if new pivotal characters were emerging. He finally grasped the sensation of arriving at an answer only to be suddenly struck by an indescribable pain, forcing him to relinquish the thought. February 5th, 2017. My relationship with Changle has grown increasingly closer. She is now in her second year of middle school. However, I have noticed she has become more taciturn, and I am at a loss as to how to help her. No matter how I inquire, she remains unwilling to share. I was initially reluctant to persist, believing her silence must have its reasons, and I did not wish to pry into her wounds. Yet today she cried, as she wept, telling me everything. I was left dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Just as I was about to utter something, I found myself at a loss. Her amber gaze turned away. The young man frowned at the words replaced by ellipses. Amber? Departed? He could not conjure any flowers of thought with his clever mind. So Lingyu flipped several pages backward. April 9th, 2018. Changle seems increasingly troubled by her wounds. That person has reappeared and taken her away. Lingyu began to fill in the blanks instinctively, grasping about half of the situation. Who could that person be? Could it be the one who had departed before? Or someone else? Things at home have become increasingly chaotic. Today, Changle came to find me, appearing particularly animated as she spoke, mentioning the future and her desire to go bungee jumping. She seemed to have transformed into the confident person I had always hoped for. Yet an unsettling feeling gripped my heart. Is Changle truly alright? The young man propped his chin on his hand, gazing at this page. Despite having read those records, he still felt a pang of sorrow. Did Lan Yetan develop bipolar disorder in her third year of middle school? From the descriptions in the notebook, it appeared she was experiencing a manic episode that day. Another series of blank pages followed. June 18th. The matters at home have finally been resolved, and I can breathe a sigh of relief. This year, I am once again accompanying her for her birthday, but this time, I am not alone. A tinge of disappointment lingers in my heart. However, I am genuinely happy that Changle has made new friends. This time, it is not a small cake, but rather a grand one, purchased by that person. Initially, Changle thought it unnecessary, but he claimed his stomach was sensitive and could only tolerate specific cakes, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. The gentleman even brought along a small cat. Yet, throughout this birthday celebration, I sensed she seemed rather listless. Not significantly better than usual. The young man gazed at the descriptions within, feeling as though his mind might spiral into confusion. What was this all about? Yet, there was something about the young master's characteristics that grew increasingly familiar with each passing glance. He pondered momentarily, only to find himself abruptly flipping through many pages. Lingyu had grown accustomed to this chaos, as the text was rendered in such indistinct typography that deciphering it proved a formidable challenge. Naturally, this led to a significant passage of time being overlooked. The diary did not record every moment but rather noted only those events deemed interesting or meaningful. The boy's handwriting matured, becoming increasingly elegant. August 17th, 2020. Changle has fallen ill, gravely so. All my previous suspicions have materialized into reality. Am I a bringer of misfortune? Anyone I befriend seems to descend into unhappiness. I loathe my powerlessness. I must strive even harder in my studies. My childhood resembles a torrential downpour, leaving me drenched. Is Lingyu implying that he is caught in the rain? If only it were just me facing the downpour. I have applied to study psychology. I am aware that a psychologist cannot diagnose those close to them, yet I yearn to understand her better. Over the years, I have read numerous books on psychology, aspiring to formally enter this field. That person gazed at me with a complex expression. Shouldn't he think I am oblivious to his own desire to pursue psychology, though his family disapproves? Lingyu then discovered that the subsequent pages were entirely devoid of writing. Upon reaching the final page, he found himself grappling to comprehend the narrative that had unfolded. There lingered a sense of illusion that this last entry might serve as a conclusion. January 1st, 2025. Lan Yetan, you have broken your promise. I still could not save you, but I do not blame you. Your suffering has been profound. Must I ultimately acquiesce to that transaction? Yet, if I can merely see you again, that suffices. If only you could embody your name, Changlo, which means ever joyful. Chapter 64. The First Encounter with Ping'an. Upon reading this, Ling Yu began to understand. The original world of Lan Yetan was intertwined with his own past, or one might say, Lan Yetan's arrival in this realm was aided by him. The boy with amber eyes harbored a vague suspicion, pondering for a moment. He gathered his emotions and continued conversing with Lan Yetan in a casual tone. Days later, Lan Yetan sat in a car, contemplating Wenqing. In just a few days, the competition will commence. I shall visit his home to check on Ping'an. Given my current physical condition, I should be able to compete. Upon hearing Lan Yetan meticulously arrange the days ahead, an inexplicable smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He could not fathom why he felt an unexplainable affinity for this girl upon their first meeting, a sense of familiarity that eluded his understanding. As for the black cat, he had rescued it long ago from the roadside, where it cautiously peered at him from the tall grass. Wenqing was never a kind-hearted individual, so upon taking a glance, he intended to depart. However, he was unexpectedly drawn in by the sound of a kitten's voice, not a mere meow, but human speech. As a scion of a prominent family, he maintained his composure in such an extraordinary situation. Listening intently, he confirmed that the sounds indeed emanated from the mouth of the black cat. Exhaling slowly, he approached and cradled the feline, then settled into his vehicle. Although he lacked a nurturing disposition, he was driven by an insatiable curiosity. What was this? A supernatural occurrence? The notion that he could simply leave it to the servants was surely a fabrication. He had never encountered such an absurdity in his life, and felt compelled to interrogate the little kitten with questions around the clock. He even attempted to name it, yet it seemed indifferent to his efforts. Nevertheless, its escape was certainly due to the servant's negligence. If it were possible to name it, it would signify more than mere trust. Thus, he resigned to the situation, pondering its implications. No, this could not be considered a mere whim. It was a call to protect a fragile companion. And that was indeed a manifestation of kindness. Time passed swiftly as they navigated winding paths until arriving at the entrance of a grand mansion.
Lan Yetan silenti muset.
Rich people ought to ride shared bicycles. Wenqing nearly chuckled at her unspoken thoughts but simultaneously made a mental note regarding the Lan family. In such an illustrious family, Lan Yetan's thoughts revealed her discontent. She evidently did not enjoy a comfortable existence, even lacking basic material comforts. Contemplating this, his gaze grew colder. Yet, when he turned to the young girl, his expression softened, and he spoke gently. Be cautious and stay close to me. My home is quite large, and you may easily lose your way. Lan Yetan thought to herself, heaven has closed one door, yet simultaneously opened a window. Oh, how I shall never refer to you as grandfather again, for you have never regarded me as your granddaughter. Suddenly, Wenqing felt a dull ache in his chest, an inexplicable pain that left him momentarily bewildered. He caught a fleeting glimpse of shadows flitting before the girl's face, but it lasted only seconds before clarity returned. However, he did not betray his inner turmoil, maintaining his original expression as he regarded Lan Yetan. Very well, he said, no need for further words. My home resembles a castle. Unless one is well acquainted, one could easily lose their way. Moreover, very few people resided within its walls. Now I find myself truly subdued. Is this the remarkable allure of a Mary Sue narrative? Lan Yetan mused, when suddenly, she felt a furry creature leap onto her leg. What is this fluffy little ball? Let me see, she thought, lowering her gaze to discover a small black kitten, nuzzling against her leg and emitting a sweet mewl. In that instant, Lan Yetan felt her heart melt. The kitten possessed round, emerald green eyes that blinked innocently up at her, exuding an aura of purity and innocence. The entire being had become rather plump, resembling a small, soft ball of fur, akin to a kitten made of coal. Ah, the sheer adorableness of a little kitten. Internally, a chorus of excitement resonated, yet on the surface, Lan Yetan maintained an air of composure, projecting a facade of nonchalance. However, her expression gradually softened, and she subtly turned to Wenqing, sensing that she needed the approval of the one currently caring for the precious creature. Despite her usual wariness toward strangers, the kitten displayed an endearing affection towards her, which left Lan Yetan pleasantly astonished, indicating a remarkable connection. With a serene demeanor, she bent slightly forward. Her hands trembled as she cradled the delightful little creature, fearing that she might inadvertently squeeze it too tightly. As she held it close, the kitten obediently rolled onto its back, presenting its tiny paws, their pink pads a sight to behold. Overwhelmed by a wave of maternal affection, Lan Yetan felt as if she might be utterly enchanted. Host, isnt suck something you say to dogs? Shouldn't it be meow meow for cats? She mused internally, wishing to silence the voice of 403. Though the kitten seemed somewhat puzzled, it still let out a soft sound, prompting a bittersweet chuckle from Wenqing, who found the situation both amusing and lamentable. It was peculiar how her negative emotions seemed to arise unexpectedly, often surging forth with a force that left her head spinning, as if it might burst, accompanied by intermittent bouts of tinnitus. The little feline, typically possessing a rather boisterous meow, now seemed docile and compliant. Ah, little kitten. How utterly adorable. Who is the most charming kitten in the world? Lan Yetan exclaimed, her excitement causing 403 to feel a shiver run down his spine. Caught between amusement and exasperation, Lan Yetan felt helpless, realizing she could not express her feelings so directly in someone else's home, maintaining a calm exterior while her heart raced with fervor. Yet, in truth, her restraint had become almost indistinguishable from outright confession. In Chapter 65, Wenqing stated, "My current circumstances are not conducive to caring for a cat, and perhaps Ping-an is better off here with me, especially with the multitude of challenges surrounding me." 403 fell silent, acknowledging the truth in this sentiment, understanding it well. If she were to bring Ping-an into her own life, she would inevitably be burdened with worry, becoming tentative in her every action. For Lan Yetan, this would not be salvation, but rather a constraint. The young woman nestled closer to the small black cat, which emitted a soft sound, even more delicate than that of its mother. It remained perfectly still, and Lan Yetan felt her heart melting at the sight. She was resolute in her belief that Ping-an should not endure hardship by being placed in her care. She trusted Wenqing's character implicitly, especially since he had discovered this cat from the very beginning. If Wenqing did not harbor affection for this little cat, he would not have searched for it so diligently or cared for it for such an extended period. Even though Lan Yetan felt a tinge of reluctance, Wenqing initially thought of calling her over to take the cat away, believing that it would create a sense of attachment in her, preventing her from engaging in excessively reckless behavior in the future. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The young man lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, but then he quickly realized that while he could delay Lan Yetan, he could not halt her completely. In the future, he could always find an excuse for her to visit his home and see Ping-an. Yes, a splendid idea. 403 observed the young man, who pondered quietly for a while. The imagery of the boy from the text perfectly merged with Wenqing, who sat on the sofa gazing at Lan Yetan. A young master, a cat, and amber-colored pupils. Yet, without tangible evidence, this remained mere speculation. One could not ascertain whether that boy had truly entered this realm. Perhaps it was just a chance encounter, yet the convergence seemed too strikingly high. Lan Yetan played with Ping-an for a while, but suddenly felt devoid of excitement or joy, even experiencing a sense of weariness, as if all the energy had been drained from her. Her gaze lost focus, unable to concentrate, prompting Wenqing to furrow his brow and softly inquire, "Yetan, what is the matter?" Lan Yetan quickly recovered, exhaling deeply and shaking her head. "It's nothing, just an old ailment." Ping-an, the entire little cat bundle, nestled comfortably in her embrace, conveyed a singular message. "Do not think you can shake me off. I will cling to you forever and ever." With a hint of exasperation, Lan Yetan glanced at the little cat entangled around her, smoothing its fur. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from upstairs, causing both individuals and the cat to look up in unison. It was Shun Nianlan. Shun Nianlan had long been aware of the commotion downstairs, but had maintained silence, upholding the calm demeanor cultivated over the years while being questioned by Wen's mother. Internally, however, he was grappling with significant social anxiety. While his aloofness may have appeared cool, it was tinged with a degree of social apprehension, particularly in the presence of elders, especially those who were exceedingly warm and devoid of malice towards him. Later, upon realizing his son was in distress, Shen's father intervened to alleviate the tension, providing Shun Nianlan with a much-needed opportunity to breathe. Before the young man departed, Wen's mother offered a reminder. Nianlan. Today my son has brought a friend over. Perhaps you will find common interests to discuss. If you prefer silence, our refrigerator is stocked with plenty of food for you to help yourself." Shun Nianlan knew he had made the right decision in coming today. The situation arose because the Wen family had invited Shen's father to discuss certain matters, and he sensed that Lan Yetan would also be present, considering Wen Qing had been frequently absent from school lately. Thus, this conjecture grew increasingly potent in his mind, ultimately persuading Shen Yanlan to take a chance and ask his father if he could accompany him. The scene at that moment was likely something akin to. Mr. Shen wore a look of surprise as he gazed at Shen Yanlan, who appeared to shrink into herself, much like a quail. He was well aware that Shen Yanlan preferred to remain at home, avoiding the outside world whenever possible. At that moment, Mr. Shen nearly closed his eyes, envisioning a bleak future for the Shen family, only to have his eldest son restore his vision of a bright future. However, he refrained from elaborating further and brought his son along. Shen Yanlan had long anticipated the arrival of Lan Yetan, and upon seeing her, she feigned surprise. What a coincidence. Yetan, have you come to visit the Wen household today as well? She then proceeded to walk directly toward Lan Yetan, offering a token nod to Wen Qing along the way. Wen Qing muttered to herself, once again, I find myself isolated. Lan Yetan was also somewhat taken aback to see Shen Yanlan, especially since their encounter was so serendipitous. Wen Qing had not expected Shen Yanlan's arrival either. Her mother had merely mentioned that a guest would be coming, without providing further details. After an hour or two, Wen's mother added that another guest might also arrive. Little did he know that this guest would turn out to be Shen Yanlan. It was worth noting that the Wen family was well connected with numerous prestigious families, making it all the more surprising to unexpectedly run into Shen Yanlan. Shen Yanlan realized she had not seen Lan Yetan for quite some time. The latter appeared to have lost weight, her complexion paler than before, and she emanated an air of melancholy, her bangs slightly obscuring her beautiful eyes. Dressed in a black shirt that projected a lazy demeanor, the conspicuous white bandage on her hand drew Shen Yanlan's immediate attention, a pang of pain surging through her heart. As she approached, she noticed the small black cat nestled in Lan Yetan's arms. The kitten gazed up with round eyes, mewing softly before retreating back into Lan Yetan's embrace. Shen Yanlan had not heard of Wen's family acquiring a cat in the past 6 months, and her imagination conjured an elaborate narrative, leading her to conclude it was Wen Qing's fault. If Wen Qing were aware of the elaborate scenarios she had concocted, she would likely find it amusing. Wen Qing remarked, Shen Yanlan has also arrived. Fate is indeed relentless, such a slim chance, yet here we are. The boy struggled to suppress a smile, maintaining his composure as he regarded the girl. It was indeed fortuitous for Shen Yanlan to be present today. Had she not come, he would have regretted it for quite some time. How remarkably coincidental, indeed, Shen Yanlan. The boy smoothly took a seat beside Lan Yetan, having initially only glanced at her. Now he could observe her in detail. Shen Yanlan, why do you keep staring at me? I sense you might be overstepping, Wen Qing remarked, breaking the peculiar atmosphere. Yetan, are you hungry? My home has plenty of food. Chapter 66. The young master has not smiled so joyfully in a long time. Lan Yetan slightly lifted her head, pondering for a moment before instinctively asking. In the comfort of her home, Wen Qing languidly reclined on the sofa, lost in contemplation, only to realize her limited understanding of the situation. Well, you can accompany me to have a look, she suggested. Lan Yetan gently petted the small kitten before setting Ping'an down. The feline, still in the form of a doughy little creature, nuzzled against the girl's leg, appearing pitifully forlorn, as if questioning why she had stopped holding it. Lan Yetan felt a twinge of helplessness. She had not anticipated the kitten's affectionate nature. Casting a glance at the impassive Shen Yanlan, she pondered the propriety of leaving someone alone in such circumstances, sensing an air of discomfort surrounding Shen Yanlan. After a brief exchange of looks with Wen Qing, she nodded, relief washing over her. Would you like to join us? She inquired. All right. Thus, the trio made their way to the kitchen, where they found the esteemed butler, Li, rummaging for food. No. Just ensuring the food is intact. Yes. It's not merely about eating. It's about considering the young master and madam. Upon hearing footsteps, Li looked up to see 2 young men and a young woman entering. He recognized the 2 boys. One was the young master he had watched grow up, and the other was the distinguished Shen young master, though the girl was unfamiliar to him. She seemed to have rarely made an appearance, yet he approached respectfully, inquiring softly, Young master, may I ask what brings you and your guests here? If there is a need, please instruct the servants. Wen Qing's voice was calm, imbued with a sense of respect for the butler who had cared for him since childhood. He was accustomed to Li's habitual forays into the kitchen for sustenance. After all, there was no shortage of food in the Wen household. People enjoy eating, don't they? Let us see what we have. Li nodded, wisely stepping aside. Wen Qing led the two guests to a table laden with fruits and snacks. Lan Yetan's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of cucumber-flavored chips and chocolate. Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. Cucumber-flavored chips, cucumber-flavored chips. I want to eat, I want to eat. Little did she know how long it had been since she had indulged in such treats. It felt like ages since she had last savored them. Ever since her bout of gastric bleeding, she had rarely permitted herself the pleasure of snacks, finding the greasy ones intolerable, yet some junk food was just right. In her previous life, she had been restricted from such indulgences, and even now, after traversing into this new existence, she found herself similarly confined. Her eyes were nearly glued to the chips and chocolate when suddenly, two voices resonated in her mind. Yetan, your stomach is delicate. You must refrain from such things for now. Little Yetan, while you are in my home, I must keep an eye on you. As she absorbed the admonitions from either side, Lan Yetan felt as if she had been turned to stone, dread creeping in. It was clear she would not be enjoying any junk food today. Indeed, one must not let their fervent gaze be too conspicuous. However, I find myself yearning for that delectable junk food, yet alas, my wretched stomach forbids me from indulging. She sensed a gentle pat upon her shoulder and turned slightly to discover it was Wen Qing. Raising her head, she noticed another individual slightly bowing his head to gaze upon Lan Yetan. His dark lashes quivered as he averted his eyes, and his subtly pursed lips rendered his already captivating visage even more alluring. You mustn't consume these. Let us refrain for now. If you desire something else that you can eat, feel free to select it. If not, I could have the servant prepare or procure something for you. The inner turmoil within Lan Yetan was in stark contrast to her outward calmness, as she inwardly screamed, "Do not encroach upon my space. I need my distance. Brother, please, step back." She thought, her heart racing. Though he appeared charmingly handsome, she implored him to maintain a respectful distance. Shen Nianlan furrowed his brow and instinctively grasped the girl's wrist, retreating a step to widen the gap between them. He was now distinctly displeased, a sentiment that was palpable. Wen Qing hesitated momentarily, attempting to alleviate the tension by leaning against the wall. Despite his somewhat frivolous appearance, he was, in reality, a genuine and innocent soul, having never held hands with a girl except for relatives or in necessary circumstances. Shen Nianlan cast a dark glance at Wen Qing, his lips curling into a faintly amused smile. "Wen, while conversing, is it truly necessary to engage in such physicality?" His voice, lowered to mask the clamor of the kitchen, perfectly concealed their exchange. The trio's actions were not overtly conspicuous. If one were not intent on observing, they would scarcely notice. The kitchen was ample enough to accommodate their interactions without drawing attention. But alas, the wealthy do tend to create their own spectacles. Butlerly observed the interplay among the three, his imagination conjuring a melodramatic romance. In his mind, a narrative unfolded. He, the only heir of the Wen family, he, the second son of the Shin family, both enamored with the same woman, former friends now turned rivals in the pursuit of love. Oh, who could it be grasping another's hand so fervently? Shen Nianlan felt his body stiffen, swiftly releasing his hold and retreating a couple of steps, turning away.
Butleli.
Witnessing this unfolding drama, pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket, seeking refuge in a corner to indulge in his snack. Ah. The dilemma of whom to root for, his own young master, or the Shin family's scion. Perhaps the lady herself wished to remain unattached. Oh, what a conundrum. Lan Yetan's mind was a whirlpool of confusion, pondering the peculiar behavior of the two young men. What madness has seized them? This atmosphere feels akin to a scene from a Mary Sue novel, right in the midst of a battlefield of emotions. Indeed, there is an unmistakable flavor to this situation. 403 quietly observed, watching the two young men with a hint of amusement. Turning to look again, it seemed both were performing admirably above a score of 65. He felt a twinge of annoyance within, yet he was reluctant to burden his host with such emotions. Thus, he donned a voice changer and addressed the girl. "Host, don't just stand there. Selecting some fruit could alleviate the tension." Lan Yetan snapped back to reality, her demeanor becoming somewhat rigid. "Oh dear. Why is everyone acting so strangely? Please, Buddha, help me." Chapter 67. Meeting the Parents.
Lan Yetan regainet her kompusure.
Her expression darkening as she lowered her head and began to select some of her preferred fruits, grapes, strawberries, lychees. As she continued her selection, her gaze fell upon an apple, prompting her to mutter, "Ah, the apple queen, flavorless yet regrettably wasteful to discard. It is the first fruit that leaves me in a daze. Such a tedious fruit." Realizing her own boredom, she found it peculiar that she could still entertain such thoughts, while the other two remained motionless. Shen Nianlan lifted her gaze towards Wenqing, who exuded a languid demeanor, yet their eyes met in an instant. Wenqing smirked slightly, a hint of provocation evident as he regarded the boy beside him, appearing utterly unperturbed, almost infuriatingly so. Shen Nianlan's expression darkened, conveying a silent message to Wenqing. What are you scheming? Wenqing, seemingly indifferent, remained unafraid, believing that each was entitled to their own strategies. However, as he became aware of his own thoughts, he froze momentarily. Though uncertain, he subconsciously concluded that he was indeed pursuing and harboring feelings for Lan Yetan. It was a rather strange sensation. It seemed he would need to introspect thoroughly this evening, having never been in love. He was at a loss regarding the essence of affection. He even contemplated the prospect of a solitary life, comforted by the notion that his family would not pressure him into marriage. Perhaps he could adopt a talented infant from an orphanage. At this juncture, Shen Nianlan's thoughts spiraled as well, both of them ensnared in a vortex of self-reflection regarding their emotions. Observing the two remaining still while she busied herself with fruit, Lan Yetan outwardly maintained an air of calm, though internally she was in turmoil, akin to a mantra. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to them. Yes, she truly sensed that the atmosphere was amiss, especially as she stood alone selecting fruit while the other two watched her intently. Their piercing gazes sent beads of sweat trickling down her back, igniting a desire to vanish into the ground. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Shen Nianlan approached her. Though her voice was typically cool, it carried an imperceptible warmth. Their proximity was neither too close nor too distant. It felt safe. No need to rush, take your time. I'll be right here with you. A slight displeasure flickered within Wenqing, yet after a brief pause, he managed to regain his composure. He did not wish to burden Lan Yetan with his inexplicable affections and irrational jealousy. Butlerly observed his young master with a sense of relief. After years of diligent care, he was well aware that this was merely a manifestation of his master's discontent. He had noticeably become more restrained than before. It is an inherent trait of humanity to grow and learn restraint through various experiences. The individual who had instilled this sense of restraint in Wenqing was none other than Lan Yetan. At that moment, for 03 was also feeling displeased, yet could only stifle his frustration in silence. Anger simmered within, but he chose to remain mute, prompting the host to guess. In the living room, 5 individuals were seated. Lan Yetan, Wenqing, Shen Nianlan, Wen's mother, and Shen's father. The lychee that the girl had mentioned had yet to be savored, as the two slowly descended the stairs. Instantly, Lan Yetan transformed into a picture of obedience, her demeanor subdued and her eyes cast downwards, clearly hesitant to engage in conversation. It was her first visit to someone else's home, and she felt as timid as a quail, chewing nervously on her snack. Chew, swallow. Indeed, this imported lychee was delectable. Wen's mother was the first to break the awkward silence, her voice gentle and warm. She could sense Lan Yetan's palpable discomfort. How normal. She herself had once been terrified of unfamiliar elders, fearful of intimidating the young girl before her. You must be Yetan, and you are truly beautiful, she remarked. Her interest piqued by the girl. Given her son's rather unremarkable demeanor, she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of Wenqing leading a solitary life. When she had invited someone over, she had instinctively assumed it would be a boy, and discovering it was a girl left her both surprised and astonished. Yet, Lan Yetan had been mentally preparing for this encounter with Wenqing's mother all day. Ultimately, she still found herself unable to speak. Come on, Lan Yetan, don't ruin everything, she thought to herself, concealing her inner turmoil. However, her usual soft voice took on a tone of humility befitting a friendly elder. It's me, Aunt One. Thank you for the compliment. Your dress today is particularly lovely. The craftsmanship and pattern are exquisite. It truly compliments your grace. Wen's mother's eyes brightened immediately. Indeed, this dress was one of her current favorites. The meticulous craftsmanship, comfortable fabric, and beautiful design allowed her to present her best self. Unfortunately, her household consisted solely of men who lacked an appreciation for aesthetics. What do you think of my dress today? She inquired. The consensus was unanimous. It was beautiful. Her fondness for Lan Yetan grew. Having spent years in the business world, she was no stranger to the intricacies of social maneuvering and had a keen eye for character. It was evident that Lan Yetan possessed a serene, almost zen-like demeanor. Wenqing and Shen Nianlan remained quiet, while Shen's father quietly observed the unfolding dynamics. He was keenly aware of the subtle exchange occurring, noting his son's reassuring glance directed toward the girl, sensing the scent of intrigue in the air. He was well aware that his son would not venture out without a reason. There was undoubtedly something on his mind. It seemed to be related to a young lady named Lan Yetan, whom he had encountered today. The girl before him was indeed quite attractive, her beauty ranking among the finest. However, there lingered a faint aura of somberness about her. Shen Fu, with his keen eyes, noticed the bandages wrapped around her hands. This demeanor, coupled with the dark circles under her eyes, suggested that Lan Yetan might be grappling with some psychological issues. Shen Nianlan felt a shiver run down her spine under her father's scrutinizing gaze, a chill creeping over her back. She cast a puzzled glance at Shen Fu, only to meet his knowing expression that seemed to convey, "I understand. No further explanation needed." Shen Nianlan exclaimed, "What do you understand?" Chapter 68, Moving Out. After conversing with Lan Yetan for a while, Wenmu discovered that although the girl was somewhat reserved in initiating topics, she gradually warmed up to the conversation, making it quite pleasant. After a brief pause, Lan Yetan glanced at the time, just as a message notification popped up from Wei and Yetan. "Have you considered moving out?" Upon reading the message, Lan Yetan realized she had indeed overstayed her welcome. Rising to her feet, she prepared to take her leave. Wenmu's gaze drifted towards Wenqing, silently urging him to see the young lady off. Wenqing stood up, flashing a smile at the girl. "Let me escort you. My house is rather spacious, with multiple exits." This left Lan Yetan momentarily speechless. As she surveyed the grand residence, a sense of desolation washed over her. How fortunate these wealthy individuals were. She recalled that the only permanent residents of this mansion were Wenfu, Wenmu, and Wenqing, with occasional relatives visiting, though their stays were brief. Wenqing looked at Lan Yetan, puzzled, finding nothing amiss. Lan Yetan chose to remain silent, feeling increasingly disheartened. The true essence of heartbreak, she mused, was not in loud quarrels but rather in the gradual forgetting. Once escorted to the private car, the young man leaned slightly towards Lan Yetan, smiling gently, a warmth and unrecognized sentiment subtly spreading between them. "Remember to message me when you get home. Stay safe." Lan Yetan nodded in agreement, and as he closed the car door, Wenqing raised his gaze to see another vehicle departing from a different exit. With a downcast demeanor, he slowly made his way back to his home. Collapsing onto the sofa, Wenqing appeared utterly languid, exhaling deeply, seemingly lost in thought.
Well,
"I didn't see her off." Wenmu gently swirled her tea, taking a slow sip. "You should seize such a wonderful opportunity. This isn't like you." The young man seemed to grow slightly agitated, ruffling his hair. "I'm still uncertain if I truly like her, and she prefers her solitude, often quiet, which makes things awkward in the car. I think I'll take my time to confirm my feelings before pursuing her." He did not wish to confront her with emotions that he had not carefully examined. This was not only a neglect of responsibility towards Lan Yetan, but also a disregard for himself. Wenmu glanced at her son with some surprise, not expecting such awareness from him. Indeed, when one falls in love, they often undergo transformation. As a mother, she already had the answer in her heart. Yet she still inquired, "Aren't you afraid that you might discover your affections later, only to find that someone else has already made their advance?" Wenqing casually plucked a lychee and peeled it open. He had never considered hiding anything from his mother. After all, she was quite adept at teaching him about matters of the heart. With a slow drawl, Wenqing replied, "I suppose I simply did not seize the opportunity. I deserve it. However, I will observe whether the person she chooses is truly worthy before making a decision." Wenmu, accustomed to the ruthless pursuits within high society, was somewhat taken aback by Wenqing's genuine sentiment. "Son, are you engaging in pure love?" Wenqing, slightly at a loss for words, chewed on the lychee. He had never been particularly fond of the fruit, but seeing Lan Yetan relish it so, he decided to give it a try. It's sweet. It seems rather delightful." Lan Yetan pondered, "Of course I want to. Do you think you can let me go?" Uncertain of the antics her family might be up to today, she felt a twinge of curiosity and prepared to learn more. Gazing at the character for home, she couldn't help but smirk. No, she had never considered that place to be her home. Pausing for a moment, she typed a message, "All right. I will arrive at the Lan residence shortly." Lan Yetan quietly rested her head against the window, her gaze vacant, as she took in the scenery outside. System. What do they intend to do this time? 403 had already checked on the Lan family's activities before sending the message and reassured her. Perhaps they genuinely wish for you to leave the Lan family, host. Lan Yetan felt somewhat languid, noticing the title 403 used. What? Ahem, it's nothing. Before long. The driver halted at the entrance, and the young lady stepped out and entered the house. The living room was filled with nearly all of her family members. Lan Yetan approached slowly, casually selecting a seat, bypassing small talk, and getting straight to the point. Let us discuss my departure from the Lan family. Lan Fu frowned and looked at Lan Yetan as if he wished to say something, but Lan Yuanan interjected. Our current proposal is to place you under any property title of the Lan family. Subsequently, we will provide you with a monthly allowance. Lan Yetan was taken aback by their willingness to do so, her guard instinctively rising. I wish to change my household registration. This declaration sent Lan Fu into a complete uproar. Do you intend to sever all ties with the Lan family? Where do you find the audacity? Do you believe the Wen family or the Shin family will assist you? They are merely intrigued. They find you amusing. Lan Yetan calmly raised her gaze, smiling. Very well. I have another condition. You must not frequent my residence excessively. Lan Yun let out a sigh, realizing that this had indeed been the request Lan Yetan had anticipated making. Lan Yetan had completely lost the desire to associate with them, even feeling a sense of disgust at the mere sight of them. Lan Qingzhu clenched his fists tightly, uncertain of what to say. He felt powerless. However, he understood that given his propensity for saying the wrong thing, remaining silent was likely the wisest course of action. Lan Fu cast a furious glance at Lan Yuan, gritting his teeth as he demanded, Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? I am your father and you dare not heed my words? Do you not realize who Lan Yetan is? Lan Yuan quietly regarded his father, as he had likely come to understand everything over the past few days. Why did Lan Fu treat Lan Yetan as if she were his own flesh and blood, despite the absence of any biological connection? Why was he so unwilling to let her go? His worldview crumbled, leaving him in a state of confusion. Lan Yetan observed the exchange of glances between the two men, a riddle in their silent communication, feeling somewhat perplexed. This. It appears the reason for her being left behind is genuine, rather than a mere contrivance of a Mary Sue narrative. Chapter 69. As long as you are safe. Lan Yetan was not inclined to dwell on such matters and asked directly, All right, when shall we move? The competition begins next Friday. There is still time. She knew her belongings were few, easily fitting into a single suitcase. In the Lan household, she had always been the most transparent presence, both in the past and present. Implicitly, she was conveying that the sooner, the better. Lan Yuan exhaled softly, his voice laden with weariness. After the competition, we won't be visiting your room anymore. Rest assured. Lan Yetan nodded. She had classes to attend the following day. The injury to her left hand did not hinder her ability to write, primarily because she seldom wrote during lessons. Lan Fu was genuinely angry now but recognized that discussing these matters in the living room was inappropriate. The atmosphere in the living room was eerily quiet as Lan Fu silently beckoned Lan Yuan, Come to my bedroom. It seemed as though they could no longer hear Lan Yetan's inner thoughts. Yet, even if they could, it would be of no consequence. Ultimately, Lan Yetan would completely depart from their lives. The ties of fate had run their course. It was time to grant her freedom. Lan Mu sat alone on the sofa, lifting her teacup and blowing gently upon it before taking a slow sip. Gazing at the villa, which felt particularly empty despite the presence of others, a smile crept upon her lips. The Lan family had lost its primary source of strength. Everything here was approaching its conclusion. At that moment, Lan Yuan was seated opposite Lan Fu, who glared at him through gritted teeth. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Lan Yuan calmly lifted his gaze to meet his father's. I certainly know. Lan Fu took a deep breath, ensuring he did not succumb to his rage. Lan Yetan cannot leave. Absolutely not. Lan Yuan sank into the sofa, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Father. Oh no, Chairman Lan. Do you still intend to drain her lifeblood at this point? Lan Fu froze, staring incredulously at his eldest son, taken aback by his defiance. You ungrateful wretch. He gasped for air, clearly pushed to the brink of fury. All of this felt like a veil of shame. A veil that had been ruthlessly torn away by his own son, forcing him to confront the grotesque reality of himself. Chairman Lan, all of this is a debt we owe to Yetan. Should retribution come, it is deservedly ours. Consequently, I shall ensure that Yetan departs from this household. Do not forget, the true power within the Lan family resides in my hands now. Mr. Lan clutched his heart, his back pressed against the wall, while Lan Yuan merely cast a silent glance before turning to leave the room. The facade of harmony within the Lan family had been shattered, heralding their impending doom. In her bedroom, Lan Yetan lay beneath the covers, resembling a gloomy dumpling buried in the bed. Suddenly recalling something, she fished her phone from her pocket. Upon unlocking it, a barrage of messages assaulted her. She was merely a girl who preferred silence. The faint voice of the 403 notification echoed in her ears. According to statistics, the total number of messages and calls received, 108. The total for Shin Yanlan is 96. You have ignored them for 23 minutes. Lan Yetan felt a pang of guilt as she unlocked her screen again, only to receive another call, this time from Shin Yanlan. She answered slowly, greeted by the cool yet slightly anxious voice on the other end. Have you arrived home? Is everything all right? Why are you only now answering? I'm at the Lan family home. Everything's fine. I was just speaking with family, had my phone on silent, she replied, multitasking as she opened WeChat. The latest message was from Wenqing. A wave of anxiety washed over her, prompting her to type back immediately. The sound of Shin Yanlan's voice still ringing in her ears. I'm fine. I'm so sorry. I was just at the Lan family discussing something and forgot. Have your family been difficult with you again? The Lan family stocks have been plummeting. You haven't been affected by that, have you? Shin Yanlan was well aware of the volatile nature of some members of the Lan family and had spent enough time with Lan Yetan to understand their personalities. Aside from Lan Yetan and her mother, the rest were rather unreasonable. I'm fine, Lan Yetan replied, pausing for a moment, truly feeling remorseful towards Wenqing. She knew how anxious she made him, especially since he and Shin Yanlan had never gotten along well. I truly am despicable. Shin Yanlan's gentle voice reassured her. All right. As long as you're okay. I'll hang up now, but feel free to call me if anything comes up. As soon as Lan Yetan hung up, a new message from Wenqing popped up. Wenqing, this might be a bit forward, but could I call you to hear your voice? Lan Yetan hesitated for a moment before dialing his number, wanting to provide him with complete reassurance. Lan Yetan. She heard his voice tremble on the other end. Wenqing, sitting in his car, felt a weight lift from his heart. He didn't know why, but he was filled with an overwhelming fear. A mist of emotion clouded her eyes, and her voice trembled with an uncontrollable quiver, laced with the undertones of suppressed sobs. How peculiar, truly peculiar. Wenqing, it's me, Lan Yetan. Lan Yetan had never anticipated that she would inflict such a profound psychological blow on Wenqing. She immediately sought to reassure him. Yes, I heard you. The inexplicable feeling of strangeness washed over her. It was hard to believe that the young master, Wenqing, would be so agitated by such a trivial matter. I'm really fine. Please don't worry so much. This was my fault, and I promise I will never forget these things again. Lan Yetan's apology was marked by sincerity, yet Wenqing's voice, tinged with sorrow, unsettled her heart. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Wenqing sighed in relief, and the two fell into silence once more. After approximately 5 minutes, Wenqing's voice regained its normalcy, and her emotion settled. Amidst the cacophony on the girl's side, she instructed Lan Yetan, you may hang up now. Wenqing stared at the disconnected call, momentarily lost in thought. The driver in front finally mustered the courage to speak. Young master, where do we stand now? The young man's tone was subdued. Chapter 70. Host, are you contemplating murder? After resolving a series of matters, Lan Yetan collapsed onto her bed. It's strange that the Lan family's stocks continue to plummet. System. Could you assist me in locating a statistical chart for the Lan family's stocks? 403 responded with a gentle acknowledgement, and within moments, a blue screen materialized before Lan Yetan. The chart depicted a conspicuous downward trend in the Lan family stocks. The more she scrutinized it, the deeper her frown grew, and 403 also sensed something amiss. Why have the stocks been declining steadily as the three young masters of the Lan family begin to awaken? 403 was genuinely at a loss. Equally perplexed by the situation, Lan Yetan quietly navigated the screen, her brow furrowed, as an unformed thought began to take shape in her mind. Just as her thoughts began to crystallize, a knock echoed at the door. The interruption jolted Lan Yetan from her reverie. She inhaled sharply, suppressing her burgeoning displeasure. 403. Who is at the door? 403 shared her irritation. What was this girl doing? Arriving at such a fortuitous moment, when she seldom visited at all.
Lan Mu.
They both were astute enough to sense the oddity in the air, and Lan Yetan's gaze darkened. She was curious to see what her mother had concocted. Approaching the door, she opened it to find a woman smiling as she entered, cradling a strawberry cake. Yetan, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Mommy made a cake for you. Would you like to try some? Hearing her words, Lan Yetan couldn't help but laugh. Oh, my dear mother. How could you be unaware of my delicate stomach that cannot tolerate cold desserts? How infuriating, how infuriating, how infuriating, how infuriating, how infuriating. To be interrupted at such a time. Though her heart was vexed, she maintained a facade of cheerful composure.
Lan's demeanor faltered momentarily.
The embarrassment flitting across her face before she quickly regained her usual poise. I apologize, Yetan's mother, for forgetting that you cannot have ice. I shall go downstairs now to prepare some porridge for you. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Lan Yetan, languidly leaning against the wall, spoke in a soft, mellifluous tone that sent shivers down one's spine. Is that so? It feels as though this was not made with your own hands. After a moment, Lan Yetan seemed to recall something and suddenly let out a soft laugh. Oh, I remember now. I saw one just like this at a cake shop. Hearing her words, Lan's mother felt a chill creep up her spine, her breath quickening with unease. Haha, Yetan. I learned to make it from the pastry chef at that shop, so it's only natural that it resembles it. At this moment, Lan Yetan had no intention of letting her off the hook. Is that so? Since it is your heartfelt intention, please bring it in. I won't mind tasting a bite or two. The woman tightly gripped the edge of the cake plate, her hand trembling uncontrollably. She felt that if she did not comply with Lan Yetan's request, the consequences would be dire. The girl exuded a cold, dark aura, as if she were poised to strike at any moment. Though she would eventually leave this place, dying here would still mean death. Biting her lip gently, she turned around, maintaining a composed smile, yet Lan Yetan could see her hand quivering slightly. The girl felt a surge of delight, her lips curving into a charming smile. Though in Lan's mother's eyes, it still appeared ominous. Lan Yetan rarely smiled. Even psychologically, she believed the girl's smile bore a hint of terror. Host, do you intend to commit murder? Killing is still a crime in this world.
Lan Yetan nohret her gazein konfusyon.
I am not killing anyone. When did I ever say I would stab someone? She had merely laughed out of irritation, her train of thought interrupted by this person. 403 fell silent,
Hesitantly observing Lan Yetan.
Given her series of smooth, calculated moves, it seemed as though she might act violently at any moment. Lan Yetan watched as her mother brought the cake inside, feigning a look of sudden realization, as if she had encountered something novel. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have realized. So, it's not about killing, but rather about threatening, correct? 403 remained silent. For the first time, Lan Yetan appreciated the convenience of carrying a knife with her. Just as Lan's mother prepared to leave, Lan Yetan swiftly closed the door with a gentle motion, the speed catching her mother off guard, momentarily leaving her in shock. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, they were in the Lan family mansion, and Lan Yetan could not possibly act recklessly. Yetan, what are you doing? Lan Yetan placed a finger to her lips, her smile radiant yet undeniably unsettling. Lan's mother instinctively stepped back, about to speak. Suddenly, the lights went out, plunging the room into darkness, sending her heart plummeting. In the enveloping darkness, one felt the stark absence of safety. The curtains were drawn, allowing only a sliver of sunlight to filter through, and as the girl inched closer, the dim light gradually revealed her figure. Lan Yetan held a sleek black utility knife in her hand, its ornate design belied its visibly sharp edge. She yearned to scream, yet her voice was trapped, as if her throat had seized up. Even though Lan Mu understood that they were in the Lan residence, and any misstep by Lan Yetan could lead to dire consequences for her, her current fears were far more pressing. Instinctively, Lan Mu sought to call for help, but by the time she hesitated, Lan Yetan was already upon her, covering her mouth. For a fleeting moment, Lan Mu felt her body stiffen, only to swiftly regain her senses. That brief interlude was sufficient for the young girl to assert control over her. Lan Yetan observed the terror in her mother's eyes and waved the knife lightly. Is this how it's done? Oh my, I'm quite impressive. In truth, she was experiencing an unprecedented thrill. She possessed an innate talent for such matters, and with a mere hint from 403, she could execute them flawlessly. At this moment, 403 had reached a state of enlightenment, having resolved to join rather than resist. Although he would support his host in whatever she chose to do. Yes. Make it darker, that's the expression, he instructed. Wait, I remember my ability is supposed to last for 30 seconds. How did she break free so quickly? Lan Yetan regarded Lan Mu, the knife now pressed against her throat. Her suspicions were gradually confirmed by the unfolding events. She slowly withdrew her hand from covering Lan Mu's mouth. Lan Mu felt utterly powerless, both from fear and the sensation of her energy dissipating. Her voice was barely a whisper, struggling to maintain a facade of calm as she looked at Lan Yetan. After all, the girl was in the Lan household. Lan Yetan appeared indifferent, regarding her with a nonchalant expression. Have you forgotten? I have no desire to live. Chapter 71. Lan Mu's secret. This was truly sweat-inducing. She knew all too well that someone who no longer wished to live could easily become reckless. Previously, she had heard the nanny recount how Lan Yetan had once cut her wrist with such ferocity. She had even seen it for herself when professionals came to tidy up the room. It was utterly terrifying. Now Lan Mu forced herself to brainstorm, biting her lip as she felt the knife press deeper against her neck, the icy touch sending a shiver down her spine. Lan Yetan, what do you intend to do? Surely, this is not merely about this little incident. Hearing her steer the conversation to the crux of the matter, Lan Yetan smiled with satisfaction. Of course not. Oh my, maintaining this position is exhausting. 403 watched as his host threatened Lan Mu with a seemingly carefree demeanor, appearing unafraid. Well, she truly was unafraid, but inwardly she lamented the strain of the peculiar stance. Though she could exert control over the situation quite effectively, it was indeed tiring. What about you? Lan Yetan inquired, observing the puzzled expression on Lan Mu's face, and chuckled softly. He's Xinyan. Are you truly oblivious to the multitude of things you have exposed? Lan Mu's expression momentarily stiffened, yet in an instant, she managed to regain her composure. What nonsense are you spouting? The girl regarded her, observing the feigned innocence that accompanied indecision, her gaze darkening slightly. The knife plunged deeper, and a hint of crimson began to bloom on Lan Mu's skin, the sharp sting eliciting a pained cry from her lips. Every time, you interrupt my thoughts without hesitation. Perhaps once or twice could be deemed coincidental, but your presence in my room invariably coincides with that time. As she spoke, Lan Yetan scrutinized Lan Mu's expression. And as the woman's visage grew increasingly pallid, she realized her gamble had paid off. Although Lan Mu typically presented herself as an outsider, it was merely because misfortune had yet to befall her. If one were to assert that Xinyan was intelligent, that would undoubtedly be true, far more astute than the majority of this world. However, if she were indeed as clever as she appeared, Lan Yetan would not have perceived her subtle movements, nor would she have been able to conjecture anything. The girl had not even needed to direct 403 to observe her. What on earth are you babbling about? Is this charade merely to state such things? Lan Yetan scoffed lightly, feeling a twinge of irritation despite having anticipated this. She recognized that Lan Mu was wagering on her reluctance to truly inflict harm. Her voice took on a frosty edge, genuine anger beginning to surface. Feigning ignorance, are we? That's quite all right. I recall that you and Lan Fu sleep apart. You're not accustomed to being disturbed by servants. Cold sweat trickled down Lan Mu's forehead, her demeanor one of desperate denial. Host, you can't be serious. Don't be too angry. 403 observed the growing chill in their host's gaze, a sense of unease creeping in.
Lan Yetan Joshua lifted Harius.
Her voice dripping with iciness. System. In truth, I possess quite the temper and am adept at inflicting pain. I could stab her 5 times, each wound not fatal. 403. With deliberate slowness, Lan Yetan raised the knife. In the darkness, Lan Mu trembled at the sight of the girl's action. No, sister, you can't be serious. If this lunatic truly decides to take my life, please, I can divulge some information. Lan Yetan remained calm, continuing her motion with the knife. Gazing at the icy blade, Lan Mu's mind raced with 100 thoughts for her own funeral. Overwhelmed by endless dread, she tightly shut her eyes, seeking a final flicker of solace. Yet, after several seconds, the anticipated pain from the knife never came. With a slight opening of her eyes, she beheld Lan Yetan sheathing the knife to one side, her previously frigid demeanor softening into a gentler aura as she looked at Lan Mu. Why didn't you say so earlier? Must I resort to such measures? Lan Mu sighed, a hint of resignation in her gaze directed at Lan Yetan. I can only disclose certain matters. Too much cannot be revealed. The girl was surprisingly adept at prying open her lips.
See?
Wasn't he that better? Just took a bit of time. 403 was utterly at a loss for words. The host truly exhibited an explosive display of personality. Mother Lan gently closed her eyes and spoke slowly. In truth, you and I share no blood relation.
Bang.
Lan Yetan's mind momentarily exploded. Seriously, not this glitch. 403 was also somewhat drenched in sweat. It was now their turn. Is there going to be a reunion plot in the future? 403 replied, perhaps, dear host. Observing Lan Yetan's bewildered expression, Mother Lan shook her head at her. You have mentioned before that I always intrude while you are searching and pondering those matters. I did so intentionally. The girl had long harbored suspicions, so she felt no great surprise, instead wearing an expression that urged her to continue. Mother Lan gazed at the glaring knife, exhaling before continuing. The very essence of this world is supported by you. The Lan family has also consumed your blood. Lan Yetan furrowed her brow slightly, beginning to grasp the meaning. So, I am akin to a daughter of fortune? I wondered why the Lan family stocks plummeted so drastically when everyone previously told me it was not related to Lan Yetan. Oh right, I have yet to deal with Lan Yetan. 403 remarked that Lan Yetan should fend for herself, for she deserved her fate. Mother Lan seemed to anticipate her question, her voice faint. Sacrifice, to accentuate. Lan Yetan quietly observed Mother Lan's eyes, noticing her apparent fatigue, offering no resistance, simply continuing to speak. It was as if she were gazing at something beyond. There will be others coveting what you possess. This is all I can reveal. Lan Yetan slowly released the woman, who appeared utterly spent. Subsequently, she deftly absconded with the recording pen, playfully toying with it. I wondered how you could be so compliant. However, this recording pen is quite discreet and rather useful. Host, my invisible camera is far superior to this. Lan Yetan remarked. Mother Lan gritted her teeth, staring at Lan Yetan, yet she was utterly drained and in pain. She had violated the rules, and though she knew far more than she let on, even her final trump card had been confiscated. It was over. She would perish alongside the Lan family. Lan Yetan gazed at Mother Lan and spoke softly. He's Xinyan. Do you need me to lend you a hand? Chapter 72. Her breath brushed against his ear. Mother Lan was momentarily startled by this address, biting her lip and slowly nodding as she looked at Lan Yetan. Lan Yetan stepped forward to assist her, casting a glance at the woman's neck, which bore no marks. With her gaze slightly lowered, she helped her into the room and casually set her down before leaving. 403 watched the scene in silence, instinctively asking, Host, after how she has treated you, why are you still so kind to her? Firstly, it seems this matter will never yield a clear right or wrong. Secondly, having her remain in my bedroom is not a viable solution. Lastly, Lan Yetan's voice was filled with a sinister chill. I must avenge this grudge against Lan Yetan. That girl is truly despicable. 403 silently agreed, as the disgraceful state of Lan Yetan was evident to all. The mere mention of her name banished all fatigue from Lan Yetan. She had not yet found the opportunity to exact her revenge for the previous incident. She resolved to discover the current state of Lan Yetan, who had once claimed to be well treated by the original owner of this body. The thought of her misfortunes brought immense satisfaction. Host, she is a pure love warrior, while you embody pure hatred, 403 remarked seriously, handing over a quip. In the purest expression of hatred, I feel discomfort whenever she experiences even a modicum of happiness. The girl, having entered this world, harbored an intense dislike for Lan Yetan. She found it impossible to regard her with indifference. Every action Lan Yetan took struck a nerve. Thoughts of her demise had crossed her mind, even contemplating murder, yet she had never considered allowing Lan Yetan to orchestrate her own demise. If Lan Yetan succeeded in that endeavor, she would feel tormented as a restless spirit. Damn Lan Yetan, 403, can you assess her current state and statistics? This time, 403 did not respond readily, appearing rather listless in the realm of consciousness. Host, you must agree to one condition. Lan Yetan felt a flicker of surprise. 403 had never imposed conditions before while assisting her. All right, speak your mind. After a noticeable pause, 403 finally responded, buy me a loaf of bread. Lan Yetan, you enjoy bread? So even systems can have cravings. Fine, he replied, somewhat anxious, his slender fingers gliding over the screen. Ultimately, he located Lan Yetan's statistics. Lan Yetan is currently in a dreadful mood, her health is poor, her appearance has fluctuated significantly, and her academic performance has also declined. Lan Yetan pressed her lips together, forcing back a smile. She was indeed the kind of person who held grudges. Witnessing her nemesis suffer brought her immense joy. Who could possibly understand her feelings? Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. 403, with a hint of exasperation, gazed at the girl, who had now silenced her voice modulator, and gently inquired, Host, since you plan to confront her tomorrow, aren't you going to prepare any tools? It's more satisfying to do it by hand. With a weapon, I might strike too hard and genuinely harm her, she reasoned. 403 considered this, and found it rather sensible. The two engaged in a lively exchange for about an hour. After a moment of silence, 403 seemed to deliberate on whether to share his next revelation with Lan Yetan. Ultimately, he spoke, in the future. I will be able to maintain my human form for extended periods and assume a reasonable identity to stand by your side. Upon hearing this, Lan Yetan felt a fleeting confusion. It was indeed a peculiar notion. Unconsciously, she recalled, 403, I once held you when you couldn't transform into an animal form. 403. Hey. In a fleeting moment of helplessness, he resigned himself to his role as a host, yet still echoed, Indeed, dear host, do you have anything further to express? The young girl paused, perched on the edge of her bed, propping her chin on her hand as if she were earnestly contemplating what to say. Then transform into human form for me to see, and I shall share my thoughts. 403 hesitated briefly before acquiescing, though a sense of confusion lingered within him. Moments later, a handsome youth with silver hair appeared before Lan Yetan, his azure eyes gazing at the girl with a hint of perplexity. Noticing that Lan seemed about to speak, yet the distance felt somewhat daunting, he prepared to rise. However, 403, ever considerate, leaned closer. A faint fragrance of hyacinth enveloped the girl's senses, an elegant and delightful scent reminiscent of a time long past. Lan Yetan was momentarily taken aback, but after a few seconds, she composed herself, scrutinizing his visage. After a thoughtful pause, she uttered 4 words, very handsome, congratulations. 403's body stiffened slightly, his awareness of the girl's warm breath brushing against his ear sending a shiver down his spine. The previous action had been almost instinctual. He often subconsciously sought to alleviate any burden from Lan Yetan. A blush crept to his ears, and for a brief moment, he felt rigid, his mind momentarily blank, leaving him standing there in a daze. Then, 403 fled. Yes, he ran, retreating into his mental space. Lan Yetan queried, What are you doing? The mental space was perpetually imbued with a chill, as if attempting to clear his mind. The flush on his ears gradually spread to his cheeks. It was utterly impossible to remain calm. 403's hands trembled slightly. He pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze, his heart racing. Oh, wait. He realized he didn't possess a heart. This was, indeed, his first experience of such overwhelming emotions in such intimate proximity to a girl. The sensation of losing control was rather unsettling, yet he found it somewhat amusing. Turning his head slightly, he caught sight of Lan Yetan's puzzled expression outside the screen, her voice calling to him. After a moment of composure, he focused intently on her. He had observed this face countless times over many days, yet it seemed he could never tire of it. He wished to etch Lan Yetan into his mind and marrow, ensuring that she would never be forgotten. His eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, contained only Lan Yetan, as if he were willingly drowning in her essence. I am here, Yetan. Meanwhile, the Ling family was abroad for medical treatment, and the young master had only just returned home. Why did you run away? I one tea bite, she teased. 403 was on the verge of becoming a silent figure, clearing his throat softly. 403, do you know? 403, perplexed, replied. What is it? I once watched a video where an expert mentioned that persistent coughing while speaking is a sign of kidney deficiency. 403 was left bewildered, thinking, wait, miss. What are you implying? 403 let out a gentle sigh, as if suddenly reminded of something. Wait, your system shouldn't be experiencing such things as kidney deficiency, right? 403 took a deep breath and articulated each word slowly. I do not have kidney deficiency. Lan Yetan smiled slightly and swiftly shifted the topic. System. I possess no memories of the original host's family, so I shall rely on you to guide me. This time, the system readily agreed. The young girl casually snatched a pillow from beside her, cradling it in her arms and rubbing her face against its soft surface. Thank you, Lord 403. I truly revere you. This time her admiration was genuine. Listening to Lan Yetan's voice, 403 found it somewhat endearing. Ahem. Lan Yetan hesitated, appearing as though she wished to express something. 403 you. I do not have kidney deficiency. The next day, Lan Yetan casually donned an outfit, finding that her wardrobe was brimming with clothes and dresses. Yet, she still favored her short sleeves and shorts. Who could understand? It was simply the most convenient attire. I declare that short sleeves and shorts are the most practical outfits in this world. Upon descending the stairs, she spotted Lan Qingzhu, who looked somewhat disgruntled. The moment he saw Lan Yetan coming down from upstairs, he remained silent until she approached the entrance, preparing to open the door. Finally, Lan Qingzhu spoke up. Where are you going? Do you need the family driver to take you? He asked cautiously, lowering his head, too timid to meet Lan Yetan's gaze. He feared once again encountering her disdainful or expressionless eyes. I never dared to meet Lan Yetan's eyes. I fear her penetrating gaze. This just had somewhat slipped my mind. How I wish to sell off every member of the Lan family. 403, having surfed through various topics over the past few days, had become well versed in them. In order to share common ground with her host. I can hardly believe it. Lan Yetan felt a spark of surprise. 403, unbeknownst to me. You have advanced so much, you can even keep up with my abstract notions. No need, I'm leaving now. There were matters she must attend to that should remain undisclosed to others, especially her family. Lan Yetan was quick on her feet, and before the young man could collect himself, she had already departed. She wondered how Mu Hui was faring at that moment. Just as she contemplated this, a car came to a halt before her.
Lan Yetan gasped, Mu Hui.
Peering inside, her pupils widened in astonishment. It was indeed him. The moment the young man spotted the girl, a smile broke upon his face. Sister, what a coincidence. The driver interjected, it's not a coincidence, not at all. Their young master had been circling here for an hour, hesitating to pick up his phone, then putting it down again, typing for a while before abandoning it once more. Lan Yetan realized that history was repeating itself, albeit in a different setting. She had just been thinking about this, and unexpectedly, here it was. What a coincidence. How did you end up here? Mu Hui blinked with a pair of innocent, puppy-like eyes, speaking in a somewhat pitiful tone. It has been a long time since I last saw my sister. I was somewhat worried about the last incident, so I thought I would come to the Lan family to see how you are doing. Lan Yetan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the last incident had been rather frightening. Sister, where are you headed? Do you need me to accompany you? Lan Yetan hesitated, as what she intended to do this time was quite different from before. This time, I aim to deal with Lan Yetan, and erasing traces would mean that having Mu Hui accompany me would expose my intentions.
Mu Hui nodded thoughtfully, just as she was about to speak.
Meanwhile, the sound of a car horn interrupted them. Lan Yetan instinctively turned her head and saw, oh my, it's 403. Mu Hui frowned and looked back as well, spotting a strikingly handsome silver-haired boy who appeared rather flamboyant, extending his hand out of the car window. 403 was somewhat surprised to find Mu Hui wandering about and even bumping into him. What brings you here? 403. I saw you struggling to catch a ride. With the sun blazing, I was worried you might suffer from heatstroke, given your delicate constitution. Lan Yetan knew that 403 still held a grudge about her previous remark regarding his frailty. However, her frailty was indeed genuine. Mu Hui could not hear their conversation, only noticing the intense gaze exchanged between the two. Sister, who is he? The boy's voice brimmed with a sense of grievance, leaving Lan Yetan at a loss for words. Indeed, 403, who are you? Ling Yu. The car pulled over and Mu Hui watched as the silver-haired boy exited, introducing himself. Hello, I am Ling Yu, her friend. Although Mu Hui had not heard of the name Ling Yu, she was aware of the Ling family. He smiled gently, his voice exceptionally mild. I don't recall there being a young master named Ling Yu in the Ling family. Ling Yu appeared unfazed. Lan Yetan, so. You have just whimsically assigned yourself the identity of a young master? The moment Ling Yu's azure gaze fell upon Lan Yetan, the casual demeanor vanished, reverting to a familiar intensity. One must not suffer others while neglecting oneself. Lan Yetan, that seems to be a valid point. Mu Hui slightly lowered her gaze. Indeed, she had heard of this. The Ling family had a young master who had been in poor health since birth and was sent abroad for treatment for many years. However, how did he come to know Lan Yetan? Chapter 74. 4 people gathered around a table for mahjong. Mu Hui forced a smile, her eyes subtly lingering on Lan Yetan. Is that so? I have not heard my sister mention you before, and it seems you have only known each other for a short time. Ling Yu remained unfazed, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Young Master Mu, it seems you are meddling a bit too much. Sensing the tension in the air, Lan Yetan fell into a state of silence. What on earth are you two arguing about? We have serious matters to attend to. With such thoughts in mind, she voiced her opinion, furrowing her brow as she subtly interjected into their conversation. Stop arguing. What is there to argue about? I have important matters to attend to.
Mu Hui lightly huffed,
Her gaze suddenly brightening as she turned to Lan Yetan. Sister, whose car are you planning to take? Beside her, Ling Yu quietly observed the young girl. What is going on? Whom should I choose, I wonder? 403, speak up. Ling Yu was indeed aware of the mind-reading abilities, but he could not disclose this to his host. Even if they did not reveal their intentions, their thoughts could be discerned, although their true identities remained concealed. Let me ponder this. Given Mu Hui's status as the favored one, our encounters during this trip will be difficult to conceal. Even if I employ my abilities, some clues will inevitably surface. Ahem, allow me a moment to reflect. Lan Yetan felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. If the three of us linger here, more people will discover us. Noticing their silence, Mu Hui expressed her confusion, sensing a connection between the two, where one's silence prompted the other's. Just as she prepared to speak, Ling Yu broke the silence. How about this? Quarreling is indeed a waste of time. I will ride with Yetan in your car. Lan Yetan, Mu Hui, 403, what is your final suggestion? Be honest with one another. At this, Lan Yetan fell into a true silence, preparing to embrace her role as the silent one. Well, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arise along the way. As she approached to open the car door, her eyes met Mu Hui's. The boy's glistening gaze upon her was irresistibly endearing.
Bang!
The car door was abruptly shut. Not a sister. Mu Hui turned to find Ling Yu's eyes sparkling with amusement. Why did you suddenly close the door? Lan Yetan, with utmost seriousness, walked over to the front passenger seat. Sitting with both of you is too embarrassing for me. Adhering to the principle that others should not suffer while I do, you two take the back seat. I shall sit in the passenger seat. Ling Yu, Mu Hui could not fully grasp Ling Yu's thoughts but realized her sister was determined to sit in the passenger seat. How infuriating. It was precisely because of Ling Yu that Yetan opted for the front. Ling Yu slowly opened the back seat door and settled in. Indeed, Lan Yetan taking the passenger seat was her best choice to avoid an awkward atmosphere in the back. Sitting in any position in the rear would only amplify the discomfort. Mu Hui pinched the corner of her shirt, feeling akin to a resentful consort in a harem. The driver glanced at the young girl beside him, now genuinely sweating. Where shall we head, young master? The driver nodded and then focused on the road ahead. For 03, I have noticed a change in you. How so? Lan Yetan pondered for a moment, analyzing the situation. It seems that since you took on a human form, you've adopted that casual, carefree demeanor. Ling Yu was somewhat surprised by Lan Yetan's words. I haven't changed. I've always had this personality. However, he silently thought to himself that it was only for you that he would reveal that side. Lan Yetan, slightly puzzled, turned his head and immediately noticed the downcast youth with his head bowed. Mu Hui, upon hearing this unspoken thought, gradually took out his phone to type. Suddenly, Lan Yetan felt his phone vibrate and looked down to see a message from Mu Hui. Mu Hui, sister, do you not like me very much? Mu Hui, I'm sorry, I don't mean to question you. I'm just a bit scared. Lan Yetan, that's not true. I quite like you. You're a wonderful person. I just don't really know how to start a conversation. Mu Hui's lips curved into a slight smile as he read her words. Ling Yu turned to glance at the people nearby, unable to suppress a chuckle. One little sentence has hooked this guy. Although he was unaware of the specifics of their conversation, he was certain that Mu Hui was chatting with Lan Yetan. A casual glance had revealed the two words in the contact name, sister. There was no need to guess the cringe-worthy nickname.
Mu Hui, really?
That's wonderful. I thought that since you have more friends now, you wouldn't want to play with me anymore. It seems I was mistaken. Mu Hui. Happy little dog emoji. Lan Yetan thought that molding Mu Hui into an adorable little dog was quite an admirable task, such a loyal and cute companion. Wait, what am I thinking? I've unconsciously fallen into the trap of anthropomorphizing animals.
Lan Yetan, impossible.
You've helped me so much, just out of gratitude for our friendship. I could never forget you. After contemplating, he felt his words were somewhat dry, so he took a moment to type another line. He casually rummaged through his pocket and, oh, he found a piece of orange-flavored candy. Lan Yetan, I still have a piece of orange candy in my pocket. Would you like to have it? Consider it a small token of compensation, especially since I don't have anything else. Mu Hui, with his head slightly bowed and lips pressed together, was already overjoyed inside. Ling Yu observed the rising affection levels and was astounded. This was truly a gift without any effort.
Mu Hui, yes.
Lan Yetan took the candy from his pocket and turned to hand it to Mu Hui. The boy extended his slender fingers to take the only piece of candy from the girl's palm. Oh, this candy must be exceptionally sweet. Then he turned to look at Ling Yu. Ling Yu remarked, dude you. Lan Yetan heard Ling Yu's indifferent voice near his ear. Another target character, Du Zhongyu, has also been detected in this neighborhood. Lan Yetan. Another one? We might as well gather all four of us and play a game of mahjong. Chapter 75, Lan Yan, your father has arrived. I'm amazed. I wondered why it felt so familiar. I must have come here before when I delivered Zhangyu. Lan Yetan suddenly felt fatigued, letting out a sigh. By the way, 403, how does your trace erasing work? Mu Huiyi and Zhangyu must know about it, right? 403 spoke slowly. The child of fortune is aware, but it's best if we keep it under wraps. However, since they know, their aura of luck might help us mitigate some risks. He continued, even if we act, that individual likely wouldn't dare to report it. Even if they did, the police would find nothing. With the help of the aura, we might even end up putting that person behind bars. Given that you already possess a strong aura yourself, Lingyu attempted to vocalize this thought. Yet the words felt lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. Lan Yetan appeared to have an epiphany. It meant that as long as it remained undisclosed to the authorities, there would be no repercussions. How intricate, she mused. Lan Yetan watched as the car gradually came to a halt at the entrance of an aging community, devoid of even an elevator. The moment Mu Huiyi laid eyes on the building, he felt a pang of sympathy for Lan Yetan. Living in such a place for so long, coupled with eccentric family dynamics, he wondered how she managed to endure it all. As Lan Yetan stepped out of the vehicle, her gaze met that of a girl. It was Zhangyu, who appeared momentarily stunned before her expression transformed into one of joy. Yetan, what brings you here? Seeing the delight radiating from Zhangyu's eyes, Lan Yetan offered a gentle smile, her voice instinctively softening. I have some matters to attend to. What about you? Zhangyu beamed, embodying the warmth of a sunbeam. I just came down to buy a few things. She waved a bottle of soy sauce in her hand, noticing the two individuals behind Lan Yetan. With a slight pout, her expression shifted back to its previous demeanor upon meeting Lan Yetan's gaze. Is there anything you need help with? I know this neighborhood quite well. Lan Yetan subtly glanced back at the two behind her, signaling for them to wait a moment.
Mu Huiyi nodded obediently.
While Lingyu remained silent and still, the girl naturally categorized him as one who tacitly agreed. Who would have thought Lan Yetan actually lives in the same community as Zhangyu? Zhangyu, upon hearing this, felt a hint of surprise. Having lived there for so long, she was unaware of anyone named Lan Yetan. She had heard whispers about a girl who recently moved into a problematic household known for domestic violence, described as quite beautiful, yet somewhat spoiled. Originally, that family was notorious, and with the girl's temperament, she had often faced abuse. When asked why they didn't report such matters, people deemed it none of their business. Zhangyu had pieced together a rough idea: beautiful, spoiled. It was likely that it was the same girl who frequently troubled Lan Yetan. Before Lan Yetan could articulate her thoughts, Zhangyu excitedly grasped her hand. Yetan, let me tell you some gossip. Are you interested? Lan Yetan raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. Zhangyu continued, her face still retaining a hint of baby fat, appearing soft and round, with her short hair fluffy and tousled, exuding a distinctly inquisitive aura. In our vicinity, on the 4th floor of Building 3, a particularly beautiful girl has moved into room 402. However, she possesses a rather delicate disposition and is subjected to daily scolding. Zhangyu felt she had divulged sufficient information. She had clearly specified the building, the floor, and the room number. Although she remained uncertain of Lan Yetan's intentions, she decided to assist without further contemplation. Lan Yetan was genuinely taken aback. She had not anticipated that such information would be presented to her so readily. The thought of being able to confront the person she desired to confront filled her with exhilaration. Observing Zhangyu's fluffy hair, Lan Yetan felt a surge of affection and gently grasped her hand, giving it a playful shake. All right, I understand. Zhangyu, seizing the moment, swiftly made her escape. Lan Yetan's heart softened at the thought of such an endearing little one. Could there be more like her in the world? She was simply adorable, and one could only hope for kindness from the universe. With a cheerful tune, Zhangyu skipped towards her home. However, midway through her journey, a sense of relaxation washed over her, though it could not be said that her mood improved. Rather, it became tauter. Upon reaching her doorstep, she trembled slightly, her hands unsteady as she contemplated knocking, yet hesitated. Ultimately, she steeled herself and rapped gently on the door. Lan Yetan exchanged a glance with Lingyu, who suddenly spoke up, "Host, we can still communicate through our thoughts as usual." The girl paused in silence.
Indeed.
It was a little disconcerting to have her system manifest as a human. After all, the previous incarnation had been a soft, squishy little entity. A stark contrast to the boy before her now. Lingyu slowly disembarked from the vehicle and ambled over to the girl's side.
Mu Huiyi.
Observing the duo standing side by side, recognized that this was not the time for jealousy, even though a twinge of discontent lingered in his heart. Sister, I'm waiting at the door, he called out. Lan Yetan turned and nodded. All right, thank you. Mu Hui sat back in his seat, watching the two figures recede into the distance, his expression clouded with uncertainty. The feeling of being unable to draw near, regardless of how much he yearned to, was profoundly distressing. It was as if he were drowning in an ocean, on the verge of suffocation. What was he to do? Could he merely stand by, powerless to intervene? This was not his nature, and he felt a pang of sorrow within. He did not wish to be in this predicament, not in the slightest. How might Lan Yetan stand beside you and earn your affection? Ling Yu and Lan Yetan wandered about until they finally located the most secluded unit, Unit 3. Ling Yu maintained his unhurried demeanor, prompting a thought from Lan Yetan. At times like this, can't we be a bit more serious? Ling Yu stepped closer. All right. Let's be serious. Lan Yetan responded with a hint of exasperation. The two ascended to the 4th floor, and Lan Yetan felt as though she might burst from anxiety. Upon reaching the door, she rubbed her palms together nervously. Lan Yetan, your father has arrived. Chapter 76, Revenge. Lan Yetan was torn between whether to knock or to barge in directly. The door swung open the next moment, weightless and utterly silent.
Lan Yetan remarked, stop darkling.
I've used my ability to open the door. Let us step inside directly. We are here to confront, not to exchange pleasantries. With a nod, Lan Yetan took the lead and entered the room. A potent stench of alcohol assaulted their nostrils, and the entire space was in disarray and reeked unpleasantly. How revolting. How odorous. Is hygiene so disregarded here? Ling Yu frowned as well, and it was apparent that no one had mentioned the unsanitary conditions of this place. Suddenly, a door swung open and a gaunt young woman stumbled out. At first, Lan Yetan failed to recognize her, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was Lan Yetan. She had long since lost her former appearance. Her face was drawn and haggard, marred by bruises and scars. And the once proud beauty was now nearly unrecognizable. As she slowly lifted her head, her gaze locked onto Lan Yetan's, causing her to shudder involuntarily.
You.
Lan Yetan's voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief as she beheld the girl before her. She had never anticipated encountering Lan Yetan in this place. Lan Yetan. Suddenly, her voice sharpened, prompting Lan Yetan to cover her ears and mutter in irritation. What with the shrillness? Does she fear I might not hear her? Ling Yu subtly stepped forward to shield Lan Yetan, sensing that Lan Yetan was behaving erratically, potentially capable of making rash decisions. It was essential to protect the host. Yet, as her shouting waned, it became evident that she was utterly fatigued, too weak to continue. At that moment, another door burst open, and a swaying man emerged, clutching a bottle of liquor, clearly a drunkard, whose stench made the atmosphere unbearable. It was easy to deduce that the overpowering odor of alcohol emanated from him. Lan Yetan's eyes visibly widened with terror, her body trembling as she glanced at her own wounds. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to the seemingly indifferent Lan Yetan. A surge of overwhelming hatred welled up within her heart, and with a fierce glare directed at Lan Yetan, she charged forward with a knife that had mysteriously appeared in her hand. Ling Yu, well aware of her host's combat capabilities, knew that given Lan Yetan's current frailty, she posed no threat to Lan Yetan, who was quite capable herself. However, the sight of the knife still raised a sliver of concern. Nonetheless, the immediate priority was to deal with the drunken man. Ling Yu stepped forward, conjuring a rope in her hand. The drunkard seemed to finally register the scene before him. Startled out of his stupor, his eyes gradually regaining clarity. His gaze first landed on Lan Yetan, but in the next moment, it shifted to the silver-haired girl brandishing a rope and a stick. The youth radiated an intense aura, as if poised to unleash a barrage of punishment upon him. In truth, Ling Yu harbored a desire to exact severe retribution upon the man. She could vividly imagine how this family had treated Lan Yetan in the past. Lan Yetan effortlessly subdued Lan Yetan with a mere trick, seizing her blade into her own possession. As she toyed with it casually, Lan Yetan gazed at her, yearning to articulate her thoughts, yet found herself utterly speechless, only able to emit soft whimpers. Lan Yetan recognized that the fear had genuinely unsettled her, to the point where she seemed almost deranged. After a brief pause, Lan Yetan finally regained her voice. Nearby, some commotion ensued. All set, securely bound. This is the original host's father, Yi Chong, came the words. Lan Yetan's lips twitched. What a fitting name. Bring me a rope. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of Yi Chong and Lan Yetan, Ling Yu conjured a rope from thin air and lazily approached to hand it to Lan Yetan. With deftness, she bound Lan Yetan and tossed her aside, dusting off her hands as if repulsed by their filth. Lan Yetan was utterly shattered, her defenses obliterated. "You scoundrel, Lan Yetan!" she exclaimed. A sharp slap from Lan Yetan silenced her, rolling her eyes at the audacity of Lan Yetan's insolence. "Close your mouth. Did I grant you permission to speak? I am here to deal with you, not to listen to your insults." In that moment, Lingyu produced a pack of tissues, likely disinfectant wipes. He pulled one out to cleanse his hands and then swayed around, tidying up the surroundings to clear a space. The diligent master 403 had been occupied for quite some time. Yi Chong was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that the once timid figure would now possess such audacity, daring to assault and invade a residence. As Lingyu bound him, he also silenced his mouth, rendering him unable to speak.
Lan Yetan.
"Shall we settle our past grievances now?" A faint aura of malice enveloped the air, sending chills down Lan Yetan's spine as her pupils constricted, her body trembling uncontrollably. "I owe you nothing. Everything here should have been yours to bear. Even if I committed those acts in the past, what of it? I have now received my due retribution." Lan Yetan listened to her lengthy tirade, a laugh of incredulity escaping her lips. What a pathetic rationale, devoid of any moral compass. Lingyu clicked his tongue, delivering a swift kick to Yi Chong. Lan Yetan then struck Lan Yetan's face with another resounding slap, causing it to swell rapidly. "Do not distort the truth. You were meant to endure all this from childhood. Even if you were young and unaware, so what?" Another slap followed, sending tremors throughout Lan Yetan's body. Lan Yetan shook her hand and struck again. "Every action you took thereafter was a debt owed to me." At this moment, Lan Yetan's head buzzed, blood trickling from her nose. The strength behind Lan Yetan's slaps was such that even a grown man would feel disoriented. The young girl slowly picked up the knife that Lan Yetan had just taken, while Lingyu stood by, occasionally kicking the unruly Yi Chong, who grimaced in pain but dared not protest under Lingyu's cold, threatening gaze. In truth, Lingyu felt somewhat disgusted, as if her shoes had become dirty. Yet there was a sense of satisfaction in delivering those kicks. Lan Yetan, gazing at the glinting knife, recalled some of the extreme actions that Lan Yetan had previously undertaken. She had often claimed that she was being bullied. Well, now it was time for her to truly experience what bullying felt like. Chapter 77. Very well. Firstly, let us discuss your earlier intent to harm me. The girl cast a glance at Lan Yetan as Lan Yetan slowly approached her, bringing the knife closer to her arm. Her voice was calm, her expression devoid of warmth. "Had I not possessed some skill, you would undoubtedly have inflicted harm upon me." Lan Yetan's voice trembled slightly, her words muddled due to her swollen cheeks. "Lan Yetan, don't act recklessly. Murder is a crime. Besides, did I not already injure you?" Lan Yetan nodded with a smile, suddenly slashing the knife downward. Blood flowed forth and Lan Yetan let out a sharp scream, though it was not very loud. She was in such pain that even her cries were muted. Her body felt excessively weak. As the knife tip pressed deeper, she trembled all over, her vision blurring with each pulse of blood. Finally, Lan Yetan ceased her actions, her demeanor transformed into one of cheerful delight, the earlier chill dissipating. Yet, it was this very aspect of Lan Yetan that was most terrifying. Perhaps she feigned anger towards her mother, but when it came to Lan Yetan, recalling the myriad of distressing experiences mostly inflicted by her made her seethe with fury. "I am so enraged. I wish I could eliminate them all." Lingyu began contemplating how to ensure both individuals ended up in custody after erasing all traces. A scenario could be fabricated involving mutual domestic violence, where both would emerge injured. This seemed plausible. "Host, it's all right. Vent your frustrations now, just don't kill anyone. I can manage the aftermath." Lan Yetan felt an exhilarating thrill within. What she had longed to do was finally being realized, had it not been for her busyness in recent days. 403, can you keep her conscious? Don't let her lose consciousness suddenly. Lingyu affirmed that this was feasible, deeming such matters trivial. Leaning slightly against a relatively clean table, he prepared to move, when a wine bottle unexpectedly rolled towards him, nearly causing him to stumble. 403. Remain compliant. Lan Yetan genuinely wished to faint, yet she found herself devoid of such fortune. Lan Yetan's voice remained indifferent. "And then there was the matter of selling my photos to others, merely for the sake of revenge against me," she gasped, taken aback that Lan Yetan had uncovered this detail. However, it was somewhat anticipated, considering she had heard that those individuals had ended up in custody. Lan Yetan rose, contemplating the notion of returning the favor in kind, although she found it difficult to engage in the act of filming others for dissemination. However, Lan Yetan must endure suffering year after year. In the next moment, a piercing pain shot through her knee. Lan Yetan had risen to her feet and viciously stomped down on her knee. Cold sweat broke out on Lan Yetan's forehead, and she could only emit a few whimpers from the excruciating pain. Her mind was a blank, and darkness encroached upon her vision. She could not comprehend the source of her torment, yet she remained conscious. Finally, as she regained her composure, her gaze met that of the girl before her. At that moment, she truly wished to kick her legs out in despair. "You pushed me down the stairs, causing my hand to break," she said. Lan Yetan's gaze swept over her hand, and she let out a light laugh. "Oh, so your hand is indeed broken. But your other hand seems just fine. What a pity it didn't break too." Despair filled Lan Yetan's heart. She knew she was doomed to suffer for a long time today. Watching Lan Yetan advance step by step, she braced herself for the next moment when Lan Yetan viciously stomped down on her hand, grinding it mercilessly. The sound of bones dislocating echoed, and she could barely make a sound. Lan Yetan knew that Lan Yetan could not vocalize her pain now, which only added to her delight. Lingyu stood quietly in place, not daring to move, having been rendered obedient by the memory of the consequences he had faced. Lan Yetan attempted to contemplate other matters, but soon realized her memory was somewhat hazy. This rendered her momentarily silent as she lowered her brow, seeking a solution. However, to Lan Yetan, it appeared as if Lan Yetan was merely devising new methods of torment. Suddenly, the girl's voice pierced through the silence. "I no longer wish to utter these futile words. I fear they will tarnish my lips. You should confess your sins piece by piece." Listening to her words, Lan Yetan felt a surge of fear, almost too afraid to respond. Yet, the next moment, she felt Lan Yetan's foot pressing down harder on her hand, intensifying the pain. I will speak." Her voice faltered, uncertain of when this torment would cease. "Earlier, at the banquet, I falsely accused you of pushing me into the pool. The crowd scolded you, and you were locked in the attic." The girl's gaze darkened as she continued to apply pressure, causing Lan Yetan's heart to feel as though it were being pierced by needles. "Keep talking, do not hesitate." Lan Yetan felt herself nearing a breaking point, envisioning the horrors that awaited her once she divulged everything. Later, Lan Qing pressed her head into a basin of water for about half a minute, repeating it 2 or 3 times. Such a melodramatic scenario. Yet Lan Yetan felt genuine pain and discomfort for the original owner. Perhaps it was merely a narrative of words from Lan Yetan's lips. But the anguish experienced by the person involved was profound, especially considering that the perpetrator was none other than her once trusted brother. Suddenly, images flashed through Lan Yetan's mind. She was soaked, kneeling on the ground, coughing, her voice choked with sobs. "I said it wasn't me." As she spoke, a wave of intense sorrow surged within her, shrouding her vision in a misty haze and overwhelming her with a sense of suffocation. It was as if she were on the brink of drowning, a sensation that engulfed her. Had she ever truly known trust or felt the warmth of love? From an early age, she had been inundated with the oppressive doctrines of feudalism. Countless times, Lan Yetan found herself ensnared in confusion, pondering the nature of love. What is it, indeed? Why does it elude so many, driving them to madness? The relentless cycle of distrust had rendered her heart numb, and suffering had become a routine part of her existence. Why continue living? At this moment, Lan Yetan felt a surge of rage, wishing she could eliminate that wretched Lan Yetan. She even laughed as she spoke. "All right. Very well." She then turned to the silver-haired youth and said, "Lingyu, please fetch me a basin of water." Lan Yetan's eyes appeared vacant, yet her body trembled involuntarily, betraying her fear and panic. She had never anticipated a day of retribution would come for her. Yi Chong was nearly overwhelmed by the gravity of this revenge, reflecting on how he had previously treated Lan Yetan. The thought flooded him with a wave of panic and dread. Chapter 78. Let's have you experience this too. Lingyu hesitated, initially inclined to comply, but seemed to recall something that caused him distress. "Well, it might be a bit inconvenient for me to fetch the water." Lan Yetan had intended to retrieve it herself, yet, "Bro, my legs are numb, man." It felt somewhat embarrassing. She preferred to maintain her formidable faade. Lingyu, with a complex expression, ultimately walked towards the restroom. Upon reaching the water source, he picked up a basin, turned on the faucet, and filled it halfway, only for his hand to suddenly go slack. Thud. The basin fell to the ground, spilling water everywhere. Lan Yetan observed in silence as the youth retrieved the basin to continue filling it. More water splashed onto the floor, yet this time it was not merely a slip of his hand. The basin had shattered. It's broken." At that moment, Lan Yetan had regained her composure, though her legs still felt somewhat numb. She stood up and cast a menacing glance at the two before heading to the restroom to see what was amiss with room 403. Host. It's not that I didn't want to fetch it. This basin is intentionally thwarting me, he lamented, a hint of grievance creeping into his voice.
Lan Yetan,
Drenched in sweat, glanced at the shattered basin and the puddle it had created. Dude, what kind of celestial misfortune is this? Ling Yu, with a lowered gaze, wore an expression that suggested he was ready to accept any reprimand, unbothered by it. Never mind, I'll find another basin. Then, as if recalling something, he gazed at room 403 with a peculiar look. Why do you feel so? Off, like a fragrant tea wafting through the air. Ling Yu, no, that can't be right. I should be adapting in real time. My reaction shouldn't be like this. Lan Yetan casually picked up a basin that appeared reasonably clean and proceeded to fill it with water. As she noticed it nearing completion, she lifted the basin and stepped outside. Ling Yu felt a chill run down his spine, hesitating to move, fearing that any further step would lead to a fall. Why have you stopped moving? Ling Yu found himself at a loss for words in describing his predicament to Lan Yetan. I suppose my luck seems particularly unfortunate. I'm afraid I might stumble while walking. The girl scrutinized him with a blend of curiosity and disbelief. After recalling the incident they encountered earlier at 403, she sighed and addressed him. You stay put here obediently. I will prepare the basin and return for you. Ling Yu stood there, remarkably compliant, as he had no desire to fall again. Another tumble might just shatter him. Lan Yetan, with a hint of mischief, contemplated tormenting Lan Yetan a bit further. Generally, extreme pain leads to numbness, and she intended to let her experience some discomfort before resuming. Placing the basin on the table, she glanced at the two motionless individuals before turning towards the bathroom. Observing Ling Yu standing obediently in place elicited an inexplicable amusement within her. With such bad luck, I trust nothing untoward occurred on your way here? This remark, initially intended as a jest, prompted 403 to ponder for a moment before he candidly replied. On my way here, the vehicle nearly ran out of fuel. Lan Yetan was taken aback by his unexpected revelation. This is precisely why I insisted we ride in Mu Hui's vehicle together, although it was fully fueled when we set off. I feared it might break down along the way. Despite the presence of the fortunate girl, Lan Yetan still felt a twinge of apprehension. If anything were to happen to him because of her, he would likely bear the guilt for a lifetime. Curiosity piqued. Ling Yu wondered what Lan Yetan was up to as she extended her hand, offering him a cloth. Come, hold on tightly, dear child. I assure you safety and peace of mind. Ling Yu felt somewhat bewildered but recognized that the host must have her reasons for this action. Thus, he obediently reached out and grasped the other end of the cloth. To his surprise, he found himself safely traversing to the living room. Lan Yetan and Yi Chang observed the two in silence. It was rather intimate, yet Lan Yetan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Lan Yetan released the cloth, lifted the basin, and approached Lan Yetan with a cheerful demeanor. After all the suffering I endured, you must experience some of it too. Although Lan Yetan had become somewhat accustomed to the torment, her instincts compelled her to retreat, only to find herself against the wall. In the next moment, her hair was tightly grasped, and Lan Yetan realized the predicament was becoming troublesome. She considered calling on 403 for assistance, but recalled his recent streak of bad luck, fearing that the basin might break. Thus, she resolved to act decisively. With one hand holding the relatively heavy basin and the other gripping Lan Yetan's hair, she forcefully submerged her.
Lan Yetan, failing this sea,
Suddenly struggled to breathe as water rushed into her nostrils, prompting her to cough violently.
Lan Yetan clicked her tongue in disappointment.
As Yetan barely lasted half a minute before her head was released. Not only was her hair and face drenched, but some water had also seeped into her collar. After expelling a few mouthfuls of water, Lan Yetan was on the brink of collapse. I'm pleading with you, please spare me. Grant me a swift end to this torment. Lan Yetan's expression conveyed disbelief as she gazed at the swollen visage of Lan Yetan, unsure of how to proceed. What I have offered you pales in comparison to a mere fraction of what you had once bestowed upon me. Lan Yetan scoffed lightly. Witnessing Lan Yetan's current state brought her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In the next moment, as she appeared to have regained her breath, she thrust her head back into the water. This time, the duration of her submersion was notably prolonged, nearly a minute by her estimation.
Lan Yetan Jember.
Expelling water in great gulps, while Lan Yetan glanced into the basin, realizing that nearly half of its contents had been consumed. Observing Lan Yetan's pitiful condition, She mused to herself, how adept she is at drinking water. She has nearly emptied that large basin. Lan Yetan felt no pangs of mercy. Her moment of leniency today was merely a slap in the face to her former self and the original host. Do not collapse just yet. There's still one more round. Watching the girl South's relentless determination to drive her to madness, she began to feel a twinge of regret. What if? Had she not spoken to Lan Yetan in such a manner back then, her current existence would not be so arduous, and she would not face such retribution? Survival became a desperate pursuit. Yi Chong trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering. When had Lan Yetan become so ruthlessly unforgiving? Merely observing her instilled a sense of dread, let alone experiencing her wrath firsthand. Ling Yu naturally noticed his unusual demeanor, casting him a glance and giving him a light kick. His tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Do not rush. You cannot escape. It will soon be your turn. Yi Chong replied, I know. Which is precisely why I am afraid. Chapter 79. It's your turn. As Lan Yetan prepared to submerge Lan Yen once more, the voice of 403 reached her ears. Host, take care. She is nearing her breaking point. Pushing her to the brink could lead to dire consequences. Rest assured. I am fully aware. I shall keep her breathing, she replied. Although she recognized that Lan Yen's transgressions against the original host were far more grievous than these acts, it was indeed time to cease this torment. After all, the conclusion she had devised for her was sufficiently satisfying. Yi Chong's body shook uncontrollably, his gaze fixed on the girl drawing ever closer. In the next instant, she delivered a swift kick to his leg. He attempted to vocalize his protest, but the obstruction in his mouth stifled any sound. Lan Yetan and Ling Yu had already coordinated their actions, exchanging knowing glances. Ling Yu understood and utilized his ability to silence Yi Chong. At that moment, Lan Yetan removed the gag from Yi Chong's mouth. He coughed, revealing a vulnerability he had not anticipated, having witnessed Lan Yetan's earlier fierceness towards Lan Yen. He was no longer foolish enough to believe she was merely putting on an act. Lan Yetan, I have cared for you all these years, if not for my contributions, then surely for my efforts, right? Considering our long-standing relationship. Lan Yetan seemed to contemplate something, a disdainful smirk gracing her features. Care for you? Very well. But now I must demand a fitting recompense. Yi Chong, it is over. I have lifted the stone only to crush my own foot. Deep down, I still yearn to struggle a bit longer. The knife in Lan Yetan's hand drips with blood, the crimson liquid seeping through the entire house, permeating the air with a metallic scent that amplifies the terror within me beyond measure. Yi Chong does not ponder why Lan Yetan insists he vocalize his thoughts instead of her. His trembling lips hesitate to utter a word. Speaking now would only invite retribution. Moreover, Lan Yetan is exceedingly frightening at this moment. The girl appears somewhat impatient, furrowing her brow and exuding an air of indifference. Then, with a swift motion, she plunges the knife into his arm. Initially, the man feels nothing, but mere seconds later, a searing pain engulfs him, beads of sweat form on his forehead, and his throat tightens, rendering him voiceless. The agony washes over his nerves and mind like relentless waves. When has he ever endured such suffering? Throughout his life, he has always been the one inflicting pain on others. I'll speak. Just don't harm me. Lan Yetan withdraws the knife, lazily observing him. Then glancing at the weapon in her hand. Lan Yen has kindly provided me with the tools for my endeavor. Had she not brought the knife today and offered it to me, I might not have considered using it at all. However, it is true that utilizing a knife for threats is considerably easier than with bare hands. I never expected this blade to be so remarkably sharp. As she muses silently, Yi Chong's fragmented voice breaks through her thoughts. In truth, I can hardly recall what I did to you before. Lan Yetan, she clearly pauses for a moment, contemplating his words, and ultimately grasps the meaning behind his forgetfulness, allowing a smile to grace her lips. Oh, so after so many years of beating and berating, you've lost track of it all, have you? Yi Chong, feeling a twinge of fear, remains silent. After all, such an admission would surely lead him to an immediate encounter with the King of Hell. Lan Yetan is no longer in a hurry. She is eager to see what astonishing revelations this man might utter. After all, having tormented the original owner for so long, granting leniency is not in her nature. She is already calculating how to maximize his suffering within his limits, ensuring he feels the utmost pain. Now, tell me what you remember most vividly. Yi Chong begins to devise ways to lessen his punishment, pondering if he might subtly downplay the severity of the situation. Just as this thought crosses his mind, the chilling voice of the girl pierces through the air. Do not entertain any notions of trickery. I can discern your intent. I merely wish for you to articulate it yourself. Meanwhile, Ling Yu watches Lan Yetan's actions from the sidelines, his mood somewhat somber as he gazes downward. Seemingly lost in thought. He is aware of the tribulations the original owner faced, which were vividly depicted to highlight the unfortunate fate of the original female lead.
Lan Yetan.
The mere act of reading the original novel had left him feeling nauseated. Now, confronted with this beast of a man, even his system feels a wave of revulsion. It can be said that he harbors a profound aversion to domestic violence, regardless of gender. Lan Yetan gazed silently at Yi Chang, awaiting his response, while Yi Chang felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny. Previously, I struck you for a while to prevent you from attending school, he uttered. The moment those words left his lips, Lan Yetan swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Fully aware of what it meant to strike for an extended period. Deep down, she had anticipated this. She had gleaned some insights during the last forum. Yet the reality still churned her stomach with revulsion. Preventing her from attending school. What did he intend for her instead? The answer was painfully evident. Before her transmigration, she had gradually learned to defend herself within her own chaotic family, and during her moments of mental distress, she could retaliate equally against everyone. In contrast, the original owner of this body had endured such torment throughout her life, never fighting back, with no one to support her, existing in a hellish state for countless years. It was unbearable to contemplate how many times she would have already perished if it were her. She silently admired the original owner's courage and resilience, while a profound sorrow welled up within her. Ling Yu appeared unfazed on the surface, though his fingers twitched slightly. Suddenly, Yi Chang crumpled, clearly in greater pain, and Lan Yetan watched him suffer in silence, wishing fervently for his demise. After regaining her composure, she fixed her gaze on him, prompting him to continue speaking. Chapter 80. The Past of the Original Owner. Yi Chang seemed poised to say something when Lan Yetan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She took a few steps back, and in an instant, Ling Yu was there, swiftly supporting her. A myriad of images flashed before her eyes like a carousel. One image slowed and came into focus. Lan Yetan felt a darkness enveloping her vision, accompanied by intense pain throughout her body, as if her stomach were churning violently. She felt an overwhelming urge to vomit, a deep longing to expel the contents of her stomach. The scene around her gradually sharpened into clarity, darkness loomed, and a nauseating odor assaulted her senses. As she attempted to rise, she discovered she could not control this body. Scattered wine bottles and bloodstains littered the ground. What was this? A scene of domestic violence. A ringing in her ears drowned out all else. She felt as though her entire being were about to crumble under the agony. There seemed to be no one around. She remained in the first-person perspective, able to see her own hand, bruised and marred with streaks of blood. Suddenly, a figure appeared, reeking of alcohol. It was evident that this person was more likely the perpetrator than a savior. What misfortune had befallen her? Lan Yetan couldn't lift her head, yet a sense of familiarity washed over her. Even without control over this body, she felt the pain and emotions coursing through her. Abruptly, she felt a sharp tug at her hair, followed by a piercing pain.
Ah!
She cried out, as someone yanked her hair and dragged her along. The pain was excruciating, nearly suffocating, yet she could not even shed physiological tears. Indeed, it was an unbearable torment, but paradoxically, this suffering affirmed her existence. Who is it that spoke such foolishness? To live is to harbor hope, yet the very act of existence often entails enduring profound suffering. Why, oh why, is her life so resilient? Why does she remain tethered to this world when all she desires is release? As she was dragged past a mirror, Lan Yetan mustered the strength to gaze into her reflection. Her hair was disheveled, her face marred with bruises, eyes bloodshot, and her nostrils stained with crimson. She scarcely resembled a human being. In that fleeting moment, she also discerned her captor, Yi Chang. It was indeed him. Please, do not be so painfully real. The agony is unbearable. Though accustomed to pain, she remained fearful of it. The torment coursing through her body rendered her nearly numb, yet it felt somewhat familiar. After all, she had encountered such tribulations before, drifting in and out of consciousness for about a minute before snapping back to reality. She began to survey her surroundings. Suddenly, Yi Chang's drunken yet menacing voice echoed in her ears. Damn it, you little whore, still thinking about school? Yet you have a pretty face. Lan Yetan felt her original body tremble uncontrollably, as if yearning to articulate something, but only a muffled sob escaped her throat. Blood coated her mouth, and despair, a chilling, bone-deep despair, enveloped her, rendering her entire being frigid. A faint voice whispered in her ear, barely audible, requiring her utmost attention to comprehend. Perhaps it would be better to die. It hurts so much, so much. Why, oh why, must this happen to me? The original owner of this body had not spoken aloud. Was this the echo of her inner turmoil? Lan Yetan struggled to breathe, the original's emotions suffocating her. The sensation of heartache, the bitterness of helplessness, was all too familiar. Two conflicting sensations surged within her. Two emotions clashed. Had Lan Yetan not possessed a resilient mindset, she might have succumbed to this emotional turmoil.
Wait.
If she were to immerse herself too deeply in these feelings, she could foresee a grave outcome. Was this a subconscious attempt to convey something? These memories and clues intertwined like a tangled skein of yarn, impossible to unravel. It was truly unnecessary. Thank you for the invitation. But it felt as if the corpse were already cold, verging on lifeless. Lost in thought, a sudden kick landed on her abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan. She had grown accustomed to such beatings, though the pain was undeniable. When one becomes inured to torment, it seems to lose its sting, akin to her past self-harm. The curses raining down upon her persisted, and now Lan Yetan could decipher them clearly. Since you wish to escape me so fervently, why not rid yourself of your burden? You'll be sold sooner or later. Lan Yetan's pupils dilated in shock. What manner of beast was this? It appeared the blows had been too gentle. Human trafficking, indeed. In this moment, the original owner of the body instinctively recoiled in fear, her fragmented words pleading, "No. I beg you." In this household devoid of human rights, the original owner lived akin to a beast. Trapped in a state of existence where survival was a torment and death an elusive escape. The misery she endured was truly abysmal. Suddenly, she felt an excruciating pain coursing through her hand, inflicted by Yi Chong, who was mercilessly trampling down upon it. It hurts so much. She cried silently. Is there anyone who can save me? The anguish of her plight was overwhelming, as she bore witness to the ruthless torment she was subjected to. Watching Yi Chong unleash his brutality upon her, her breath quickened, and she pondered how the original owner managed to escape this horror. As the searing pain radiated through her heart, she felt utterly wretched. The scent of alcohol grew, increasingly potent, and even Lan Yetan felt the weight of anxiety bear down on her. Although she was aware that the original owner had ultimately not succumbed to despair, the tension was palpable. She sensed the original owner's hand silently clutching a nearby bottle. A seemingly fragile individual now contemplated a desperate resolve. If he truly intends to harm me, let him strike. It would be better to perish together than to continue this wretched existence. She was no longer afraid of death. Her only terror lay in the prospect of enduring further torment. At that moment of determination, a sudden, frantic knock echoed from the door. Lan Yetan felt a surge of hope. She knew the original owner would somehow navigate through the peril, yet witnessing it unfold was still disconcerting. Yi Chong, appearing somewhat impatient, eventually rose and approached the door. Upon opening it, a youthful voice chimed, "Uncle, what are you doing? You're making too much noise and waking my parents." The soft, melodic voice of the little girl struck a familiar chord within Lan Yetan, resonating as if she had heard it often before. Yi Chong looked down at a girl with twin ponytails, accompanied by an adult man who guarded her closely. The man surveyed Yi Chong and caught a whiff of the mingled stench of alcohol and blood emanating from the room, provoking a wave of nausea. The girl, seemingly aware of the foul odor, pinched her nose and instinctively glanced into the room. Frowning, she inquired, "Uncle, what is that awful smell in here?" Perhaps the girl lacked full comprehension of the situation, but the adult man understood and promptly positioned himself protectively before her. Yi Chong glared at them with malevolence. "This is my private affair. You needn't concern yourselves too much. I will be quieter from now on." Overwhelmed by the repugnant scent, the girl appeared physically unsettled, while the adult man cast a fleeting glance, his eyes flickering with unease. Meanwhile, Lan Yetan was diligently assessing her surroundings and contemplating whether the original owner had any authority to act. The chaos around her was palpable, and she was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Listening intently to the exchange outside, she attempted to move her fingers, but to no avail. Anxiety gnawed at her as she bit her lip, feeling utterly lost as to what actions she could possibly undertake. She truly detested the sight of others enduring anguish before her eyes, especially when she was compelled to bear the same torment, yet rendered immobile and unable to effect any change.
No.
She mused that if one could equally endure pain, it implied a connection somewhere within. She ought to be able to manipulate a certain point rather than merely suffer alongside another. "Hey, can you hear my voice? If you can, give me a sign." Her voice rose to a near scream. To her astonishment, she discovered that her words were indeed audible. This interaction point was functioning.
You.
Lan Yetan listened as the individuals outside struggled to find topics of conversation and, with gritted teeth, decided to speak plainly. There is a small blade 10 paces to your right, not easily visible. It could be concealed for use as a hidden weapon. Are you able to move now? The original host seemed momentarily taken aback, but time was of the essence, and she pressed forward despite the pain. The blood-stained ground filled Lan Yetan with a mix of anger and sorrow, anger for Yichang, and sorrow for the original host. I've touched it. Lan Yetan, sharing in the suffering, found that this very pain sharpened her mind, enabling her to balance the conflicting emotions more adeptly. The original host had previously endured such trials and still excelled academically, indicating that she was, in fact, a prodigy. Thus, commanding her would be far more manageable. Just follow my instructions. After all, it's worth a shot, isn't it? The original host lowered her gaze slightly, as if hesitating over something, but ultimately acquiesced with a soft affirmation. Lan Yetan breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, conversing with an intelligent individual was a refreshing experience, alleviating much of the burden. Outside, Yichang appeared to grow increasingly impatient, having realized that the two by the door were stalling. TSK, why do you care so much? I'm not in the mood for idle chatter. The adult man could only grasp the girl's hand and lead her away, to which she murmured softly, Daddy. I saw a sister inside, and she's all covered in blood. The man gently covered his daughter's mouth, gazing into her bewildered, tear-filled eyes, and sighed softly. They had secured some opportunity for the person inside. Now it was up to her to effect any change. Lan Yetan felt the sharp agony coursing through her body. Beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Damn it, that was brutal. It hurts like hell. Once I get out, I'll make sure to give that bastard a piece of my mind. How dare he enjoy himself out there for so long? Does your leg hurt a lot? Can you attempt to stand? The original host shifted her leg slightly, and an excruciating pain radiated from her knee through her nerves. I can try to stand and move. I don't know if you can withstand this pain.
Lan Yetan in halet şerp ve tüsitiydi herself.
I'm fine. As long as you can move. That's all that matters. The original protagonist clutched the blade tightly in her hand, so engulfed in pain from the cut that she hardly registered the agony. As we discussed earlier, this should allow for a prolonged control over him. Remember to stab at his neck, the most vulnerable point.
Lan Yetan.
I must convey that I cannot guarantee this plan will ensure your escape. This was the first time she addressed her so earnestly. It was a peculiar experience. Just as she wished to say more, the original protagonist's voice, weak yet resolute, resonated in her ears. What does it matter? I believe in myself, no matter what. Wait, what does that mean? Before she could fully digest the statement, she was startled by the sound of approaching footsteps. It was the first time she felt such anxiety. Previously, she had maintained an air of calm indifference, as if nothing could shake her resolve, even if the sky were to fall. She watched helplessly as Yichang spat forcefully and kicked her leg, causing the girl to slump to the ground. TCH, I'm stalling for you. Even if he drags this out for another half an hour, you won't be able to do anything. As he spoke, his hands and body began to grow restless. Lan Yetan suppressed her nausea and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 82. At that very moment, as Yichang leaned down, she suddenly straightened up, swiftly slicing the small blade across his neck. It didn't penetrate deeply, which was expected, given the current state of the original protagonist's body. Merely managing to escape was commendable. However, the cut was sufficiently deep, causing Yichang to grimace in pain. He looked at Lan Yetan, who was resisting him, with incredulity, as she had been obedient due to prolonged abuse. Why was she suddenly fighting back? The original protagonist bit her lip and seized the moment while the man was distracted to rise to her feet. The pain was excruciating, as if the flesh on her legs were being sliced away, and her bones ached unbearably. Blood from her bitten lip filled her mouth, sharpening her senses. Grasping the now empty bottle of alcohol, she turned and, in a split second, hurled it at the man's head. Yichang, despite lacking substantial physical strength and endurance, relied solely on his size and weight. Furthermore, the original protagonist had endured years of malnutrition and abuse, rendering her unable to resist him effectively. Lan Yetan felt herself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, recalling the last time she had attempted self-harm with the help of 403. Her mental state had been unstable, dulling her sensitivity to pain. Now, she had to maintain her awareness amidst the emotional turmoil and endure this agony. Though this pain brought her a semblance of clarity, it was utterly unnecessary. Yet, deep within, she held a newfound admiration for the original protagonist. Not only did she have to endure physical pain, but also the psychological torment. all while possessing an indomitable will. Otherwise, she would never have been able to rise. There was still a knife on the table. Steal the knife from the table. Your left hand shouldn't be too severely injured, right? When he catches up, threaten him with a knife. Listening to Lan Yetan's commands, the original protagonist took a deep breath, gazing at Yi Chang, whose furious eyes were bloodshot. Inside, she was still engulfed by fear. However, she could not gamble with her own innocence. She could endure Yi Chang's beatings and insults, but that filthy act was absolutely intolerable. As she watched the man charge at her in a rage, Lan Yetan instructed the original protagonist on how to evade his attacks with minimal exertion. Fortunately, she had practiced before, otherwise, she would truly be powerless now. However, after a few minutes, she realized that continuously dodging was too disadvantageous. With time slipping away second by second, avoiding was ultimately not a solution. Lan Yetan was now engaged in an intense mental struggle, utilizing her sharp intellect to recall fragments of memory and plot. Lan Yetan could sense that the original protagonist's mind was beginning to spin. Prolonged and intense pain could lead to fainting. Calculating the time, Lan Yetan suddenly commanded, "Head to the door." The original protagonist felt utterly dazed but instinctively moved towards the door as instructed. Lan Yetan was sweating for her, hoping to minimize losses this time. This was the only method she could employ to assist the original protagonist in resolving this predicament. Stay alert. Open the door. The girl used her last ounce of strength to grasp the doorknob and press down, but just as the door began to open, she collapsed. A gasp echoed from the doorway. She felt her hand suddenly seized. It was Yi Chang. But who were the others approaching? Would she be saved? She did not ponder for long before plunging into unconsciousness. In her final moments before losing consciousness, she clutched onto someone, her heart still gripped by lingering terror. She had seized onto the only glimmer of hope. Lan Yetan's vision darkened, her consciousness becoming murky and ethereal when a boy's voice reached her ears.
Lan Yetan.
What's wrong? Are you okay? His voice was laced with urgency. The girl felt an unbearable headache, but her vision gradually cleared. The first thing she saw was Yi Chang's face, swollen, and a stark contrast to the memory she had just recalled. What? Lingyu felt an overwhelming sense of unease, a peculiar panic rising within him. The grip he had on Lan Yetan's hand tightened. After a moment of recovery, the girl fully regained her senses. Turning her head, she saw Lingyu, still slightly disoriented, as if her mind had been overworked and now dulled. I just detected that your spirit is quite unstable. After being supported for a while, Lan Yetan slowly stood up, picked up a bottle, and weighed it in her hand before steadily walking towards Yi Chang. Yi Chang was on the verge of fainting, bewildered by the intentions of this individual. Was he about to suffer the same fate as before?
Lan Yetan interjet, congratin.
You guessed correctly, but there is no reward. With a resounding crash, shards of glass scattered, and blood trickled down Yi Chang's forehead. Through the fragmented glass, he beheld Lan Yetan's eyes, exquisite yet filled with a faint glimmer of hatred and fury. As Lan Yetan approached, her voice was calm. She placed a foot upon his hand, pressing down with force, reminiscent of how he had once trampled upon the original host's hand. Yet her grip was more intense, as if she yearned to shatter his bones. Familiar? Yi Chang felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. Familiar? How could it not be? The previous incident was etched in his memory, especially since the police had come knocking. Host, what is wrong? Your emotional fluctuations are significantly more pronounced than before. A voice chimed in. Lan Yetan had not intended to conceal anything from Lingyu. Perhaps he would discern the reason behind this turmoil. I just entered the time point described by Yi Chang. My soul inhabits the body of the original host, Lan Yetan. While communicating this to Lingyu, she did not forget to administer another kick, this time with greater force, striking his abdomen. However, I cannot control the body. I can only converse with the original host. Another kick followed. At this moment, 403 fell into a deep silence, confusion and bewilderment overtaking him. He had once studied such phenomena. There was a book dedicated to it. Yet, he had never anticipated that Lan Yetan would encounter such a situation. In the subsequent moments, Lan Yetan effectively subdued Yi Chang, grinding him into the ground until he lay still, seemingly surrendering his struggle. After a brief contemplation, she retrieved his stick, meeting Lingyu's puzzled gaze. Initially, Lingyu had doubted the utility of the stick, believing it would go unused. However, it proved valuable at the crucial moment. Lan Yetan weighed the stick in her hands, nodding in satisfaction as she relished Yi Chang's terror-filled expression. Your unrestrained desires resemble those of a beast. Fear not, I shall resolve this for you. The young woman approached him step by step, raising the stick and striking a particular area with force. In that instant, Yi Chang ceased to be a man. Lan Yetan casually discarded the stick, wiping her hands in distaste. While striking was invigorating, it left her feeling somewhat sullied, and it was quite taxing on the stick. Should we clean up the scene? 403 inquired. Lingyu maintained a composed demeanor, stepping forward to offer Lan Yetan a disinfectant wipe. Clean your hands. No need. I possess the ability to completely revamp the scene later, she replied. Consequences await him for his prior actions. Yi Chang will undoubtedly find himself in custody.
Lan Yetan note that.
Reflecting in admiration, working with you instills a profound sense of security. She took a disinfecting wipe and meticulously cleaned her hands. The young man slightly stiffened but maintained his languid demeanor. For the first time, she found blood utterly repulsive, especially the blood of those two individuals, which she felt was particularly filthy. Thus, they boldly exited through the door. Lan Yetan, ever thoughtful, closed the door behind them. The two of them were off to the police station together, offering each other companionship and support, as they each harbored their own unsettling experiences. As Lan Yetan passed a trash can, she casually discarded the disinfecting wipe. Upon stepping outside, she noticed Mu Hui still waiting for them, which took her by surprise. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given his character, he would undoubtedly wait outside for them. Mu Hui glanced at Lan Yetan and quickly spotted the vivid crimson stain on the hem of her clothing. However, seeing them in this state led him to believe that the blood was not theirs, easing his concern. He lowered his gaze in contemplation and remembered the jacket he had prepared for himself in the car. The recent weather had been erratic, fluctuating between warm and cold, reminiscent of a dance party, causing many to fall ill. He retrieved the jacket, stood up, and opened the car door. Approaching her, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon first seeing Lan Yetan. He reminded himself to exercise restraint, to ensure that his sister wouldn't develop an aversion to him. He was determined to improve himself gradually, even if he couldn't stand beside her. He could still quietly support her. Lan Yetan looked at him in confusion as he approached, and she felt herself enveloped in the jacket. Why is he putting a jacket on me? She wondered, momentarily bewildered. Although Mu Hui had his reasons for doing so, wearing a jacket on such a hot day felt somewhat stifling. Meeting the girl's gaze, Mu Hui looked at Lan Yetan earnestly and smiled. Sister, it's cold. Wear a jacket. Lan Yetan was genuinely perplexed, forcing her mind to process the situation. Is it really cold? She pondered. Mu Hui nodded, maintaining his usual demeanor, appearing exceptionally well-behaved and devoid of any inexplicable whims. Suddenly, Lan Yetan seemed to grasp something and nodded in understanding, the two of them communicating in a cryptic manner. Mu Hui doesn't usually act so oddly. Surely, he's not just having a strange moment. Is there something on my clothes? Listening to the girl's thoughts, Mu Hui couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there was no need for excessive dialogue with an astute person. Others would naturally perceive the oddities. The three of them then got into the car. Naturally, Lan Yetan sat in the front passenger seat, allowing the other two to occupy the back, as she truly despised unnecessary complications. While seated in the car, Lan Yetan pondered for a moment before retrieving her phone and sending a message to Zhang Yu. Upon receiving the text, Zhang Yu felt a surge of happiness. She and anticipated that Lan Yetan still remembered her. After such a long silence, without communication, she had feared being forgotten. A smile gradually spread across her face, and the gloom in her heart seemed to dissipate, replaced by a warm glow. Look at you. Laughing at your phone. Are you in a relationship? Zhang Yu felt a twinge of discomfort and frowned, her displeasure evident. Mom, I'm just chatting with a good friend. Could you please refrain from jumping to conclusions every time you see me smile at my phone? This was not the first time this had happened. She was beginning to feel quite annoyed. Yet, no matter how many times she explained, her parents simply would not listen. It was perplexing how this issue seemed to strike a nerve with Ma Hong. Suddenly, she hurled an object beside her and began to shout. Oh, how can you even say that to me? I'm just worried about you. A mother cares for her child out of love. You must understand, as your mother, I could never intend you harm. As she spoke, it seemed she had even moved herself to tears. Zhang Yu sighed. It always unfolded this way. Whenever she attempted to refute, they would launch into an unending lecture. Mom, I'm not a child anymore, and I have no intention of entering into a romantic relationship. Not now, and certainly not in the future. Thank you very much. Ma Hong, suddenly furious, snatched Zhang Yu's phone and flung it aside with great force. All you do is look at your phone, day in and day out. Do you not realize how harmful it can be? Just look at what you accomplish daily. The young girl stared at her phone, which lay damaged on the ground, biting her lip as her hands trembled slightly. She was infuriated and struggling to contain her rage. You never heed your mother's advice. Do you understand how many people have suffered due to excessive phone use? Watching you play with your phone daily makes me anxious. It's fine, it's fine. I'll get used to it, she thought, but the suffocation was overwhelming. When would she be able to break free from all of this? When would she find the strength to resist? Exhausted, she listened to the incessant nagging beside her. And finally, a particular string in her mind snapped. Zhang Yu lifted her head, her voice quivering with emotion. I've already told you, when I need to study, I will study diligently. Do I really play on my phone all day? Why do you start scolding me the moment I feel happy? Ma Hong's eyes widened, and she suddenly raised her hand and struck her across the face. Are you implying that your mother could ever harm you? Regretting giving birth to you has crossed my mind more than once. Had I known you would turn out this way, I would never have brought you into this world. At that moment, Zhang too was drawn to the commotion, and upon witnessing the scene, he felt somewhat unfazed, even adding, Zhang Yu, you really ought to listen more. Can your family truly harm you? Zhang Yu covered her swollen cheek with her hand, her head lowered, her body trembling, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. In that instant, she suddenly understood. When one begins to speak of their upbringing, it signifies their downfall. For most people, that is simply referred to as home. It was something she should have comprehended long ago, was it not? Chapter 84. A rather dark fellow. The vehicle slowly approached the Lan residence. Upon alighting, Lan Yetan noticed that Ling Yu had also followed her out. Mu Hui observed the two disembarking together, and his mind involuntarily conjured various scenarios, causing his demeanor to sag slightly. Amidst the unexplainable sense of grievance, he found himself speaking, though he wished not to, his tone beyond his control. Sister, he began. Just then, both of them spoke in unison, their gazes fixed upon him. Ling Yu felt the weight of their stares upon him. He remained as steadfast as a mountain. Unperturbed, turning to address them with a considerate explanation. I am awaiting my driver. I had previously informed him I would be here. Unfortunately, I miscalculated the time and must wait a while longer. Lan Yetan, on the other hand, noticed Mu Hui quietly exhaling in relief, having assumed that the two shared a closeness that might have led to intimacy. This left him with not a shred of hope. He felt utterly inadequate, unworthy of standing beside Lan Yetan, let alone caring about who stood beside her. Even if they had truly crossed that threshold, what difference would it make? He lacked the right to question it, and certainly didn't he wish to engage in the absurdity of confinement often depicted in novels. Moreover, Lan Yetan would not be fond of someone with an inexplicable possessiveness over her. Alas, another shattered day had come to pass. On such a sweltering day. Don't you feel the heat? Lan Yetan mused internally, wishing to voice her thoughts. Ling Yu contemplated mentioning that he was largely indifferent to heat or cold, but the words morphed upon his lips. Well, somewhat. The girl cast a puzzled glance toward 403, sensing an odd stutter emerge at peculiar moments. Ling Yu's curiosity piqued. He wondered how Lan Yetan would react if he admitted to feeling hot. Then he observed as she leaned closer, her delicate face approaching his with an earnest expression. A wave of emotion surged within him, prompting him to retreat slightly, yet he maintained an outward calm, his hands tightening involuntarily. Lan Yetan finally spoke. I believe in you. Stay strong. Ling Xiao, you will not be defeated by the sun. As she waved goodbye and turned away, he found himself smiling softly, a hint of warmth flickering in his eyes. I can still joke around like before. That's a relief. Lan Yetan's declaration of not wanting to move was genuine. The villa area was vast, and walking about would surely exhaust him, especially given his less than ideal physical condition. Gazing at his jacket, he began pondering when he might find a place to have it cleaned and returned to its rightful owner. The coat exudes an unmistakable aura of luxury, a costly item that one cannot afford to damage. Even if it weren't expensive, it belongs to someone else and deserves to be treated with utmost care. Gently, she hung the garment and began to inspect her own shirt for any anomalies. Upon closer examination, she discovered a bloodstain at the hem. It would be easily noticeable to anyone who lingered too long on her. Mu Hui is quite observant. Lan Yetan thought to herself as she retrieved a fresh set of clothes and entered the bathroom. After a leisurely bath, she sprawled languidly on her bed, feeling the smooth fabric of her silk loungewear flow around her. She picked up her phone to find a series of messages from Wenqing Mu Hui. Though it was nothing out of the ordinary, a sense of unease stirred within her, prompting her to instinctively call 403 for reassurance. Then, as if recalling something, she added, "By the way, can you still hear me? There aren't any distance limitations, are there?" No sooner had she spoken than the voice of a young man reached her ears. "I can hear you, no limitations." Lan Yetan intended to express a token of concern for her system before posing her inquiries. "I'm fine. Is there something you need?" She spoke, candidly, recognizing that formalities were unnecessary at this juncture, as her instincts regarding such matters had always been keen. "How is Zhang Yu doing?" At that moment, Ling Yu was seated on the sofa in his villa, casually enjoying some lychees. While savoring a snack, he glanced at the message panel and reported back truthfully. "She's feeling a bit down. There are minor issues, but nothing too serious. You need not worry excessively." The girl paused for a moment, feeling a wave of relief. As long as it was nothing grave, that was a comfort. Curiosity soon took hold. "So, you can still hear my voice?" It surprised Lan Yetan that they could communicate telepathically over such a distance. She had assumed it was no longer possible. "So, our communication is indeed limitless." She heard commotion downstairs, quite loud, as if visitors had arrived, yet it was of no concern to her. "This is great. I can directly ask you anything without having to travel far to find you." She was intrigued, noting that in the novels she had encountered, systems did not typically allow for such a reasonable presence by one side. Just as she contemplated further questions, 403's voice chimed in. "I'm quite well off now. In the future, you can directly access properties under my name, Lan Yetan, so you possess an identity that allows for shared wealth." A chill ran through her. It felt as though she had been dead for a while. With such wealth, did he not fear her throwing herself off a building? Otherwise, why would I arrange this identity? He had a valid point, leaving her without a retort. However, it seemed that each time, it was the system aiding her, and she felt increasingly indebted. "I feel like I owe you quite a bit." Setting aside other matters, she realized that this incident alone would take a considerable time to repay. Ling Yu found himself somewhat perplexed, pondering for a moment. It cannot truly be considered a debt. Everything I have given is entirely voluntary. If we speak of human sentiments, it should not be deemed as such. Despite the emergence of human emotions within him, certain convolutions still eluded his understanding. After a moment's reflection, he continued, "It is nothing. I merely suggested a possibility. Should you find yourself at your wit's end, seek me out. I shall always be here." Listening to these words, Lan Yetan felt a warmth spread within her, a profound sense of security emanating from her older brother. Taking a breath, she realized her throat was parched. Indeed, it had been an eternity since she last drank water. She opened the door and descended the stairs. As she reached the stairwell, her gaze met another's. Upon recognizing the newcomer, she paused momentarily and offered an assessment. What a brooding fellow he is. Chapter 85 adeptly avoided all unfavorable possibilities. Lan Yetan quickly averted her gaze and proceeded to the living room to fetch a cup of water. Just then, she heard the voice of the young man from earlier. "Hello, you must be Miss Lan. I am Chu Zhan." The girl regarded this inexplicably attentive stranger with a hint of bewilderment. Chu Zhan exuded an aura of gloom, yet possessed the demeanor of a young master, tinged with a faint air of madness. Lan's father observed their interaction with a glimmer of delight. Could it be that Chu Zhan harbored an interest in Lan Yetan? Lan Yetan seemed to sense her father's thoughts, casting a cold glance his way. The father fell silent, yet a lingering sense of dissatisfaction remained within him.
Hello.
"I am." Noticing the girl's indifferent demeanor, Chu Zhan chose not to relent and brazenly addressed Lan Yetan. "May I have your contact information?" The Lan family members exchanged glances. Lan Yetan was at a loss for words, utterly taken aback by his audacity. She regarded him with suspicion, wondering if he sought something of hers. Strangely enough, that might indeed be a possibility. Ling Yu, having just entered the villa and entered a state of awareness, heard these words. Had society become so open and audacious? Not at all. Lan Yetan politely declined. She refrained from adding strangers on WeChat, especially those who approached her so inexplicably.
It was simply too suspect.
Since arriving in this world, she had come to realize that it was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. There were likely many hidden pitfalls awaiting her. From what Lan Yetan understood, typically those who ventured into such treacherous realms did not meet their demise, but instead endured the excruciating agony of their souls being torn apart. Just thinking about it is painful. Ling Yu, your assumption was correct, yet in truth, it is not that painful. Although Chu Zhan frequently usurped the fortunes or abilities of others, this plan involved seduction. It was his first attempt at such a strategy. Initially, he believed Lan Yetan posed no challenge, so he decided to test the waters with her. He did not anticipate her outright refusal. However, it was not entirely unexpected. He was prepared for this outcome. According to what he currently knows, Lan Fu is a man who would go to any lengths for the sake of his family's power. He is adept at manipulating situations to his advantage. He was partly right in his assumptions, yet also mistaken. Nevertheless, Lan Yetan harbors no affection for this family. In fact, she feels a sense of aversion towards it. Thus, even if Lan Fu tries to incite her, she would feign deafness and choose to ignore him. As Lan Yetan lifted her cup, preparing to fill it with water, the unexpectedly gentle voice of Lan Fu reached her ears. Yetan, why not stay home for dinner tonight? Lan Yetan, amused, sensed the underlying intentions of this man. Did Lan Fu still fail to recognize his own standing? Once again, she firmly declined. Chu Zhan, on the other hand, found that his ability to deprive others of their fortunes required prolonged contact with the individuals he sought to affect. Previous encounters had been relatively straightforward. This time, however, he had encountered a formidable barrier, leaving Lan Fu unable to muster any anger. In truth, he had anticipated the girl's refusal. His statement was inherently a gamble. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction, believing that if Lan Yetan had agreed, their family would undoubtedly have received the protection of the Chu clan. Lan Yetan preferred to evade troublesome matters, choosing to avoid confrontation whenever possible. After all, no one had yet launched a genuine attack against her. She could afford to remain indifferent for the time being. After her refusal, she took a sip of water and ascended the stairs, dismissing any attempts at persuasion. What a joke. Am I supposed to seek trouble down there? Chu Zhan was somewhat silent, and after being rebuffed by Lan Yetan, he had little desire to linger in the Lan household. Lan Fu seemed to sense something and quickly plastered on a smile, saying, Yetan is just like that, stubborn and unapproachable. I can share her WeChat with young Master Chu. A little more interaction should do the trick. The young man lowered his gaze in contemplation. Realizing that this was indeed a prime opportunity to engage with Lan Yetan, he glanced upstairs, recognizing her as the favored daughter of fortune in this high-stakes world, easily detecting any anomalies. Her intelligence was always on display. At that moment, Lan Yetan merely wished to sleep in her bedroom. If sleep eluded her, she would either lie down or stare blankly at the ceiling. I can't shake the feeling that something is off about that Chu Zhan. Ling Yu clicked his tongue, having sensed an inexplicable surge of energy. It was the result of his host's proximity to that individual. Just keep your distance from him. I will handle the rest, he assured her. Lan Yetan understood the implications of his words. Indeed, Chu Zhan was different. The fact that 403 had mentioned the need for damage control indicated something significant. This person is somewhat related to my crossing over. 403 interjected, I beg you. Don't be so astute. Ling Yu sighed softly. It wasn't that he refrained from speaking. If Lan Yetan were to become aware of the perilous nature of the situation, the stakes would escalate dramatically, rendering all of his previous efforts futile. However, it seemed pointless to withhold information. She had already deduced so much, and further concealment would appear contrived. Lan Yetan understood that some degree of preemptive caution was warranted. Uncertain of how much time had passed, it was likely quite late. She felt disinclined to engage with others and thus opted not to join them for dinner, as she wasn't particularly hungry. Suddenly, a notification chimed from her phone, prompting Lan Yetan to pick it up and glance at the screen. Her WeChat contacts were few, and it was rare for anyone to message her in the late hours. Upon opening the app, she discovered a friend request to add you as a friend, accompanied by a message that read, Add me. And I can reveal some things to you that you don't yet know. Lan Yetan mused, this pathetic attempt must be from Chu Zhan, trying to play coy. Yet, it piques my interest. After a moment of hesitation, she contemplated for several minutes before deciding, you have declined the friend request. She sighed softly, gazing at her phone screen. Did you expect this? Your little scheme won't work on me. I've seen enough horror dramas where the protagonist's demise stems from their foolish consent, leading to a cascade of unfortunate events. Thus, I shall sever the roots. Meanwhile, Chu Zhan remained silent on the other end, contemplating the swift rejection. Did he not care for his pride? So astute, yet reckless. Lan Yetan sighed again, tossing her phone aside to continue her reverie. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ears. Activate Chu Zhan's mind-reading ability. Chapter 86. The Whisper of Chu Zhan's Heart. I wish the world knew no schooling. Schooling is such a vile term. Forget it, it's all just a fade. The moment Lan Yetan stepped into the classroom, her eyes met those of Chu Zhan. She found the world to be quite surreal, already steeped in its own magic. What, another transfer student? Ling Yu remarked. So now you're all ganging up on me because I'm an adult who can't attend high school? He paused momentarily but walked calmly to his seat. Relieved to see that she seemed unscathed, Lan Yetan sank into her chair, feeling utterly drained. As class had yet to commence, those present had arrived early. She greeted the young man and Shen Nianlan nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Lan Yetan's voice broke through, little Shen, is Chu Zhan a transfer student?
The boy,
Poised with his pen, abruptly halted, the ink from the ballpoint smearing across the paper. What a ridiculous address. Yes, he transferred here a few days ago. Leaning against the wall, Lan Yetan sighed. Why are there so many transfer students in our class? I'll hazard a guess that this Chu Zhan is here for me. Another one? Shen Nianlan appeared perplexed, wondering how these two were acquainted. Given the social strata of the Lan family, they shouldn't have crossed paths with the Chu family. No wonder Lan Yetan inquired about the transfer student upon her arrival. It seemed they had prior communication. I can't fathom what this person truly intends. It certainly isn't benevolent. As this thought crossed her mind, a voice reached her ears. Chu Zhan mused. She inquired about me, indicating a budding interest. This is the first step toward success. Lan Yetan paused, her ears pricking up at a familiar sound that seemed to belong to Chu Zhan. While her expression remained calm and unperturbed, her mind instinctively began to summon the system. 403. 403, Ling Yu. Where are you? The system, upon being called, seemed momentarily bewildered. What is it, host? After a brief silence, Lan Yetan realized that the system appeared unable to hear her. I can hear Chu Zhan's thoughts. 403. The widening rift in the system was alarming. If Lan Yetan could indeed hear Chu Zhan's inner voice, it implied that she would eventually uncover all truths. This was disastrous. What significance did his previous actions hold now? Moreover, he could not hear anything. Host. I did not hear his thoughts. Lan Yetan found herself feeling somewhat contemplative. What a tangle web this is. The last time I heard Lan Yan's thoughts. And now it's Chu Zhan. Could it be that I possess the ability to discern the thoughts of those with ill intentions toward me? All right. Though she could not be certain of Chu Zhan's intentions, the likelihood was unsettlingly high. At that moment, Shen Nianlan, bewildered by the sudden absence of so many thoughts, found the situation rather perplexing. Having heard thoughts for an extended period, this occurrence was not entirely foreign, yet this time she had faintly caught a name, Chu Zhan. Lan Yetan was genuinely taken aback. She had thought that being able to hear Lan Yan's thoughts was a limit. To her astonishment, she could now also hear Chu Zhan's. The previous instance of hearing Lan Yan's thoughts had merely been a means to avoid certain issues. However, Chu Zhan was different. He seemed to possess knowledge of many things, yet was wary of the world's rules affecting his mindset. Such occurrences were not uncommon. For instance, each time she discerned something amiss in this world, a headache would ensue. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. I shall observe before drawing conclusions. Lan Yetan recognized that the world's rules habitually toyed with her psyche. The young woman rested her chin on her hand, idly toying with her pen, and let out a soft sigh. To be frank, if I had to say, I haven't heard much. All I know is to keep my distance from that person. Lest misfortune befalls me. Ling Yu fell silent for a moment, realizing that the world's rules would not easily allow Lan Yetan to grasp too much. However, it was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, Lan Yetan felt a gentle prod on her arm from a pen. It was Shen Nianlan. He wore his usual expression, indifferent and placid. The transfer student you inquired about comes from a family engaged in research. His demeanor is rather peculiar, so it would be wise to maintain your distance. Shen Nianlan was not one to lie. His words served as genuine advice for Lan Yetan. At that moment, a young man passing by overheard the conversation. Chu Zhan remarked, "Is it truly appropriate to discuss me in my presence?" Lan Yetan, contemplatively nodding, replied, "Little Shen, I understand now. I shall not approach that individual. Thank you." Upon hearing that appellation once more, Shen Nianlan's body stiffened slightly, as he felt an odd sensation associated with it. What an unusual address. He maintained a rather stoic demeanor, embodying the essence of an aloof gentleman. Lan Yetan leaned against the adjacent wall and cast a glance at Shen Nianlan. "Since you often wear such a serious expression, much like an old bureaucrat, I thought I might refer to you as Little Shen. If you find this appellation displeasing, I can revert to addressing you by your name as before." In truth, this designation was a spur-of-the-moment decision, a desperate attempt to soften the situation. Shen Nianlan fell into a brief silence, beginning to ponder internally. Was this name uniquely his? It wasn't so uncouth after all. What harm is there in a little nickname? The absence of such a moniker indicated their still nascent acquaintance. Observing his usual companions, who were always jovial and exchanged rather silly nicknames, he realized this signified that Lan Yetan regarded him as a genuine friend. His worries of their relationship being merely superficial began to dissipate. Once again, Shin Nianlan successfully convinced himself, even feeling a flicker of joy. One must admit, his imagination was indeed quite vivid. No, it sounds lovely. You may call me whatever you wish. Lan Yetan exhaled in relief, grateful that Shin Nianlan was unfazed by this. She was blissfully unaware that a mere title had sparked such elaborate thoughts in someone else. She simply found it fitting and easy to say.
Hey.
Chu Zhan stood nearby, observing the closeness between the two with a sense of absurdity, feeling as if he were the jester in a comedic scene. Are they really this blatant? Chapter 87. Shin Nianlan recognizes his feelings. Both Lan Yetan and Shin Nianlan turned their gazes in unison towards Chu Zhan, exuding an air that seemed to say, "Who invited you to disrupt the atmosphere? Are you two really discussing this in front of me?" Lan Yetan remained composed, exuding an aura of nonchalance, pausing momentarily. How did this person suddenly materialize here? I had no inkling. My apologies, I won't prattle on in your presence again. I shall be more discreet. Shin Nianlan mirrored Lan Yetan's actions and echoed her sentiments. Chu remarked, I shouldn't be here at school. I ought to be buried underground. Lan Yetan possessed no fondness for Chu Zhan, and his words stirred little reaction within her. After all, the snippets of his thoughts revealed he harbored ill intentions towards her. However, appearances must be upheld. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict while refusing to be oppressed, she resolved that as long as he refrained from crossing any lines, she would maintain her facade. Should he overstep, she would not hesitate to sever ties completely. Thus, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. When Qing, ever the harbinger of chaos, sauntered over, drawn by the commotion. Oh, let me see what's causing all this excitement. Their collective gaze shifted to Wen Qing. The youth displayed no discomfort, calmly absorbing their attention. Eventually, he spoke slowly, looking again in Ker's Fee. What are you all chatting about? Why am I not included? Wen Qing inquired, observing the expressions of isolation among them. Lan Yetan fell silent for a moment. No, we weren't discussing anything significant. It was merely that classmate Chu Zhan happened to pass by, and we exchanged a brief moment of camaraderie. It was a rather forced excuse. And Wen Qing chose not to press further, letting out a soft sigh that conveyed a sense of heartbreak. If it was you, little Yetan, then I shall believe it. Lan Yetan replied, your disbelief is inconsequential. Wen Qing exhibited a sudden burst of personality. Wen Qing remarked, Lan Yetan, upon hearing this, lazily lifted her gaze to glance at Chu Zhan. Perhaps he had never comprehended that an extremely sensitive individual could easily discern whether another harbored genuine goodwill towards them. She did not require an expansive social circle. She simply wished for her friends within it to be sincere. The atmosphere among the four was peculiar, particularly so, with the three most renowned individuals in their class encircling a single girl. Observing the increasing number of curious gazes around her, Lan Yetan waved her hand dismissively. Class is about to commence. What are we lingering here for? By the way, for O3, have you not reported my affinity levels for quite some time? Suddenly addressed. 403 hesitated, realizing it had indeed been a considerable duration since the last report. Ever since the day Lan Yetan had harmed herself. It could be said that communication had ceased entirely. She scrolled through the data panel, glancing at the results. Shin Nianlan's affinity, 68. Wen Qing's affinity, 69. Mu Hui's affinity, 76. Zhang Yu's affinity, 86. The Lan family is no longer included in the calculations. Lan Yetan felt somewhat surprised that the Lan family was excluded from consideration. However, it was of no concern to her. The Lan family had become irrelevant to her. Wait, how is this affinity calculated? Why are all these individuals rated so highly? Ling Yu remained silent for a moment, striving to moderate his tone as he disclosed the details. He promptly added, this affinity can represent friendship, love, and familial bonds. Lan Yetan cast a sidelong glance at Shin Nianlan, her expression a mixture of complexity. Could it be that Shin Nianlan harbors a secret crush on me? Suddenly, the draft paper beneath the boy's pen was marred by a conspicuous slash amid the densely packed numbers and symbols. Lan Yetan regarded Shin Nianlan with a puzzled look. What is his issue? Ling Yu dared not speak, and neither did Shin Nianlan. Both were rendered mute. Lan Yetan felt as though she were becoming the butt of a riddle. It seems the entire world is engaging in cryptic exchanges with me. Shin Yanlan buried his head lower, wishing he could disappear into the draft paper itself. He was uncertain about his feelings for Lan Yetan. Yet he had begun to sense something intangible. His subconscious, whether through emotional or physical gestures, was betraying a singular truth. He liked Lan Yetan. Was it truly affection? Or was it something else? Yet, if it were indeed some other sentiment, he would have recognized it swiftly and would not be so perplexed. It should not be. He must be in love. Ling Yu watched as her affection level abruptly surged from 68 to 70. Ling Yu, it's utterly bewildering that my rival has discerned my feelings. With a sigh, she ultimately submitted her report. Shin Yanlan's affection level, 70. Lan Yetan thought to herself, I truly cannot comprehend this. Could it be that he secretly harbors feelings for me? Lan Yetan found herself enveloped in a cloud of confusion. She was certain that her interactions with Shin Yanlan had not been extensive. How could the progress be so rapid? She had never experienced love, having had little exposure to it. Although she was sensitive, she struggled to discern emotions clearly. For the first time, Shin Yanlan felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty, nearly ruining his draft paper. Halfway through his meal, he sensed something amiss. There was an inexplicable feeling that something was off. As soon as class ended, Lan Yetan had given up on pondering, succumbing to a state of resignation. Was it friendship or love? What did it matter? Although the future remained uncertain, she found herself disinclined to engage with such matters at present. When Qing had already approached, observing Shin Yanlan with a bemused expression, his demeanor as insufferably cheeky as ever. One could almost hear the inner monologue. Oh dear. The young man appeared increasingly flustered, casting a fleeting glance at Lan Yetan before standing and walking away in another direction. Chapter 88. There will always be troublemakers seeking to undermine me. Lan Yetan felt a gentle pat on her shoulder and turned to see Chu Zhan gazing at her with sincere eyes. An ominous premonition arose within her, and she regarded him warily. He then blurted out words that sent a chill down her spine. Lan classmate, I genuinely like you. When Qing was startled by his first statement, while Lan Yetan was taken aback by both his words and his inner thoughts. I don't understand why you seem to dislike me. You appear quite wary and reluctant to engage in conversation. Chu Zhan replied, while your wariness is justified, please, do not be so cautious. After hearing these words, Lan Yetan expressionlessly brushed his hand away, wrinkling her brow in distaste as she cast a disapproving glance at him. She had a slight germophobia and preferred not to be touched by strangers. To declare such sentiments in front of so many people, what a lunatic. He was unfazed. Yet her social anxiety flared anew. Who are you? Are we even acquainted? Chu Zhan retorted, having faced rejection 3 times, I've learned my lesson. Being straightforward is utterly ineffective. He continued, pursuing someone who is both resolute and emotionally reserved is exceedingly challenging. The gazes of their classmates converged once more upon the trio. Lan Yetan felt as though she had become the center of attention, a situation she was not accustomed to, and the thought of this person only intensified her agitation. This is maddening. Is this person mentally unstable? His brain must be addled, constantly stirring up trouble. You are being quite impolite by discussing this in public. Especially since we have barely met. Lan Yetan is indeed quite compliant. The notion that she does not pursue others is merely a fabrication. The truth is, she has not genuinely cared for anyone at all. Even if he were to pursue her, she would still perceive him as deranged. When Qing, with a beaming smile, gently pushed Shin Yanlan's chair in and then stood beside Lan Yetan. Dear classmate, your sense of propriety is rather lacking. Lan Yetan, now upright and leaning against the wall, wore an expression that seemed to question the sanity of it all. Chu Zhan, momentarily at a loss for words due to the unexpected remark, ultimately lowered his head. I apologize. It was thoughtless of me. It won't happen again. Originally, Lan Yetan had been in good spirits lately, rarely contemplating matters of life and death. However, this incident has stirred her emotions, causing a resurgence of restlessness within her, with thoughts of despair creeping into her heart. May the world be devoid of those who lack a sense of propriety, she thought, oddly reminded of a phrase that resonated with her current feelings. No need to elaborate. There will always be troublesome individuals seeking to harm me. Then, she glanced around and found herself in a familiar scene. When Qing had returned to her seat to engage in conversation with Lan Yetan, a sight reminiscent of times long past. That scoundrel Wen Qing is once again my desk mate. With an impassive expression, he walked over, his voice unenthusiastic yet laced with irritation. Wen, please move aside. This is my seat. Reluctantly, Wen Qing pouted but ultimately yielded his position. Had she known earlier, she might have attended this school from the beginning. Otherwise, She wouldn't feel the need to traverse half the classroom to reach Lan Yetan. Sighing, Wenqing ambled back to his own seat. Then came the dreaded physical education class. The very mention of physical education pierces my heart like a knife, filling me with boundless sorrow and suffocation. Supplementary classes. Oh, how I detest them. Who can rescue me from this torment? She felt as though she might faint at any moment, having attended only a few physical education classes since arriving in this world, yet frequently finding herself in the hospital. There was no time to attend, and the sweltering summer heat outside was unbearable. She felt akin to a trash bin in a gutter, suddenly exposed to the harsh sunlight, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Shen Yanlan, listening to her frenzied thoughts, fell silent for a moment, clearly recognizing her aversion to exercise. Not to mention physical activities. Lan Yetan felt that even taking a single step would lead her to collapse. Typically, she felt as fragile as a boneless chicken foot, and now she was expected to attend physical education class. I dread supplementary physical education classes. Why must such a vile concept exist in this world? Previously, during physical education classes, she had felt utterly drained, and at that time, her health had been significantly better than it is now. Shen Yanlan, feeling a twinge of sympathy, sighed softly at the sight of the despairing girl. You could discuss your situation with a physical education teacher, after all. You were just discharged from the hospital a few days ago. Lan Yetan's eyes welled with tears. Ever since her arrival in this world, she had yet to request a leave of absence for herself. In truth, she was not a particularly socially adept girl. Then, a youthful and melodious voice reached her ears. If it truly proves to be an insurmountable challenge for you to attend, I can certainly assist you in requesting a leave of absence. It's no trouble at all. Brother, your warmth is truly commendable. I shall no longer refer to you as aloof. Lan Yetan is remarkably adept at grasping nearly any subject, learning swiftly even without prior knowledge, save for those classes that demand vigorous physical exertion. She is, without a doubt, quite poor at sports, to the extent that even minimal activity can feel overwhelming. Xiao Shun, thank you. I must admit, I am a bit apprehensive. In her daily encounters, Lan Yetan harbors a certain trepidation towards teachers who embody a conventional demeanor, sensing a subtle pressure stemming from their authoritative presence. Hearing her unvoiced thoughts and spoken words, Shen Yanlan could not help but smile slightly, experiencing a quiet sense of satisfaction within. All right, let us proceed to the gym. Lan Yetan responded affirmatively, rising to follow Shen Yanlan, who observed as they approached. Let us go together to the gym. Shen Yanlan had resigned himself. It was invariably this fellow who transformed their duo into a trio. Lan Yetan cast a glance at Shen Yanlan, their eyes meeting, and ultimately, he acquiesced. Very well, if it must be 3, then so be it, as long as I can be in her company. Mu Hui, the journey from the classroom to the gym took an unexpectedly lengthy time. Lan Yetan exhaled a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude, pondering how a prestigious school could be so expansive. Observing the weariness of her companions, she momentarily faltered. Youth is indeed a blessing. They traverse such distances without fatigue. Chapter 89. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. The process of securing leave was remarkably smooth. The gym teacher, upon inquiry, granted the request, allowing Lan Yetan to remain at the side. She felt increasingly fortunate for not attending class, as her hands required rest and should not be subjected to excessive movement. Sitting in a small corner and witnessing the vibrant energy of her peers, she could not help but muse. There is a palpable vitality in the air. It almost warms my lifeless form, yet observing them is undeniably exhausting. After approximately 10 minutes of sitting, 2 or 3 girls approached. The one at the forefront, with her chin held high, exuded an air of superiority, likely from another class attending the same session. The leading girl scrutinized Lan Yetan, letting out a soft click of her tongue. She emanated an unmistakable aura of, I am of such high status, you are unworthy. Lan Yetan thought to herself, is it merely due to my appearance? She looked up, slightly puzzled, meeting the girl's gaze. The girl, momentarily caught off guard by Lan Yetan's subtle indifference, fell silent. She then turned slightly, addressing her followers in a hushed tone yet candidly inquired, are you certain that this girl has the audacity to ensnare her? She appears as though she is about to ascend to enlightenment. The follower behind her wiped a bead of sweat from her brow, beginning to doubt the rumors she had heard. I am unsure. Perhaps, Miss Linen, you should approach her directly and inquire, for were we not originally here to ask? The girl named Lin and hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to regard Lan Yetan. Hearing that you enjoy the scent of Wenqing, Lan Yetan found it somewhat amusing. It seemed that this young lady was experiencing her first encounter with a crowd, her inexperience evident as she stumbled over her words. Clearly, she had been overly sheltered by her family, radiating an innocent simplicity that was less than appealing. This was the truth. Her aversion to Wenqing was genuine. Lin hesitated, observing the girl's unwavering demeanor, pondering for a moment. Then why have I heard that you are quite close to Wenqing? As he spoke, a possible realization dawned upon him, his voice dwindling to a whisper. You're just slightly more attractive than I am.
Lan Yetan chuckled,
Resting her chin on her hand. No, you are clearly more beautiful. Wenqing and I are merely classmates. Lin seemed taken aback by this revelation. He had expected Lan Yetan to harbor animosity towards him due to the incident. In truth, she had been reluctant to come. Yet persistent whispers had piqued her curiosity about Lan Yetan. Previously, when the incident unfolded, she had been on leave at the hospital and missed it, only hearing of some illustrious tales. Now, she finally had the chance to meet her in person. She turned her head, feeling a tinge of shyness when confronted with such a lovely face, unsure of what to say, especially as she praised herself without any malice. You and I are quite compatible. She had heard of the Lin family before. The Lin family had 2 daughters and a son. Among them, the youngest daughter, Lin, was undoubtedly cherished, having never experienced the harshness of the world. As long as the Lin family remained prosperous, she could live her life without worry, even if she never married. Indeed, she appeared to embody this reality, an adorably proud beauty. The Lin family maintained a close commercial relationship with the Wen family, yet there were no rumors of any matrimonial alliances. However, it was said that the young lady from the Lin family harbored feelings for Wenqing. The girl stole glances at Lan Yetan's face. Indeed, she possessed a rare beauty. It was difficult to discern whether she was regal or endearing, oscillating between the two with an effortless grace, albeit surrounded by a faint air of melancholy. I apologize for intruding upon you, Lin said, retrieving a card from her pocket. Is it not peculiar for a young lady to carry a card? The world of the affluent is beyond my understanding. After a brief silence, she suddenly seemed to recollect something. Such cards were common in elite private schools, akin to carrying cash. This is indeed my intrusion. Inside this card is 100,000. Consider it a fee for the disturbance. Lan Yetan gazed at the card in bewilderment, having inexplicably acquired 100,000 without enduring any physical or verbal affront. Actually, there's no need, she replied, still in disbelief. It's merely 100,000. Your naivety is quite apparent. Just take it. A single handbag of mine costs over 1 million, so 100,000 is insignificant. With that, Lin turned to leave, when suddenly, a previously silent companion spoke up. Lin, so you have come to bestow money upon us? Lin wore an expression that conveyed her wealth and her penchant for such antics, as if to say, what of it? The girl named Li twitched her lips slightly. Very well, Miss Rich Girl, you are indeed impressive. The young lady cast a glance at Li and huffed. Li. Oh, how did you guess, meow? As she watched the few depart, Lan Yetan felt a sense of disarray with the 100,000 in her grasp. Is it true that such wealthy heiresses exist? Ling fell silent, contemplating for quite some time. The Lin family is indeed affluent. 100,000 is but a drop in the ocean. Host, should you find yourself in need of funds, I can assist you. Lan Yetan was engulfed in a sense of absurdity, realizing that she was perhaps the only impoverished soul in the world. You wealthy folk, do come around more. If I could just experience this a few times, I would be rich beyond my wildest dreams. Lingyu remained quiet for a moment before turning to Lan Yetan, asking, Host, are you not quite wealthy yourself? Lan Yetan wore an expression that suggested he could not possibly understand, conveying meaning to 403. You see, one can never have too much money, otherwise, why would there be those with ample savings still engaging in tax evasion? Lingyu pondered for a moment, reflecting on the complexity of humanity, where desires swirl like an endless vortex, perpetually unfulfilled. She shoved the card into her pocket and stood there in a daze, watching her classmates play badminton. Eventually, she sighed softly. Youth truly is a blessing. 403 quipped, as if you were so ancient. Chapter 90. Wait a moment. Please keep your distance. Lan Yetan, with money in hand, fell silent for a brief moment before tucking the card into her small pocket, which was indeed quite diminutive. Upon hearing the announcement, she felt a twinge of surprise, considering it had been a considerable while since it had last been made. Yet, she also sensed that she moved quickly. It seemed she had not been here long, perhaps 2 or 3 months. As she lifted her gaze, the group that had gathered dispersed, clearly taking a break. The crowd gradually thinned, with Wenqing and others demonstrating the wisdom to bring their own water bottles and towels for sweat before gym class. He took a breath, lifted his water bottle, and drank deeply, his Adam's apple bobbing, revealing a strong waist as he wiped his brow with a towel, exuding youthful vigor. Some nearby girls gazed at him with brightened eyes, while others whispered amongst themselves. Just then, in the direction where Wenqing was trying to show off, Lan Yetan casually glanced and caught sight of him. She fell silent, her heart stirred slightly, yet ultimately, she felt nothing profound.
Ah.
How delightful it is to be young and full of life, unlike me, who feels old and unable to move. Oh, she had just claimed she was old.
No.
Did Lan Yetan truly not feel anything at all? Not a single thing? She, Lan Yetan, was not merely aloof when it came to matters of the heart. Shen Nianlan, on the other hand, eschewed any frivolities, simply wiping her sweat, taking a sip of water and leisurely passing by Wenqing, emitting a scoff in response to his provocative gaze. Indulging in these trivial matters. Wenqing quietly warmed up, and after a brief moment of vulnerability, she swiftly regained her composure. Lan Yetan suddenly felt a shadow cast before her, just as she prepared to look up to discern the cause. The person before her crouched down in an instant, gazing at her with eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes, gentle and inviting.
Chaignant, possessing un strikingly à leur visage.
Paradoxically spoke with a voice and gaze imbued with remarkable tenderness. Wenqing remarked, such pretense, how contrived. It was true. Shen Nianlan's voice was unexpectedly soft, contrasting with her usual icy demeanor. As Lan Yetan pondered the situation, Shen Nianlan's voice broke through, inquiring if anything had transpired during her moment of solitude. Lan Yetan engaged in a brief mental exercise, contemplating whether her earlier experience qualified as an incident. Ultimately, she concluded it did not. Rather, it felt like a windfall bestowed by the god of wealth. Wenqing approached, casting a nonchalant glance at Shen Nianlan, conveying a silent message of mutual understanding regarding their shared predicament. Lan Yetan, feeling slightly overwhelmed by their sudden proximity, stood up abruptly and distanced herself a few steps. "Wait a moment, could you both give me a little space?" she requested, her tone somewhat submissive yet firm. As she expressed her reservations, Lan Yetan found herself reflecting on her peculiar traits, her mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, which she felt might resonate with them. "I suppose you can understand, right?" she began hesitantly. Then, a bewildering thought crossed her mind. "Wait, I have a stomach ailment, obsessive tendencies, a troubled psyche, a grim childhood, a distaste for men, and I hail from a prestigious family. Am I not the perfect candidate for a domineering CEO?" The two were taken aback, not expecting Lan Yetan's thoughts to leap from a mere acknowledgement of her quirks to envisioning herself as a powerful executive. Surrounded by these two, she felt conspicuously exposed. While Chu Zhan observed silently from the side, Chu mused, "I truly wish to pose a question online." "Oh, right, I can indeed ask online." He continued, "By the way, what type of person does Lan Yetan actually find intriguing, gentle, aloof, cunning, sickly sweet?" Listening to these vacuous remarks, Lan Yetan genuinely perceived the world as a vast realm of madness. "Perhaps I should heed others' advice on how to pursue me," she contemplated, growing increasingly immune to the gazes surrounding her. The trio maintained a relatively calm demeanor as they engaged in quiet reflection, sifting through their thoughts and eliminating the inexpressible. The original post read, "How does one pursue a girl? There is a girl in my class with bipolar disorder. She is stunning yet unapproachable, disinterested in frivolities, seemingly lacking any hobbies. Her mental state is fragile, and she harbors hostility towards me. We are classmates, yet she has a strained relationship with her family and few friends, leaving me with no opportunity to connect." Upon posting, the sounds of servants echoed from below. "Young master, dinner is ready. Would you like to eat now?" After pondering for a moment, Chu Zhan decided to descend the stairs for his meal, subsequently indulging in a leisurely dining experience. 2 hours later, he found himself engrossed in an online discussion. "First floor. What do you like, host? Do you have any rivals for affection?" There seemed to be 3 formidable competitors. After typing these words, Chu Zhan felt a twinge of self-doubt. What kind of person was he, after all? He picked up a nearby mirror and examined his reflection. Not too shabby, he mused. Second floor. How can someone as outstanding as you not have caught her attention? She must possess high standards. Perhaps you lack the qualities she finds appealing. Your allure is evident, but to pursue someone, one must exhibit sincerity. This revelation sparked an epiphany within him. It dawned on him that although he had known Lan Yetan for quite some time, that did not mean she was equally familiar with him. It is only natural for someone to feel a degree of aversion towards a person who approaches them with directness, especially when they are not well acquainted. Yet, in the realm of domineering CEO narratives, the male protagonists often pursue with unabashed straightforwardness. Furthermore, as far as I know, the girl you admire, given her multitude of exceptional suitors, must also possess considerable merit. Why must you be so straightforward? Chu Zhan's gaze drifted toward a towering stack of novels beside him. The CEO's love for his secretary, sweet campus romance, the school hunk loves me, the film emperor's unwavering affection. It appeared that the contents of these novels had an unintended counterproductive effect on him. As he perused the titles, one particular comment caught his attention. Chapter 91, Kindred Spirits. Although we are not classmates, I am a year younger than her. Yet, I have known her for quite some time, and I genuinely adore her. Chu Zhan fell silent. Wait, this description seemed strikingly familiar. Surely, the coincidence could not be that uncanny. Yet, in this vast world, peculiarities abound, and girls like Lan Yetan are not uncommon. 13th floor. So, what exactly did the host do to provoke such animosity from the girl? As the thread gained traction, more participants chimed in, some intrigued spectators, others offering unsolicited advice. Chu Zhan felt a sense of confusion as he contemplated the interactions he had shared with Lan Yetan over the past 2 days. Host. During our first encounter, I failed to obtain her contact information, and later, when I saw her in class, I inquired why she seemed to dislike me. 14th floor. Silence envelopes tonight's Cambridge. Among the uniform ellipses, someone finally posed the question. 35th floor. Host. Could it be that the young lady holds a negative impression of you? The very first time you met, you approached her seeking contact details. If I were in her position, I would find that quite unsettling. Perhaps she shared that sentiment. In the classroom, discussing such matters in a public setting, given the protagonist's circumstances, certainly draws attention. If the individual in question harbors no fondness for you, such remarks could be perceived as rather impolite. One might consider themselves fortunate to escape without a harsh reprimand. It appears that while fate has opened a door for our protagonist, it has simultaneously shut a window named emotional intelligence. It can be said that he is utterly perplexed about how to proceed. His limited social interactions reveal a lack of interest in socializing, with knowledge confined primarily to tasks. Despite having acquired considerable theoretical knowledge, he remains unpracticed in real-life interactions. Moreover, he has mistakenly referenced the wrong material. Suddenly, the young man noticed a new comment on the 9th floor. Floor 47, help. I just realized. How could the protagonist have silently observed that girl for 2 or 3 months and then suddenly approached her? It feels rather unsettling. Floor 48. Indeed. When I first encountered this post, I felt the protagonist's pursuit was inexplicably strange. If I were that girl, I would likely feel antagonistic towards him. Chu Zhan gazed at the commenter who shared a similar plight, a user by the name of Yetan. Thus, he began to engage in earnest yet whimsical discourse. Floor 56. May I inquire, dear protagonist, if your emotional intelligence is indeed present? Had you boldly approached her at that moment, perhaps the young lady would not have harbored such animosity towards you. Floor 57. Oh dear. A domineering young master has fallen for me. Is this how the affluent behave? The youth lowered his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering, for the first time experiencing the intricacies and convolutions of emotions. This felt far more challenging than contending for a family inheritance. In that realm, his intellect was sharp and clear, yet here, he felt as though his wits were being dulled. Others chimed in. Could it be that this has little to do with intellect and everything to do with your emotional acuity? Floor 62. Goodness. What a remarkable coincidence for 2 individuals to encounter each other so often. Floor 63. I must say, looking at the addresses, they appear to reside in the same city. I have a rather bold hypothesis. Floor 64. Likewise, could it truly be such a coincidence? A young master and a young lady gathering together. I am eager to witness this dramatic love affair unfold. Chu Zhan. Upon closer inspection, he realized they indeed both resided in the capital. Slowly, he recalled that a companion had previously shared a detailed dossier regarding Lan Yetan's admirers. However, he had since been left to his own devices, akin to being set free. The character information gradually aligned.
Name, Muhuye.
Age, 16. Details. After a failed suicide attempt, he was saved by Lan Yetan and subsequently fell in love at first sight, transferring to her school. Remarks. This individual possesses a modest understanding of tea arts. Everything seemed to connect, even the name he had initially noticed, but not pondered deeply began to resonate. The Tan in Lan Yetan, and the Yi in Mu Hui. At first sight, a love blossomed, a mere grade apart, transferring schools, yet residing in the same city's address. It is not that he lacks intelligence, but rather emotional understanding. The thoughts swirling in my mind have led me to a near certainty that this individual named Yi Tan is indeed Mu Hui. What a perplexing situation. I posted something rather impulsively, only to have that person witness it. Contemplating this leaves me feeling rather despondent. Initially, my intention was not to pursue a romantic relationship, but rather to consider a more forceful approach to claim her as mine. Even if Lan Yetan resisted, a brief confinement would surely render her compliant. I could absorb her fortune without inflicting any harm. However, upon discovering that Lan Yetan possesses a formidable system surpassing our capabilities, I was left with no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. Thus, I swiftly deleted the post, realizing that this method was futile. I do hope the world can show him a little more kindness. Meanwhile, Mu Hui, having perused some comments, found his thoughts wandering as he pieced together the information he had gathered. It seems there is a recent transfer student showing interest in Lan Yetan. Could it be that in perusing a post, he has encountered a rival? Sometimes, the world feels incredibly small, and at other times, it feels vast and unfathomable. On the other side, Lan Yetan reclined comfortably on her bed, scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, a notification chimed. I feel like I'm a bit smitten. Request. Cat image 3 request. Last time, you seemed to really like this little cat. Lan Yetan eagerly opened the chat box, revealing an image of a coal-black kitten adorned with a red and white hand-knit scarf, energetically gnawing on a cat treat. The little creature, though not large, was delightfully engrossed in its task. Lan Yetan instinctively embraced the pillow beside her, nearly letting out a squeal of delight. Oh, darling, you're so adorable. Such a precious little baby. My sweet baby, I want to shower you with kisses. On the other side, Ling Yu, lounging on the sofa in his bedroom, was momentarily taken aback by her exuberant outburst, causing him to tremble slightly. Yet a system is a system. His reflexes were quick, and he soon regained composure. Setting aside the book he had been reading, it was already quite late, and yet Lan Yetan remained awake, glancing at her phone to find it was already 1 a.m. How could the host still be awake at such an hour? He recalled that the aromatherapy was still lit. Ling Yu sighed, rubbing his forehead, and placed the book on the nearby table before retreating to his mental space. Host, you're still awake. Lan Yetan typed a message in the chat box. What an utterly adorable little cat. Oh my goodness, my sweet baby. After a brief moment of silence, she heard 403 respond. I apologize, Ling Yu. Did I disturb you? Request. Didn't you mute your phone? Sorry, did I interrupt you? Just as Lan Yetan apologized to Ling Yu, that message appeared on the screen. 403 felt a flicker of anger, yet all resentment seemed to dissipate upon the sight of Lan Yetan. An involuntary softness enveloped his heart, contemplating the need to be resolute this time. However, he conceded to his own inability to be firm. Aren't you going to sleep at this late hour? No, I haven't slept at all. The little cat is just too adorable. I usually keep the sound off, and I can't find myself. I can't sleep, and I cannot force myself to do so. Ling Yu sometimes found himself utterly at a loss with Lan Yetan. Despite having guided numerous hosts, this was the first time he felt so helpless. Staying up late is truly detrimental to your health. If you persist, your heart will ache. Lan Yetan maintained a serious demeanor, adhering to the philosophy of better to die than to relent. I refuse to allow such a weak heart to be a significant part of my being. Am I the master? Or is it? Not to mention concerns about health. As long as he felt good, that sufficed. Wenqing, aren't you going to sleep at this late hour? Are you insomniac? Lan Yetan pondered earnestly for a moment, realizing it wasn't insomnia. He simply didn't wish to sleep. No, I just don't want to sleep. It feels like a waste of time. Wenqing, you can't go on like this, Xiao Yetan, if you sleep at 5 and rise at 6. Even the king of hell would commend your health. I've been good, but I just don't want to sleep. He wondered if someone like him, who neither wanted to sleep nor could, qualified as insomniac. Wenqing, all right then, Xiao Yetan, would you like me to live stream adorable cat antics for you? Coincidentally, Wenqing was also sleepless that night. In reality, he had impulsively decided to bathe his cat, Ping'an, at a pet grooming facility in the late hours. Ping'an, thanks for the invite, but I was sleeping soundly until my foolish master whisked me away for a bath. The scene was chaotic. Wenqing's voice was not particularly loud, yet in one swift motion, Ping'an was whisked into the bathroom before he could react. Meow, meow, meow. Wenqing exclaimed, "What on earth? Are you out of your mind, causing a ruckus at this hour?" Meow, 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 meow. Wenqing retorted in his mind, "Have you lost your senses, yearning for your master at this hour? Go find someone else, why come to me?" Meow, 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 meow. Wenqing thought, "Fool. I absolutely despise you. Oh, is it inconvenient for you at this hour?"
Wenin, no worries.
"I happen to be sleepless tonight, and was wondering if I might trouble you." Lingyu had already fallen silent, not wishing to engage further. Wenqing initiated a video call with Lan Yetan, and as soon as the call connected, it was a face full of Lan Yetan. At this moment, Lan Yetan was lying on his side, long hair cascading, clutching a pillow, and his sparkling eyes exuded an undeniable charm. Wenqing felt a momentary breathlessness, but quickly redirected the camera to focus on Ping'an. The cat lay serenely, surrounded by cat food and treats, seemingly having reached the pinnacle of feline existence. Lan Yetan's lips curled into a gentle smile, resembling that of an adorable, well-behaved child. How can one be so cute? Such a sweet little darling. Upon hearing these words, Wenqing suddenly realized that during the video call, she could even hear the innermost thoughts of her companion. At that moment, her voice was soft and endearing. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but even the inflection seemed to carry a delightful sweetness. He crouched down, his long fingers gently scratching the kitten's chin, softly murmuring, very cute. Unbeknownst to them, they had been engaged in the video call for quite some time. A glance at the clock revealed that 2 or 3 hours had slipped by unnoticed. Oh my, is it really that late? I lost track of time while watching the kitten. Ping'an demonstrated the true meaning of a header and showcased how a cat could indeed perform a backflip. Not difficult. Just unfortunate. I owe you both. Suddenly, Lan Yetan felt a heaviness in her chest, her heart racing, her breath quickening, and her hands trembling slightly. Her mind felt a bit fuzzy. For 03, I think I'm starting to feel something. Is this what it feels like to have one's heart stirred? Truly peculiar. Lingyu was startled by her statement and rushed over to take a closer look. He burst into laughter and slowly uttered, "No, this is the sensation of impending demise."
Lan Yetan says videnet.
Oh, why does this feeling seem so familiar? So, it turns out I am on the verge of a collapse. A warm sensation filled her heart. Am I really about to collapse? Is this for real? Lingyu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, he was thoroughly entertained. Just kidding. Wenqing, having only heard Lan Yetan's thoughts of impending demise, immediately adopted a serious tone. "Xiao Yetan, it's nearly 3 or 4 in the morning. And you're still awake? I sense your eyelids are struggling to stay open." She appeared somewhat dazed, lost in contemplation, and a bit bewildered. "Is that so? My head does feel somewhat heavy." Seeing her stubborn refusal to sleep, Wenqing sighed. "You should go to sleep now. Tomorrow, I will send you pictures of Ping'an. I am also preparing to sleep." Suddenly, his tone shifted. "If you continue to stay awake, there's a high probability you will not receive the cute little coal pictures tomorrow." Lan Yetan gasped. How infuriating, such aggression. Wenqing's lips curled slightly, his mood brightening. "At last, I understand how a child can tether their mother."
Ah.
The youth concluded with a close-up of Ping'an, his voice retaining that lazy quality. "Good night, Xiao Yetan." Lan Yetan yawned, ended the video call, and tossed her phone aside, suddenly unable to drift into slumber. "Is it possible to call the police and report myself?" Lingyu finally spoke, his voice tinged with a faint sense of bitterness. "Now you truly have insomnia."
Lan Yetan emitted a soft whimper, feeling utterly vulnerable.
I suddenly realized that I have truly succumbed to insomnia. My hands tremble as I type, and the deeper I ponder, the more fear creeps in. Lingyu remarked, "You've taken to playing with words again, sister." Lan Yetan cleared her throat, gazing into the pitch black outside, still lost in thought. "System, do you have any way to alleviate my insomnia?" 403 genuinely contemplated this for a moment, then let out a faint, almost inaudible sigh. One that would have gone unheard had the surrounding air not been so still. That night, Lan Yetan was particularly restless, tossing and turning in bed. One moment she turned to one side, then to the other. Thankfully, the bed was spacious enough to accommodate her fidgeting. "I want to sleep, 403. Please help me." Listening to the girl's desperate plea, Lingyu found her somewhat endearing. When Lan Yetan became excited, she often felt mischievous and playful. Typically, her playful antics served 2 purposes. 1. an instinctive reaction to encountering something truly adorable, and 2, a pure desire to annoy others. She was throwing a tantrum, so what? What of it? At this point, Lan Yetan had nothing left to conceal from Lingyu. Everyone was already aware, so what was there to hide? Besides, she had great faith in 403. As she rolled to the left side of the bed, a faint scent of hyacinth suddenly enveloped her senses. Upon glancing up, she met the enchanting blue gaze of 403. The boy's presence surrounded her, and while she felt a momentary surprise, she quickly regained her composure, remaining unfazed by his charm. "Lie still and don't move," he instructed. Lan Yetan complied, lying still on the bed. Suddenly, a pair of warm, slender hands covered her eyes. Instinctively, she wanted to recoil, but then remembered it was her own system, so she remained still. Her mind grew increasingly foggy and heavy with sleep, and just before consciousness slipped away, she heard the boy's whisper, "Good night, Changlo." Changlo was a name that sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite grasp it. "I'll think about it tomorrow, after I wake up." Lan Yetan awoke once more, driven by her biological clock, rising at 6 o'clock, yet feeling remarkably refreshed, devoid of any lingering drowsiness. It seemed that 403 had used his powers to lull her to sleep the previous night. In her hazy recollection, she sensed he had uttered something, though much had slipped her mind. Truly, she lamented her own poor memory. Lan Yetan yawned and sluggishly sat up. How splendid it was to attend an aristocratic school that allowed for such late mornings. She recalled that in her earlier years, even after mastering her studies, she would still be dragged out of bed at 5:30 a.m. 5:30. Did anyone truly comprehend the agony and torment of that hour? It felt as if her heart was being slowly crushed. "Host, you're awake," 403 chimed in. Lan Yetan acknowledged him with a hum, inquiring, "What did you say yesterday? I didn't catch it." Lingyu appeared momentarily taken aback before replying, "I wished you good night." Lan Yetan responded with an "oh," gathering her thoughts as she contemplated what to do next. For the following days, Chu Zhan refrained from causing any further mischief. Lan Yetan was leisurely enjoying her day. Aware that the competition was to be held in the city and tomorrow marked her turn to take the stage. However, she maintained a calm demeanor. In recent days, she had diligently studied and reviewed her materials, given her learning capacity, that was quite commendable. Whether she would secure the championship was left to fate, after all. There were always those more skilled than oneself. As soon as school ended, a few participants were retained in the classroom. "Ohio, Shen Yanlan," she greeted upon noticing a familiar face. Then, "Zhang Yu," she acknowledged another. "My goodness, Mu Hui," she exclaimed upon recognizing the third. The last individual was unfamiliar to her. Yet having 3 acquaintances among the 4 warmed her heart. A considerable number of familiar faces. That's reassuring. Lan Yetan glanced at the unfamiliar girl and thought, wait a moment, why does she seem so familiar? Upon closer inspection, her keen observational skills revealed, ISNT, that the goddess of wealth. The generous deity indeed. At that moment, Linen leaned against her chair, displaying that signature slightly haughty demeanor.
Now,
not only did she know most of them, she was acquainted with all. How delightful it was to have familiar faces around. Her social anxiety felt alleviated. Lan Yetan took her designated seat as a teacher entered the room. It was the lead instructor for this event, and Yen. ISNT, that the principal? What brings her here? The woman approached the podium, clutching some materials. I trust you 5 are aware that this team competition is of great significance, representing our school's honor. She began. Lan Yetan was astonished to realize that none of the 5 participants were seniors. Was this the power of a legendary Mary Sue storyline? Even a freshman, Mu Hui, was among them, while the other 4 were all sophomores. You have been meticulously selected as exceptional students. And Mu Hui is no less capable than the rest of you. Listening to Yen's lengthy discourse, she finally concluded, before the end of the school day. By addressing the 5 of them, I recognize your confidence in your abilities, and you are justified in that belief. However, it is prudent not to underestimate your opponents. Finally, they were free to leave, and Lan Yetan exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 94. My goodness, the competition storyline. The young girl lay languidly on her bed, appearing utterly enchanting, like a beloved concubine. Lingyu remarked, Lan Yen has logged off. You are participating in the competition. Oh, an extraordinary plot twist. The overarching narrative seemed to unfold with Lan Yen facing scorn, only to later flourish thanks to the green tea system, which enhanced her abilities and even introduced a new feature to boost her grades or intelligence. When doubts arose regarding her qualifications for the competition, She harnessed the system's capabilities and ultimately shone brightly in the event. Later, when accusations surfaced that she had stolen the competition answers, she utilized her talents to unravel the truth, leading to a revelation. Following this incident, Lan Yetan gained notoriety online, earning widespread admiration. A young lady blessed with beauty, wealth, a loving family, and intelligence, she is the envy and admiration of all. With her adept management skills, her reputation soared, laying a foundation for her future endeavors in the entertainment industry. However, Lan Yetan's demeanor has shifted. She harbors an unsettling premonition that the trials faced by Lan Yetan may soon befall her. A chill grips her heart as she yearns for a simple life, free from the complexities of existence. Why must two individuals play their tricks on her? Her fear of crowded spaces intensifies when confronted with cunning minds. Lost in contemplation for an indeterminate time, Lingyu, having already familiarized herself with the unfolding narrative, now finds herself on the brink of experiencing it firsthand. Which brings a sense of trepidation. Host. What the hell? She detests the intricate schemes of those who toy with her. The situation at hand promises to be exceedingly troublesome. She has no desire to be thrust into the public eye, and should events unfold as anticipated in the narrative, she feels a dark despair creeping in. Could someone assist me in contacting the crematorium? Yes, I am the concerned party and presently wish to leap into the abyss. Lingyu wiped the sweat from her brow, knowing full well that once the plot unfolded, Lan Yetan would be irreparably shaken. Memories of past experiences flooded her mind, rumors that were anything but benign and which left her feeling nauseated and trapped. Despite her explanations, no one believed her. In this world, capital and status reigned supreme. A profound sense of hopelessness enveloped her, akin to being submerged in a suffocating sea, on the verge of drowning. She envisioned a scenario where an online mob invaded her sanctuary, brandishing knives and hurling insults at her, an avalanche of vitriol, unleashed by strangers who treated her as if she were their sworn enemy. In the face of this turmoil, she found herself at a loss, retreating from any form of communication or contact, plagued by hallucinations of an unseen presence haunting her room. The psychological strain reached a peak, with even minor disturbances threatening to shatter her fragile state forever. Lan Yetan, already grappling with mental health challenges, was never particularly resilient. She was merely an ordinary girl. Yet her fade of strength often led others to overlook her vulnerability. From that moment on, she completely withdrew, relinquishing all aspects of her former life. Subsequently, it appears that someone, a young master from a prominent family, took it upon himself to clarify her situation, causing friction with others. His involvement gradually unveiled the truth behind the absurdity of it all. Thus, from the moment she traversed into this new realm, she preferred to remain hidden from sight, desiring nothing more than to exist quietly in the shadows. Such concealment provided her with a semblance of security, preventing her psyche from crumbling under pressure. Lingyu paused in silence. Host, this plot point is unavoidable. You only need to utter a few words if you find it too daunting to overcome that mental barrier. I can assist you in assuming control of this body. Lan Yetan immediately grasped the crux of the matter. You can take control of my body. Lingyu fell into silence. Indeed, it was true. From the very beginning, such a capability had been designed by the supreme deity to manage disobedient hosts. In a way, she was now aiding the host. Yes, but it requires mutual consent. In fact, the system could forcibly seize the host's body. I never disclosed this to you because I believe this ability would remain unutilized. It was unforeseen that the inability to access 403 would render this capability necessary, which is why she had kept it from her. Furthermore, typically, even if such an ability existed, it would only be revealed on the day of its use. Lan Yetan lay on the bed, feeling a tinge of fatigue. Although life was indeed pleasant now, she still felt weary. The joy she experienced a few days prior seemed like a fleeting dream, leaving her with a sense of loss and emptiness upon withdrawal. At times, she was no different from an ordinary person, yet lingering physical and mental repercussions remained. For instance, due to the harassment she faced online, Lan Yetan refrained from exposing herself to the public eye, disliking excessive scrutiny. Moreover, she seldom cried, for she understood that tears would not alleviate her troubles. Rather, crying would only lead to further despair. Thus, she typically reserved her tears for moments of profound distress or illness as a means to release her emotions. Please, grant me a pill. This request was not merely a thought but spoken aloud. 403 sighed and conjured a pill, which quietly nestled in Lan Yetan's palm. She grasped the pill and swallowed it, her gaze momentarily lost in contemplation as she stared at the ceiling, then closed her eyes. 403. I now understand what I must do. Thank you. Chapter 95. Master of Water Carrying, Yetan. With the aid of the sleeping pill, Lan Yetan finally succumbed to slumber. The following day, she was to attend school, where transportation would be provided. It is well known that a vehicle typically accommodates only 4 passengers. However, there were 5 participants in the competition, meaning one individual would inevitably be isolated. 2 cars stood before them, and the 5 remained silent. The 4 felt as though they were at an impasse. Aside from Zhang Yu, who appeared somewhat anxious, the others seemed unperturbed, adopting a mindset of doing their utmost without imposing expectations for accolades. Lan Yetan remained quiet for only a few seconds before stepping forward to one of the cars and speaking calmly. Males to the left, females to the right. The boys took the left vehicle, while the girls occupied the right, segregating by gender. I am truly a genius. I wonder why they hesitated for so long. Lin, En, and Zhang Yu felt a sense of relief. The expressions of Mu Huiyi and Shen Nianlan mirrored that of someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. Zhang Yu and Lin exchanged mischievous smiles, while Mu Huiyi and Shen Nianlan did not share in the amusement. Nonetheless, this arrangement was indeed the most reasonable. Once inside the vehicle, Zhang Yu quickly took her seat. The leaders for this trip included 1 male teacher and 1 female teacher. The female teacher, known as a Nian, is actually the principal. Teacher Wang is also seated in the boys' vehicle, while Zhang Yu cautiously approaches Lan Yetan. Lan Yetan senses the warmth of the girl beside her, momentarily taken aback, and turns to look. Zhang Yu bites her lip, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her school uniform skirt. Although autumn has arrived, the weather remains uncomfortably warm, leaving her feeling a touch anxious. Uncertain of why she feels compelled to confide in Lan Yetan, she nonetheless believes that expressing her feelings would bring a sense of relief. Observing Zhang Yu's somewhat pitiable demeanor, Lan Yetan is reminded of a gentle, soft kitten. Almost instinctively, she reaches out to stroke Zhang Yu's fluffy, soft hair. When she realizes what she's doing, she pauses for a moment, yet her calm demeanor remains unshaken. Quietly, she observes Zhang Yu's expression, relieved to see no sign of displeasure. Fortunately, this girl is not resistant. She exhibits a remarkable steadiness. She muses internally, though she voices instead. There's no need to be anxious. Just give it your all and leave no regrets. Some things cannot be forced. Do not carry too heavy a psychological burden. After all, we are here for you. This is a sincere sentiment. As she listens to Lan Yetan's heartfelt counsel, Zhang Yu feels her tension dissipate significantly. However, discomfort arises as she rubs her stomach, the anxiety manifesting as a pang that makes her feel nauseous. Thankfully, the vehicle is free of unpleasant odors. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to her queasiness. She acknowledges her own fragile state of mind, noting how Lan Yetan always seems so at ease. After a brief pause, she takes a deep breath, following Lan Yetan's advice. Whether it is the soothing quality of Lan Yetan's voice or the effectiveness of the method, she finds herself feeling considerably better. Turning her head, Zhang Yu notices Lan Yetan retrieving her small backpack, truly a diminutive bag, hardly capable of holding much more than daily essentials. To her surprise, Lan Yetan pulls out a thermos from the bag. Who would have thought she was so well prepared? Initially, she had brought the thermos merely to warm her own stomach, ensuring she wouldn't encounter any issues during the competition. Yet, it has now proven invaluable. The temperature is just right, not too hot to drink. After several attempts, she has finally achieved the perfect concoction. Have a sip to warm your stomach. Remember, you must not relax too much, but neither should you be overly tense. Zhang Yu feels a warmth in her heart and nods, taking small sips from the thermos. Perhaps due to the warmth, her face begins to flush slightly. Lan Yetan rummages through her small backpack once more and pulls out a piece of candy. Glancing at Linen, who is gazing out of the window, it seems as though she senses something, as she subtly turns her head, meeting the girl's gaze. With a soft hum, she was about to turn away when she heard the light laughter of Lan Yetan, who tilted her head in mild confusion. A pair of hands appeared before her, cradling a paper crane that bore the flavor of a green apple. Here you go, Mississippi. Would you like to have it? Don't be too tense. Linen paused for a moment, then accepted the candy with a soft-spoken thank you, promptly turning her head away and falling silent. Lan Yetan exhaled slowly, comfortably reclining back into her seat. Master of serving water, Yetan. Both of you are being considerate. Thank goodness for that. Perhaps this novel should be titled her, The Water-Serving Master with Mind-Reading Abilities. The girl sat in her seat, surrounded by a serene atmosphere. At least, that was how Lan Yetan perceived it. and Nian appeared to be nonchalant, yet she keenly observed their interactions. Lan Yetan possessed a high emotional intelligence, ensuring that no one felt left out. This was primarily because she was acquainted with both individuals, making such gestures feel natural and effortless. Lan Yetan, effortlessly caring for others. There was another person present, not very familiar, yet the air of nobility surrounding her had indeed left a lasting impression. Serving the god of wealth, all because of the generous offerings she bestowed upon me. Indeed, what was wrong with being a bit greedy? In this world, who wasn't a little avaricious? While it may not apply universally, it could be confidently stated that the majority shared this sentiment. Contrastingly, the atmosphere in the other vehicle was far less pleasant. Silence reigned, an endless void of quietude. Teacher Wang also remained silent, as three taciturn individuals huddled together, creating an eerily quiet space. The driver too was silent, primarily because driving prohibited idle chatter. Shun Nianlan and Mu Huiyi were truly unfamiliar with each other, having only crossed paths once or twice due to team competition matters, exchanging just a few words. Their relationship remained distant and unfamiliar. However, it was evident that they both harbored feelings for Lan Yetan, though the exact nature of those feelings remained elusive. How could one discern this? Naturally, it was in the eyes. One's gaze cannot conceal one's intentions. The atmosphere had become unbearably awkward, particularly since there was little to do in the car. Electronic devices and books were prohibited for this competition. Backpacks were allowed but would be collected outside, leaving them in the care of the driver. They were not particularly anxious, as the driver would handle their transportation. Teacher Wang unscrewed the lid of his thermos, the sound piercing the tense silence of the vehicle. Two pairs of eyes turned towards him. He fell silent, his movements stalling as a bead of sweat trickled down his back. Yet he still took a sip from his cup. Attempting to drink strategically to alleviate the awkwardness backfired. Upon finishing the sip, the atmosphere grew even more uncomfortable. Why is it that neither of them speaks? Don't they want to discuss the competition? Teacher Wang inwardly pleaded for mercy. Clearing his throat, he coughed strategically, turning his head to ease the tension, simultaneously securing the thermos lid once more. Alas, I was aware that these two individuals were not particularly loquacious. Yet I never anticipated their reticence to manifest in such a manner. Fortuitously, having previously encountered grand occasions, I found myself unperturbed. Otherwise, I might have succumbed to trepidation. Chapter 96. First, cast aside your thoughts and observe. Finally, upon arriving at the venue, Lan Yetan gazed at the individual burdened with a camera, and her social anxiety began to surface. Although I had prepared myself mentally, the live broadcast of the competition truly threatened to overwhelm my composure. Zhang Yu, noticing Lan Yetan's unraveling demeanor, promptly approached and walked closely beside her, offering a sense of security. How remarkable it is that in this age of advanced technology, competitions are now broadcast live, reminiscent of previous occasions. After a brief wait, the vehicles of the remaining two participants finally arrived. Teacher Wang guided the two young men to join the others. Upon seeing Lan Yetan, Mu Huiye's eyes sparkled with delight. However, she was regrettably flanked on both sides, Zhang Yu on her left and Linen on her right, rendering him an outsider in this scenario. The venue for this competition was established within a prestigious university, ensuring ample safety and security, as this event was merely a provincial-level contest. The questions posed were crafted by esteemed educators from various schools, elevating the challenge significantly. Each participating school was allotted a separate lounge, where they would ultimately convene in a singular room for the competition. There were 6 high schools involved, and within each room, 6 large tables would be arranged, each accompanied by 5 chairs, facilitating individual responses, team-based written examinations, and collaborative discussions. The most exemplary team and the standout participant from each team would be selected, culminating in the crowning of an overall champion for the competition. Each round of questioning would be time-limited. As the time had yet to arrive, the 5 were escorted by their instructors to the lounge. Upon entering the designated space, Lan Yetan felt somewhat dazed. The scenario of a private lounge devoid of mockery was not to be expected. How, then, did the original female lead, Lan Yetan, encounter the unfolding events? It was at this moment that 403 interjected, "Host, have you forgotten that the female lead maintains the persona of a clumsy and delicate beauty?" She accidentally tripped, soiled her shirt, and subsequently ventured to the restroom to clean the stained hem, where she encountered those individuals. Lan Yetan, leisurely seated in the lounge, placed her backpack in a designated area under supervision. The unfolding narrative left her momentarily bewildered. Isn't it unreasonable for the female lead to trip, then seek to wash a mere hem, with the teacher's approval? Such a trivial mishap, merely a soiled corner of fabric, surely did not warrant such action. Her memory was typically sharp. She would not err in such a manner. Yet, observing her host's unwavering confidence, a doubt crept in. Could it be that she had indeed misremembered? Regardless, it was prudent to inquire further. Host, did I not present this to you last night? Could it be that I overlooked something?
No.
I just recalled that I simply forgot. Goodness, is this the formidable power of the female lead and the green tea halo? When I was expelled from the Lan family, the green tea system self-destructed. Alongside this, Ling Yu briefly recounted the fates of the two individuals. Last time, I utilized my abilities to fabricate a scene of domestic violence. Eventually, their deeds were uncovered, leading to both of them serving time in prison for several years. Lan's father is implicated in attempted murder and sentenced to life. Lan Yetan seemed quite satisfied with this outcome. She had relished the thrill of the fight, and in the end, both received legal retribution. However, to others, she appeared to be in a trance, lost in thought. Since their inner voices could not be revealed, it could be said that the three who could hear those thoughts did not catch a single word. 403. Did you not claim that I could not bypass this plot point? Yet here I am, perfectly fine. Ling Yu cast a contemplative glance at Lan Yetan and sighed. Please wait a moment. Just then, Lan Yetan felt the urge to use the restroom. Silence. Impressive. This world is but a vast narrative. As Shen Yinlan was about to inquire about Lan Yetan's apparent distraction, she saw the girl rise and leave her seat. Shen Yinlan thought to herself that today, he had not exchanged a single word with Lan Yetan. Heartbroken, the five-person team seemed to render the two of them superfluous. An Yen looked at the approaching Lan Yetan in surprise and gently asked, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing that the girl was merely heading to the restroom, she nodded in understanding. They had arrived early to allow the five of them to acclimate to the environment. If they were to falter due to discomfort with their surroundings, it would be disheartening. Although the school was not lacking in prestige, the thought of the other schools, particularly two with particularly eccentric principals, made the rest seem inferior. Yet, she considered those two schools to be foolish for their increased chances of winning. The memories of that year, when the cherry blossoms fell like rain, resurfaced as their school had clashed with those two institutions due to a frame-up and cheating. Strangely, she recalled that the restroom was quite near one of those schools in the northwest, which filled her with a sense of unease.
Lan Yetan Jukko.
Then your worries are indeed justified. Just after finishing in the restroom and washing her hands, she turned to meet the gaze of the five individuals, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Lan Yetan remarked, not to mention, those five are going to the restroom hand in hand. The plot thickens. There's no escaping it. The five scrutinized Lan Yetan, their unwavering stares making her feel uncomfortable, as if she were being interrogated. One of them scoffed softly, TCH. So, what if you're a bit pretty? Your school is just a numbers high school. For the first time, Lan Yetan fell silent at the mention of the school's name, pondering how the original author had chosen it. This situation is utterly unreasonable, devoid of any semblance of logic. Yet, she maintains an air of calm indifference. Indeed, a single word, very faint, strikes as dismissive and has the potential to breach one's defenses. Suddenly, a boy steps forward, his face contorted in disgust as he regards Lan Yetan. She is tempted to roll her eyes at this group of melodramatic youths, wondering why they seem to have lost their wits. Once again, silence envelopes them as she flicks the water from her hands, intending to express her exasperation, but she genuinely rolls her eyes this time. You! Just because you possess a modicum of good looks, you think you can act superior? Who knows how capable you really are? Exactly, isn't it merely about looking somewhat attractive? Lan Yetan is genuinely dumbfounded. If one's abilities were lacking, participating in this competition would be a blatant humiliation. How is it that these intelligent geniuses suddenly appear as fools in this narrative? Fortunately, she muses, I am neither a genius nor a fool, but rather a prodigy. Ling Yu, filled with a sense of resignation, acknowledges that Lan Yetan is perpetually making light of the situation.
Lan Yetan.
Feel free to inquire about my achievements. As she speaks, the girl produces a tissue from her pocket, meticulously wiping her damp hands. All right. Good dogs don't block the way. Step aside. Chapter 97. You may leave this narrative, and not a sound will be uttered. Another silence descends, not born of fear of Lan Yetan, but rather from the undeniable fact that her name frequently graces the top 5 of the academic leaderboard. How can one possibly question her capabilities? They are irrefutable. She has been here for 2 years. Host, Your abilities are genuinely formidable. Those individuals cannot discredit you. A voice remarks. I recall that the original Lan Yetan also had commendable grades, Ling Yu reflects, contemplating how to convey this to Lan Yetan before finally speaking up. Previously, Lan Yetan's performance was unstable, fluctuating significantly, which led to skepticism. The author devised this scenario to fabricate drama and progress the plot. Lan Yetan is exasperated. This is her mother. So, moving forward, we cannot pursue the narrative of questioning abilities. What follows must adapt accordingly. Seizing the opportunity while the others remain in a daze, she considers making her escape, only to feel her hand abruptly grasped by the boy who had initiated the ridicule. A girl feigns surprise, stepping beside Lan Yetan and leaning in, pries the boy's hand away. Feigning anger, she directs her gaze at the inexplicably intrusive boy. Do not indiscriminately grab at others. Since we are to ascertain their abilities, let us not make things difficult for them. Lan Yetan is somewhat speechless. Were it not for her awareness of the girl's underhanded actions, she might have been swayed by her pretense. This answer seems even more unreasonable. How could one remain oblivious to something concealed in their clothing for so long? Ling Yu sighs. There's no remedy for it. This type of narrative drags on interminably, leading to the protagonist's eventual triumph, while she initially appears utterly oblivious. Lan Yetan clicks her tongue in disbelief, casting a feigned grateful glance at the girl. Internally, she feels a twinge of revulsion, recognizing the malice lurking in the girl's eyes. Even when concealed skillfully, it could not escape the perceptive sensitivity of Lan Yetan towards emotions. She cast a fleeting glance at the girl before turning away, recognizing that if one were to act, it would be a challenge for others to uncover the truth, for which she ought to express her gratitude. However, she found it genuinely difficult to articulate her feelings. With a soft sigh, Lan Yetan made her way to her class's lounge. The girl turned her head back to glance at the 5 individuals still standing in place, a subtle smile tugging at her lips as she stifled a laugh. He will have no opportunities for redemption, she mused. Ling Yu seemed to grasp the implications of what his host had conveyed. Those supporting characters encountering his host were indeed in dire straits. As Lan Yetan entered the lounge, she suddenly exclaimed, "Fortunately, my intellect has not been diminished. If it were, I might truly have to shoulder this burden of blame." Ling Yu remained silent, knowing that regardless of the circumstances, Lan Yetan was destined to retain her sharpness throughout her life. Upon returning to her seat, as the event was about to commence, Yen reassured them. Just let things unfold naturally. There's no need to feel overly anxious. The school isn't lacking in prestige. Lan Yetan paused momentarily before joining her 4 companions on stage. The classroom was vast, with everyone seated quite apart. Lan Yetan located her designated spot according to the sequence number. Noticing the numbers on the chairs, she glanced at the badge on her chest and settled down accordingly. This time, she found herself positioned in the center, flanked by Lin and Mu Hui. The host took to the stage and began to explain the rules, followed promptly by the commencement of the first round, during which a paper was distributed. The first round comprised 12 questions, each paper distinct, allowing students to discuss freely. The roles had been allocated based on each person's familiarity with the question types. As Lan Yetan gazed at the questions before her, she grasped her pen, calculating on a draft paper with remarkable speed. In truth, the task was not overly challenging. It merely required her somewhat dormant mind to spring back into rapid action. Thankfully, she had reviewed a few pages of questions prior, allowing her to reacquaint herself with the feel of the pen. Otherwise, she might have felt rather rusty. Before long, Lan Yetan completed her answers. Meanwhile, Lin appeared to be stuck on a particular question, hesitating to write. Lan Yetan quickly leaned in to take a look. Indeed, the question posed a considerable challenge. Realizing that she had not allocated herself the difficult question but had inadvertently assigned it to Lin, she reviewed the problem and began to scribble calculations on her draft paper. This moment marked the longest and most extensive writing session she had experienced. The girl glanced up at the timer on the stage. Time was still ample, so there was no need for concern. Others around her noticed that Lan Yetan had paused her writing shortly after beginning, yet they thought little of it and continued with their own tasks, aware that time waits for no one, albeit feeling a slight pressure. Little did she know that someone among them possessed such formidable skills. Casting doubts on the likelihood of her school winning any accolades, were Lan Yetan aware of their thoughts, she would likely be moved to tears. For this was the rational perspective of an ordinary person. Whenever someone faces challenges, they often succumb to envy rather than striving to enhance their own abilities. At this moment, Lan Yetan turned to Lin Yan, indicating two crucial pieces of information, subsequently pointing out a specific step where an error had occurred. Lin Yan here. In truth, Lin Yan's initial steps were correct. However, a mistake in the middle led to a cascade of errors in the subsequent calculations. After a brief moment of hesitation, she promptly began recalculating and soon discovered her mistake, arriving at the correct answer. Lan Yetan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, Shen Nianlan had already set her pen down, and Zhang Yu had completed her work, now meticulously reviewing her answers. Lan Yetan, too, revisited her work several times, ultimately confirming that everything was indeed in order, allowing herself to relax. Mu Hui was the last to finish. As he was still grappling with material from the first year of high school, even a prodigy would inevitably find themselves lagging behind. This round of calculations was not solely about the score but also about time. It could be said that everyone at the table, except for Lin Yan,
Possessed à certains protagonistes aura.
There was no sense of urgency. They were utterly composed. Imagine if we were to submit our papers in the last few seconds. Other groups might still be struggling to finish. Mused 403, pondering this possibility with utmost seriousness. Given the strength of your group's protagonist aura, it's certainly a feasible scenario. Lan Yetan sensed a gaze fixed upon her from behind, which prompted a moment of silence. I will always keep a watchful eye on you. The title of the book flashed across her mind. Chapter 98. The show begins. As anticipated, their group was the first to submit their papers. With the first round of testing concluded, a break commenced. Lin Yan turned to Lan Yetan, her demeanor slightly bashful, yet her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you, Lan Yetan. You are truly remarkable. Lan Yetan, unable to resist the charm of this adorable girl, smiled gently. It's nothing, and this was a team competition. Assisting my teammates is only natural. Lin Yan beamed, and it seemed to be the first time Lan Yetan had witnessed such a smile, as she typically wore an aloof and proud expression.
So sweet, so endearing.
Indeed, girls in this world are such delightful creatures. Turning her head, Lan Yetan noticed cameras being wheeled in. Why weren't they filming earlier? And now they decide to start? Lin Yan appeared momentarily stunned, likely realizing that the cameras were present for the upcoming individual quiz round. Thus, host, you are not far from being set up. Lan Yetan felt a quiet dread settle in her heart, yet she could only punctuate her thoughts with a period. The mere sight of those cameras stirred a sense of anxiety within her. Indeed, psychological scars are not easily erased. Do not worry, host. They are merely here to film a live broadcast. It's entirely normal for us to be under scrutiny during a competition, and they may not capture you entirely. At the precise moment when Lingyu had yet to conclude her words, an individual seemingly took notice of the young girl, abruptly advancing with a microphone and camera thrust directly towards her. May I inquire, dear student, what is your name, which institution do you attend, and what are your thoughts regarding the previous written examination?
Lan Yetan.
She instinctively recoiled a step, her heart racing, and an overwhelming urge to vomit surged within her. Oh dear, why did they suddenly notice me? Indeed, being too beautiful can be a curse. Lingyu, listening to Lan Yetan's seemingly erratic voice, understood that she was merely attempting to soothe herself in that moment. Internally, Lan Yetan was crumbling. She had never truly overcome such situations in her past life. Suddenly confronted by a microphone and camera in this life, the FA shattered in an instant. In truth, it is quite common for students to be interviewed during intermissions. Given Lan Yetan's striking beauty and academic prowess, she was undoubtedly a topic of interest. Glancing at the barrage of comments, many praised her appearance, calling her adorable. Yet, a few negative remarks drifted by. I am Lan Yetan, a student of numerical studies, and I find the questions posed this time quite challenging. The difficulty has evidently increased compared to last year. By the final sentence, her voice trembled slightly, fear coursing through her. That lingering shadow was impossible to erase. She began to regret having acquainted herself with so many people. Surely, someone would speak of her. The reporter seemed eager to continue the interview, but suddenly, a young man stepped in front of Lan Yetan, shielding her. I apologize, dear reporter, but my classmate is not particularly fond of being interviewed. The journalist paused, momentarily taken aback by the striking youth before him, before glancing back at the girl behind Mu Hui. With perceptive insight, he noticed Lan Yetan's clenched fists trembling slightly. This was unexpected. The most talked-about individual appeared to suffer from a fear of the camera. However, he did not press the matter further, nodding in understanding, and promptly shifted the atmosphere to a more lively tone. After the reporter departed, Mu Hui turned to Lan Yetan, gently inquiring about her state, which seemed less than ideal. Are you all right now? Accepting the comfort from both sides, Lan Yetan began to regain her composure. She indeed possessed a remarkable ability to equilibrate her own mental state. Exhaling a sigh, she reassured him, I'm fine. So don't worry. Mu Hui refrained from probing further into Lan Yetan's aversion to the camera. If she wished to confide in him, she would do so in her own time. Upon returning to her seat, Zhang Yu immediately leaned forward, concern etched upon her face. Yetan, are you alright? Aware that her question might be redundant, she felt compelled to ask nonetheless. Lan Yetan met Zhang Yu's worried gaze and replied, I'm fine. I simply dislike facing the camera. In truth, she was not entirely well. One more encounter with the lens might truly shatter her composure. Meanwhile, Ling Yu had the ability to sense the host's emotional state and stress levels. Observing the sharp decline in her mood and the spike in her anxiety, it was evident that Lan Yetan's discomfort with public exposure stemmed not from aversion, but from profound fear. Otherwise, such pronounced emotional fluctuations would not exist. Fortunately, ever since Lan Yetan experienced her first bout of illness, she has meticulously prepared her medication. Host, I have some medication here to stabilize your emotions, but it will only provide temporary relief. Would you like to take it? Lan Yetan nodded softly, settling into her seat. 403. What should I do? It seems I have performed poorly this time. I hope I won't be scolded again. She was undeniably feeling a palpable fear. Ling Yu glanced at a few negative comments flashing across the screen, his expression unchanging as he navigated the situation, then spoke gently to Lan Yetan.
No.
Everyone will not criticize you for such a minor mistake. It's all right. 403 felt as though he was both a father and a mother figure, constantly providing comfort. He wished for Lan Yetan to feel at ease. Host, this medication has side effects. You must think carefully. This pill will only alleviate your emotions for a brief period. Once its effects wane, those feelings will return, potentially accompanied by other emotions without warning. Moreover, it's likely that the effects will wear off before this scene concludes, as there is no fixed duration for its efficacy. Lan Yetan rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat reluctant to speak at that moment. I do not wish to falter at a critical juncture. My participation in the scene is essential, or all my previous efforts would be in vain, wouldn't they? Ling Yu sighed, and the last pill materialized in the palm of the young girl's hand. Lan Yetan excused herself under the pretense of using the restroom, finding an unmonitored spot where she swiftly swallowed the medication. It lodged slightly in her throat, but her emotions were evidently soothed. Host, you have been taking medication quite frequently lately. Lan Yetan lowered her gaze, sighing, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. There are circumstances beyond my control. The break concluded, and the second round commenced. Having taken the medication, Lan Yetan felt her emotions stabilized, and she answered the competition questions with remarkable ease, responding swiftly each time, acutely aware of the increasingly fierce gazes behind her. The anticipation for this splendid performance was palpable. Chapter 99. Accusation. During the final question, someone suddenly stood up. I couldn't contain myself. I thought I could hold out a little longer. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lan Yetan feigned surprise as she turned to the individual who had unexpectedly risen, wearing an expression that questioned their actions. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the boy who had inexplicably targeted her. Zhao Xian, teacher, I accuse Lan Yetan of using connections and money to secretly obtain the answers. At the moment Zhao Xian uttered that phrase, Lan Yetan countered immediately, catching everyone off guard. The teachers on stage were taken aback, genuinely unprepared for such a twist. The reporters covering the event were also somewhat bewildered, questioning how the competition had spiraled into such chaos. On the screen, those harboring grievances finally found an outlet for their frustration. The first critic remarked, I wonder how that girl seems to know the answer, without much contemplation. Is it always like this? The second critic added, well, you can still buy answers. How could a girl possibly outperform a boy in mathematics? A reasonable netizen interjected, this isn't a battleground. Let's not unleash our frustrations here. Many things remain uncertain. Another netizen countered, even if she memorized the answers. One would think she ought to ponder it at least a little. Doesn't it strike you as odd how quickly the accusations began? Lan Yetan appeared indifferent, as if the protagonist were not herself. Where's the evidence? She mused, likening the situation to teasing a dog. Those nearby, privy to her thoughts, felt a wave of relief wash over them, realizing that she was well prepared and merely waiting for the trap to ensnare the unsuspecting. Zhao Xian seemed agitated, casting a resentful glance at Lan Yetan. Come on, Let us all descend into absurdity together, he declared, pointing firmly at her. Teacher, you might want to check his pockets, he suggested. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket and felt something hard. Zhao Xian was taken aback, but maintained a facade of calm. Revealing it now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Perhaps it wasn't even the disc, he thought, clinging to a sliver of hope as he pressed on with his words. The object was indeed in her pocket. It couldn't have materialized out of thin air. Could it be something she had forgotten she placed there? He reassured himself in this manner, feeling a bit more at ease, though unease still lingered. Lan Yetan wore an expression devoid of emotion, yet her smile threatened to break free. The plot isn't that compelling. How could one be so foolish? It's truly amusing, she thought, while Ling Yu sighed in wry amusement. Don't laugh. Your laughter feels a bit out of place right now. As the focus shifted to their table, 5 faces bore expressions of confusion. Why was Lin and so composed? Primarily, it was because the others remained unflustered, and she felt no need to panic herself. Even if she were to become anxious at this moment, it wouldn't alter the situation. Lan Yetan rose slowly, her voice calm and unperturbed. Come on, if you wish to search me, then search. The others regarded her with skepticism, questioning Zhao Xian's certainty. How exasperating. I feel as though I'm ensnared in the public gaze, a netizen remarked. Another chimed in. Honestly, that girl is impressively calm. She hardly seems like someone who would carry the answers. Yet another netizen speculated. Perhaps she is merely feigning composure. It's possible she obtained the answers today. Not anticipating anyone would notice. One final netizen stated, stubborn as a mule, I stand by this girl. The boy's accusations are baseless and foolish. The supervising teacher, visibly troubled and serious, descended upon them, conducting a thorough search. Yet, ultimately, nothing was found. She furrowed her brow, casting a discontented glance towards Zhao Xian. What nonsense are you spouting, Zhao Xian? There's absolutely nothing. A normal internet user commented, I knew it, even if there were answers. Who would be foolish enough to bring them into the examination room? A troll chimed in, why not pull out the contents of your pockets, then? After posting such a barrage of comments, Lan Yetan abruptly yanked out her pockets. They were empty. There was nowhere else to hide anything. Do I need to undress? Stop. The invigilator, with an air of seriousness, approached Lan Yetan, brandishing a metal detector, conducting a thorough search, yet there was no sound, absolutely none. In truth, Lan Yetan's body trembled slightly. There were too many cameras, each one trained upon her. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe, her chest tightening with discomfort, as if she might perish from the strain. Despite the calming effects of medication, the sensation persisted. She struggled to steady her voice. Teacher, why not search Zhao Xian? He was the one who claimed I had the answers. The invigilator, dragging the detector, slowly made his way towards Zhao Xian. At that moment, Zhao Xian's teammates began to panic. How could there be nothing? No way. Could Lan Yetan have discovered something? To be honest, had this been a normal world, any sane person would have realized something was amiss the moment they were caught with hidden answers. It begs the question, how could even a few be so foolish? A viewer remarked, wasn't this young lady previously averse to the camera? She seems rather distressed now that it's pointed at her. Another added, she has no choice now, wait. Look closely, the poor girl is still trembling. A troll laughed, it's hilarious to think someone wouldn't enjoy the spotlight. At this moment, Zhao Xian felt an unprecedented wave of panic, his heart constricted as he watched the invigilator approach. As the detector brushed against him, the sharp beeping echoed loudly in the silent classroom. It was the sound of slapping one's own face. Zhao Xian, eyes wide with terror, glanced at Lan Yetan. He was certain he had tucked the answers into her pocket. How had they ended up in his? He even sensed it before, could it be? No wonder. Lan Yetan remained unfazed, revealing that she had orchestrated this all along. As she observed the increasingly grave expression on the invigilator's face, Zhao Xian was left with only despair. The expressions of those around him shifted, morphing into disdainful ridicule. They all knew. Yet, the look of bemusement on Lan Yetan's face was even more disheartening for him. It was as if she had everything under control, rendering them mere clowns in her play. Chapter 100, The Outbreak. Lan Yetan, this is all your fault. I've become like this because of you. Lan Yetan, in a less than favorable mood, scoffed. Am I not merely a victim of your own actions? Now attempting to cast blame upon me? Watching Zhao Xian, who was on the verge of losing his composure, Lan Yetan felt a twinge of pity for him. It may be said that perhaps none of this was his true intention. However, to attribute it solely to the machinations of fate would be an oversimplification. Those who manipulate the narrative tend to select individuals who already harbor malice within their hearts. One should refrain from arguing that it is merely the author's creation of such a character that renders them malevolent. After all, this character possesses an inherent wickedness aimed at ensnaring others. Does this not render the victims human as well? Fortunately, I remain unshackled by narrative control, for the consequences of such a fate are too daunting to contemplate. Ultimately, one can only conclude that he is reaping what he has sown. Commenter: why does their conversation seem like a riddle? Is there something deeper behind it? Troll: this boy looks so clean-cut. He doesn't seem like the type to engage in such behavior. Could he be a fraud? Commenter: stop. Let us not allow our principles to be dictated by appearances. In light of recent events, it is evident that the competition can no longer proceed. The collective spirit of the participants has drifted elsewhere. Nevertheless, it is clear that the girl who answered so swiftly did so solely due to her formidable prowess. With only 2 rounds to go, the first place and individual champions seem almost predetermined. The moment Lan Yetan exited the classroom, she rushed to the restroom, her body trembling as she violently expelled the contents of her stomach. The breakfast she had consumed was nearly digested, leaving only water to be heaved. She leaned against the restroom wall, struggling to maintain her balance. Waves of dizziness crashed over her, as if past events were replaying vividly in her mind, incessantly provoking her. Disgusting, utterly revolting. In truth, the effects of the medication had subsided some time ago. She had merely endured until reaching the restroom. Negative emotions surged within her, overwhelming and tumultuous, compounded by the harrowing blend of recent occurrences and memories from a past life that drove her to despair. She could not overcome her fear of the camera, which now felt more menacing than ever, even causing her to taste a metallic, rusty flavor as she retched. 403 was in a state of urgency, desperately wanting to be by Lan Yetan's side. Since assuming this role, he had become widely recognized among the public, leaving him unable to extricate himself from the crowd to reach her. At this moment, he genuinely contemplated calling the authorities. No abstract implications, simply a call for help. Suddenly, amidst her retching, a mixture of vomit and blood surged forth, eliciting sharp pangs of pain from her stomach. In her previous anxiety, she had felt the urge to vomit. Now, she was simply in agony. Tears streamed down her face, blurring her vision, and it felt as though the tears would never cease. Her mind grew increasingly clouded. The severe aftereffects of her ordeal were not easily erased. Just as in her childhood, when she trembled at the sound of footsteps in the hallway, instilled by so-called family members claiming to act in her best interest. Yet, this pain was insufficient. It was nowhere near enough. What was she to do? I wish I could cry out, but if I do, someone outside will notice. Lingyu fell silent, harboring a trace of resentment towards the deity for failing to create a means to draw the host into a realm of consciousness. Now, it appears, the situation has settled into a disquieting stillness. The host encountered a predicament and could not be summoned. The current school uniform still consists of short sleeves, and she cannot grasp herself, for that would be too conspicuous once she steps outside. Just a moment ago, she was suffering from weakness. Yet now she feels an overwhelming surge of energy. How vexing this is. There is no alternative but to tug at herself. She is utterly disheartened. The mere thought of once again being exposed to the public eye, potentially reliving past traumas, makes her want to collide with something fatal. How did those characters in ancient dramas manage to end their lives so easily? Human existence is remarkably resilient. What is the secret to such swift demise? She yearns for a guide, or perhaps a tutorial on rapid departure. Host, please calm down. Do not collide with anything. You cannot perish this way. It will only intensify your pain. Truly, no one is reprimanding you, no one at all. Lan Yetan feels utterly defeated. It is not just her stomach that aches. Her head is throbbing, and now every part of her body is in distress. A wave of panic surges in her chest, intensifying her discomfort, as if she has reached her limit. Her hands tremble, unable to hold onto anything. Lingyu has just administered a pill, and after taking it, she cannot accept any further medication today. Otherwise, it would yield counterproductive effects, rendering her efforts futile. I harbor equal resentment for all of you, except for Lan Yetan. She bites her tongue, feeling pain akin to the anguish of her life. With a resounding slap, she quiets herself. Tugging, biting, and grasping seem too juvenile. A slap truly brings a moment of clarity. Indeed, a slap is the most effective means of awakening oneself. Host, please, that slap on your face is rather conspicuous. What clarity can Lan Yetan claim when she is already far from it? She knows full well that the marks left by her slap are far more evident than any self-inflicted grasp. A peculiar calmness accompanies her madness, as if she is on the verge of unleashing chaos upon the world. She rushes to the restroom, contemplating whether to venture outside. Clearly, the confines of the restroom provide her with a sense of security. After all, it is a small space where she does not have to confront others. She feels a growing trepidation towards people. However, she cannot afford to faint in the restroom. She is acutely aware of her condition. Her head is spinning, and her body is reacting strongly. Fainting is a distinct possibility. To collapse in the restroom would be something she would resent about herself. Clearing her throat, she ultimately steps out of the restroom, unsure of her direction, feeling as though the hallway is pulsating with her every step. Her body sways slightly when suddenly, a figure clad in a suit approaches from afar. It does not appear to belong to the school. He has black hair and seems vaguely familiar. Who is this?
Yet.
Before she can ponder further, she collapses. A voice breaks through the haze, clearly startled.
Ah.
This individual as well. Now she truly cannot discern anything at all. Chapter 101. They are constantly mending her. Lan Yetan once again awoke in a daze, only to find herself once more in a hospital. What an oddly familiar sensation. Which kind-hearted soul has brought me here? Lingyu sighed with relief upon seeing the young girl finally regain consciousness. He had changed from his suit into more casual attire, his expression remaining somewhat intimidating despite his demeanor. Yet, how did his tone take such a twist?
Oh.
You're awake, little sister. Observing the aura of the man before her, Lan Yetan could easily discern his commanding presence. He embodied the essence of a domineering CEO. Who would have thought that even such a figure would indulge in surfing? Shin Siyuan casually settled into a chair beside her hospital bed.
Who are you?
He asked nonchalantly, plucking an apple from the fruit platter while grasping a knife with his other hand. He crossed his legs, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. I am Shin Siyuan, the one who rescued you. If one were to describe Wen Qing as a jester, then Shin Siyuan epitomized the essence of a carefree rogue. However, his stern visage suggested an undeniable air of authority. As he meticulously peeled the apple, the motion was remarkably fluid. Ah, thank you, she blurted out instinctively, only to slowly realize the implications of her words.
Shun?
The surname Shin? The elusive 403 could finally voice its thoughts. Indeed, he is Shun Nianlan's elder brother. Shin Siyuan, a man with an innate talent for business. Your perception was not misplaced. Lan Yetan's pupils dilated in astonishment.
Wait.
Why is it that I keep encountering such remarkable individuals? Lingyu, too, had not intended for her to meet this person, yet the gravitational pull of their respective auras was inescapable. Perhaps it is due to the allure of your own aura. It is said that those who walk with a favorite tend to attract extraordinary companions. Lan Yetan felt her heart shatter at the thought. Is it not so? Have I unwittingly forged another connection in this world? Why does it feel as though my ties to this realm are growing ever deeper? She sensed the efforts of those around her striving to offer kindness, quietly protecting her and developing feelings for her. Lan Yetan found herself hesitating, increasingly aware of her deepening bonds with both this world and its inhabitants. To claim that she felt no affection for the characters within this realm would be a lie. Yet to suggest that these individuals could sustain her existence seemed implausible. The shadows permanently etched in her heart, the nightmares of midnight, and the scars that marred her arms, these memories would forever haunt her. Thus, Lan Yetan gazed blankly at the pristine hospital bed, contemplating how others were tirelessly endeavoring to mend her fractured being. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed an apple before her. Yes, a peeled apple. What was she thinking? Was it time to indulge in the apple? She lifted her gaze to meet his eyes. Why is he being so kind to me? If there are no unforeseen circumstances. This must be our first encounter, right? A familiar scent lingered at the tip of his nose. Host, are you attempting to identify individuals by their scent? Lan Yetan genuinely thanked him as she accepted the apple, taking a bite that filled her mouth with sweetness. Smack, smack, smack. I am not a dog. What nonsense is this about scent identification? Shin Siyuan quietly observed the girl savoring her apple. Recently, some had hinted that his younger brother was getting close to a girl. He couldn't be bothered. Shin Nianlan was not the type to act recklessly. Even if they were mutually attracted, a romantic relationship would not detract from his academic performance. He picked up his phone, feeling a headache as he reviewed the work reported by his assistant. Ah, he truly wished he could resign. A socially anxious brother, a laid-back father, a globe-trotting mother, and a diligent self. Ever since graduating from university, He had no idea where his parents found the audacity to hand over the company so nonchalantly to him. He had just graduated and was still a bit bewildered. Navigating the world as a Navi college student. Managing such a large company was daunting. After a year of diligent work, at the age of 23, he felt a wave of nostalgia. He genuinely believed himself to be a business prodigy, as the Shin family stocks had soared over the past year. His father praised him for choosing a worthy successor, and then whisked his mother away on a trip. At this moment, Shin Siyuan had resigned himself to his fate. The Shin family would not collapse without him. He had toiled for a year of servitude. Initially, he had pinned his hopes on his younger brother, only to discover that the boy was socially anxious. He was solely focused on his studies, clearly better suited for research than business. His plans to extricate himself from the company had crumbled, leaving him with a sense of despair, feeling as if he was doomed to a lifetime of hard labor. I truly wish to be freed, he thought. Today's wish was also to resign. He reviewed the report, noting that the fainting was caused by fear and shock. It was tragic. He felt an inexplicable connection with the girl, as if they had met before. The scene felt eerily familiar. He was not a particularly kind-hearted person and typically regarded sending someone to the hospital as a form of good karma. Yet, that day, he felt a surge of compassion and even visited the girl to check on her well-being. It felt like a reunion, reminiscent of someone he encountered years ago. Moreover, the peculiar sound he had just heard was even more bizarre. Lan Yetan was currently feeling somewhat awkward and at a loss. Shin Siyuan rubbed his forehead, contemplating whether to send a message to his younger brother. He opened the chat with a contact labeled socially anxious brother, spending some time organizing his thoughts before finally typing, I truly want to hang myself, brother. Lan Yetan is in my hospital. I really want to hang myself. Come quickly, or you'll be too late. I really want to hang myself. It's the hospital very close to the competition venue, not some other place. Beside him, Shen Nianlan, feeling anxious, saw the notification. Shen Nianlan? Brother, clarify. What on earth is going on? Chapter 102. Shen Nianlan, I apologize. At this very moment, Lan Yetan was leisurely munching on an apple, oblivious to the dreadful events that were about to unfold. Shen Nianlan's residence was, in fact, not far from the competition venue, certainly closer than the school, which required a unified organization. It could be said that the situation was progressing with remarkable swiftness, although her brother had not disclosed which hospital they were heading to. After all, there were several hospitals adjacent to the competition site, yet there was only one associated with the Shin family. In a flurry, Shen Nianlan rushed to that hospital, only to realize that her brother had not provided her with a room number. In her haste, she fumbled for her phone to inquire. Brother Shen, how am I supposed to find you without the room number? After a minute or two, a message arrived. Room 02 if you're keen on hanging around. Shin Siyuan was somewhat surprised that his younger sister had arrived so swiftly. It was evident that he cared deeply about the girl before him. It was well known that Shin Nianlan rarely ventured out unless absolutely necessary, often preferring to confine herself within her bedroom. She harbored an equal trepidation towards everyone she encountered. It was no wonder she was perceived as an aloof goddess by others, somewhat distant, yet her social anxiety was an ever-present reality. Lan Yetan had just finished the last bite of her apple, and if one were to ask why she ate so slowly, it was simply because she was lost in thought, chewing each morsel thoroughly. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the hospital room, and Shen Siyuan flashed a smile at her. Miss Lan, my brother has arrived. I shall open the door. Lan Yetan responded with a vague before her mind caught up with the situation. Wait, his brother is here? Shen Nianlan? Shen Siyuan confirmed her guess. Regrettably, he would later reflect on that moment with a desire to slap himself. Why had he been so nosy as to summon his brother to the scene? As the door swung open, Shen Nianlan had regained her usual composed demeanor, shedding any trace of the frantic rush she had just experienced. Having tidied herself up at the entrance, Lan Yetan slowly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the young man. Ha ha ha, Shen Nianlan, you are his brother? So you're his brother. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted into an awkward silence. Shen Nianlan was equally taken aback that his brother had fortuitously brought along the girl he secretly admired. Why did he not possess such good fortune himself? Lan Yetan, feeling somewhat bashful, admitted, Yes, I am a bit surprised too. My brother mentioned that the girl who fainted in the corridor today was you. The sudden disappearance of Lan Yetan had left everyone in a panic. But the surveillance camera had malfunctioned. No one knew why there was not a single trace of her whereabouts. Room 403 was also pondering this mystery, although they had come to a realization just moments before. Such were the rules of the world, unforgiving and cruel. Suddenly, a number flashed on the screen. 8 points had been added due to this competition, but what accounted for the remaining 2 points? At this moment, Lan Yetan was overwhelmed with anxiety, feeling an intense and profound sense of panic. Uncertain about the source of her anxiety, she found herself drenched in sweat. Though it was more accurate to say she felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Shin Nianlan broke the silence, stepping forward to pull out a chair beside the hospital bed where Lan Yetan lay, and gently inquired, "Yetan, how is your health now? It can't be anything serious."
Can it?
Lan Yetan immediately seized the opportunity to disrupt the stillness. "I'm quite well, really. There's no need for concern. I'm fine. I just don't fare well in front of the camera, which tends to make me anxious. My physical constitution and psychological resilience aren't particularly robust. So I suppose the dual stimuli led to my fainting." The young man sighed softly, seemingly wanting to reach out and touch Lan Yetan's head. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly retrieved a jade from his pocket. "I obtained this from a temple. Given your frequent hospital visits, I think you might need it more than I do." Lan Yetan was taken aback. Isn't this something one shouldn't accept so casually? The unspoken sentiment stirred within Shin Nianlan, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as if he were on the verge of exhausting his own fortune. "When I sought this, I had a change of heart. I spoke your name. Even if the jade were to remain with me, it would likely serve no purpose. So." Lan Yetan gazed at the jade in the young man's palm, its luster enhanced by a red cord. "There's no need for concern. Please accept it." In that fleeting moment, she found herself at a loss for words, acutely aware of Shin Nianlan's yearning gaze fixed upon her. "This is my gift to you, as a friend, wishing you happiness and fulfillment." As he spoke the final words, his voice grew softer.
Yes, friends.
At that moment, both realized their relationship had been relegated to mere friendship, and he became acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between them. Lan Yetan found little reason to refuse. The intent behind the gift was abundantly clear. It was merely a token of friendship, devoid of ulterior motives. Moreover, within such a large family, jade was not particularly valuable, rather. It was the sincerity behind the gesture that held significance. To reject it now would be to create an awkward situation. "I'm sorry, Shin Nianlan." Upon hearing her internal plea, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by a bittersweet sensation. His heart ached as if pricked by needles, suffocating in a sense of despair. This truly was his first love, the first person he had developed feelings for, and it felt as if his heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Yet, there was an obstinate resolve within him. "Please accept it, I'm begging you." As she left, sighing, she accepted the jade. Was this her way of providing closure? She was uncertain if her actions were right. Even the most intelligent of individuals could find themselves ensnared in a state of confusion when faced with such matters. "Thank you, my desk mate." Shin Nianlan found himself at a loss for words, managing a small smile as he had always done. "No need for thanks. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you this time. I shouldn't have acted this way. Your refusal is perhaps my just punishment for being greedy." Chapter 103. The kind are preyed upon. My brother becomes a wife for love. This story does not endorse any inappropriate relationships. Shen Xiyuan had quietly slipped away while the two were engaged in conversation, leaning against the corridor wall. He had no habit of eavesdropping on others' private matters. Yet after a moment of reflection, he found it impossible to calm his restless heart. He reached into his pocket, desiring a cigarette, but then remembered the hospital's restrictions and relinquished the thought. He typically refrained from smoking, save for moments of deep distress. The girl named Lan Yetan had not uttered a word, yet her voice echoed in his ears. After observing for some time, he couldn't decipher the situation. It felt familiar. An eerie resonance within his heart. Surely, he could not have been possessed by a ghost or fallen into madness. Wait, madness? He began to analyze his state. After a month of grueling work with scarcely 5 hours of sleep each night, he felt as though he might ascend to meet the king of hell at any moment. He had come to this school because one of its buildings was his investment, hoping to check in on his younger brother and perhaps steal a moment of rest. The prolonged sleepless nights had yet to steal his hair, though dark circles adorned his eyes, lending him an air of despondency. Such is the privilege of beauty. However, this encounter had not afforded him the respite he sought, and he had squandered a month's worth of leave. It was truly disheartening. As he pondered, recalling how many online discussions warned that insufficient sleep could lead to mental disorders, his resolve solidified. Just as he picked up his phone, he saw Shin Nianlan emerge from the building. Shen Xiyuan focused intently, taken aback by the sight of his heartbroken brother. In that moment, Shen Nianlan wore a serious expression. Yet the corners of his eyes were tinged with red, his lashes low and quivering slightly, tears glistening in his eyes, rendering him utterly pitiable. He was typically one to surf the waves of humor online, and a particularly amusing meme came to mind. Good-natured people are often taken advantage of. My brother has become a wife for love. With a sigh, he approached his brother, deep in thought. Brother, don't lose hope. There must be opportunities ahead. At that moment, Shen Nianlan felt a chill in his heart and sighed in response. The two stood outside, exchanging sighs in a comical duet. This time, his eagerness had led him astray. He had intended to hand the jade to Lan Yetan with a stoic demeanor, merely wishing for her safety, given her frequent hospital visits. Yet upon seeing her, he stumbled over his words, struggling to maintain composure as though he were rehearsing for the first time. His facial expressions were difficult to control, and at times he wanted to slap himself in frustration. Are you leaving already? Shen Nianlan nodded. I'll take my leave. I have no reason to remain here. Shan Xiyuan glanced toward the hospital room, then turned to see Shen Nianlan hesitating, returning momentarily. What's the matter? He inquired, puzzled by his brother's silence. When might she be discharged? If all goes well, it shouldn't be long. He watched Shen Nianlan's figure recede, clicking his tongue in contemplation. What charm did this girl possess that had ensnared his brother so deeply? Suddenly, footsteps approached. It was Assistant Huang, rushing towards him in a frenzy. What's the matter? Listening to the inquiry of the company president, Assistant Huang wiped the sweat from his brow and handed over the document. President, the sender insists that you must review this file. They claim it is of utmost importance, and it has been sent from there. We dared not take any action. So, I brought it to you. Shan Xiyuan furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with skepticism, yet he accepted the file. Let us proceed. As they walked halfway, a sudden turn led them to an office, and he recalled the young woman. By the way, please inform that young lady that she can be discharged tomorrow. Bai Bo, seated at his desk, was diligently reviewing the materials in hand. Huh? Can't you simply inform a nurse about it? If the young lady is indeed ready for discharge, the nurse will naturally notify her. Why the need for such a special mention? Bai Bo remarked, his gaze becoming increasingly perplexed. Are you all right, old Shin? You're not becoming overly absorbed in your work, are you? Shan Xiyuan clicked his tongue, realizing the absurdity of his current behavior. He wondered why he was so preoccupied with that individual. It felt irrational. Was he perhaps unwittingly stepping into a narrative where a domineering CEO falls for her? I just thought I should mention it to you, lest you forget, Bai Bo replied, his expression growing even more bewildered. But today, I wasn't the one attending to that young lady, so never mind. Just give me the room number. I will visit her later to deliver the message. Since Bai Bo began his medical career, he felt he had encountered every peculiar situation imaginable. After many years in practice, he had found himself compelled to become the personal physician for the Lan family. That family, he mused, was beyond description, completely enamored with the notion of green tea, and the young lady would cry at the slightest scrape, insisting she did not need comfort. Then there were those eccentric individuals who summoned him during his youth. He could scarcely fathom the absurdity of their family. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation described by the party involved, he rushed over in haste. However, upon arrival, he realized that had he arrived a little later, the matter would have healed on its own. At that moment, Bai Bo felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration. He was at a loss for words. He prescribed some utterly mundane ointment, even foregoing the need for a band-aid. Yet, that family was not satisfied. Proclaiming they would seek him out should scarring occur, questioning whether such a simple remedy could truly suffice. Was that young woman akin to the princess and the pea? He pondered, recalling that even the original tale did not depict her in such a manner. Regrettably, he was still somewhat naive. Following that incident, he grew accustomed to their exaggerated claims of seriousness, often rushing over, only to find that the matters were trivial. With time, he became increasingly unflappable, responding with nonchalance. Oh, is that so? How severe? While internally feeling utterly unfazed, even somewhat incredulous. His own sister's arrival had been a chaotic affair, while pampering a younger sister was an entirely different level of indulgence. Eventually, when the younger sister began to distance herself, the pursuit for her affection turned into a relentless chase, as if merely gazing upon her would ignite a mental explosion. Each time he worked there, he longed to express his grievances, yet he had to maintain an official smile. Then, diligently and uncomplainingly, he devoted himself to his work. Just a few days ago, he terminated his contract and joined this hospital where his good friend Shin Xiyuan was employed. Oh no. Why is my dear friend also beginning to lose his mind? By the way, who is that girl? At this moment, Bai Bo was still unaware of the gravity of the situation.
Lan Yetan. Ha!